Chapter 101. Back home, the house was deserted. Shin Yunran would have been home cooking by this time of year. During the past few days he'd been away, Luo Qingtian had missed Shin Yunran's cooking. Now that Shin Yunran was gone, Luo Qingtian could only retreat to his room to wash up. After washing up, he returned downstairs, grabbed a large supply of chips and snacks from his space, and sat in front of the TV to watch. Over an hour later, the door opened. Then Shin Yunran and Yi Zhao's voices could be heard. Today's vegetables are truly fresh. I didn't expect such fresh vegetables to be grown so quickly here at the base. Yes. I'm a senior engineer now. Our director said that starting next month, we get some fresh vegetables added to our salaries. Luo Qingtian sat on the sofa and looked at the two of them. You're just back. It was only then that the two of them realized Luo Qingtian was sitting on the sofa. Qingtian, you're back. Shin Yunran hurriedly put down the vegetables in his hand and ran to the sofa. Luo Qingtian yawned and said, Yeah. I'm so tired from this trip. If you don't come back soon, I have to cook noodles for myself. Shin Yunran chuckled. Why don't you check the refrigerator? I make a couple of extra dishes every day, just in case you come back and we're not home. Luo Qingtian understood. So you two have found jobs? Luo Qingtian smiled gently. He only showed his gentle side when he was with Shin Yunran and Yi Zhao. Shin Yunran stood up and said, There are now shops in the first ring road area. I work as a salesperson in one. Yi Zhao is truly amazing. Not only is he skilled in computers, but he's also an electronics engineer working in the first ring road area, earning over twice as much as I do. Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded. That's good. That puts my mind at ease. Shin Yunran seemed to have thought of something, and a flicker of despair crossed her eyes, but she quickly forced herself to say, Qingtian's back today. I cook whatever's left in the fridge. We won't leave until we're drunk. Shin Yunran rolled up her sleeves and headed straight for the kitchen. Yi Zhao, scratching his head, looked at Luo Qingtian. Qingtian, it's great to see you back. Was this trip dangerous? Luo Qingtian thought for a moment. Not bad. We encountered quite a few high-level zombies along the way, but thankfully, Dijiang was here, and we fought them off. Yi Zhao chatted with Luo Qingtian for a while before heading to the kitchen to help. 2 hours later, a table full of delicious dishes was served. Qingtian, time to eat. I cooked the Spanish mackerel that Yi Zhao had shared with me today. Try it. Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded, and soon the three of them sat down at the table and began to eat. The two men told Luo Qingtian about their work. Luo Qingtian also briefly recounted his encounters with the undead, Yan Hu, and the two people and scientists he had brought back. That's great. I didn't expect to bring back so many scientists. Does that mean everyone at the base will have access to the potion from now on? Luo Qingtian shook his head. It's hard to say. Initially, the potion will definitely have a lot of side effects. Once the side effects are completely gone, I give you two doses. Once you have your powers, and can protect yourselves, I'd be able to leave with peace of mind. Speaking of leaving, Shin Yunran's eyes finally welled up. Qingtian, where are you going? Why do you have to leave? Luo Qingtian pulled out a piece of paper and handed it over, saying, As I said, my parents are in a place called the future base. Once I settled you all in, I go find this future base. Hearing Luo Qingtian was going to look for her parents, both fell silent. They could use any excuse to get Luo Qingtian to stay, but they couldn't stop him from looking for his parents. Yi Zhao poured himself a glass of wine and raised it, saying, Since you're looking for your uncle and aunt, we can't stop you. I hope you return to the first base after you find them. Yunran and I will be waiting for you here. Luo Qingtian also picked up his glass. Okay. When I find them, I bring them here to meet you. Shin Yunran also raised her glass, her eyes now filled with tears. She choked back tears, saying, Qingtian, you must come back soon, and bring your uncle and aunt with you. Shin Yunran gulped down the entire glass. Seeing Shin Yunran's expression, Luo Qingtian took out a tissue and wiped her tears. Don't be so sad. It's not like you won't be coming back. Besides, even if it's time for me to leave, I have to wait a long time before I leave. They chatted and laughed until late, then went back to rest. Luo Qingtian lay in bed and slept until dawn. When she woke up in the morning, Shin Yunran had already prepared breakfast. Seeing Luo Qingtian coming downstairs, Shin Yunran pointed to the food on the table and said, Qingtian, I'm going to be late for work, so I made you preserved egg and lean meat porridge, fried dough sticks, and crispy pancakes. I make you something delicious when I get back tonight. Shin Yunran had barely finished speaking when Yi Zhao rushed out, grabbed a fried dough stick from the table, stuffed it into his mouth, and put 2 crackers in his bag. He looked at Luo Qingtian. "Qingtian, I'm almost late too. I talk to you when I get back tonight." Then the two of them put on their shoes and hurried off. Watching their haste, Luo Qingtian almost had the illusion of a pre-apocalyptic world. He arrived at the table, where Shen Yuran had prepared the meal. Luo Qingtian sat down and began to eat. After eating and drinking his fill and clearing away the dishes, Luo Qingtian looked at the empty house and, for the first time, felt a bit of free time. Remembering his appointment with Di Jiang, he simply changed his clothes and headed out. The weather was getting hotter, and soon, he could switch from long-sleeved shirts to short-sleeved shirts. However, Luo Qingtian remembered that at this time in his previous life, the base was plagued by mutated flying insects for a long time. After leaving the complex, Luo Qingtian got an SUV and drove straight to the first ring road. Walking along the road, Luo Qingtian couldn't help but marvel at the changes in the city. Although she had lived in the base in her previous life, she had been confined to the outermost area. She couldn't see the interior at all. Streetlights, highways, streets. There were also vendors setting up stalls. However, the vendor stalls were filled with pots and pans discarded before the apocalypse. The bustling streets and the bustling crowds looked just as they did before the apocalypse. 10 minutes later, Luo Qingtian arrived at the junction of the first and second ring roads. Qin Hao and Ma Ji had been waiting there long ago. When they saw Luo Qingtian, they waved to her. Luo Qingtian stopped the car, and Ma Ji said, "Miss Luo, the Admiral is waiting for you." "Let's go!" Chapter 102. With Ma Ji and Qin Hao guiding the way, Luo Qingtian's car followed them all the way smoothly. Di Jiang's office was located in the tallest building in the entire base. It looked like a TV tower from high cities past. Entering Di Jiang's office, Di Jiang smiled and said, "You're here." Luo Qingtian walked in and casually sat down across from Di Jiang. Di Jiang poured a glass of water and pushed it towards Luo Qingtian. "You said you had something to talk to me about. Tell me, what is it?" "The thing is, I want to buy 2 houses in the first ring road area. They don't have to be big, just over 60 square meters. I hope you can help me find some. I use food as collateral. I also plan to store 10,000 kilograms of rice, 10,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes, and 300 kilograms of pork with you. I hope my friends can borrow from you when I'm gone if they need food." Speaking of friends, Di Jiang immediately thought of Shen Yuran and Yi Xiao. For some reason, Di Jiang felt a pang of sourness. When Luo Qingtian was with him, it was so difficult to get food unless he gave him crystal cores. But Luo Qingtian had given Yi Xiao and Shen Yuran so much without asking them to pay anything. Di Jiang's heart soured even more at this thought. "It's truly enviable to be your friend. But from what you're saying, are you leaving?" Luo Qingtian nodded slightly. "Don't worry, that's the second thing I want to tell you. Commander Di, I'd like to know if other bases were being built while the first base was under construction. Are there any connections between you two?" Di Jiang looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. "Qingtian, are you dissatisfied with the first base? If so, please let me know. I make arrangements to improve it. You know, after the apocalypse, some people, freed from legal constraints, unleash their evil intentions, leading to imperfections in some areas of the base. Commander Di, don't misunderstand me. I have no complaints about the first base. I'm not asking you this because I want to go to another base, but because I'm looking for my parents. That's why I'm asking if you had any contact with other bases." Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Di Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's how it is. That's only natural. I wonder what your parents' names are and what they look like." Luo Qingtian shook her head. "It's ridiculous. She lived with her grandmother her whole life, and she didn't even know her own parents' names or what they looked like. It was as if her grandmother was deliberately hiding something. Before she died, she gave her a necklace, a small, round, openable photo frame. She said the couple holding her inside were her parents. Since the apocalypse, she looked at that little photo countless times. She took the necklace off her neck. She opened it and handed it to Di Jiang. I don't know their names. Grandma didn't tell me. I only know that the letter they left me said they'd be waiting for me at a place called the Future Base." "Future Base?" Di Jiang whispered the name, then pulled out a data file and began flipping through it. After searching through the documents for a while, he shook his head. "Our plan to restart the base doesn't include a place called the Future Base. Perhaps there are other bases I'm unaware of. But don't worry, now that I know the direction, I help you investigate. I have a meeting with Kyoto later, and I ask you about the Future Base. Luo Qingtian looked at Di Jiang gratefully. Thank you very much. If you find out anything about the future base, I hope you can tell me the address. I'd like to go there and take them home myself. Speaking of going home, Luo Qingtian's heart was instantly filled with a feeling of familial love. In this apocalyptic world, with my own abilities, I can definitely provide mom and dad with a good life. Di Jiang looked at Luo Qingtian, a smile creeping across his face. This was the first time he had seen Luo Qingtian like this. He smiled and said, "Don't be polite with me. We at First Base wouldn't want to let go of a talent like you. By the way, regarding the supernatural potion, Elder Tian and his team have already resolved the human crisis we discovered. The data we collected from the lab has greatly improved the energy of the crystal cores. The crystal core issues caused by human zombie transformation will no longer occur. Even with the current data, Elder Tian said that with the previous data to compare, they can produce the latest batch of supernatural potions in less than 2 weeks. This news was indeed good news for Luo Qing. That's great. Then I come over to Commander D and pick up the house and the psychic potion. That's not necessary. I can help you with the house within 3 days. A 60 square meter house in the city center can be bought for just 500 kilograms of rice, though there are separate monthly utility bills. Okay, that's perfect. Commander D, please ask Captain Ma to come over. I give Ma Ji the grain for the house, as well as the grain I'm saving and any I owe." After the transaction was completed, Luo Qingtian was about to leave when Di Jiang called out that Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stopped and turned to look at Di Jiang in confusion. Well, there are a lot more outbound teams in the city these days. Since you're just sitting around doing nothing, why not go to the mission hall and see if there's any missions that suit you? Go out and take a walk, and you might even find some supplies. By the way, it could also help some survivors return safely to base. Di Jiang simply said this to get Luo Qingtian to go on a few missions with him. Because the base doesn't keep idle people, everyone, whether psychics or ordinary people, must go out to forage for supplies or fight zombies. After every team's mission, there are always 1 or 2 people left behind, becoming part of the zombie apocalypse. Human survival is already difficult these days. Under these circumstances, every extra life counts. Remembering that he still had to stay at the first base for a while, Luo Qingtian readily agreed. Okay. I go see if there's any suitable mission for me in the next few days. After talking with Di Jiang, it was already lunchtime. Luo Qingtian didn't rush to leave, but was dragged by Chen Hao to eat at some restaurants in the city. Qingtian, I show you how to eat in the city. With this, Chen Hao pulled Luo Qingtian into a noodle shop in the city center. Sunny day. Don't be fooled by the small size of this place, but the noodles here are incredible. And it's right in the heart of the first ring road. We can enjoy the surrounding scenery while we eat. Boss, 2 bowls of pork chop noodles, please. Chen Hao said, pulling out a magnetic card and swiping it through a machine at the door. The boss smiled and responded, then went to make the noodles. Chapter 103. Luo Qingtian took the magnetic card from Chen Hao. Is this what we're trading at the base now? Chen Hao said with a smile. Yes. Now, all transactions within the first ring city require points. A pound of sweet potatoes, or potatoes equals 10 points. A primary crystal core also equals 10 points. And a pound of high-quality rice equals 100 points. A second-level crystal core equals 100 points. Many things can be exchanged for points here. For example, this bowl of noodles we're having today costs 5 points. Luo Qingtian and Chen Hao found a seat by the window. The walls of this noodle shop are all glass, providing a great view of all the surrounding shops and people passing by. There weren't many people in the noodle shop. Only a handful of people were eating noodles in such a large restaurant. Across from the noodle shop was a supermarket. However, the supermarket didn't have much, just some old household items here and there. Occasionally, you see an old air conditioner or heater. At worst, there were some expired snacks. Chen Hao pointed to the supermarket across the street and said, Qingtian, this is the largest supermarket on our base right now. Sometimes I buy what I need here. But compared to what you have, it's nothing. As he spoke, a man in a white chef's coat approached, carrying 2 bowls of noodles. Captain Chen, you're here. Chen Hao smiled and nodded. Yes. I brought my friend here today to try the boss's cooking. Hee, rest assured, Captain Chen, our ramen will never disappoint you. Enjoy. The boss put the noodles down and walked away smiling. Chen Hao and Luo Qingtian picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. At that moment, a voice lashed out from the entrance of the supermarket across the street. You poor bastard. What's wrong? I asked you to help me get my stuff to the door, and you're so unwilling? Do you know who I am? Miss, I'm just a salesperson, not a waiter. Please understand the difference. Luo Qingtian was eating noodles when he heard the voice that sounded familiar. Then he saw a rather overweight woman grabbing Shen Yuanran and yelling at him. Luo Qingtian frowned at the scene, but didn't move. Chen Hao also witnessed Shen Yuanran being bullied. This is too much. Qingtian, wait a minute. I go and help Miss Shen. Chen Hao was about to stand up, but Luo Qingtian grabbed him and shook his head, saying, no need. Let's just watch. They have to learn to survive here on their own. Otherwise, I won't be able to search for my parents with peace of mind. Chen Hao thought for a moment and sat down. Shen Yuanran, still arguing with the woman at the door, quickly caught the attention of the supermarket manager, who glared at her with disdain. What's wrong with you? I just asked you to get something. Why are you acting so arrogant? Shen Yuanran pursed her lips. Manager Zhang, I'm a salesperson, not a waiter. If I had more time, I'd be fine with it, but I've been selling merchandise and haven't had time to get anything for this young lady. The man called manager didn't care. He looked at Shen Yuanran with disdain and said, stop talking nonsense and apologize. Shen Yuanran pursed her lips and stared at manager Zhang, saying nothing, neither did he move to apologize. Manager Zhang, feeling humiliated, gritted his teeth and said, Shen Yuanran, you're lucky to have a job here. So many people out there are starving. If you don't apologize, I fire you. I remember you're not from the first ring city, right? You won't be able to survive in this base if you're fired. Shen Yuanran untied the bib around her waist. 10 kilograms of rice a month, and if you're not careful, you deduct 2 kilograms. Who wants to do this kind of work? Shen Yuanran said, turning and walking away. Manager Zhang hadn't expected Shen Yuanran to defy him like that, and instantly felt humiliated. His hand instantly transformed into a spatula. He lashed out at Shen Yuanran's head. You're courting death by refusing to accept a toast. Shen Yuanran was startled, covering her head with both hands to avoid it. Looking at the spatula about to strike her head, Shen Yuanran resignedly closed her eyes. The expected pain didn't come, but the woman's terrified scream reached her ears. Shen Yuanran opened her eyes to see manager Zhang, who had been about to hit her, staring at her with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. A large hole had appeared in his chest. The next moment, manager Zhang lay dead on the ground. Not far away, Luo Qingtian was posing as if shooting an arrow, until she sheathed her Fei Wuxian bow. Qingtian? Shen Yuanran quickly rushed to Luo Qingtian's side, a look of anxiety still on his face. Chen Hao frowned as he looked at the man lying on the ground. This is going to be tough. Luo Qingtian looked at Chen Hao and said, this manager clearly wanted to kill Yuanran just now. If I hadn't taken action, Yuanran would have been the one to die. Chen Hao nodded rapidly. Yes, I saw it, and I testify to that. But this manager seems to be someone from Huishiyu's family. This supermarket is owned by the military, but the people are arranged by the Hua family. Huishiyu will definitely be in trouble for a while. Qingtian, I won't keep you here any longer. I need to talk to the boss about this first. Also, if Miss Shen still wants to work within the first ring city, it'd be best if she joins the military. Here, the boss will look after her, and she won't be bullied. Luo Qingtian nodded. That's great. Then I trouble you with Yuanran's work. Luo Qingtian was serious, and Chen Hao could hear it. He nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I go find the boss right away. Chen Hao waved to the patrolling soldiers, signaling them to dispose of Manager Zhang's body. Then he left. Shen Yuanran looked at Luo Qingtian with a worried look on his face. Qingtian, are we in trouble? Luo Qingtian shook his head reassuringly. No, we be fine. Let's go back today while they're dealing with this. Shen Yuanran nodded, then suddenly thought of Yishao. Qingtian, let's go say hello to Yishao and tell him I'm leaving first, so he doesn't have to come looking for me again. Luo Qingtian had been thinking about checking out He Zhao's work environment, so he followed Shen Yuanran over. He Zhao's workplace was very noisy. Everyone there knew Shen Yuanran, so when they saw him, they didn't stop him. They just pointed to He Zhao's desk and went back to work. When they reached him, He Zhao was still busy operating the machine. Only when he saw Shen Yuanran and Luo Qingtian did he put down his work and come over. Qingtian, why are you here? We came to see you. I quit my job there, and I was worried you'd be away after get off work, so I came to say hello. Chapter 104. He Zhao's face changed when he heard the news. Is that Manager Zhang giving you trouble again? It's better to quit. Stay away from people like him. After saying this, Shen Yuanran's face faltered. He won't bother me again. He just wanted to kill me, but Qingtian took care of it. He Zhao's eyes twitched at this, and he gave Luo Qingtian a thumbs up. Sister, you're the best. That manager Zhang, relying on his connections, is known for his bullying in this area, bullying men and women. He's abhorrent. Only you dare to deal with him, but if you kill him, I'm afraid the people behind him will cause trouble for you. You two should stay out of the first ring road for the next few days. Shen Yuran, now feeling a little scared, nodded without hesitation. Finally, He Xiao, worried about Shen Yuran and Luo Qingtian, asked his boss for half a day off and returned with Luo Qingtian and Shen Yuran. After returning, Luo Qing went out on her own mission and asked Shen Yuran to stay home for a few days, saying she would be assigned a position in the military. Seeing Luo Qingtian's confidence, Shen Yuran was excited all night. He also specially prepared a lot of delicious food. The next morning, Luo Qingtian went to the first ring city again. This time, he went directly to the mission hall. There, many people were recruiting psychics to go out and search for supplies. Several psychic teams were also recruiting their teammates. Luo Qingtian entered the mission hall and checked the task bar. At the top of the task bar, he saw a team recruiting healing psychics. The task was to kill a level 4 zombie over 20 kilometers outside the base. This zombie has awakened a wood-type ability, and it lives in a forest infested with mutant creatures, making it somewhat dangerous. However, this mission consists of 5 psychics and 1 ordinary person. All they need now is a healer before they can set off. Luo Qingtian wasn't initially interested in this team until she saw someone's name among the participating teams. Han Shu? How could this guy, without any psychics, be on this team? Luo Qingtian didn't even glance at the others and immediately selected this team. Luo Qingtian said to the woman in charge of recording, "Beautiful lady, have you recruited the healer for this team?" The woman who was recording looked up at Luo Qingtian. She was wearing a red dress and looked very beautiful, the kind of beauty with a very classical charm. Her skin was fair, and she looked very fresh. Her outfit showed that she had never experienced hardship. And in this apocalypse, anyone who dared to wear a skirt in the mission hall and wasn't afraid of being noticed must have either a powerful background or be very powerful themselves. The woman looked at the team Luo Qingtian was pointing at and said, "Not yet. Do you want to join? Right now, they only have healing abilities left. If you have one, just sign up and you're ready to go." "Okay, I sign up." The woman said this, looking at Luo Qingtian with a hint of hope. She looked him up and down. "Are you really a healing ability? You know, this place we're going to is very dangerous. There are 4th level zombies there. If you don't have one, they'd probably just throw you out." Luo Qingtian took out a small knife and slashed it across his hand. Blood oozed out instantly. The healing power activated, and a white light enveloped the wound. The next moment, the wound healed at a visible speed. "Do you believe me now?" The woman immediately smiled and said, I believe, absolutely. I contact them right away." Then she picked up the phone on the desk and started making a call. A moment later, she put it down and said, "They're on their way. The captain will be here soon. Come get your departure certificate, and you can leave." As the two were talking, a muscular, bearded man walked in. The man's head was shiny and glossy. His arms were immensely powerful, and the small vest he wore perfectly showcased his muscular build. As he entered, he shouted, "A healing power? Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. We can finally leave." The man strode in. As soon as he entered, he rushed to the front desk. "Qin Xiao, is what you said on the phone true? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect there actually be a healing psychic willing to come with us." The beautiful woman at the front desk glared at the man with a sullen look. "It's true, they're here. Just exchange your identities, and you can leave." The man smiled and nodded, then turned to look at Luo Qingtian. "Great, great. You're the healing psychic, right? I didn't expect you're such a pretty girl. My name is Ji Wei, and I'm a strength psychic. Welcome aboard." Ji Wei extended his hand to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian reached out and shook Ji Wei's hand. "Hello, my name is Luo Qingtian, and I'm a healing psychic." Ji Wei and Luo Qingtian shook hands politely, then immediately withdrew his hand. His eyes were clear, and he looked at Luo Qingtian with a touch of awe. It wasn't that he knew Luo Qingtian was truly powerful, but rather that Luo Qingtian was simply too clean and pure, with smooth skin and jet black hair. In this base, anyone who could maintain this level of appearance was either from the military or high-ranking officials. They generally didn't dare mess with people like him. He kindly taught Luo Qingtian how to register and submit the documents. After completing all the procedures, he kindly led Luo Qitian to the team's rendezvous point. Qin Xiaoxiao watched the two leave, a flicker of interest in her eyes. Just now, when Luo Qitian had stabbed himself with a knife, he hadn't even blinked, not even a flicker of expression. Especially, those eyes, though bright, were calm and composed, as if nothing around them could shake their composure. She had only seen this kind of person before, Di Jiang in the military. She lowered her head, and looked at the documents Luo Qitian had submitted. An ordinary psychic? Is that even possible? Luo Qitian followed Ji Wei for a distance, and spotted two military jeeps near a parking lot on the highway. That's our car. Standing there are our partners on this mission. Come on, I introduced them to you. Ji Wei said, waving to the people across from him. Three people looked over. Wow, the boss brought a girl this time. Yes. And she's quite good looking. The two men had already noticed Luo Qitian beside Ji Wei. Seeing Ji Wei wave, they waved back. By then, Luo Qitian had already followed Ji Wei to the two cars. Seeing Ji Wei return, the people inside followed him out. Including Ji Wei and Luo Qitian, there were exactly 7 people. Luo Qitian immediately spotted Han Shuo standing at the back. Chapter 105. Luo Qitian glanced at Han Shuo with a half-smile, then quickly looked away. Ji Wei smiled and said, Our team is called the Five Elements Team. These two are brothers, He Yin and He Jing. One of them has a wood-type ability, and the other has a water-type ability. Luo Qitian nodded. Ji Wei continued the introductions. The one in front is Gu Imo, a fire-type ability user. The one next to you, Lu Yang, is an earth-type ability user. The one over there is Han Shuo, an ordinary person. Don't underestimate him, because he doesn't have abilities, but he has a sixth sense for sensing danger. We always take him with us on missions. He's helped us avoid danger countless times. Luo Qitian nodded in understanding. No wonder Han Shuo always escaped whenever he tried to attack him. So Han Shuo still has this ability, but this could be a sign of his awakening ability. Luo Qitian smiled. Hello everyone, my name is Luo Qitian, and I'm a healing psychic. I hope you all have a pleasant time on this trip. Ji Wei laughed heartily. Don't worry, we have a great time. We don't need you to fight during the battle, just stay back and heal us. Luo Qitian nodded obediently. Okay. Luo Qitian then looked at Ji Wei. Aren't you a Five Elements team? Why isn't there any metal in the 5 elements? He Yin pointed at Ji Wei and said, Haha, Qitian, didn't our boss tell you he's a strength psychic? Actually, he has 2 powers, and his other power is metal. Now all the 5 elements are here. No wonder, at this point, Ji Wei smiled and said, Okay, let's stop talking for now. We need to get going. This mission has already been delayed for 3 days. Ji Wei said this, opening the car door for Luo Qitian and motioning for him to get in. Luo Qitian smiled, thanked him, and then slid into the back seat. The back seat of the Jeep could accommodate 4 people. He Yin and Han Shuo sat next to Luo Qitian. He Yin sat right between them. He Yin chattered with Luo Qitian the entire way. Luo Qitian didn't find him annoying, smiling at him the whole time. But his gaze would occasionally flick past He Yin to Han Shuo beside him. Han Shuo had been speechless since Luo Qitian appeared, and his heart was pounding as he sat in the car. He had a feeling that Luo Qitian was coming for him. He regretted following He Ji on this mission. He still couldn't understand why Luo Qitian hated him so much. Could it be because he was with Lu Shiqi? But that couldn't be the case, could it? Han Shuo thought to himself and stole a glance at Luo Qitian, who was still talking to Yin. That single glance nearly frightened him to death. Luo Qitian was staring at him, his eyes icy, gloomy, and chilling. It sent a shudder through his entire body. But Luo Qitian quickly averted his gaze. He Yin was tired of talking by then. He took a sip from his water bottle, his mouth dry. Qitian, what's your current ability level? Our team all has level 3 abilities, making us one of the top teams in the base. Luo Qitian thought about his own abilities. It seemed his healing skill was level 4. As for how she compared to ordinary psychics, she truly had no idea. I also have 3rd level healing. Hearing Luo Qing, He Yin chuckled. That's great. With a psychic as powerful as you, we don't have to worry anymore. You know how important a healing psychic is to a team. Last time we went on a mission, our boss was injured saving me, and we stayed out for over half a month before returning. Luo Qitian smiled silently, looking out the window. Her 3rd ability remained active, observing everything around her. Suddenly, a small red dot entered Luo Qingtian's perception, followed by a group of small red dots. Luo Qingtian held her forehead. I hadn't expected to encounter a group of second and third level zombies up ahead. Just as Luo Qingtian was considering how to break this news, Han Shuo suddenly yelled, "Danger ahead!" "Stop! Danger ahead!" He Yin immediately picked up the intercom and spoke to Ji Wei, who was driving ahead. Ji Wei immediately stopped the car. Luo Qingtian looked at Han Shuo in surprise. This guy can actually sense danger? The zombies across the way are no small number. With these people's abilities, if they really encountered zombies, they wouldn't be enough to keep them at bay. Ji Wei had already gotten out of the car and walked over. Han Shuo, what's going on? Han Shuo said palely, I don't know. I feel like there's a huge danger ahead. Ji Wei's face was grim. They only been driving for a short time and already encountered something like this. Are you sure? Han Shuo nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Boss, I'm not mistaken. If you really don't believe me, you can go over quietly and take a look. Ji Wei, convinced by Han Shuo's words, said to the people in the car ahead, Get out. I go check it out myself. Gumo. He Jing and Luo Yang quickly got out, and Ji Wei sped off. A few people stopped by the roadside and waited quietly. A moment later, Ji Wei drove back. He returned to the group, his face grim, and said, There's a group of level 3 and level 2 zombies ahead, but they're not heading our way. He Yin was puzzled. Boss, what do you mean? What do you mean they're not heading our way? Ji Wei sighed. Those zombies are swarming, as if drawn to something. I feel like they're heading exactly where we're going. After saying this, everyone present grew nervous. If these zombies go where we're going, how can we complete our mission? Everyone looked at each other, then at Ji Wei. Ji Wei thought for a moment and said, I know another way. Follow me. Let's speed up. We should get there before dark, before the zombies arrive. Everyone thought about it and agreed. If they wanted to complete the mission, they could get there before the zombies arrived. And since the zombies move so slowly, they might as well drive. After figuring this out, everyone got in their cars and quickly followed Ji Wei forward. The two cars maintained a constant speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Thankfully, the other road, while not very flat, didn't affect their speed. This time, Luo Qingtian sat next to Han Shuo. Han Shuo looked at Luo Qingtian nervously, opening his mouth every time he wanted to speak. But seeing Luo Qingtian ignored his thoughts, he shut up again. Chapter 106. An hour later, the car finally stopped. The group stared in astonishment at the towering tree that appeared before them, speechless for a moment. Ahead of them was a massive tree of unidentifiable species, lush with branches and leaves. The trunk was thick and massive. From a distance, it looked like it would take dozens of people to wrap their arms around the tree. The most terrifying thing wasn't this, but the fact that a group of zombies were slowly approaching the tree. The moment the zombies approached the tree, they were entangled by the vines, and the next moment, the entangled zombies were instantly pulled into the trunk. This is terrifying. This is beyond the realm of 4th level zombies, right? We should hurry back and report this to our superiors. As they spoke, the group was about to get into the car, but before they could, they were all discovered. The zombies that had been approaching the tree suddenly stopped and marched in unison towards Luo Qingtian and the others. Get in the car, Ji Wei shouted, and saw zombies rushing out from all directions. Ji Wei turned around and shoved Luo Qingtian into the car, then conjured a metal wall to protect Luo Qingtian and Han Shuo. You two, stay in the car. Don't get out. When we get the chance, we drive out. With that, Ji Wei led the other 4 people and charged towards the zombies. In the end, only Han Shuo and Luo Qingtian were left in the car. Han Shuo looked at Luo Qingtian nervously, his face a mixture of hope and grievance. Qingtian, are you still mad at me? I really didn't mean to betray you. It was Lu Shiqi who drugged me, and I was just being pestered by her. Luo Qingtian looked at Han Shuo calmly, his voice low. Where's Lu Shiqi? Why don't I see you two together? Han Shuo's eyes flashed with intense hatred as he thought of Lu Shiqi. I don't know how that bitch managed to hook up with a high-ranking leader in the base, and she's been messing around behind my back all day. She's already gone to the first ring city. Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. To put it bluntly, Lu Shiqi found a better backer and kicked you out? So you thought of me? Han Shuo shook his head like a rattle. No. Qingtian, I really like you. I regret it at the moment you ignored me. I really regret it. I often think of the times we were together. I think of how sweet we were together. It was all my greed. Qingtian, can we go back to the way things were? I definitely treat you well and never betray you again. The corners of Luo Qingtian's mouth curled up slightly, a subtle smile creeping across them. She looked at Han Shuo. You say you regret it? But how can there be such a thing as regret medicine in this world? Luo Qingtian said, suddenly reaching out and grabbing Han Shuo's neck. I wanted your life for a long time. Han Shuo looked at Luo Qingtian in horror, his hands tightly grasping Luo Qingtian's wrist. Qingtian, I was wrong. Forgive me, forgive me. Luo Qingtian sneered at Han Shuo, then suddenly let go. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. If Han Shuo died in the car, she would have a hard time explaining it to Ji Wei and the others. After all, Han Shuo was their alarm. Losing the alarm would be a huge loss for them. If they had to die, they wanted Han Shuo to die with honor. Han Shuo, terrified by Luo Qingtian's words, curled up into a ball and hid in the back of the car. He looked at Luo Qing timidly. Qingtian, I know I was wrong. Please believe me, I will definitely change for the better. As soon as he finished speaking, the metal wall outside collapsed with a bang, and a group of zombies broke through the metal wall and rushed towards the jeep they were in. Luo Qingtian flung open the car door and rushed directly at the zombies. The zombies were followed by Ji Wei. Seeing Luo Qingtian coming out, Ji Wei shouted, Get in quickly, leave this to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Wei punched each zombie in the head. The zombie's head exploded instantly, spurting out blood and white liquid. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched, and he instinctively took out an umbrella and shielded himself. He blocked the blood spray that was about to hit him. Ji Wei rushed in front of Luo Qingtian, blocking her way. Sister Qingtian, are you okay? Don't worry, I'm here. These zombies can't hurt you. Luo Qingtian looked at Ji Wei with admiration. Okay. I'm relieved, Captain. Just as he finished speaking, Han Shuo's terrified cry for help emanated from the car. Ah! Zombies are coming. Help me. Ji Wei grabbed Luo Qingtian's wrist and rushed to the front of the car, punching every zombie near the jeep. He then pulled Han Shuo out. You two, stay behind me. If anything happens, yell. He also rushed over from the opposite side, his body covered in vines. Any zombie that approached him would be ripped away by his vines. The other teammates also ran towards them, but they were followed by a horde of zombies. Every time the zombies were about to catch them, Luo Yang would create a wall of earth to keep them out. Finally, the teammates gathered. They surrounded Han Shuo and Luo Qingtian in the center, but their faces grew paler. Guimo then said, Brother, my powers have reached their limit. What should I do? Boss, mine too. He Yin said nervously, wiping his sweat vigorously. Ji Wei gritted his teeth and said, Hold on a little longer. We must break through no matter what. Otherwise, we all die here today. Ji Wei sent a zombie charging towards him flying. Many more zombies were charging around them. Level 2 zombies were easier for them to defeat, but level 3 zombies were a real struggle. A group of people unleashed a variety of skills. He Yin was the first to collapse from exhaustion. He half knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Just then, a level 3 zombie in front of him noticed the situation and charged towards He Yin, claws and fangs bared. Be careful, Luo Qing pulled He Yin away. The zombie missed, and was sent flying by Ji Wei, who was standing nearby. But He Yin was still scratched by the zombie, and its dark venom spread throughout his body. Psychics can survive the zombie virus, but the process is long and requires rest. He Yin clutched his wound, sweating profusely from the pain. Suddenly, a warm glow enveloped He Yin's wound, and the venom quickly dissipated, and even the wound healed at a visible speed. Chapter 107. He Yin watched the healing wounds, the lost energy slowly returning to his body. He stared at Luo Qingtian in shock. As expected of a level 3 healer, so impressive, He Yin said this, immediately standing up and once again shielding Luo Qingtian behind him. Han Shuo, standing nearby, watched in shock. He had always known Luo Qingtian was a psychic, but he hadn't expected her to be a healing psychic. He rolled his eyes. Then he said, Qingtian, you can actually fight too. I remember you're a fire psychic too. Luo Qingtian looked at Han Shuo with a half smile. This guy, wanting her to fight so badly, must have ulterior motives, but she didn't care at all that these people knew about her abilities. Besides, the people around her were busy fighting, and hadn't heard Han Shuo's words clearly. They simply thought they were just talking. Qingtian's sister was a healing psychic. She didn't need to fight. Han Shuo, take care of yourself and don't distract Sister Qingtian. As soon as he finished speaking, a green zombie rushed out. The zombie's body was entwined with various vines, and there were even 2 small flowers blooming on its head. If it weren't a zombie, it would look rather comical. But everyone present paled when they saw the zombie. This green zombie was exactly the one they had in their taskbars, and they hadn't expected it to appear here. Oh no! It's a level 4 zombie. What should I do? Luo Yang leaned back nervously. Ji Wei was also sweating profusely. The one in front was a level 4 zombie, and there were thousands of level 2 and level 3 zombies all around. Escape was simply impossible. I never thought today's outing would be my last. Ji Wei looked at the zombie with a determined look and shouted, "We're probably going to die here today. But even if we die, we must not turn into zombies and harm humanity. Remember, if we really want to die, blow our own heads off first." Ji Wei said this, and was the first to charge at the green zombie. Ji Wei charged, and the others followed. As Luo Yang was about to charge, he quickly built a high wall around Luo Qingtian and Han Shu. "Sister Qingtian, Han Shu, I'm sorry, this is all I can do." Luo Yang said this, and rushed forward as well. But the moment Luo Yang rushed out, Luo Qingtian's punch shattered the surrounding earthen walls. The surrounding zombies swarmed over Luo Qingtian and Han Shu when they saw them. Han Shu screamed in terror, "Qingtian, save me, save me." But Luo Qingtian looked at Han Shu with a half smile, and as Han Shu charged towards her, she kicked him into the zombie pile. Han Shu was bitten by the zombies. Originally, Luo Qingtian had expected the zombies to devour Han Shu, but after the first one bit him, the others rushed past him and towards her. Luo Qingtian's spider legs reappeared. Swinging them, she slashed at the zombies one by one, inching closer to Han Shu, wanting to witness his transformation into a zombie. Han Shu felt a sharp pain in his neck from the bite. He looked at Luo Qingtian with resentment and hatred. He hated Luo Qingtian for not saving him. To his death, he could never understand why Luo Qingtian hated him so much. As he lost consciousness, scenes from the past replayed in his mind, even a strange one. It was at the first base, where he and Lu Shiqi were rolling around in bed, and Luo Qingtian saw them. Far from feeling guilty, they acted as if it was natural. He kicked Luo Qingtian in the back, forcing her to sell her body for food. Finally, he and Lu Shiqi used Luo Qingtian as bait and lured her into the zombie horde. Until his death, Luo Qingtian stared at them from the city wall. "What is this memory? From a past life? Is this why you hate me?" Han Shu opened his mouth, trying to speak, but his eyes began to turn white and his limbs stiffened. He whimpered at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stood by and watched until he completely transformed into a zombie. Turn into a zombie? What a pity! I didn't even have the chance to become one back then. With these words, Han Shu opened his mouth wide and charged at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian punched Han Shu in the face, sending him flying. Han Shu, now a zombie, felt no pain at all. After being sent flying, he quickly climbed back up. He rushed towards Luo Qingtian again. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Qingtian wasn't in a hurry. He swung his fists and punched Han Shu again and again, his body dented by Luo Qingtian's blows. But he continued to charge at Luo Qingtian tirelessly, unaware of the pain. This time, however, Luo Qingtian didn't send him flying. As Han Shu charged again, Luo Qingtian grabbed Han Shu's head with one hand. Crack! Luo Qingtian split Han Shu's head open with his bare hands, then removed a crystal core from Han Shu's skull. It's actually a spiritual core? What a pity! Your crystal core makes me sick just by looking at it. Luo Qingtian squeezed the crystal core fiercely. The crystal core was instantly crushed into powder by Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian shook his hand in disdain. He then took water from his backpack and washed it. At this moment, the zombies around him were rushing towards Luo Qingtian. Xiaolu transformed into his true form beside Luo Qingtian, devouring every zombie that approached. After swallowing, he didn't forget to spit out the crystal core. Luo Qingtian picked up the crystal core Xiaolu had spit out like a diligent little bee. "Boss, help me," Luo Yang's voice came from the front. Luo Qingtian looked up and saw that Luo Yang had also been captured by the green zombie. The zombie was covered in green tentacles, which tightly wrapped around Luo Yang. Some tentacles penetrated directly into Luo Yang's body. Ji Wei saw this and wanted to rush over to help, but several level 3 zombies rushed over and surrounded them. Seeing this, Luo Qingtian whispered Xiaolu grow bigger. "Carry me up." Xiaolu instantly transformed into a giant ball of seaweed, then placed Luo Qingtian on top of her head, with Luo Qingtian on top of her. The flying fire mysterious bow instantly appeared in her hand, and she drew her arrows. Swish, swish, swish. 3 flaming arrows, trailing long red flames, shot towards Luo Yang. The flames consumed all the zombies surrounding Ji Wei and the others, and then charged towards the green zombie. The green zombie was still absorbing Luoyan's blood when suddenly, a burst of red flame pierced its chest. Another arrow pierced its neck. The next moment, the green tentacles quickly receded, and the zombie fell straight down. This scene shocked everyone present. They looked in the direction of the arrows, and saw a woman in midair, holding a flaming arrow, standing behind them. Chapter 108. This scene shocked everyone present. The woman's long hair flowed, and her aura was powerful and intimidating. She stood atop a giant seaweed, like a fierce female warrior. Several people gaped in disbelief, unable to believe their eyes. Thinking of how they had just imprisoned Luo Qingtian in the car to protect her, they felt a sudden surge of shame. At this moment, Luo Qingtian fired 3 more arrows forward. Swish, 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 flames pierced the sky, swiftly flying towards the surrounding zombies. Each arrow carried away a large number of zombies. Luo Qingtian fired 9 arrows in a row, and the surrounding zombies were largely gone. Ji Wei watched Luo Qingtian's actions in disbelief, even forgetting to fight. My old swan. Is this Luo Qingtian so powerful? He Jing also opened his mouth and said, isn't it said that the most powerful person in our first base is General Dijiang? Why do I feel that Luo Qingtian is even more powerful than him? The others nodded in agreement. He Yan quickly rushed to Luo Qingtian's side. Sister Qingtian, I follow you. He Yan's action seemed to remind everyone present that Luo Qingtian's side was the safest place right now. Soon, everyone followed He Yan and rushed to Xiaolu's side. Xiaolu's body was still growing larger, and its tentacles looked much more numerous than before. Luo Qingtian jumped off Xiaolu's body. The giant tree ahead isn't suitable for your level. You should find a chance to return first. The few people looked at each other. They actually wanted to join Luo Qingtian in dealing with the giant tree, but Luo Qingtian clearly didn't want to take them with her. Sister, we won't cause you any trouble by following you. You've seen how powerful we are. Luo Qingtian sighed and said, I know you're powerful, but that giant tree zombie up ahead is close to a level 7. Are you sure you want to stay? Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, the others present were speechless. A level 7 zombie? How is that even possible? But they couldn't help but believe it. Thousands of zombies around them had been devoured by that giant tree. Who knew the tree really had that ability? Then we. Ji Wei wanted to leave, but then he felt a little reluctant, thinking he hadn't gained anything this time. At this moment, Xiaolu swallowed the green zombie and spat out a green crystal core. Luo Qingtian picked up the crystal core and handed it to Ji Wei. Go back quickly. If a fight breaks out, I won't be able to take care of you. Ji Wei, not one to be ungrateful, took the core and said, Thank you, Sister Luo. But that zombie is so dangerous. Why don't we go back and talk to General Di about this? Luo Qingtian shook her head. If we leave, the tree will devour all the zombies around us. By then, even Di Jiang won't be able to stop us. Luo Qingtian had used her third skill to see if the tree could devour more zombies, breaking through to the 7th level. This absolutely couldn't happen. She could still handle it now, but even after it broke through to the 7th level, she wouldn't be able to defeat it. The others stopped hesitating. They turned and ran towards the car behind them. At this moment, He Jing asked in surprise, That's not right. Where's Han Shuo? Ji Wei grabbed He Jing. Don't ask. Han Shuo can't be alive in this situation. With that, the others drove away quickly. Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu were the only ones left on the field. Luo Qingtian released Dabai and Maoqiu from the space. Kids, get to work. With that, Dabai and Maoqiu rushed towards the remaining zombies. Seeing Dabai and Maoqiu coming to grab the zombies, Xiaolu instantly grew immensely larger. Even the tentacles he extended doubled in number. Xiaolu stuffed a large number of zombies into his mouth. Maoqiu, seeing Xiaolu's bravery, rushed directly into the ground. The next moment, trees and grass appeared around him. Then all the zombies were dragged into the ground. Then, Maoqiu's burps could be heard from the ground. Dabai was no slouch either. He devoured every zombie he saw. Dead or alive, he chewed them up and swallowed them. Luo Qingtian had already switched from his Fei Hui Xian bow to the Amos Ice bow. He aimed his arrows specifically at the zombies' necks. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A large sheet of ice quickly formed around them, freezing the zombies in place. Luo Qingtian took advantage of the moment. The zombies were frozen to fire another arrow, blasting their heads clean off. Over an hour later, Luo Qingtian had completely cleared out the surrounding zombies. Luo Qingtian now looked at the giant tree, his eyes filled with excitement. I wonder how much experience I gained from killing such a large tree. Luo Qingtian rubbed his hands excitedly at the thought. Ji Wei and the others drove frantically back. The long detour there took them a full 2 hours. But on the way back, with Luo Qingtian leading the way, they reached the base in just an hour. Upon returning to the base, the group rushed straight to the mission hall. Qin Xiaoxiao was still busy at the moment. When she heard Ji Wei and the others calling her, she looked up in surprise. "You're back so soon? I didn't expect your team to complete this mission so smoothly." Ji Wei panted, "I know you have connections with the military. Can you help me contact General Di Jiang? We discovered something serious. It concerns the future of humanity." Qin Xiaoxiao, seeing that Ji Wei's expression didn't seem fake, nodded. "Wait a moment, I call and ask." In Di Jiang's office, Di Jiang was reviewing documents when the phone rang. He answered with a pen in one hand and a pen in the other. "Sir, this is Qin Xiaoxiao. A psychic wants to see you. They say they discovered a giant zombie tree that's about to advance to level 7. Di Jiang immediately put down his pen. "I have Chen Hao pick him up." Chen Hao quickly entered the mission hall. Qin Xiaoxiao handed Ji Wei over to Chen Hao. She heard someone was left behind to fight the giant tree, a healing psychic. Chen Hao frowned. "You're being ridiculous. You left a psychic to fight such a powerful zombie tree, and a healing one at that. Isn't it obvious you want this person dead? How deep of a grudge do you have against this person?" Ji Wei replied awkwardly, she wanted to stay. She seems to be a multi-psychic, with a red bow that can shoot fire. Incredibly powerful. Chen Hao was stunned. Is she accompanied by a white tiger and a large seaweed ball? Ji Wei paused, then said, "I didn't see a white tiger, I only saw a large seaweed ball." Chen Hao's eyes widened. "No way, you left Luo Qingtian there alone?" Ji Wei nodded. "Captain, do you know Luo Qingtian?" Chapter 109. After confirming that the person going was indeed Luo Qingtian, Chen Hao stopped talking and dragged Ji Wei to Di Jiang's office. After hearing Ji Wei's account of the whole situation, Di Jiang could no longer hold back and stood up to leave. Chen Hao grabbed Di Jiang and said, "Boss, don't be so impulsive. Now all we have to do is get someone to go. Going alone is too dangerous." Di Jiang frowned and said, "You said it was dangerous too? Qingtian is already close to the 7th level. Letting them go is courting death. I go myself," Di Jiang said, picking up his military cap from the table and heading outside. Chen Hao thought for a moment and said, "Boss, let me go with you. I just used my supernatural powers, and while the accuracy isn't perfect, I'm pretty sure Qingtian will be alright." Di Jiang nodded. "Yeah, I think she'd be alright too. She's so powerful, but I'm still a little worried until I see her with my own eyes. Since you say she's fine, then come with me." With that, Chen Hao and Di Jiang prepared to leave. Ji Wei listened to their conversation, his heart ached with anxiety. Who exactly was this Luo Qingtian? How could he have made the renowned Commander Di so nervous? Also, from what they said, Luo Qingtian seemed quite formidable. Thinking of Luo Qingtian standing on that big green ball, shooting a red bow, he certainly looked impressive and impressive. Seeing Di Jiang and the others leave, Ji Wei didn't dare to linger any longer. Then he followed them out of the office. Chen Hao approached Ji Wei and said, "You know the way, right?" Ji Wei nodded, "Yes, sir." "Well, please lead the way for us later." Ji Wei replied, flattered, "No problem, no problem. We're only able to return alive this time thanks to Sister Qingtian." Hearing such a burly man address Luo Qingtian as sister, Chen Hao couldn't help but twitch his lips. Ji Wei first greeted his friends, then handed the green crystal core to his teammates, telling them to go and complete their quest. Then he got into Chen Hao's car and headed for Luo Qingtian's location. After clearing out all the zombies, Luo Qingtian headed straight for the giant tree. When they were less than 1,000 meters away, Luo Qingtian drew his bow and fired 12 arrows in quick succession. Each time, Luo Qingtian drew his arrows to their fullest draw. The arrows pierced the tree's body with a loud explosion, and the tree's massive form trembled. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. It seems to be working. After that, Luo Qingtian drew his bow and fired again, this time with incredible speed. A rain of fire continued to pour down upon the giant tree. The tree shook even more violently. A flash of green light followed, and Luo Qingtian saw a group of 4th-level green zombies burst out of the tree's body, heading straight for Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian blinked. Is this even possible? "Little Green, take me up." As Luo Qingtian finished speaking, a platform materialized above Little Green's head, carrying Luo Qingtian into the air. The green zombies, after catching up, all stood below Luo Qingtian, looking up at her. Luo Qingqian's lips curled up, and he fired 9 arrows in quick succession at the green zombies below. The arrows exploded on the green zombies' heads. Luo Qingqian quickly dispatched the zombies. After clearing them out, Luo Qingqian aimed again at the giant tree. The tree's top began to tremble, and another flash of green light appeared. A swarm of 4th-tier zombies appeared, but this time, they all had wings. They all flew in unison towards Luo Qingqian. "Oh my god! This is how you play it! You're cheating!" Luo Qingqian shouted, commanding Little Green to dodge. Little Green transformed into a shield again, carrying Luo Qingqian down to the ground. With Little Green's protection, Luo Qingqian could safely draw his bow and shoot arrows from within the shield. The zombies in the sky were shot by Luo Qingqian as they flew, then fell to the ground. The zombies that landed were either entangled by the fur ball and dragged into the ground, or killed by Big White. Luo Qingqian once again dispatched this wave of zombies. Luo Qingqian returned to midair, gazing down at the giant tree from above. Arrows whizzed at the giant tree again. From time to time, loud explosions erupted from the tree, and its body shook even more violently. Then, as if possessed of eyes, thousands of vines clawed at Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian commanded Xiao Lu to evade, stopping at the vine's maximum range. The vines, chasing Luo Qingqian, reached their limit and stopped. Seeing Luo Qingqian so close, yet unable to move forward, the giant tree began to tremble again. Luo Qingqian could even sense the tree's exasperation. Luo Qingqian's range was 1,300 meters. The giant tree's attack range was approximately 1,000 meters, a full 300 meters greater. Having determined the tree's attack range, Luo Qingqian stood 1,000 meters away. Roar, roar, roar. Not far away, a loud roar erupted from beneath a giant tree. Then, Luo Qingqian saw 6 level 5 zombies charging toward him. Luo Qingqian remained calm, reaching out and unleashing his second skill, Trap. The zombies were instantly captured by the trap that had emerged from the ground. Luo Qingqian seized the opportunity to draw his bow and fire his arrows. The flaming arrows exploded violently within the zombies' bodies. 2 of the level 5 zombies were quickly slain by Luo Qingqian's blasts, while the remaining zombies, freed from the trap's grip, charged toward him again. Luo Qingqian remained calm, his spider legs reappearing, slashing at the charging zombies. 2 of the 4 zombies were the least injured. As Luo Qingqian engaged them in close combat, the 2 zombies glowed a blinding red light, and even their waving arms shone with flames. Luo Qingqian carefully dodged. Wow! This giant tree can actually release zombies with fire abilities? Luo Qingqian fought for a while, feeling a sense of wonder. Dealing with level 5 zombies wasn't difficult for Luo Qingqian these days. After confirming the zombies' abilities, Luo Qingqian unleashed his poison. Bang, bang, bang. Several zombies were suffocated by Luo Qingqian's swinging fists. Luo Qingqian then retrieved the poison from the zombies. Seeing the poison skill gone, Xiaolu devoured the zombies one by one, then spat out the crystal core. Luo Qingqian smiled, as he stored the crystal core in his space, and once again looked towards the giant tree. Luo Qingqian stood about 1,200 meters away from the tree. He drew his bow, and continued his attack. This time, Luo Qingqian could clearly see large and small blackened scars beginning to appear on the tree's body. The attack was finally working. Chapter 110. Luo Qingqian pressed on, with his victory. The flaming arrows he fired became increasingly rapid, and the scars on the giant tree grew more numerous. Luo Qingqian seized the opportunity, located the giant tree, and unleashed his ultimate move. Flying fire meteors. One after another, fireballs, each larger than an adult's fist, flew towards the giant tree. The fireballs enveloped the entire tree, and the tree let out a shrill cry. Then the giant tree gathered all its vines into a massive shield, just like Little Green. It blocked the tree's very top, protecting its entire body. From a distance, the enormous shield resembled a giant mushroom cap. Luo Qingqian's flying fire mysterious bow reappeared. She aimed at the giant tree's branches and fired again. The giant mushroom head trembled again, and then green pus, emitting a disgusting, fishy smell, shot towards Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian guessed the pus wasn't good. As it approached her, she instinctively jumped away. She flung Dabai and Mouchio into space, and began to dodge. Without Dabai and Mouchio, the pus flew toward her like raindrops. This forced Luo Qingqian to retreat hundreds of meters before finally stopping. The venom didn't reach Luo Qingqian, but the pus had burned holes in the ground wherever it touched her. Luo Qingtian patted her chest with lingering fear. Oh my god! If I had been stuck in that pus just now, I have burned myself into countless holes. Luo Qingtian waited until the giant tree stopped spewing pus, then ran forward a few steps, drew her bow, and unleashed another 9 arrows in a row. The giant tree exploded again. The tree's body trembled, and green venom rained down on Luo Qingtian again. Startled, Luo Qingtian turned and ran. The venom stopped once Luo Qingtian was out of range. A stalemate ensued between Luo Qingtian and the giant tree. Whenever Luo Qingtian entered its range, the tree would spray pus. This completely slowed Luo Qingtian's efforts to kill the giant tree. From a distance, Luo Qingtian watched the giant tree and thought about Little Green. While Little Green could help mitigate the giant tree's attacks, she would feel pain and be dissolved by the venom. Since she was her ally, she would never let Little Green get hurt. Luo Qingtian's mental power entered the space and began searching. She found a huge rock on the hill behind the space. It was tall and wide, with a large groove in the middle. It was large enough to accommodate a person. If she ducked inside, she could completely block the incoming venom. Without a word, Luo Qingtian pulled out the boulder and placed it in front of her. Then she ducked into the groove, pushing the boulder forward. Just as Luo Qingtian entered the attack range, the venom shot out again. All the venom hit the boulder, making a sizzling sound. Now that she was certain the venom wouldn't reach her, Luo Qingtian regained her composure and continued pushing the boulder forward. She didn't notice a green jeep appear in the distance behind her. Luo Qingtian pushed the boulder forward swiftly. The giant tree, sensing Luo Qingtian's approach, released venom at an increasing rate and intensity. But the venom had no other effect on the boulder except for the emission of white smoke. Finally, Luo Qingtian pushed the boulder to the front of the giant tree. As he approached, he discovered there was no venom near the tree's roots. It was as if the zombie tree had deliberately excluded any venom near its trunk. Luo Qingtian emerged from the recess beneath the boulder, clenched his fist, and revealed a row of small fangs. Now, it's time for us to fight. Luo Qingtian's words were followed by a fierce thumping of his fist against the trunk of the giant tree. The tree's interior began to dent, but quickly recovered. Luo Qingtian's fist, laced with poison, continued to strike the trunk. Many vines appeared around her, attempting to capture Luo Qingtian. Xiaolu transformed into her true form and tightly protected her. Xiaolu devoured any approaching vines. One ball and one person attacked the giant tree relentlessly. With each punch from Luo Qingtian, venom leaked from the tree's body, spreading outward bit by bit. Before Dijiang's car even reached Luo Qingtian, the wheels were corroded and burned by the venom. The car slowly vanished under the venom. Seeing this, the three quickly climbed out of the car onto its roof. Then, they leaped out of the venom's range. It was then that the three could clearly see that the area surrounding the giant tree, over 1,000 meters in radius, had already been engulfed in venom. "Boss, Qingtian is over there." Chen Hao pointed at a large green ball of seaweed in front of the giant tree. Beneath the ball lay a small figure. The figure was now punching the tree repeatedly. The collision of fists with the giant tree resounded with a resounding thud. Standing in the distance, Dijiang, Chen Hao, and Ji Wei felt their scalps tremble as they watched Luo Qingtian swing his fists. "Boss, it seems our Qingtian has always been this tough," Chen Hao gulped and said with a smile. Dijiang didn't reply, but simply stared at Luo Qingtian in the distance, his eyes filled with worry. Ji Wei stood aside, swallowing his saliva. Thinking back to when Luo Qingtian first joined the team, he had brazenly promised to protect him. Now, thinking back, he was a complete joke. Luo Qingtian continued to swing his fists at the giant tree. Crack! Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the giant tree. Then a green human face appeared on the tree. The face continued to extend outward until it became a complete person. No, more accurately, a green, giant-like zombie emerged from the giant tree. "Is this the true form of the green tree?" Luo Qingtian murmured softly. The giant green zombie's eyes were pitch black, with no whites. But traces of humanity were everywhere on its body. Luo Qingtian couldn't tell whether the giant tree had devoured humans and turned into a zombie tree, or whether the zombies had devoured the giant tree, resulting in this appearance. But Luo Qingtian didn't have time to think before the giant charged towards her. Luo Qingtian waved her hand, and a row of traps appeared, trapping the zombie. Luo Qingtian quickly retreated, putting some distance between herself and the zombie, and the flying fire mysterious bow appeared in her hand. Swish, swish, swish. She fired 6 flaming arrows in quick succession, all of which hit the zombie, causing a loud explosion. But after the explosion, Luo Qingtian was surprised to find that her flying fire mysterious bow hadn't done much damage to the zombie. Goodness, is this a being close to the 7th level? Chapter 111. Seeing this result, Luo Qingtian became even more excited. Now that Xiaolu was dealing with the surrounding vines, Luo Qingtian could focus on fighting the giant green zombie. She discarded all her weapons. She unleashed her poison skill, painting her entire fist green. Excitement washed over her as she charged towards the green giant. The green zombie had just escaped the trap, and seeing Luo Qingtian approaching, he recklessly rushed towards her. As he neared Luo Qingtian, his massive fist smashed into her head. However, the giant's fist was caught by a powerful force, and then, in a flash of green light, his hand was completely severed. Over 1,000 meters away, 3 people watched in shock. Their hearts leaped to their throats as they watched the green zombie giant charge towards Luo Qingtian. But the giant suddenly stumbled backward. Then, they saw something sever the giant's hand. Luo Qingtian, clutching a green spider leg, gazed at the green zombie across from her with a wicked smile. For the first time, she felt a sense of even strength. The giant's severed hand roared, and a green vine devoured it before wrapping itself around the giant's wound. Soon, the green giant's hand returned to its original shape. But after it did, white smoke began to rise from the giant zombie's body. Luo Qingtian retracted her spider leg and swiftly rushed towards the zombie giant. Luo Qingtian's height could only reach the zombie giant's lower abdomen. Dang dong dong. Luo Qingtian's fist slammed hard into the giant's stomach. The giant retreated continuously, and Luo Qingtian suddenly leaped up, landing directly on its shoulder. Luo Qingtian delivered a powerful kick to the giant's head. The zombie giant fell to the ground. Luo Qingtian took advantage of the giant's fall and leaped onto its body, punching it repeatedly in the head and throughout its body. Luo Qingtian's fists were laced with poison, and wherever they landed, white smoke billowed from the giant's body. The zombie giant was beaten so hard by Luo Qingtian that it didn't even have a chance to stand up. With each punch, a green liquid spurted out of the zombie's body, just like the burning venom on the ground. But Luo Qingtian, now a toxic tumor herself, didn't care about the green liquid spraying onto her body. Until she had beaten the zombie to pieces with her bare hands. Then, the zombie's body dissolved before her eyes, or more precisely, it transformed into a pile of vines, which then burrowed into other vines. Gone just like that? Where's my crystal core? What the hell? Luo Qingtian stared at the vanishing zombie in shock, then glanced at Little Green, still struggling with the giant tree. Furious, he rushed to the trunk. He began to pummel it with blows. The giant tree began to tremble, and Luo Qingtian only then noticed that above the trunk, beneath the branches, were hanging what looked like cocoons. Luo Qingtian's flying fire mysterious bow reappeared. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and unleashed his arrow, aiming at the cocoons. The cocoons were instantly incinerated, and a zombie fell from within. However, the zombie was emaciated, like a corpse drained of its vital energy by a demon. Luo Qingtian glanced at the zombie cocoons that lay around him, looking like hanged ghosts. He almost guessed they were the remains of undigested zombies. Luo Qingtian fired another arrow, incinerating the zombie. How could you be acting like a demon? Luo Qingtian aimed her fist at the tree trunk again. Cocoons began to fall continuously, and zombies began to emerge from the trunk and cocoons. However, these zombies all had a tinge of green. They staggered towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian approached Xiaolu, and let Xiaolu carry her. Then, she used the flying fire mystic art again, selecting the giant tree, and completely coating her flying fire mystic bow with green. She unleashed flying fire meteors at the giant tree and the zombie cubs. Green fireballs rained down from the sky, each as big as a rubber ball, slamming heavily into the giant tree. This time, the giant tree tried to dodge the attack. But this time, the rain of fire was venomous. The green flames melted away the giant tree's defenses and descended directly onto every part of its body. It let out a piercing scream. This caused Yi Jiang, Chen Hao, and the other 2 standing in the distance to cover their ears. Even Luo Qingtian couldn't help but take 2 steps back, nearly falling. Luo Qingtian shook his head, which was jarring from the shock, and said, "Xiao Lu, we should have nearly destroyed this thing. Let's go down now." "I don't believe we can't kill it." Xiao Lu listened to Luo Qingtian's words. He flew down with Luo Qingtian. By then, the meteor shower had begun. But the white smoke from the giant tree grew thicker and thicker. The zombies it had released fell to the ground one by one, transforming into green vines. Luo Qingtian leaped in front of the tree trunk and punched the giant tree again. This time, Luo Qingtian didn't hold back, each punch creating a resounding impact. Dong dong dong? Dong dong dong. With every punch Luo Qingtian delivered, the giant tree shrank a bit. A crack would appear on its body. The three people nearby watched as Luo Qingtian, like a monster, pounded the giant tree down with each blow, until the tree shrank smaller and smaller, reduced to only half a man's height by Luo Qingtian's blows. Its crown suddenly exploded, sending a shower of crystal cores scattering in all directions. IKO! My crystal core! Luo Qingtian shouted, activating his third skill to its maximum, grabbing Xiaolu and attempting to grab the crystal core. Xiaolu quickly swallowed the half-man-high tree into his mouth. Then, carrying Luo Qingtian, they rushed in the direction of the flying crystal core. This scene shocked all three present. It was the first time they had seen crystal cores being knocked away after defeating zombies and mutant plants. Little Green flew swiftly, carrying Luo Qingtian, its tentacles extending infinitely to grab the crystal cores. Some of the crystal cores flew towards Chen Hao and Di Jiang. Just as Di Jiang bent down to help pick them up, Luo Qingtian excitedly shouted, "Di Jiang, stop it! All the crystal cores today are mine. I fight anyone who dares to touch me." Di Jiang reflexively withdrew his hand. Chen Hao looked at his boss in bewilderment. "Boss, you brought her back." Di Jiang's eyes twitched, and he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Shut up. Why don't you help?" Chen Hao chuckled dryly, then bent down to pick up the crystal cores. Luo Qingtian searched his minimap, and finally found all the lost crystal cores. Then he brought Little Green back to Chen Hao and the others. Chapter 112. Chen Hao returned all the crystal cores he found to Luo Qingtian. Ji Wei did the same, giving her all the crystal cores. Luo Qingtian looked at the crystal cores, her heart brimming with joy. I never thought killing a mutant tree would yield so many crystal cores. There must be hundreds, right? Luo Qingtian happily searched through the crystal cores. After searching for a while, she frowned and said, "That's not right. I went to all that trouble to kill that thing, and there aren't any 6th or 7th tier crystal cores." Just as she was thinking this, she saw Xiaolu begin to retch, then vomited out 2 crystal cores. One was a 7th tier green crystal core, and the other was a 6th tier gray crystal core. Wow, there really is a 7th tier one. And it's a wood and strength type one. Luo Qingtian was practically overjoyed at the sight of these crystal cores. Di Jiang looked at Luo Qingtian helplessly, and shook his head. The only thing that could make Luo Qingtian so happy was when he got a crystal core. That Qingtian, Luo Qingtian looked at Di Jiang and instinctively clutched her crystal core. I killed this tree myself, I won't share the core with you. Di Jiang looked at Luo Qingtian with a frown. He pointed to the large pool of venom behind him. I'm not trying to steal your crystal core. I just wanted to ask, that venom is a problem here after all. Do you have any way to deal with it? Luo Qingtian looked at the venom. If she didn't activate her poison skill, she was afraid she'd get hurt too. She was about to shake her head when she saw Xiaolu hop over. It lowered its tentacles into the venom. Soon, Xiaolu absorbed all the surrounding venom. Luo Qingtian smiled at Xiaolu. It seems you mastered a new skill. Not bad, not bad. Here's a reward. Several green balls emerged from Luo Qing's hand, and the little green balls instantly transformed into small balls, which she ate while holding Luo Qingtian's arm. Luo Qingtian looked at Di Jiang cheerfully. Problem solved, shall we go back? Chen Hao pointed to the pile of dissolved debris on the ground and said, Qingtian, you still need to get in your car. Luo Qingtian glanced at the debris, smiled, and took out his RV. Then he walked into the RV. As usual, I'm going to take a shower. Luo Qingtian went into the bedroom, actually into the duplex in the space. After washing up, Luo Qingtian found a clean and comfortable set of clothes and changed into them before emerging. When he arrived in the living room, Di Jiang was already sitting there drinking tea. Seeing Luo Qingtian emerge, he pointed to the brewed milk tea on the table. I found it in your cupboard. Luo Qingtian nodded, stretched, sat down, picked up the milk tea, and began to drink. Ji Wei sat very stiffly in the corner of the RV the entire time. He had never imagined he one day encounter such a terrifying being. Now he was certain that this Luo Qingtian was even more formidable than Di Jiang. Luo Qingtian took 2 sips of his milk tea before asking, Why are you here? I thought you'd be busy. Di Jiang put down his teacup and said, You said it was a being close to the 7th level. Sending anyone else would be a death sentence, so it had to be me. Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. True, but who would have thought it was so easy to deal with? I could have handled it myself, and you wouldn't have made such a wasted trip. But even if you had come, I wouldn't have given you the crystal core. My own dimension was about to unlock the third continental plane, and I was desperately short of crystal cores. Di Jiang smiled and said, "It's okay, as long as you're okay. The crystal cores are all yours. When have I ever tried to steal anything from you?" Luo Qingtian looked at Di Jiang with disbelief. Di Jiang sighed helplessly. "I told you those 2 times were accidents." Luo Qingtian looked at Di Jiang again with a look that said, "Do you think I believe you?" Di Jiang was speechless. He instantly resolved that when he returned, he would carefully check the inventory to see how many crystal cores he had. At worst, he could bring some back and trade them with the girl for food. The 2 of them were silent at this moment, neither of them speaking again. Ji Wei, standing nearby, said cautiously, "Sister Luo, thank you for saving our 5 Elements team." Luo Qingtian waved her hand. "No need. I just promised your General D to accompany a few more adventure teams on missions to protect you." Ji Wei understood. Then he looked at Di Jiang again. "Thank you, Commander D." Di Jiang looked at Ji Wei and said sternly, "No need. Ensuring your safety is also my responsibility. But you also need to learn to grow, and not blindly rely on others. Only by becoming stronger can you live long. Yes, yes. We get it." Ji Wei nodded rapidly, like a rattle. Well, such an official answer immediately shut down Ji Wei's next words. In fact, he had wanted to ask Qingtian if he had time later. In fact, they could form another team. But seeing Di Jiang's unfriendly gaze, he decided it was best to keep quiet. An hour later, the RV drove into the base and returned to the first ring city. The group stopped near the mission hall. She retracted her car and looked at Ji Wei. "Go back and tell your team about my matter. Don't spread it around. I don't want to attract attention." "Okay, I get it. Thank you again today, Sister Luo," Ji Wei said, and hurried away. Chen Hao smiled and said, "Qingtian, you're amazing. You gained so many devoted fans in just one trip." Luo Qingtian twitched her lips. "Devoted fans? You really have a way with words. I just dropped you off here. I have to go back first." The 2 nodded. "Okay, then you go back. By the way, I heard from Chen Hao that you want Shen Yunran to work for the military." Is it a big deal?" Luo Qingtian asked softly, thinking that if it was, she would offer Shen Yunran food in exchange for a new position. Di Jiang shook his head. "Not a big deal, but she definitely can't get into the military. But we're in need of a recorder in the cafeteria supply department. It's a bit demanding, and I wonder if she'd be willing to come." Luo Qingtian's eyes lit up with joy. "Of course she'd be willing." I agreed on her behalf. "Then I bring her to you tomorrow to report?" Di Jiang smiled and nodded. "Sure, as long as she's willing. I arrange it when I get back." Luo Qingtian was in a good mood. She smiled and said, "That's great. I bring her to you tomorrow." "Thank you, Commander D." Di Jiang saw Luo Qingtian's joy and felt a little happy too. "Don't be so polite. As long as she's still with the military, I promise to protect her." With Di Jiang's promise, Luo Qingtian left in a good mood. Chen Hao watched Luo Qingtian's back as she left, then watched his boss stare at Luo Qingtian as she left. He rubbed his chin and said, "Boss, you could have let me do these little things. Why did you have to go there yourself? Could it be that you—" Chapter 113. Chen Hao smirked at Di Jiang. Di Jiang glared at Chen Hao with annoyance. "Don't speculate. I'm just trying to retain talent for our first base. But haven't you found any news about your sister and your family? Do you need my help?" Chen Hao waved his hand. "My sister is amazing. I've seen many scenes in my mind, and I realize she's doing well. And I know her address. Next time Qingtian goes on a mission in the city, I go with her." Di Jiang nodded. "Okay, I'm sure you understand. Let's go back," Di Jiang said, turning and heading back to his office. When Luo Qingtian returned home, Shen Yunran happily prepared another table full of dishes. In the apocalypse, even getting enough food, let alone vegetables, was difficult. But in Luo Qingtian's home, such things were not even a consideration. At the dinner table, Luo Qingtian discussed his work with Shen Yunran, and Shen Yunran immediately agreed. Even He Xiao was envious. The next morning, Luo Qingtian drove the 2 of them to the first ring road in an SUV. Chen Hao was waiting outside the military office. He personally took Luo Qingtian and Shen Yunran inside. Di Jiang briefly spoke with them, and then took them to the military cafeteria. "You will work here from now on. The daily ingredients will be sent to your computer via PowerPoint presentation, and then distributed to each window. Each window will have its own ingredients and recipes. Just distribute them according to military supplies. Di Jiang quietly explained what Shen Yunran would be doing. The cafeteria manager was surprised to see Di Jiang personally bringing his men. His gaze toward Shen Yunran was instantly filled with apprehension. With an ingratiating smile on his face, he said, "Working here isn't too tiring. Miss Shen, if you have any questions, just come to me. My name is Lu Tuo. You can just call me Brother Lu from now on." Shen Yunran glanced gratefully at the man who had spoken, Lu Tuo. "Okay, thank you, Brother Lu." Di Jiang, seeing the two getting along so well, nodded with satisfaction. "Well, not bad. Miss Shen will work here from now on. The monthly salary here is 15 kilograms of rice, 2 kilograms of vegetables, and a lunch included." Hearing this salary, Shen Yunran's eyes lit up. She actually earned more than Chen Xiao. She looked at Luo Qingtian with a smile, then bowed to Di Jiang. "Thank you, Commander Di." Di Jiang nodded with satisfaction, then gave a few more instructions and prepared to leave. As they left, Luo Qingtian took Shen Yunran's hand and said, "Work hard. Di Jiang promised me he'd protect you from being bullied while I'm gone. Remember this. If anyone here dares to wrong you, fight back. If Di Jiang can't do it, I do it." Luo Qingtian's voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't quiet either. Just enough for everyone around them to hear. At the same time, Luo Qingtian's aura radiated, nearly sending several people close to them flying. Di Jiang touched his nose, unsure what to say. Luo Qingtian's words were clearly meant to intimidate those around them. Alas, it seemed she still wasn't confident in herself. Shen Yunran's eyes were already red. She stepped forward, hugged Luo Qingtian, and sobbed softly, "I understand, Qingtian, don't worry. I won't be bullied. And don't worry about me. I'm also learning and growing, and I've become stronger." Luo Qingtian reached out and touched Shen Yunran's head. "Well, that's good. I be leaving now." Luo Qingtian walked over to Di Jiang, who smiled faintly. Then the three of them left the cafeteria together. After Luo Qingtian left, Lu Tu approached Shen Yunran with a smile. "Miss Shen, come on, I take you to your office." Shen Yunran nodded and followed Lu Tu obediently. Lu Tuo then led her to a tiny office that resembled a utility room. "You work here from now on. Actually, there's not much to do here. Just stay here all day and don't come out." Shen Yunran looked at Lu Tu in disbelief. "Lu, Brother Lu, that's not what you said just now, and neither did General Di." Lu Tuo sneered, "Yes. But you're a woman. Isn't it enough for you to just serve us men? You don't need to know too much. This cafeteria is our world. Don't you agree?" Shen Yunran trembled with anger, but Lu Tuo didn't care whether Shen Yunran was angry or not. He continued, "Think about it carefully. You have no skills, yet you're using connections to get this job? Humph, you just have to stay here honestly. You get your monthly salary. And don't ask about what's going on in our cafeteria," Lu Tuo said, turning and walking away. Shen Yunran looked at Lu Tuo's back, biting her lip in anger. "Aren't you afraid that Commander Di, Qingtian, and I will complain?" As they walked out, Lu Tuo burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, then go ahead. What will they do? Kill me because I didn't assign you any tasks? Even if they come and beat me up, can they still keep an eye on you forever? Your friend is indeed amazing, but she's a psychic, right? She's out fighting all day, right? Can she keep an eye on you all the time?" "Don't be silly," Lu Tuo said, smiling, and left. Shen Yunran burst into tears after Lu Tuo left. Indeed, Lu Tuo was right. Qingtian is a psychic, and she's so busy every day. She can't take care of everything herself, and she can't burden Luo Qingtian anymore. This time, she has to rely on herself. After seeing Shen Yunran off, Di Jiang, Chen Hao, and Luo Qingtian didn't rush back. Instead, they wandered around the area. Luo Qingtian symbolically bought some snacks that looked edible. At noon, the three of them went to the noodle shop they'd been to last time. While waiting for their noodles, Chen Hao cautiously asked, "Qingtian, are you planning on taking any more missions soon?" Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and nodded, "Yes, I do, but I have to see what they are." Chen Hao rubbed his hands excitedly and said, "Our military is going to High City in the next few days. It's said that there was an underground granary there before the flood. There are several supermarket owners among our base's higher-ups, and they revealed where their supermarkets store their grain. We're planning to take our team there to take a look." "Oh, so you want me to come along?" Chen Hao nodded sheepishly, "Yes. This time I'm going to bring my family and sister with me." Speaking of family, Luo Qingtian's heart skipped a beat. Did Chen Hao still not know his parents and sister were eaten? thinking of Chen Hao's devastating collapse when he shared the news of his parents' and sister's death in his previous life. Luo Qingtian still felt a little sorry. "Okay, I go with you." Chapter 114. Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Chen Hao nearly jumped up in excitement. "Great! Qingtian, I'm relieved to have you here." "Ha ha ha, boss, you saw it. I knew Qingtian would definitely go with us." Luo Qingtian forced a smile and looked at Chen Hao, but inside, he felt an indescribable bitterness. This time back, Chen Hao's dream would probably be completely shattered. After dinner, Luo Qingtian really didn't want to see Chen Hao's expression of longing for the future, so he made an appointment, found an excuse, and went back. After returning, Luo Qingtian began to pack his things for tomorrow's trip. At that moment, a voice came from his mind. "Congratulations on killing 13 psychics and recovering the Swamp Realm psychic power. Congratulations on killing 3,246 level 2 zombies, 1,352 level 3 zombies, 631 level 4 zombies, 6 level 5 zombies, 1 level 6 zombie, and 1 level 7 devouring plant. Hunter skill upgrade. Triple arrows level 16. Increases range by 100 meters, total range 1,400 meters. Trap level 4. Psychic perception level 3. Increases perception range by 100 meters. Growth level 5 sad face increases negative anti-growth ability, allowing absorption of growth energy. Healing skill level 4. Poison skill level 2. Increases venom. Listening to the mechanical voice echoing in his mind, Luo Qingtian's entire body roared with excitement. Another upgrade indeed. I didn't expect this upgrade to bring so many benefits. Even my psychic perception has increased significantly. And the growth skill, surprisingly, can absorb growth energy. Did he reclaim the swamp domain? Luo Qingtian placed his hand on his forearm and found a small green icon with a swamp image on it in his life skill column. However, this icon and the icon for creating superpowers were both gray. Luo Qingtian put down his things and eagerly entered the space to check his superpowers. Upon entering, Luo Qingtian was shocked again. Somewhere in the space, a new section of land had been opened. Many fields had appeared on this newly opened area. Mutation was diligently working there, planting crops. Somewhere in the space, 5 huge granaries had appeared. Mutation had stored all the food he had harvested in them. Luo Qingtian went over to take a look. All the granaries were full. There was food, potatoes, sweet potatoes, apples, bananas, and pears. The small river had become a large one. 2 more mountains had appeared in the original mountain range. The changes in the space were so drastic that Luo Qingtian was practically stunned. Luo Qingtian had even forgotten why he had come in. Furry ball. Luo Qingtian called out to the nearby furry ball, which quickly rushed over at the sound of Luo Qingtian's voice. Furry ball chattered to Luo Qingtian about the changes in the space, but realizing Luo Qingtian didn't understand his voice, he stretched out a vine, pulled Luo Qingtian along, and continued walking forward. After following the furry ball for a while, Luo Qingtian realized that there was a large orchard ahead of the newly appeared area. Every tree was now laden with unripe fruit. Luo Qingtian's mouth dropped open, unable to believe his eyes. "Did you plant all these?" Mutation proudly lifted his plump body and floated above the trees, circling the orchard for a while. Then, a shower of green powder fell from Muchao's body. After the powder hit the fruit trees, the fruits on the treetops ripened rapidly. Watching this, Luo Qingtian's mouth dropped open in amazement. "Amazing! Mutation, is this your special ability?" Mutation continued to chirp. "No wonder our dimension produces so many fruits and grains. Mutation, bringing you back was the best decision I ever made." Luo Qingtian gave Mutation a thumbs up. Mutation proudly circled around until the sound of a door opening downstairs. Only then did Luo Qingtian remember why he had entered the dimension. However, remembering that he would be leaving again tomorrow, he praised Mutation a few words and then left. He planned to go downstairs to find Shen Yunran. As soon as Shen Yunran arrived home, she went straight into the kitchen and began cooking. She was a little distracted while cooking. She didn't even notice Luo Qingtian standing behind her. Luo Qingtian was sensitive to Shen Yunran's dejected mood. "What's wrong?" Luo Qingtian asked. Shen Yunran was washing vegetables and nearly dropped her food when she heard Luo Qingtian's voice. She turned nervously to Luo Qingtian. "Qingtian, you're home." What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Shen Yunran looked at Luo Qingtian and lowered her head guiltily. "No, I'm just not used to it on my first day at work. I'm afraid people won't like me." Luo Qitian nodded. Oh, don't overthink it. In today's society, other people's opinions don't matter. Just survive. Shen Yuren smiled and nodded. Okay. I understand. Don't worry. Shen Yuren forced a smile at Luo Qitian after she finished speaking. Luo Qitian nodded and went outside to wait. As she left, she said, I'm going to High City with the military tomorrow. It probably take 3 to 5 days to get back. Shen Yuren nervously said, then be careful. I make some extra food for you to take with you on the way. Luo Qitian nodded. Okay. After he shall return that evening, the 3 of them had dinner together. Luo Qitian finished eating and went upstairs to rest. The next day, Luo Qitian took the food Shen Yuren had prepared and left early. She first went to Chen Hao's residence to meet him, then dragged him to the cafeteria early. She found a quiet corner and sat down. The cafeteria was busy that morning, and no one noticed the 2 extra people in the corner. Chen Hao was still a little sleepy. He asked listlessly, Qitian, are you coming here for dinner? I have a meal card here, just go buy it. Chen Hao handed a meal card to Luo Qitian as he spoke. Luo Qitian immediately took out 2 crab roe buns. Crab roe buns. A Chun's. Wanna eat? Hearing it was a Chun's crab roe, Chen Hao perked up. Wow, they even had this? Chen Hao took it and found it was still warm. He carefully took a small bite of the crab roe bun. The rich broth flowed out, and Chen Hao covered the small bite with his mouth and ate with relish. Luo Qitian was also eating when he saw Shen Yuren walk in. Luo Qitian thought Shen Yuren would go into the office, but Shen Yuren didn't go into the office assigned to him by Dijiang, but went into a small grocery store across the street. Luo Qitian frowned and activated his 3rd skill. Shen Yuren was found sitting listlessly in the small utility room. Chen Hao also noticed something was amiss. Qitian, why did Shen Yuren go to the utility room instead of the office? Chapter 115. Chen Hao stood up and started to go over. Luo Qitian also stood up and followed him. They walked slowly, avoiding the people in the cafeteria. At this moment, they saw Lu Tuo, who had been there yesterday, also enter the utility room, carrying a mop and lawn tools. Shen Yuren, get up and get to work. Shen Yuren gritted his teeth as he looked at Lu Tuo as he entered. Lu Tuo, this isn't my job. So what? Do you think you have the final say just because you're here? At this point, Luo Qingqian's expression had completely changed. Her hands were tightly gripped on the railing next to her, which had been completely deformed by Luo Qingqian's squeezing. Chen Hao was sweating profusely. Yesterday, when his boss sent someone over, he had promised to take good care of Shen Yuren. He hadn't expected someone to bully Shen Yuren before the day had even begun. Chen Hao knew Luo Qingqian's character. He was genuinely afraid that Luo Qingqian would destroy the place. Given Luo Qingqian's strength, it's possible the entire First Ring City would be destroyed. Qingqian, don't be angry. I will definitely give mission justice in this matter. Luo Qing said this, turning and heading out of the cafeteria. She couldn't intervene at this moment. Some things Shen Yuren had to face on her own, and she trusted Dijiang to give her an explanation. Chen Hao watched Luo Qingqian leave, suspecting she was angry. He didn't intervene or chase after her. Instead, he found a landline and called Dijiang's office. He recounted everything he had just witnessed. Dijiang had originally planned to finish his work and then go to the cafeteria for lunch, but after hearing Chen Hao's report, he couldn't bother with anything else. Putting aside what she was doing, she headed straight for the cafeteria. Shen Yuren was ultimately forced by Lu Tuo to clean. She didn't want to cause trouble, nor did she want Qingqian to find out and make things difficult for her. She gritted her teeth, enduring the humiliation and bending over to mop the floor. Seeing Shen Yuren's compromise, Lu Tuo felt quite pleased. Even if they were introduced by Dijiang, so what? Even if the psychic was powerful, in his place, everyone still had to work diligently. Just as Lu Tuo was feeling smug, a tall, muscular figure approached Shen Yuren from outside the cafeteria. He reached in front of Shen Yuren, blocking his path. Shen Yuren looked up, and was met with Dijiang's frowning face. Chief Di, why are you here? Dijiang asked, aren't you working in the office? Why are you mopping the floor here? Shen Yuren bit her lip, debating whether to tell Dijiang about this, when she saw Lu Tuo hurriedly running towards her from a distance. He ran, laughing and shouting, Oh, General Di, why are you here today? Hee, I have the kitchen served General Di a good breakfast. Dijiang looked at Lu Tuo coldly, pointing at Shen Yuren and asking, Lu Tuo, I sent someone here yesterday, and you assigned them to clean here today. What? Do you think I'm being ignored? Dijiang said, stepping closer to Lu Tuo. The coldness in his eyes made Lu Tuo shudder. Lu Tuo took 2 steps back in fear, forcing a smile that was uglier than tears. General D, you misunderstood. I didn't ask Mission to clean this place. Look, everyone's busy this morning, and Mission's here, so she's free. Just pick up this mop and help us sweep. Oh, Mission, you have to help me explain this to General D. Cold sweat was dripping from Lu Tuo's forehead. He looked at Shen Yuran pleadingly, clasping his hands together in a gesture of supplication. Shen Yuran looked at Lu Tuo coldly and tossed the mop aside. General D. My office needed some renovations yesterday, so I was temporarily assigned to work in the utility room across the street. As you know, there's no computer in the utility room, so I'm free. Di Jiang narrowed his eyes at Lu Tuo. Is that so? I think that office doesn't need renovations. Let's move back today. The cafeteria is crucial to the entire military's diet. There's no need for such pretentiousness. Lu Tuo wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Yes. I go clean up that office right away. Mission, you can get back to work soon. Lu Tuo was about to leave when Di Jiang's voice rang out again. Lu Tuo, don't test my patience. I know Shen Yuran's sudden arrival has put a damper on your own interests. I excuse your previous embezzlement, but you better understand your place. This is the military cafeteria, and half of the food you're eating right now is provided by Mission's friends. If you offend someone you shouldn't, and cause the military to cut off their food supplies, do you think you can survive in first base? Lu Tuo shuddered. He looked at Shen Yuran in disbelief, then at Di Jiang with a fawning look. Captain D, what are you talking about? How could I treat Mission so badly? Ha ha. Di Jiang continued to sneer. He slowly walked over to Lu Tuo, lowered his head close to his ear, and whispered, By the way, that young lady who came yesterday had a bad temper. And she's a powerful multi-agent. If she knew you were bullying Shen Yuran and wanted to quietly get rid of you, would I intervene? This statement was thick with threats, and Lu Tuo's body trembled uncontrollably. Sir, I was wrong. I will never embarrass Mission again. I'm going to clean up Mission's office now. Lu Tuo turned and ran, leaving Shen Yuran and Di Jiang standing there. Shen Yuran watched Lu Tuo's back as he walked over to Di Jiang and said, Thank you, Commander D. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be bullied for ages. Di Jiang glanced at Shen Yuran and said calmly, It's nothing. I promised Qingtian I'd take care of you, so I do it. It was my fault for letting Lu Tuo take advantage of me. I apologized to Qingtian later. Shen Yuran immediately shook her head. Commander D, I'm sorry. I was too cowardly, but could you please not tell Qingtian about this? She's already in danger fighting outside, and I don't want her to be distracted by me. Di Jiang observed Shen Yuran's anxious expression, and ultimately decided not to tell her what Luo Qingtian already knew. Okay. However, you know this is the end of the world, and Qingtian can't always be there for you. You still have to learn to grow up on your own. Shen Yuran nodded. I will learn to grow up on my own, and not let Qingtian worry. That's good. Di Jiang nodded at Shen Yuran, and walked straight towards the window where the food was served. At this time, Lu Tuo also came over. He nodded and looked at Shen Yuran. Haha, Mission, what a misunderstanding. Yesterday, I was blind and didn't recognize you. I wronged you. Please go this way. Chapter 116. Shen Yuran glanced at Lu Tuo with disdain and nodded slightly. She and Lu Tuo walked towards the office. Outside the base, Luo Qingtian sat in a military jeep, looking out the window. Chen Hao, beside her, kept turning his head to look at her. If you have something to say, just say it. Luo Qingtian sighed, and looked at Chen Hao speechlessly. Chen Hao smiled and said, I already told the boss about this before I left. Qingtian, don't be angry. Luo Qingtian shook her head. I'm not angry. I just think Shen Yuran is too fragile, and needs to grow up. Chen Hao nodded immediately. Yes. But she's just an ordinary person after all. Life in the First Ring City is good, but most of the people there are former high-ranking officials. There are also some people with special abilities. Mission is just an ordinary person. Surviving in such an environment is truly difficult. Luo Qingtian knew this too. She looked at Chen Hao and said, How's things going with Mr. Tian? Any news? Chen Hao shook his head. I haven't heard from the boss about that, but I believe there will be good news soon, right? Luo Qingtian didn't ask any more questions, and continued to stare out the window in silence. There were 5 cars on this trip, and Ma Ji, Jiang Ziyuan, and the others were among them. Ma Ji was leading the group. The car suddenly stopped halfway through the journey. Ma Ji got out and walked over to Chen Hao. I don't know when a village appeared up ahead. It completely blocks the road ahead. After Ma Ji finished speaking, Luo Qingtian got out of the car. Luo Qingtian got out of the car and looked into the distance. Ahead, she saw a row of low houses, and the national highway ahead was completely blocked by these houses. Chen Hao lowered his binoculars, frowned, and said, "The road's blocked now. Should we take a detour? I think they left that way for passers-by." As he spoke, Chen Hao pointed in a certain direction ahead. Luo Qingtian looked in that direction and, sure enough, there was a man-made dirt road at the very edge of the houses. Ma Ji thought for a moment and said, "Okay. Let's go through. But there should be quite a few people in this village, and we're not sure who we might encounter, so be careful." After making plans with the others, the 5 cars continued forward, soon arriving near the village. As they approached, they realized that the newly opened road was actually the dirt road the people had dug out when they were building the houses. Just as they were about to drive over, Luo Qingtian immediately stopped them, saying, "Something's wrong. Don't go." Chen Hao quickly picked up the walkie-talkie in his car to contact Ma Ji, who was in the front. But as soon as the walkie-talkie connected with Ma Ji, a loud explosion was heard. Boom! Then Ma Ji's car plunged directly into a pit. Chen Hao's car quickly stopped. "What's going on?" Chen Hao opened the door and was about to get out, but a large net suddenly appeared from nowhere, enveloping him and his car. The 3 cars following behind were also caught in the net, which had appeared from nowhere. The net looked extremely strange. It was shiny, and its material couldn't be discerned. And now the net was tightening, as if it was going to completely trap them inside the car. Chen Hao sat back in the car and looked out the window anxiously. Ma Ji's voice came from the intercom in his hand. "Chen Hao, we've fallen into a trap. It's covered in barbs. You must be careful. Also, Jiang Ziyuan's ability is disabled, and mine is disabled too. Ask how Sister Luo is doing now." Chen Hao became even more anxious after hearing this news. What happened? After going out, even her abilities are gone? He looked at Luo Qingtian worriedly. Luo Qingtian shook her head. "My abilities are still there." Because Luo Qingtian's third ability was always active. So she was sure her abilities were unaffected. Hearing that Luo Qingtian was fine, Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. If you're okay, then we all be okay." After Chen Hao finished speaking, he saw a number of people emerging from the village behind. They looked like ordinary people. But when they saw Luo Qingtian and his crew and the 5 jeeps, their eyes lit up. This time, the prey is truly bountiful. Look, there's a woman over there. She looks very pretty. Don't look at her. She's so pretty. She'd definitely be the boss's prey. We can enjoy it only when the boss gets tired of playing with us. Several people chattered in a flurry, and Chen Hao, sitting in the car, listened to it all. Gritting his teeth and holding his breath, he shouted to the people outside, "We are from the military, from the first base. Can you please let your top leader come out and speak?" Chen Hao shouted, but no one paid any attention. At this moment, 4 people emerged from the crowd. They walked up to the car, lifted it up with one hand, and then led it into the village behind them. Frightened, Chen Hao grabbed the handle of the car and looked at Luo Qingtian nervously. "Qingtian, what should we do? Why should I follow you in?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "Don't worry. They probably just want our things. But your powers are all gone. It's probably connected to someone in this village. I want to investigate how they did it. With this powerful weapon, I can just rip anyone with powers apart with my bare hands." Chen Hao felt a slight sense of relief upon hearing Luo Qingtian's words. "Is that so? Then Qingtian, you must protect me," Chen Hao said, moving closer to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian looked at Chen Hao speechlessly. In his previous life, Chen Hao's martial arts skills were extraordinary. His marksmanship was unparalleled, and he never missed a shot. If it weren't for Han Shuo and Lu Shiqi's framing, nothing would have happened. Thinking of Lu Shiqi, Luo Qingtian's eyes grew unusually cold. When she returned this time, she would personally take Lu Shiqi's cut off the head to avenge Chen Hao's past life. The 5 cars were carried to the village square by the village's strongmen. Even Ma Ji, who had fallen into a pit, was pulled out by the strong men. After entering the village, the net surrounding the cars suddenly disappeared. A man opened the car door, stared at Chen Hao and the others with a half smile, and said, "Come out, our darlings. Your master is waiting for you." As he spoke, he flashed a mouthful of sharp teeth that looked nothing like those of a normal person. Chen Hao swallowed nervously, and got out of the car. When it was Luo Qingtian's turn, the man's eyes lit up, and he looked Luo Qingtian up and down with ill intent. After a long look, he suddenly smiled and said, "My little princess, welcome to our village of the future." Chapter 117. Luo Qingtian felt nauseous and vomited upon hearing this voice. She stared blankly at the man before her, feeling that he looked a little strange. His face looked fine, even his skin was beautiful, but Luo Qingtian felt that he gave her a rather unpleasant feeling. Luo Qingtian stepped out of the car. The man, feeling pleased with himself, spun around in front of Luo Qingtian. "It's rare to see a fair and beautiful lady like you in this apocalypse," Luo Qingtian shrugged, remaining silent. The man didn't seem to mind, turning to look at the people being dragged out behind her. A satisfied smile crossed his face. "Looks like today's harvest is quite good. This woman is mine, and you can take care of the rest." After the man said this, everyone present rubbed their hands excitedly. "Brother, then we start grabbing the goods right away." The man smiled and nodded. "Okay, it's up to you, but who gets the good stuff will still depend on luck. I see they brought quite a few vehicles this time, so I just keep 2 of these, and you can take the rest with the loot." Hearing these people's words, Chen Hao felt a little annoyed. What did these people mean? They arranged their fate in just a few words? What did they think they were? Animals? Thinking this, Chen Hao replied, "What do you mean, are you treating us like animals? I told you we're from the first base, we're military. You can't treat us like this. We're soldiers fighting for humanity's survival." As soon as he finished speaking, someone approached him, holding a collar. Before Chen Hao could react, the collar was slapped around his neck. The moment it was put on, Chen Hao's entire body convulsed and foamed at the mouth. Isn't this guy's reaction a bit too much? What a wimp! Seeing Chen Hao fall to the ground, Luo Qingtian quickly rushed over and helped him up. "Chen Hao, wake up!" Several screams followed. Luo Qingtian turned and saw Ma Ji and Jiang Ziyuan also lying on the ground, twitching uncontrollably. A few people standing by and watching laughed and said, "Looks like these guys are all psychics." "Yeah, I'm going to take that one over there soon." A man pointed in Chen Hao's direction. When Luo Qingtian saw him, surprise and astonishment flashed in his eyes. The hand pointing at Chen Hao wasn't a human hand, nor was it a zombie's. Rather, it looked more like a legendary goblin or monster. The nails were very long, like the hands of a witch in a fairy tale. Luo Qingtian looked around and noticed that the men around her had some degree of animalistic limbs and hands, and some even had long tails trailing behind them. The man, noticing the surprise in Luo Qingtian's eyes, smiled and said, "What's wrong, little girl? Are you scared? It's okay, it's okay. Our boss loves you. We won't touch you during this time. But if the boss gets tired of you, that's not going to happen." Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes at the man who was speaking. "What are those things around their necks?" The man grinned. "Oh, you're still angry. This collar is just to suppress your superpowers. Don't you realize? Did your superpowers cease to function the moment you approached our village? But these aren't guaranteed. With these collars on, I'm sure you won't even have the strength to lift a hand. But woman, you're lucky. Our boss specifically asked for you. So we won't put a collar on you. Anyway, even if you have special abilities, you won't be able to use them once you're here." Luo Qingtian tried to connect with her space, but she found that her space and skills were all working perfectly. They hadn't lost their function at all. This meant that she was the only one in their group who wasn't affected. The man opposite looked at Luo Qingtian, sneered, and moved to take Chen Hao away. Luo Qingtian held Chen Hao tightly, not letting go. The man, anxious, raised his foot to kick Luo Qingtian, but just as he did, he saw the man called Boss walk out. "Gecko, calm down. How can you be so rude to such a beautiful lady?" Gecko saw his boss coming and could only stop and stand aside with a look of dissatisfaction. Luo Qingtian looked at the man. It could be said that the man in front of him, compared to the other men, this man was perfectly normal. Although his face, his skin, and even every part of his body gave her a strange feeling. The man walked up to Luo Qingtian, pointed at Chen Hao, and said, "Is he your lover, my brother?" The man smiled and said, "Look, I give you 2 choices. One is to follow me, and I guarantee you everything you need. The other is to follow them, and later you be pushed forward and snatched away. Whoever snatches you away will ultimately become their prey. You be taken away for their amusement, perhaps even tortured to death." Luo Qingtian sneered, "I want to be with them." A fierce look flashed in the man's eyes, but he forced a smile and said, "If that's the case, then I watch you become their prey." The man laughed as he spoke. Sharp teeth bared from his mouth, giving him a sinister, terrifying look. Looking at the man, Luo Qingtian finally understood why she always felt a sense of disharmony about him. The man was handsome, but his body was too large, completely disproportionate to his natural height and build. It looked as if he had taken over someone else's body. Speaking of possession, Luo Qingtian's body trembled slightly. These people's bodies weren't normal. Could they have possessed some random animal or insect? No, if that was the case, the man called Gecko, with his muscular build, didn't look like a gecko at all. Could he have been possessed by something foul? Even more impossible. These people acted and behaved like humans. Even as Luo Qingtian pondered, the man called Gecko was already trying to put the collar around Luo Qingtian's neck. Luo Qingtian didn't resist, allowing them to do so. By this time, she had made up her mind. Since everyone on her side had already fainted, if the situation really came to a point where she couldn't protect them, Luo Qingtian would just take them and hide in the space. Just as she was thinking this, she saw a group of people carrying the fallen people to the ground and leading them towards the village. When the man named Bihu tried to carry Luo Qingtian took 2 steps back. I can walk on my own. Bihu curled his lips in disdain. Okay. You walk on your own. I don't believe you can say that so easily during the snatch competition later. Chapter 118. Luo Qingtian followed the group as they were led into a dark, damp room. The room was small, just enough for their group. They threw them all inside, closed the door, and prepared to leave. At this moment, the man with the tail said worriedly, "Is it okay to keep them here? I think that woman is awake." The gecko glanced at the man with disdain. "Just them? Don't forget what's next door. Look at every psychic who's come here so far. They all become our food. Don't worry about it." The man with the tail still looked at Luo Qingtian worriedly. "How about I knock that woman out?" "I'm still worried." The gecko grabbed the man and said, "Wolf boy. Ever since the boss fused you with the wild wolves, you become as suspicious as the wild wolves. Don't you think that woman didn't react when she was wearing the collar? This proves she's not a superpower. Don't let your imagination run wild. You're already confused. It'd be so boring when we snatch her up later. Prey needs to be able to run, that's what makes them prey," the gecko said, suddenly sticking its tongue out at the air. Slurp, a mosquito was swallowed by the gecko. "Hey, why did I choose to fuse with the gecko in the first place? It can climb walls and trees and stick to people, but I just like to eat mosquitoes and flies whenever I can. Tender human flesh is still the best," the gecko said, pulling the wolf away. Luo Qingtian had roughly grasped something from their conversation. The village leader could fuse the bodies of humans and animals. The fused person would gain animal abilities. Thinking of the boss's appearance, it seemed he had found someone to fuse with. I just didn't know if the body was his or the head. After a while, the voices outside died down, and Luo Qingtian removed the collar from her neck. Luo Qingtian examined the collar carefully. The material was unremarkable, except that the case was hollow, and inside it were small pieces of gray stone. Luo Qingtian had never seen such stones before. She glanced at Ma Ji, Chen Hao, and the others. They were still unconscious, apparently due to the effects of the collar. Luo Qingtian quickly walked over to Chen Hao and removed the collar from his neck. After the collar was removed, Chen Hao opened his eyes a moment later, panting and looking around. "Qingtian, where are we?" Luo Qingtian was removing the collars from everyone. All who emerged this time were psychics, and everyone except her had fainted. After Luo Qingtian had removed everyone's collars, he turned to Chen Hao. "This is probably where they're holding us." At this point, everyone had woken up and looked around bewilderedly. Luo Qingtian whispered, "How are your abilities? Have they all recovered?" Jiang Ziyuan reached out to release his powers, but no energy came out. Chen Hao closed his eyes, trying to gauge his position and the future. After a moment, he opened them and shook his head helplessly. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and looked toward the next room. "They say something's affecting us next door. I'm going to check it out now." "Put this collar away." Luo Qingtian applied a little force to the door lock, shattering it with a simple crush. Then, Luo Qingtian swaggered out. The villagers might have trusted Luo Qingtian and his companions too much, so there wasn't a single guard here. Luo Qingtian walked openly toward the next room. In the next room was a large sphere, made of the same stone as the collars the half-beasts and half-humans had given them. Luo Qingtian surveyed the spheres, unable to see anything unusual about them. But with the spheres, Chen Hao and the others would lose their powers. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and tossed the sphere into the space. While she couldn't tell what the spheres were, she could take them back to show Elder Tian. Perhaps he could figure out something. After completing all this, Luo Qingtian left the house, locked the door, and returned to her previous room. Everyone in the room had regained their powers. Ma Ji retrieved weapons and water from his space and handed them to everyone. Seeing Luo Qingtian return, he handed him the water. Qingtian, what should we do next? They said they were going to hunt, but are they hunting us? Luo Qingtian took the collars from everyone and poured out the gray stones inside. Take these with you. They come to take us later. When the hunt begins, it's time for us to strike back. Everyone looked at each other and immediately took their collars and put them back on. Soon, a chaotic sound of footsteps and the excited laughter of those outside could be heard. Soon, the door was kicked open. Except for Luo Qingtian, who was still awake, everyone else lay unconscious on the ground. A gecko moved forward, attempting to grab Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian dodged the gecko's touch and whispered, "I can walk on my own." Luo Qingtian then walked forward. Seeing Luo Qingtian emerge, the others quickly made way for him. The remaining group, each carrying a psychic, headed towards the center of the village. Luo Qingtian followed them back to where they had been abandoned. A mesh fence had appeared here at some point. Seeing Luo Qingtian and the others return, the fence suddenly opened on its own. A large net quickly appeared at the top of the fence, enveloping the entire fence. Luo Qingtian looked in the direction of the net, and saw a figure with fangs, 4 arms, and 4 legs, continuously spraying spider silk at the net. The sight of the figure sent a chill down Luo Qingtian's spine. He must have merged with a spider. Luo Qingtian was puzzled. Were these people so willing to abandon their human identities? Just as he was thinking, he heard the giant Spider-Man say, all right, can we begin the hunt? Now they're all trapped in my web, unable to escape." The leader of these people smiled and said, "All right, all of you go in." With that, the people present could no longer wait and rushed in one by one, ready to snatch their prey. The moment they rushed into the web, Chen Hao and the others quickly stood up. Their supernatural powers flew, and colorful balls of light appeared in their hands. Then, a shrill scream echoed from within the web. Those present may possess animal abilities, but humans are the most intelligent creatures, especially humans with supernatural powers, and trained soldiers among humans. When the rail fight came, the people of this village were no match. Chapter 119. The boss, who had been watching the show from outside, also noticed something was amiss. He didn't even bother to save anyone, and turned and ran. Suddenly, 3 flaming rockets flew toward the back of his head. Just as they were about to hit him, the boss suddenly somersaulted, dodging the 3 rockets. The flame shot toward the open space ahead. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions followed. The boss was thrown to the ground. The boss looked behind him in shock. Not far behind him, Luo Qingtian, holding the flying fire mysterious bow, stood in midair, his hair flying, and he looked at him with contempt in his eyes. "I just heard them say your name is Chubaiha. The superpower is called fusion?" Luo Qingtian's voice was cold and suffocating, making Chubaiha feel like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Chubaiha looked at Luo Qingtian in shock. "So what? I didn't expect your powers to be unaffected." At this point, Chubaiha suddenly remembered something. His pupils narrowed, and he squinted at Luo Qingtian. "Did you destroy that meteorite?" Chubaiha's voice was hysterical, and he looked at Luo Qingtian with deep hatred. Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. "So, that thing was a meteorite?" But she's seen meteorites before, and they weren't like this at all. When Chubaiha heard Luo Qingtian's words, it was as if he had instantly confirmed something. His nervousness faded, and he rushed towards Luo Qingtian with clenched fists. When he reached Luo Qingtian's feet, Chubaiha suddenly leaped up, reaching Luo Qingtian's level. He struck Luo Qingtian in the face. Luo Qingtian was startled by this power. What the hell had Chubaiha integrated that allowed him to jump so high? But Chubaiha didn't hit Luo Qingtian. Xiao Lu, sensing Chubaiha's leap, instantly increased his height. Chubaiha's punch missed. He fell heavily to the ground. Luo Qingtian, standing on Xiao Lu's body, drew his bow and shot his arrow again, aiming for Chubaiha's body. Bang, boom, boom. This time, Chubaiha was truly affected by the explosion. He suffered multiple wounds. Seeing the wounds, Chubaiha leaped again in shock. Then he broke into a run. Luo Qingtian was stunned by Chubaiha's maneuver. Why is this guy so afraid of getting hurt? Luo Qingtian thought for a moment, then jumped off Xiao Lu's body, switched to his spider legs, and chased after Chubaiha. Chubaiha ran, desperately towards the room where the meteorite had been stored. When he reached the door, Chubaiha kicked it open and rushed inside. When Chubaiha saw the meteorite disappear from the room, His face was filled with astonishment and panic. It seems this meteorite has other uses. Behind him, Luo Qingtian followed him into the room. He looked at him with a half-smile. Chu Baihe gritted his teeth and shouted, "You took the meteorite, didn't you?" Luo Qingtian nodded without concealing anything. "Yes, then can you tell me what this meteorite does?" Chu Baihe finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He rushed towards Luo Qingtian in a rage. "I'm going to kill you." Then his fist grew immensely larger, tufts of hair forming around it. His figure also began to change, and he emitted a chirping sound from his mouth from time to time. Only then did Luo Qingtian realize that Chu Baihe's form was very similar to that of a gorilla in a zoo. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched, and he reached out to catch Chu Baihe's fist. "So you fused with an ape? No wonder you look more human than the people outside." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Baihe let out a shrill scream. Then, in the dim room, the sound of Chu Baihe's fist cracking was remarkably clear. He had never imagined that such a fragile woman could possess such immense strength. He tried to pull his hand back, but Luo Qingtian's grip was tightly gripped. The pain made his entire body tremble. "Let me go! I was wrong. Ah! I was wrong." Chu Baihe looked at Luo Qingtian pleadingly. Luo Qingtian smiled and asked, "Now, can you tell me why you want this meteorite?" Chu Baihe looked at Luo Qingtian nervously, then said, "My powers only came into being after I picked up this meteorite. And my powers are unstable. If I get injured, they will temporarily disappear. Only by coming near this meteorite will my wounds heal and my powers recover." Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. "What about those people outside? Did they also gain powers from the meteorite?" Chu Baihe shook his head. "No. After obtaining this meteorite, I discovered that no one else could gain powers except me. Furthermore, those with powers would lose them upon approaching this meteorite. But now, without their powers, they simply cannot survive. So, I fuse them with animals or insects, so they can acquire their abilities." Luo Qingtian looked at Chu Baihe teasingly and whispered, "Is it really impossible to fuse with humans? Or do you have ulterior motives?" Chu Baihe looked at Luo Qingtian nervously. "It's true. Otherwise, why wouldn't I seek out a human with powerful superpowers to fuse with?" Luo Qingtian didn't expose his reaction. "I'm not interested in this. There's nothing wrong with forming cliques in this apocalyptic age, but you absolutely shouldn't set your sights on others. Let's go and see what happens to your companions." Luo Qingtian kicked Chu Baihe in the stomach. Chu Baihe spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he lay motionless on the ground. Luo Qingtian initially considered trying to carry him off himself, but then thought better of getting his hands dirty. "Xiaolu, tie him up. Let's go back." Xiaolu immediately jumped off Luo Qingtian's head, extending numerous tentacles. Dragged Chu Baihe towards the village center. Back at the center, Chen Hao and his men had already rounded up everyone in the village. Those who resisted too stubbornly were shot. Those who begged for mercy were thrown into the square. By the time Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu arrived, most of the people in the village square were already dead. Watching Luo Qingtian return, Chen Hao excitedly exclaimed, "Qingtian, this is disgusting. You better not look at it." Luo Qingtian glanced at the bodies scattered across the square. They were completely naked. Next to them was a dead animal or insect. "What kind of fetish is this? You actually strip people naked and then beat them to death." Ma Ji's brow twitched. "Miss Luo, you misunderstood. These people will become like this after they die?" Ma Ji said, as he fired a shot at a man kneeling half dead on the ground. The man then looked at Ma Ji in shock and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 120. The next moment, his body began to change, the beastly parts gradually disappearing. A sticky liquid was also secreted from his body. A wild wolf slowly separated from his body, and his clothes were gradually corroded by the sticky liquid. Luo Qingtian felt an urge to have sex, and she turned to look at Chu Baihe, who was being dragged by Xiaolu. What was this liquid? Chu Baihe's teeth chattered nervously, as he looked at the corpses scattered on the ground. "Yes, it's my superpower, the fusion fluid." Luo Qingtian felt a chill. "Is your superpower so disgusting?" Luo Qingtian waved his hand. "Well, quickly deal with these people, we're still waiting to leave." Luo Qingtian turned away and stopped looking. Chu Baihe was genuinely terrified when he heard Luo Qing. Even the other men in the village started roaring. "Why are you doing this to us? Can't you just let us go? We were wrong. We won't rob again. Yes, in the apocalypse, we just want to survive. Yes, we kill because we gain the savagery of wild beasts after our fusion." Chen Hao kicked the man who spoke and cursed. "There are many ways to survive in the apocalypse. You can use your acquired powers to search for supplies. instead of hiding here and hunting humans. Besides, you all eaten humans, eaten your companions. Just smell the stench of corpses on you. I'm afraid you never be able to return to human civilization again. After saying this, Chen Hao raised his gun, bang, bang, bang. With a series of shots, he killed all the men. The crowd then turned to the remaining houses. These houses were empty. If they wanted to restore this place to its original state, they only had to destroy the village. Fortunately, these houses were made of wood and stone, making them easy to destroy. Luo Qing finished and walked to the front of the first row of houses in the village. Qi Tian, what are you trying to do? Chen Hao had a guess in mind, and then he saw Luo Qi Tian swing his hand, clenching his fist, and making a punching motion. Bang! Luo Qi Tian punched the first house hard, and the houses behind it immediately collapsed like dominoes. This scene made everyone present tremble with fear. Then Luo Qi Tian walked to the other row of houses, and punched the first one again. Bang! This row of houses was just like the previous one. After the first house collapsed, the houses behind it collapsed with it, shattering into pieces. Looking at the two collapsed rows of houses, Luo Qi Tian retracted his fist. Now we can clean up. Luo Qi Tian said, smiling as he looked at the people behind him. Ma Ji and the others looked at Luo Qi Tian as if he were a monster, their faces filled with anxiety. What's wrong with you? Luo Qi Tian looked at everyone, bewildered. Ma Ji shook his head. Miss Luo, you're always so unexpected. He. Luo Qi Tian shrugged and said nothing. Chen Hao, meanwhile, directed everyone to clear the road of debris. Luo Qi Tian waved his hand and said to Xiaolu, Xiaolu, hurricane. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaolu suddenly grew enormous. Then, it opened its pitch-black maw and blew twice. Two hurricanes instantly appeared, sweeping up the debris on the ground. The hurricanes grew stronger and stronger, quickly clearing away all the rubble. Throw it over there. Luo Qi Tian directed Xiaolu to move the debris farther away. In the blink of an eye, the entire road was restored to its original state. Ma Ji and the others behind him stared in amazement, their mouths hanging open. Until Luo Qi Tian walked back to them. Okay, time's running out, shall we go? As Luo Qi Tian finished speaking, Ma Ji and the others involuntarily stood at attention. Yes. Then, one by one, they quickly went to look for their own cars. Originally, they had brought 5 cars with them on this trip. But Ma Ji's car had fallen into a trap and was completely wrecked. Even the tires were ruined. Ma Ji had no extra cars in his space. He could only place the wrecked car into his space, looking at Luo Qi Tian with hope. Even Chen Hao stared at Luo Qi Tian with longing. Qi Tian, my car, is ruined. Luo Qi Tian sighed, resignedly took out his RV, and turned to walk inside. After Luo Qi Tian entered, Chen Hao, Ma Ji, Jiang Ziyuan, and Xiao Hu also rushed into the RV. Afraid of walking too slowly and having someone else snatch up their spot, Luo Qi Tian entered the RV, grabbed a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator, opened it, and drank a few sips before saying, remember to turn on the air conditioning. I'm going to get some sleep. After such a long battle, Luo Qi Tian felt incredibly sticky, and all she wanted was to quickly return to her dimension and take a shower. And to study the meteorite. Luo Qi Tian returned directly to the small building in her dimension, quickly showered, and then went downstairs to look for the meteorite. As she gazed at the empty space where the meteorite had been stored, her mind went blank. Where was the meteorite? And when had her dimension become like this? Dense forests, vast plains, fertile land, and fertile fields. And there was a furry creature wearing a straw hat, hard at work in the fields. And the river ahead of her, now more like the Yangtze River, stretched out in a long, winding path, stretching into the distance. Luo Qi Tian suddenly felt as if she hadn't fully explored her dimension yet. She couldn't even imagine what it would look like when the land at the end of the dimension opened up. Wait, could it be that the dimension absorbs meteorites? Meteorites are extraterrestrial, right? Why would the dimension absorb them? Suddenly, a voice echoed in Luo Qingqian's mind. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she even heard a hint of joy in it. Earth fragments recovered successfully, fragments fused together successfully. Congratulations on your hunter level increased by 1, hunter stamina increased by 1, weapon slot increased by 1, and hunter skill upgrade. Triple arrow level 20. Range increased by 200 meters, total range 1,600 meters. Trap level 6. Number of traps increased by 3. Added fusion trap function. Psychic perception 4. Perception range increased by 100 meters, growth level 6. Can quickly release brushwood, becoming invisible within it after entering it. Can restore teammates' health. Healing skill level 5. Adds a passive skill, automatically healing the player. Poison skill level 3. Venom toxicity upgraded to dissolving corrosive, unlocking the 7th skill. Earth domain. Luo Qingtian listened to the voice in his head, stunned for a long time. All his abilities had been upgraded? Wait, there's a 7th skill? What the hell is a land domain? And what about earth fragments? Aren't they meteorites? Chapter 121. At this moment, Luo Qingtian's mind was filled with questions. Had his ability been upgraded, and a new weapon slot had been added? Luo Qingtian reached out and stroked his forearm. Several icons instantly flashed through his mind. The icon representing the hunter level now had a capital 4. As expected, there was another weapon slot next to the one holding the spider legs. Luo Qingtian had originally considered placing a tank sword on it, but then he realized it was completely useless at this point. After some thought, he finally placed the bone wings he obtained last time on it. The bone spikes were incredibly sharp. Next time the spider legs had problems, he used the bone wings. Luo Qingtian glanced at his other icons again. The numbers on each had changed. But the biggest change was the one for the 3 arrows fired simultaneously. A diagonal line appeared across the icon, completely separating the entire icon. Luo Qingtian tried to press the icon. She noticed nothing had changed in her hand, but the triple arrow icon still lit up. A thought suddenly struck Luo Qingtian, and she waved forward. A pillar of fire shot out with a whoosh. Luo Qingtian looked at her hands in surprise, and tried to switch to ice. An icicle followed. Luo Qingtian completely understood how to use the skill. As long as she didn't summon the Flying Fire Mysterious Bow or the Amos Ice Bow, she could unleash ice and fire abilities with one hand. The only problem was that she couldn't fire 3 arrows without a weapon. In the past, Luo Qingtian had found summoning a bow and arrow a bit cumbersome. Now, it seemed, anything was possible. The only obstacle was a lack of level. Luo Qingtian experimented with creating other forms with ice and fire using one hand. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to continue researching new skills, she heard someone outside the dimension calling her. Only then did Luo Qingtian realize she had been in the dimension for too long. Not bothering to look at the new land domain skills, Luo Qingtian quickly left the dimension. Back in the RV, Luo Qingtian opened the bedroom door. What's wrong? Are we there yet? At the door, Chenhao smiled and said, not yet. It's getting dark now. Let's stop and rest. We set off again when day breaks. Qingtian, I made some fried noodles. Do you want to try some? Luo Qingtian smelled the aroma in the living room, and her stomach rumbled. From the end of the battle, to returning to the dimension to shower, to testing her superpowers, she hadn't even had a sip of water. She touched her slightly deflated stomach and said, I'm definitely hungry. Let's eat something. Luo Qingtian walked into the living room. Walking towards the sofa, Ma Ji and the others saw Luo Qingtian about to sit down, and quickly made way for her. Chenhao placed the prepared fried noodles in front of Luo Qingtian. Qingtian, I saw you had some ham and eggs in the fridge, so I used some. Luo Qingtian picked up his chopsticks and said softly, well, we all need to eat when we go out. If you're running low on food, let me know and I fill it up. Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Chenhao instantly laughed. Luo Qingtian's implication was that they could touch her things too. With Luo Qingtian's nod, he immediately said with a smile, okay. Thank you, Qingtian. When we get to the city, we give you all the crystal cores we found. After Chenhao finished speaking, he started heating the oil in the wok and began cooking again. Luo Qingtian glanced at her own bowl, then at Ma Ji and the others. You haven't eaten yet? Ma Ji and the others scratched their heads awkwardly. No. He. After all, this RV belonged to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian didn't nod. They truly didn't dare touch anything in it. Luo Qingtian finished her meal quickly. She placed her plate in the sink, yawned, and said, you guys eat. I didn't sleep well, so I'm going back to sleep. Anyway, she's not needed to be on duty tonight. Chenhao smiled and said, okay. As soon as Luo Qingtian left, the others rushed to the refrigerator and began to work. Although Luo Qingtian was gone, they could freely touch the contents of the refrigerator and cupboards. But their good upbringing had taught them a sense of propriety. They simply took a few eggs, stirred them together, and carefully sprinkled them into the pot, adding a handful of chopped green onions. They also added some salt. Salt was a precious commodity at this time. Because the heavy rain before the apocalypse had polluted the surrounding oceans, pure salt was now impossible to produce. The scallion and egg noodles were quickly served. Ma Ji held out everyone's bowls and called everyone to the entrance of the RV to collect their food. Everyone received a bowl of egg drop noodle soup and 2 steamed buns. Looking at the steaming hot noodles, dotted with oil and egg droplets, the soldiers and psychics were each more excited than the other. Eating these things outside was like a dream. Everyone took their bowls, found a seat, and began to eat. Am I really that hungry? I have a feeling these noodles are even better than the ones I had back at the base. I think so too. It's even better than the ramen at that ramen shop in our first Ring Road city. Everyone nodded in agreement, and in a matter of moments, they had devoured everything in their hands. After eating and drinking, Ma Ji and the others carefully cleaned up the living room and kitchen. They were careful to be very quiet while doing so. After completing this, Ma Ji led Chen Hao and the others out of the RV. Ma Ji had specially arranged for a group of people to guard the RV, fearing that Luo Qingtian's sleep would be disturbed. Luo Qingtian slept soundly, sleeping until noon the next day before opening his eyes. When he awoke, the car was still moving. Luo Qingtian dressed, washed up briefly, and then left the bedroom. In the living room, Chen Hao and Jiang Ziyuan sat on the sofa. Ma Ji was driving, and Xiao Yu was in the passenger seat, checking the route. Seeing Luo Qingtian awake, Chen Hao smiled and asked, "Qingtian, are you awake? We're almost into the city." Luo Qingtian looked out the window, and saw that they had already reached the outskirts of High City. Another half-hour's walk should bring them to the city center. Should we go pick up your family first? Speaking of family, Luo Qingtian felt an indescribable pang of sadness. She was terrified of the consequences if Chen Hao saw her family. But she didn't know how to remind Chen Hao. Chen Hao shook his head and said, "No, let's go find supplies first. We pick up my family after we get them." When Chen Hao said this, his hands clenched tightly. Holding hands, Chen Hao could clearly see he was nervous. Ma Ji, driving ahead, said with a smile, "Chen Hao is such a stubborn person. I already told him we could go see his family first, and then look for supplies. That would save him from worrying about it. But he refused to do anything. He insisted on finding the supplies first." Chen Hao scratched the back of his head. "After all, I'm a soldier. Following orders is a soldier's duty. I can't let my family make me forget who I am. Besides, my sister promised me she'd protect them." At this point, Chen Hao clenched his hands even tighter. Chapter 122. Luo Qingtian looked at Chen Hao. For some reason, she felt he must know something. Perhaps it was something he himself was unwilling to face or admit. Luo Qingtian sat down beside Chen Hao and gently patted his clenched hands. Chen Hao only then realized his hands had turned red from his grip. He let go with a dry laugh. "I'm just too nervous." Luo Qingtian smiled and said nothing. The RV suddenly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The car continued to move quickly, but the road ahead became increasingly difficult to navigate. As a result, everyone slowed down. Ma Ji only stopped the car when the road ahead was blocked by some irregularly shaped trees. "I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to go any further. This place is so overgrown with grass." With that, they all got out of the car. Luo Qingtian put away the RV, and Ma Ji put away the other cars. "Is this still the High City I knew? How could it be abandoned for hundreds of years?" Chen Hao's face grew more worried as he spoke. His sister still lived here. The entire city was in ruins. Green vines crawled over every building. The once iconic skyscrapers and TV tower had been snapped in half at some point. The ground was littered with shrunken corpses and bones. A few people walked the streets with heavy hearts, their hearts filled with indescribable bitterness. Less than 2 years after the apocalypse began, this once prosperous city had become a ruin. How could they not be sad? Luo Qingtian walked slowly forward with the others. She frowned at the ruins before them and said, "Why do I feel like the buildings in the city center are so much more dilapidated this time around? Some have even been weathered and petrified. Isn't that a bit illogical? She'd been here a while ago, clearing out zombies in the city center. It's been less than 6 months, and this time it felt like it had been deserted for a century. I wonder if some mutant creature has invaded." Luo Qing then looked at Chen Hao. "Are you sure you want to check on the food first before visiting your family? If such a creature really exists, it's very possible something bad could happen to our group." At this point, Chen Hao could no longer suppress his worry. He took out a map, examined it again, and finally took a deep breath and forced a smile. "I checked the map. My family is not far from that underground granary. If we hurry, we see my sister soon." Chen Hao practically lowered his head as he spoke. But there was a slight tremor in his voice. Perhaps he's discovered something, or perhaps he's unwilling to admit it or face it himself. In that case, Let's continue our journey. Go quickly and return quickly, so we can meet your family sooner." As they spoke, the group began to move forward cautiously. The last time they came, the entire city was teeming with zombies, but this time, there were far fewer. They walked for a long time without seeing more than a few. The occasional wandering zombie was easily dispatched. It was strange. Has the city been cleared of zombies? Why are there so few? Ma Ji remembered that the last time he came, the entire city was practically surrounded by zombies. Now, it was as if the zombies had been completely eradicated. Ma Ji felt an indescribable worry. But with Luo Qingtian around, he felt a little more relaxed. Luo Qingtian had already activated her third skill. Since her last upgrade, her mental perception had become much stronger, allowing her to see even further. After walking so far, Luo Qingtian realized there wasn't even a single life point on the minimap. The city was eerily quiet. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. The quieter it got, the more dangerous Luo Qingtian felt. This danger had weighed on her mind since she entered High City. Everyone continued to move cautiously, fearing danger. Until Chen Hao, looking ahead, said, "Turn here. That should be the underground granary the supermarket owner mentioned. Let's go check it out." It said there are 3 granaries here, and the largest one is in the basement up ahead. As Chen Hao spoke, he glanced into the distance. Then, as if making up his mind, he steeled himself and walked forward. Luo Qingtian looked in the direction Chen Hao was looking, maximizing his mental perception. After confirming there were still no signs of life around, he continued walking with Chen Hao. After walking for over half an hour, they finally came upon the dilapidated supermarket before them. The supermarket had been emptied of its contents. The remaining food had already rotted and stank. They cautiously entered the supermarket, and found several skeletons lying on the floor. They looked like they had been dead for a long time. Luo Qingtian stared at the skeletons for a long time. Jiang Ziyuan whispered, "Sister Luo, have you noticed something's wrong too?" Luo Qingtian nodded. Although this corpse is now nothing more than dry bones, the apocalypse has only been going on for a little over a year. Even if it had been dead for a long time, it wouldn't have weathered to this extent. We've seen many corpses like this along the way. Now that I think about it, it must be some unknown supernatural being or mutant that has wiped out all the humans and zombies here. At this, Chen Hao's body began to tremble. Ma Ji, aware of Chen Hao's concern, clapped his hands gently and said, "When you left, you prepared so much food. I also left a lot of things for them. To ensure their safety, the general also asked me to leave 2 guns, 200 rounds of ammunition, and 2 grenades. With these things to protect them, I believe they should be fine. Let's quickly find the underground granary, and go pick them up together." Hearing Ma Ji's words, Chen Hao's eyes flashed with surprise. The boss left so many things? But he didn't see them when he left. Ma Ji patted Chen Hao on the shoulder and said, "There's so much you don't know. These things weren't given to us by the boss. Your sister asked for them specifically. She said that in this apocalyptic world, cannibalism is common, and they left her so many things. Without weapons, it would be difficult for her to keep these things. The boss thought so too, so he asked me to leave some weapons for them. That's why I said, you underestimate your sister." Chen Hao's eyes welled up. "That's great. With weapons, my silly sister should be able to protect my parents." Chen Hao's words instantly perked up. "Come on, I lead the way. I remember the boss said the granary is at the back of the supermarket, with a secret door he built in front." Chapter 123. As they continued walking forward, they soon came upon a section of floorboards that was different from the others. Chen Hao stepped forward and lifted the floorboard. Then, they saw the invisible door beneath it. It looked as if no one had ever been there before. They exchanged a delighted glance. This must be the security door. As Ma Ji spoke, a stethoscope appeared in his hand. Opening the door, he discovered a thick steel door, typical of a bank. Ma Ji placed the stethoscope on it, and carefully turned the combination lock. 10 minutes later, the door clicked. Open. Excitedly, they opened the door, and prepared to jump down. Ma Ji quickly stopped them. "Don't rush. This door's been shut for so long. After the freezing weather and heavy rain, there's probably no air down there. We might suffocate if we go down now. Let's wait a while before going in." They waited a while longer with the door open. Ma Ji took out his instruments and kept checking until he was sure there was no danger below. Then he led the way down. Not long after they descended, they heard Chen Hao exclaim, "Oh my god! So much flour and rice, even millet. Oh my god! This is heaven!" Ma Ji and the others laughed as they heard Chen Hao's cry. This granary was indeed a bit surprising. Many of the bags of rice were intact. Although they had been there for a while, it was definitely safe for consumption. Maji placed his hand on the grain and gathered it all into the space. In a matter of moments, it had vanished. The group searched the warehouse for a while longer, making sure everything was cleared out before lining up in an orderly fashion. Luo Qingqian's third skill remained active. From the moment she entered the warehouse, she noticed hidden compartments everywhere, especially at the bottom, where a large number of gold bars were stored. There was also a variety of jewelry and jade. While everyone was ascending, Luo Qingqian deliberately bent down, pretending to tie her shoelaces, and placed her hand on the ground. She enveloped the gold bars and jewelry with her mind and gently gathered them. All of these items were then transferred to Luo Qingqian's space. Gazing at the vast amount of gold bars, jewelry, and jade that had suddenly appeared on the flat ground of her space, Luo Qingqian stood up with satisfaction and followed the group out. With so much to her credit, everyone was in high spirits. They continued their swift journey through the dilapidated city. Unknowingly, they had reached Chen Hao's home. When Chen Hao saw the residential complex not far away, he looked at Ma Ji bewilderedly. "Ma Ji, did we go the wrong way? The next granary isn't here." Ma Ji smiled and said, "I know you're worried about your family, so I decided to bring you here temporarily. Make sure everyone's alright before looking for the next granary. Otherwise, if you're so distracted, what will you do if you run into danger later?" Chen Hao looked at Ma Ji, then at his comrades behind him, his eyes red. "Okay. Thank you. When we meet my sister, I have her make you something delicious. My sister's a first-rate cook." The others nodded with a smile and followed Chen Hao straight to the Ocean Gardens complex. Only after entering the complex did they realize it. The entire complex was eerily quiet. Chen Hao led everyone straight to a basement. That was the place he had rented before the apocalypse. As a military officer, he received the news earlier than the average person, so he returned early on a mission to rent the basement. The complex building was now tilted and in ruins. When he returned that time, his family had already taken refuge in the basement. Chen Hao was convinced they were still waiting for him there. But when he and Luo Qingqian rushed to the basement, they found it completely empty. Even the hidden door had been violently opened. Chen Hao, already imagining his family's tragic deaths in the basement, rushed frantically. Searching every room, he found that all the food he brought to his family had been cleared out. The basement was as clean as if no one had ever lived there. Ma Ji and the others also entered the basement at this time. They found it eerily clean. "Chen Hao, do you really remember this place? Did you remember it wrong? It's obvious it hasn't been inhabited in ages." Chen Hao looked at Ma Ji nervously, closed his eyes, and began to activate his supernatural powers. His supernatural powers were always spot on and off. To find his sister and parents, he was incredibly serious this time. 5 minutes later, Chen Hao suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced nervously at Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian looked at Chen Hao with a puzzled look. "Chen Hao, what's wrong?" Chen Hao's eyes were filled with complexities. He didn't know what to say. His sister wasn't dead at this moment, but in his mind's eye, he saw her fighting Luo Qingqian. And in the end, his sister was actually killed by Luo Qingqian. She remembered when she first met Luo Qingqian, he was standing in front of the first ring city building in the first base, killing people. In the scene, Luo Qingqian stood on a giant green ball, surrounded by tentacles. At that time, the first ring city hadn't been built yet. Luo Qingqian didn't have Xiaolu, so he thought he had seen it wrong. But then Luo Qingqian had Xiaolu, and the first ring city was completed. The scene was exactly as he had imagined. That meant that in the near future, Luo Qingqian would go on a killing spree at the base. But none of this happened. He wasn't sure. But now, he saw Luo Qingqian actually kill his own sister on their way back. This immediate event made him panic, even a little overwhelmed. "Chen Hao, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at Qingqian like that?" Ma Ji, also slightly confused by Chen Hao's actions, slapped him on the back. Only then did Chen Hao come to his senses. "Nothing, I just saw we found my sister and my family." Jiang Ziyuan said, "Isn't this a good thing? Why are you looking at Qingqian like that?" Luo Qingqian's heart skipped a beat. Had he and Chen Xiaoxiao met? But wasn't Chen Xiaoxiao dead at that moment? How could they have met? "Chen Hao, what did you see? It couldn't be that Xiaoxiao and I had a fight, could it?" Chen Hao's expression changed instantly. Everyone saw Chen Hao's expression, and turned to Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian was speechless. "Why are you looking at me like that? I don't like arguing." After all, except for Wishiyu, everyone else she had argued with was dead. Everyone present seemed to have a sudden realization. He immediately distanced himself from Chen Hao. Chen Hao, we all know Miss Luo's character. You find your sister soon. Don't bully Miss Luo for her sake, Ma Ji said, winking at Chen Hao. Chapter 124. Luo Qingtian never compromises himself. If he really does meet the legendary Qin Xiaoxiao later. If Qin Xiaoxiao and Luo Qingtian clash, given Luo Qingtian's temperament, she'd definitely throw Qin Xiaoxiao out. Chen Hao naturally understood what Ma Ji meant. He nodded. Don't worry, if it's Xiaoxi's fault, I won't help her. Luo Qingtian frowned at Chen Hao, already considering withdrawing from the event. Don't worry, Chen Hao, if Xiaoxiao doesn't like me, I leave early. Luo Qing said this seriously. If Chen Hao's family hadn't died in this life, then her existence would indeed be somewhat redundant. She was leaving the first base anyway. She would leave quietly then. When Chen Hao heard Luo Qing's words, he felt a sinking sensation in his heart. No, Qingtian, I didn't mean that. Luo Qingtian smiled and shook his head. It's okay. Anything else is just empty talk. What we need to do now is find Xiaoxiao and your parents. Chen Hao nodded. Yes, then let's go. Let's go to the next granary. Maybe we run into them along the way. With that, everyone prepared to leave the complex. They returned to the city center. The further south they went, the smoother the roads became, as if they had never been disturbed. Looking at the smooth road ahead, Ma Ji and Luo Qingtian once again pulled out their cars and invited everyone aboard. This time, Chen Hao drove Luo Qingtian's RV. He drove up front. The RV was unusually quiet. Luo Qingtian took his cup and walked to the water dispenser, pouring himself a glass of water. Then he took the cup into the bedroom. Ma Ji and Jiang Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief as Luo Qingtian entered the room. They walked over to Chen Hao and whispered, Chen Hao, you know your ability is sometimes accurate and sometimes not. You can't be on guard against Qingtian just because something hasn't happened yet. Qingtian has helped us so much at the base. You're being heartless. Xiao Hu nodded and said, yes, Commander Chen, I think you're going a bit too far. You used to be the one who loved being close to Miss Luo. Chen Hao sighed, I know my attitude just now was wrong. I didn't mean to act that way. You don't know, from the first time I met Qingtian, I felt very close, like we've been friends for years. It's just that what he saw was Luo Qingtian killing his sister with his own hands, and then Luo Qingtian rampaging through the base. It just didn't seem right. He wanted to talk about these things, but he didn't know how. He just hoped that what he saw wasn't true. The others didn't know what Chen Hao was thinking, and simply assumed that he knew he was wrong, so they said no more. After walking for a while, there was a sudden vibration from the entire car. Luo Qingtian then emerged from the bedroom. Stop the car. There's something nearby. Chen Hao immediately stopped the car. Opening the door, everyone rushed out. Luo Qingtian made sure no one was inside. He reached out to throw the RV into the space, but was too late. The ground suddenly cracked, and a swarm of giant scorpions emerged from the ground. The ground was rapidly becoming sand. Luo Qingtian watched helplessly, as his RV was swallowed by the sand at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! Trying to swallow my car, Luo Qingtian, enraged, punched the ground fiercely, causing the surrounding ground to shake. Then, everyone saw Luo Qingtian's car, and a swarm of meter-long scorpions burst forth from the ground. Even the military's vehicles were blown out by the punch. Luo Qingtian swiftly circled among the cars, gathering them all into his own space. Xiao Lu then lifted Luo Qingtian into the air. The flying fire mysterious bow appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand, and he drew his arrow. With one smooth movement, 3 pillars of fire shot straight toward the scorpions on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions instantly incinerated the surrounding scorpions. The scorpions, in their moment of death, transformed into a handful of sand. The once tarmac road also turned to desertification, leaving it looking exactly like the city center. It was as if years of wind and rain had left this land in such a state of disrepair. Luo Qingtian frowned. This superpower is terrifying. If this person is allowed to exist, it won't be long before the human world is completely annihilated by this power. Luo Qingtian slowly landed on the ground. Jiang Ziyuan and the others also ran over. Everything just happened so suddenly. If it weren't for Luo Qingtian, they probably wouldn't have been able to get any of those cars back. Qingtian, what's going on? Why are there so many scorpions? Chen Hao frowned and said, is the city surrounded by these scorpions? This is too strange. How could there be mutant scorpions here? Luo Qingtian looked around and activated his third skill to the maximum. No, these scorpions have no life signs, so they are not mutant creatures at all. They must be products of superpowers. Luo Qingtian retracted the flying fire mystic bow. He continued searching. But the minimap showed no signs of life, meaning the psychic wasn't even nearby. To confirm this, Luo Qingtian concentrated all his strength and slammed his fist into the ground. The punch cracked the ground. It even created a large crater where they were. Jinhao nervously hugged Ma Ji and jumped in. Only when he saw Luo Qingtian stop after just one punch did he breathe a sigh of relief. The others stared at the massive crater, swallowing their saliva. Jiang Ziyuan whispered, Ma Ji, can this power user's power be that great? Ma Ji shook his head. Do you think anyone in our army can create such a large crater in the ground? A few people remained silent. Jinhao cautiously asked Luo Qingtian, what are you doing? Luo Qingtian's face darkened. Just to confirm something, when our car was being swallowed, I forcibly pulled it back. At that time, the entire ground collapsed. But this time, the ground below didn't collapse. This proves that someone has the ability to turn an entire city into sand. And those scorpions were also created by this person. No way. Such a perverted power? Xiaohu looked at Luo Qingtian nervously. Luo Qingtian nodded. Luo Qingtian left the second half of her sentence unfinished. They had no idea how far this person could reach. And this person was beyond her range of perception, which was extremely dangerous. It was as if a pair of eyes were watching them from the shadows. Luo Qingtian thought of this, and looked back at the road they had walked. She then glanced at the desertified area. This was an intersection. She remembered that when they had come here, this was an untouched asphalt road. The desertified area was to the east. Chapter 125. And the desertified area is remarkably neat. An idea suddenly struck Luo Qingtian, and she quickly walked to the desertified area. She punched the ground hard. The ground instantly collapsed, and the earth beneath flowed into the ground like quicksand. Luo Qingtian finally understood something. She said grimly, let's go forward. Where is the next granary? Ma Ji looked at the map and pointed to the desertified area. If you go this way, there should be 2 granaries. The last one is over here. Ma Ji pointed to the undestroyed area on the other side. The granary here is the largest, but if we go looking for it now, won't that desertified monster find us? Luo Qingtian shook his head. So we go to the deserted side last. Let's go to the sandless area here first, Luo Qingtian said as he unloaded the cars. Let's go! Luo Qingtian parked the cars on the asphalt road ahead. Everyone looked at Luo Qingtian in confusion. Seeing she didn't want to explain, they didn't ask, and instead followed her lead and headed for the warehouse ahead. The car sped along the road. For some reason, the further they went, the smoother the road became. Even the high-rise buildings and residential areas looked much newer than the ones they had seen before. Occasionally, zombies could be seen passing along the road. But because they were in a hurry, they simply drove over any weak zombies they encountered, and accelerated when they encountered stronger ones. After driving for an hour, they finally arrived at the location marked on the map. This place was very close to the dock, and Luo Qingtian was no stranger to it. That was where she had stored a row of seafood and boats into her space. But this time, they didn't walk to the beach. Instead, they stopped at a grocery store at the very edge. This is it, Jinhao pointed at it. The others exchanged glances. Are you sure? What could a small store like this possibly hold? And look, it's clearly been robbed. Jiang Ziyuan looked it up and down, with a look of disapproval. No, when we left, that person told me all the food was underground. The entrance was hidden, under a certain floorboard. He told me to look for it myself. After Jinhao finished speaking, he walked into the room first and began searching. The others followed suit and began searching. The grocery store was only about 100 square meters in size. Empty shelves were scattered throughout the room. There were also many rotting corpses and debris on the ground, indicating that there had been a struggle for supplies. Several people moved items around the room, searching. Luo Qingtian walked to a spot and punched the ground. A loud bang was heard, and then the ground collapsed, revealing a large steel door. Wow, Sister Luo is truly Sister Luo. Every strike hits the mark. Everyone smiled as they approached Luo Qingtian. Ma Ji and Jinhao entered the code on the door. The door swung open, and a long staircase appeared before them. They exchanged smiles, then descended one by one. The bottom of the staircase wasn't as dark as they imagined. A faint light shone throughout the corridor, and everyone could even feel the damp heat. Why is it so humid here? Jiang Ziyuan asked, somewhat puzzled. Ma Ji flicked on his flashlight and whispered, after the flood, this place might be flooded. Everyone, be careful. Who knows what kind of creatures might have gotten in? Luo Qingtian had felt uneasy since entering this secret room. Even her minimap was a little blurry. This was her first time, and it made her feel extremely uncomfortable. As they walked down the corridor, excited cheers rang out from the front. Wow, the food's still there. It's all still there. Ma Ji then led everyone into the room where the food was stored. Luo Qingtian walked slowly over, and was surprised to see the room full of granaries. This underground warehouse was much larger than she had imagined. It almost covered half of the dock. But who on earth would build such a warehouse? Ma Ji was frantically storing the food. Luo Qingtian stepped aside, and symbolically collected some as well. Chen Hao's voice rang out from afar. Ma Ji, there's food in several rooms here, hurry. Ma Ji looked at Luo Qingtian and said with a smile, this much food will feed our base for at least 2 to 3 years. Luo Qingtian nodded but said nothing. Instead, he tried to amplify his third skill again. This time, the minimap was much clearer than before, no longer blurry. But before Luo Qingtian could breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed that the area she was in, as well as the other rooms, were covered in small red dots. Blue dots are people, red dots are zombies, or other dangerous species. Green dots are companions on the mission. A warning bell rang in Luo Qingtian's heart, and he looked around, but there was nothing around. Luo Qingtian's minimap began to fluctuate again, then quickly faded. Ma Ji, are you done harvesting? Something's wrong here. Let's get going. Luo Qingtian had never imagined that in just a year, this city would have teemed with so many formidable mutant creatures. Especially the invisible ones, which are the most terrifying. Ma Ji didn't understand why Luo Qingtian said that, but seeing Luo Qingtian's sullen expression, he quickly quickened his pace. Luo Qingtian followed behind him, carefully observing his surroundings. He also gathered the surrounding food. Just as the food in this room was harvested, the ceiling suddenly fell down. Then Luo Qingtian saw dark, human-like creatures hanging upside down from the roof, their fist-sized eyes staring at them unblinkingly. Fuck, what is that? Chen Hao screamed in fear, and then the dark creatures spread their wings and chirped as they flew towards them. Are these bats? I thought they were hang ghosts. Chen Hao said, reflexively dashing behind Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's flying fire mysterious bow appeared in his hand, aiming at the incoming bats and firing. Boom boom boom. 3 pillars of fire shot out, incinerating all the incoming bats into dust. Seeing that Luo Qingtian had managed to incinerate these bats, Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, many more bats flew over. Jiang Ziyu and Ma Ji, Xiao Yu, and the others also released their special abilities and slowly approached Luo Qingtian. Soon, the entire group gathered together. At this moment, waves of emotion surged through everyone's minds, and Chen Hao's body quickly collapsed. I feel dizzy. Chapter 126. Jiang Ziyuan also began to collapse. The bats in the sky didn't attack them, but instead flapped their wings continuously in their direction. Luo Qingtian activated her third skill again. She desperately wanted to see the situation around her more clearly. This time, Luo Qingtian discovered that the bats in the sky were flapping their wings much faster than before. She could even see something like ripples in the air, vibrating the air towards them. Then, they entered the brains of Chen Hao and the others. Luo Qingtian instantly understood what was going on. These bats' special ability was a mental attack, or more precisely, an attacking electromagnetic wave directed at the human brain. And her own minimap was also affected by these waves emitted by the bats. Xiaoyu was the only one still standing. He stumbled to Luo Qingtian's back. Sister Luo, our commander said that if we encounter danger we can't resist, we must protect Ma Ji and you. Now that Ma Ji has fallen, I find a way to stop these bats. Please take Ma Ji with you. He's crucial to the base's survival. Xiaoyu said, clutching his head. Vines erupted from his body, charging directly at the bats. The bats quickly scattered as the vines rushed toward them. After a few chirping noises, they gathered again and began flapping their wings again at Luo Qingtian and the others. This time, their numbers were much greater than before. After this wave of impact, Xiaoyu felt as if her head was about to explode. Ah! Sister Luo, hurry up! Xiaoyu clutched his head and screamed. Luo Qingtian patted his shoulder. Go to sleep, leave it to me. With that, Xiaoyu collapsed to the ground. Watching the men collapse, Luo Qingtian released a bai, having him protect them. Then he looked at the bats in the air. Just because I haven't had a chance to try out my new skills yet, I try them out on you. With that, Luo Qingtian unleashed his 7th skill. Land Domain. Then, The surrounding scenery changed. Luo Qingtian found herself in a dark, four-sided world, surrounded by yellow-brown earth. On the ground, a group of bats, roughly the size of humans, lay crouching. They tried to rise, but something quickly pinned them down. Looking around, Luo Qingtian could clearly sense that her strength, stamina, and speed were far greater than before in this four-sided world. Most importantly, no matter what happened in this four-sided world, she could clearly see everything in her mind, like a clear version of spiritual perception. At this moment, the entire four-sided world was covered in humanoid bats. There were so many that they almost filled the entire area. Luo Qingtian switched to spider legs and released Xiaolu. Xiaolu, can you eat these things? As soon as Xiaolu emerged, he lay motionless on the ground. Luo Qingtian looked at Xiaolu in surprise. Xiaolu was like a frostbitten eggplant, sluggish and flattened, like a squashed ball. Luo Qingtian instantly understood what was going on. This domain of his own exerted immense pressure and gravity on all outsiders. With this realization, Luo Qingtian practically jumped for joy. This skill was a killer. Luo Qingtian immediately threw Little Green back into the space and, with her spider legs in hand, began hacking at the bats on the ground. To study the bats' brainwaves, Luo Qingtian was extremely careful as she hacked, trying not to shred them too much. Once she had dealt with all the bats, the domain automatically vanished. Luo Qingtian calculated that this first activation of the domain had taken only 20 minutes. That was incredibly short, and after the domain was activated, Luo Qingtian could clearly feel the fatigue. The skill was good, but it was a bit mentally draining. Luo Qingtian sat down on the ground, panting, activated her third skill, and began to check her surroundings. There was complete silence, and the small red dot had vanished. Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she had cleared out all the bats. She glanced at the people behind her, seeing that they were still unconscious, and released Little Green and Furball. Look, can you eat them? Luo Qingtian asked, pointing to the pile of bat carcasses on the ground. Little Green and Big White darted over, one ball and one tiger, and began to show off to the bats. Furry Ball slowly rolled over, two vines extending from its body. It picked up the body of a bat, rolled to the side, and began to chew it carefully. When it had eaten most of the bat, the people lying on the ground showed signs of waking up. Luo Qingtian quickly tossed Furry Ball and Big White into the space. Little Green, come back. At Luo Qingtian's call, Little Green stopped eating the bat and hopped back to Luo Qingtian's side. Xiao Lu then spat out several red gold crystal cores, though their color was much paler than the original red gold. Bats also have crystal cores. Luo Qingtian looked at the remaining bat carcasses and instantly lost all desire to stay. He gathered his mental energy and stored it all in his space. Xiao Hu, the first to wake up, asked, Sister Luo, where are the bats? At this moment, Ma Ji also woke up, and his first reaction was to check his space. After confirming that everything in his space was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Luo, where are the bats? Luo Qingtian shrugged, I don't know. I killed some, and the rest ran away. At this point, the others also woke up one after another. Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, several of them looked at Luo Qingtian with admiration. Luo Qingtian pointed to the road ahead and said, there should be a warehouse of food up ahead. Let's grab it and leave. The group then remembered their purpose, quickly rallied, and headed inside. After passing through the corridor, the terrain began to slope downwards as they walked further in. Jinhao patted the walls on either side, and a muffled knock echoed. Jinhao exclaimed, wow! This guy actually built a granary in the sea. Are we entering the sea? Ma Ji nodded, yes. This guy is quite unusual. When we get back, we report to the boss and verify his identity. Finally, they reached Luo Qing's room. This room was larger than the previous ones. There was even more food inside, and even some other edibles. Excited, they rubbed their hands together and walked in. As soon as they entered, everyone instinctively looked up at the ceiling. Don't worry, there are no bats here. Hurry and grab them. Chapter 127. Ma Ji, trusting Luo Qingtian's words, placed his hands on the grain and began to collect it. Luo Qingtian looked around and noticed a large amount of salt and some wine. Luo Qingtian walked over and collected some of these things. She left a small portion for Ma Ji. Looking up, she suddenly caught a glimpse of the scenery outside. Look, this is indeed the center of the ocean. It turns out these walls are made of high-pressure glass. Jinhao and the others looked around. It was pitch black. They could vaguely see the ripples of the water outside, and even some dark objects floating around. This feeling seemed extremely uncomfortable, even giving them a sense of danger. Chen Hao hugged his arms and said, "No. Are those dark things outside fish? I'm having claustrophobia. Let's pack up and get out of here." Luo Qingtian looked around and saw a lot of food still available. She walked over to some of the food and symbolically collected some. Half an hour later, all the food in the room had been cleared. The harvest here was immense, and the group walked out, beaming. Suddenly, their feet began to shake. Even the surrounding walls cracked with a resounding sound. The crowd could even hear crashing sounds. Ma Ji shouted, "Oh no! Something's attacking us! This is the sea! If it really breaks, we're doomed! Run!" With these words, the group began to run towards the exit. At this moment, the cracks in the glass on both sides grew larger, even forming cracks beneath their feet. Seawater was pouring into the granary, quickly covering everyone's feet, and even some different kinds of fish were slithering in. Everyone nervously quickened their pace, running towards the exit. The sound of shattering glass echoed continuously, followed by a surge of seawater, pressing in behind them. "Oh my god, the sea is coming! Run!" Chen Hao screamed in panic. The water behind them was closing in tighter and tighter. They didn't even bother looking back, running with all their might towards the exit. The sea was chasing them closely, forming waves, and the water level gradually rose as they ran past several warehouses. Finally reaching a place uninundated, everyone looked back and saw a dense mass of fish heads surging towards them in the water. Scared to death, everyone ran again in fear. Suddenly, a long, almost transparent knife fish leaped out, its fang-filled mouth wide open, and it charged straight for Chen Hao's butt. Chen Hao turned to see the fish head heading straight for him. Terrified, he clutched his butt and sped up again. "Isn't this a deep-sea fish? How did it get here?" The knife fish missed its bite, and was swallowed by a larger fish head. Then, another fish jumped out, attempting to bite Luo Qingtian and the others. Frightened, they sped even faster. Finally, they reached the top entrance of the chamber. The seawater also began to flow back in. They hurried out of the chamber. The water quickly receded from the entrance. Watching the group of fish fall with it, Chen Hao and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the sea level here is low. Even if the water flooded in, it wouldn't rise. Chen Hao glanced anxiously at the entrance as he spoke. Confirming the water level was still far from the ground, he finally felt relieved. Just as he was about to stand up, an octopus suddenly flew out of the water and pounced directly into Chen Hao's face. Chen Hao was startled. Just as he was about to shout, the octopus was instantly frozen by an icicle. Luo Qingtian retracted his hand and stepped forward to retrieve the octopus. Jiang Ziyuan stepped forward, took the frozen octopus, and examined it carefully. "This thing looks good, but I wonder if it's poisonous." He pulled a dagger from his boot and gutted the octopus. Chen Hao curled his lips. "Are you craving seafood? Don't forget, those fish just wanted to eat us. Who knows how many people they've eaten before us? You want to eat it? Aren't you afraid of eating humans?" After saying this, Jiang Ziyuan felt sick to his stomach and threw the octopus out. The octopus fell into the sea and was instantly devoured by the surrounding small fish. A pool of red blood quickly spread across the water. Jiang Ziyuan patted his chest with a lingering fear. Forget it. I'm not eating anymore. Let's go!" Then, they left the grocery store. Before leaving, they sealed the door completely. After leaving the store, they breathed a sigh of relief. They prepared to head to the next granary. As they left, Xiaohu looked at Luo Qing. "It's strange. Why would these fish attack us for no apparent reason? They didn't seem to attack us when we first arrived. Sister Luo, do you know?" Before passing out, Xiaohu vaguely saw Luo Qingtian fighting the bats, and then suddenly vanish with them. Although he knew it was probably his imagination, Xiaohu had a feeling that Luo Qingtian must have done something. Or maybe they know something. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and said, "I don't know, but I suspect those bats are somehow related to those fish. The mutant bat's superpowers are psychic, capable of emitting offensive electromagnetic waves against humans and other creatures. I think every time the fish tried to attack, they were repelled by the offensive electromagnetic waves emitted by the bats. Now that the bats are gone, our presence has caught the fish's attention, and so they started attacking us." Chen Hao grinned and said, "As you can see, nature is so powerful that it can even create such mutually restrictive superpowers." Everyone smiled and nodded, then left the dock and continued toward the next granary. After Luo Qingtian's explanation, he sensed something was amiss. "We saw those mutant bats near the first granary, right?" Chen Hao nodded yes. The sea only reached beyond the second granary. If the bats wanted to prevent the fish from approaching, they could simply hide in the first room and not go beyond. Luo Qingtian suddenly remembered that in his previous life, a sea monster had appeared near High City, driving all the fish to the coastline to clear a path for him. At this thought, Luo Qingtian's face changed. On his minimap, Luo Qingtian saw a small red dot inching closer to them. The closer it got, the larger it grew. And, most terrifyingly, it was actually right below them. Luo Qingtian shouted in panic, "Run!" Chapter 128. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingtian ran forward. Ma Ji and the others didn't know what was happening. But seeing Luo Qingtian so nervous, they also became nervous. Following Luo Qingtian, they ran forward. Boom, boom, the ground around the entire dock began to shake. Ma Ji and the others also felt the shaking. "Oh my god, what the hell?" Several people screamed in fear. Luo Qingtian ran, shouting, "It's a sea monster!" As he spoke, gigantic tentacles appeared around them, breaking through the ground and rushing towards them. The tentacles were covered with suction cups as big as an adult's head. Before the tentacles touched anyone, they exerted a powerful suction force, sucking the running person towards them. "Oh my god, what the hell? Help me!" The first person to be sucked away was Chen Hao, who screamed in fear. The tentacles sucked Chen Hao away, retreating towards the broken hole in the ground. Luo Qingtian was convinced that if Chen Hao was dragged into the pit, he would surely be devoured by the sea monster. Luo Qingtian immediately swung out vines, entangling Chen Hao. With a sudden effort, he pulled Chen Hao back. Being dragged away clearly angered the two enormous tentacles. As if with eyes, the tentacles once again zeroed in on Chen Hao, swiftly charging at him again. Frightened, Chen Hao turned and ran. "I don't have any syrup, why are you chasing me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Hao found himself standing still. The immense suction from behind him again assaulted him, preventing him from moving even a single step. "Ah! Help!" Chen Hao screamed, and Luo Qingtian's spider legs reappeared, aiming at the tentacles and slashing down fiercely. Luo Qingtian abruptly severed the section with the suction cup. However, cracks also appeared on Luo Qingtian's spider leg. "No way, I only have 3. Another one's going to break?" Luo Qingtian looked at his spider leg with heartache. The next moment, the spider's leg transformed into a bone wing. Originally, the other tentacles were still chasing other psychics, but Luo Qingtian's actions completely angered it. It abandoned the other psychics, and rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Then, more than 10 thick tentacles quickly burst out from the ground around Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian carefully dodged, and when there were no tentacles chasing him, Ma Ji and the others ran towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian found an opportunity, grabbed Chen Hao, and threw him at Ma Ji. "Stay away from me." Luo Qingtian jumped up. Where Luo Qingtian jumped away, a huge tentacle burst out from under her. Running straight towards Luo Qingtian leaped into the air, swung the bone spur in his hand fiercely, and the sharp bone spur pierced the tentacle. The tentacle instantly oozed bright red blood. The tentacle also retreated, returning to the pit. Luo Qingtian didn't dare to be complacent. She landed on a nearby building, keeping her third skill active, observing her surroundings. At this moment, Luo Qingtian realized that although the tentacles were chasing her, they were clearly forcing her back toward the sea. And below the ground, the sea beast's true form was nowhere to be seen. "Qingtian, we're here to help you." Chen Hao and the others followed closely behind Luo Qingtian, not daring to get too close. But they didn't stray far either. When the tentacles reappeared, they attacked them back to back. Chen Hao and Ma Ji's abilities prevented them from engaging in combat. They held pistols and observed their surroundings, shooting at any tentacles that approached them. Luo Qingtian couldn't pay any attention to them at this moment. More and more tentacles attacked her. Every time she tried to evade them, new ones would appear. "You guys, hurry up! I catch up with you in a moment." Luo Qingtian dodged toward the seashore, putting distance between herself and Chen Hao and the others. Ma Ji anxiously looked in Luo Qingtian's direction and shouted, "Miss Luo, be careful." With that, Ma Ji directed everyone to retreat to the other side. Until the others completely disappeared from Luo Qingtian's sight, Luo Qingtian removed Xiaolu from his head and said, "Xiaolu, grow." At this, Xiaolu immediately transformed into a giant green ball of seaweed. Luo Qingtian flipped over and leaped onto Xiaolu. He then released Dabai. When the tentacles attacked again, they would all be caught by little green's tentacles. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to sever the attacking tentacles, and Big White would seize the opportunity to bite them. The flesh bitten off would be eaten by Big White, and the severed tentacles would be devoured by Little Green. In a matter of moments, the ball, the tiger, and the man had dispatched over a dozen tentacles. By this time, they were cornered near the coast. Luo Qitian commanded Little Green to fly above the sea, gaining distance before he could get a clearer view. The entire sea was occupied by a massive blue, purple, and white monster. A closer look would reveal that this so-called sea monster was actually a giant octopus, but it had more than just 8 legs. As Luo Qitian pondered this, he saw the octopus slowly surfacing. Looking at its enormous body, Luo Qitian finally understood why there were so few living people near the dock, or even in this area. It turned out, they had all been eaten by this creature. As Luo Qitian thought about this, the flying fire mysterious bow appeared in his hand. As the giant octopus's head gradually emerged, he drew his bow and released arrows, continuously shooting at the giant octopus. The flames hit the top of the octopus's head with a sizzling sound. When the octopus extended its tentacles to grab Luo Qitian, Little Green would raise its body, creating distance between itself and the octopus. But this tug-of-war only delayed Luo Qitian. Besides, the octopus was in the sea, and any attempt to fight would only put Luo Qitian at a disadvantage. Luo Qitian thought for a moment, and put Little Green away. Then he jumped onto the beach. The octopus monster spotted Luo Qitian at the beach, its enormous eyes gleaming with greed as it swam toward the shore. Luo Qitian watched the monster surface again, and she inched closer. The monster grew even more excited as she watched Luo Qitian approach. Its enormous tentacle lunged at Luo Qitian again. This time, Luo Qitian didn't attack the tentacle, instead clasping it with both hands. The monster extended another tentacle to grab Luo Qitian, but Xiaolu suddenly appeared, seizing all of the monster's tentacles with its own tentacles and vines. Dabai also appeared, biting a tentacle and pulling it toward the shore. Maoqiu also appeared, helping Dabai pull the monster toward shore. At this point, the monster finally understood Luo Qitian's intentions. This despicable human was actually trying to pull it out of the water. Chapter 129. The sea monster was terrified, no longer caring about trying to eat Luo Qitian. The more it pulled, the more it sensed Luo Qitian's danger. Its body began to move toward the sea. But Luo Qitian and the others didn't give it a chance. They pulled it toward the shore with all their might. Luo Qitian exerted all his strength. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the behemoth out. Until it was completely ashore, Luo Qitian could clearly see the sea monster's enormity. Its head was the size of a small hill, and when its body was pulled up, it almost took up the entire dock. Wow, it's that big. As soon as he finished speaking, the mutant octopus slid, half of its tentacles returning to the sea, while the other half was being held by Luo Qitian and Xiaolu. In the distance, Chen Hao and the others, who had already escaped some distance, looked anxiously in Luo Qitian's direction. Upon seeing the behemoth, everyone was speechless with shock. Oh my god, is this a mutant octopus? So huge? How do we fight it? Chen Hao said this, wanting to rush back to help Luo Qitian. But before he could, a similarly sized ball of green seaweed appeared, its tens of thousands of tentacles emanating from it, all wrapped around the giant octopus on the other side. The two behemoths were now tugging at each other. To be more precise, the mutant octopus was being pulled hard, and if anyone wasn't careful, it would be completely thrown out of the water. That must be Qingqian's Little Green. Chen Hao swallowed nervously, watching Little Green nervously. Little Green's appearance resonated with the scene he had witnessed. Could it be that in the future, Qingqian and Little Green would really be wreaking havoc on the human population at the first base? But why? Luo Qingqian was still struggling with the sea beast, and she could already feel a wave of exhaustion. This feeling had rarely been felt since she became a psychic. And now, she and Xiaolu were the ones pulling at the mutant octopus, so if she really entered the sea, she would definitely be devoured by it. This thought further solidified Luo Qingqian's resolve to kill the octopus monster. Xiaolu, you stop pulling. I attack it, Luo Qingqian said as she let go, and the tentacle she had released was instantly entangled by Xiaolu's vines. The mutant octopus's body also advanced further into the sea the moment Luo Qingqian let go. Xiaolu's body grew larger again, and its tentacles grew longer as well. Xiaolu's body even began to ripple. The ripples moved towards the mutant octopus, and its struggles gradually slowed. Luo Qingqian instantly recognized this skill as the same one used by the bats. It seems those bats are truly the octopus monster's nemesis. Luo Qingqian leaped onto Xiaolu's head, switching to the Amos ice bow. Drawing her bow, she unleashed arrows, continuously shooting at the mutant octopus. The mutant octopus's tentacles were completely frozen by Luo Qingtian, and a thin layer of ice formed on its massive head. The mutant octopus's movements began to slow down. Luo Qingtian retracted all her weapons, unleashed the poison skill on her fists, and leaped high, landing on top of the monster's head. Bang, boom, boom. 3 consecutive punches landed fiercely on the octopus monster's head. The monster was enormous, and with each blow from Luo Qingtian, the ground shook and rumbled. In the distance, Chen Hao and his companions could clearly feel the ground shaking. Although they had already fled, they could clearly see Luo Qingtian waving his fist above the octopus's head. Ma Ji wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "I kind of understand why the boss is always so cautious whenever he sees Qingtian." Xiao Hu looked at Luo Qingtian with excitement. Sister Luo is truly powerful. I really want to become her disciple. Jiang Ziyuan frowned and said, "Are all the mutant monsters this powerful nowadays? I find that the conditions in this world are becoming increasingly harsh for humans. If Luo Qingtian isn't around anymore, how are we supposed to survive?" Jiang Ziyuan's words silenced everyone present. Yes, if it were just a 4th or 5th level zombie, they might be able to handle it. But now a sea monster of this magnitude has appeared, surpassing even their understanding. They couldn't imagine how they could have survived without Luo Qingtian's strength. Luo Qingtian was still punching furiously. She could no longer sense the octopus's life force, but she didn't dare stop. She was afraid the octopus wasn't dead. Even Little Green showed no sign of letting go. And Big White, though it couldn't help Luo Qingtian like Little Green did, it kept attacking the octopus's large eyes. Every time a tentacle broke free from Little Green's grip, it would rush forward and bite it, until Little Green noticed and rewrapped it. Luo Qingtian didn't know how many times she punched the octopus until its head was deformed and white smoke billowed from its body. Only then did she stop. Feeling a sense of weakness, Luo Qingtian stood up and placed her hand on the mutant octopus, retracting her poison skill. Only then did she seriously examine the octopus monster before her. By this time, the octopus monster was beyond dead. Luo Qingtian was certain that without Xiaolu, she would never have been able to kill it. She stepped forward and patted Xiaolu, who quickly shrank until she was level with Luo Qingtian. "Xiaolu, you worked so hard." Luo Qingtian gently stroked Xiaolu's head. A green ball of light appeared in her hand, and Xiaolu excitedly absorbed it all. Dabai also limped over at this time. Dabai's body bore marks from the tentacle's lashings. Luo Qingtian caressed Dabai's head with a look of concern. "Dabai, you worked so hard. Come here, I heal you." Luo Qingtian released her healing power, a halo of light enveloping Dabai, and soon all the scars on his body vanished. This time, Luo Qingtian was completely exhausted. She sat down on the ground, exhausted. Then, using her remaining strength, she collected the sea monster into her space. Then she fainted. Dabai and Xiaolu, terrified by Luo Qingtian's fainting, rushed to his side. "Awu! Awu!" Dabai tried to wake Luo Qingtian, but she was too exhausted. She hadn't been this tired in ages. Her brain was groggy. She didn't even have the strength to open her eyes. Not far away, Chen Hao and the others ran towards them. They had guessed the battle was over after the giant octopus and the seaweed ball disappeared. Several people rushed over to find Luo Qingtian, especially after seeing him lying on the ground. They rushed over in shock. They tried to help Luo Qingtian up, but before they could get close, Dabai and Xiaolu blocked his way. Chapter 130. Chen Hao looked at Dabai and Xiaolu, bravely stepping forward. "Dabai, we're all friends of Qingtian, your master's friends. We won't hurt her. Can you let us go over and take a look?" "Awu!" Dabai roared like a thunderous tiger, blocking Luo Qingtian's path, preventing anyone from approaching. Xiaolu suddenly grew larger, and thousands of tentacles appeared. If anyone dared to approach, it would devour them all. Ma Ji nervously stared at the 2 behemoths before him, reaching out to pull Chen Hao back. "Chen Hao, let's not go any further. Qingtian isn't awake yet. If we move forward, Dabai and Xiaolu might just devour us all." Thinking of the fighting power of the tiger and the ball, they felt they were no match for these 2 tiny creatures. Chen Hao glanced at Ma Ji and could only nod. He turned to look at the tiger and the ball. "That Little Green, Big White, we won't go any closer. We just wait here. Qingtian is our friend, we can't leave him here." "Awu!" Big White called out to Chen Hao, then lay down beside Luo Qingtian and waited quietly. Little Green, worried that Luo Qingtian would be cold, used its tentacles to weave a blanket. Then it placed Luo Qingtian under Big White for warmth. Big White obediently lay there, shielding Luo Qingtian's body. The two little ones waited quietly until the next day. Luo Qingtian was awakened by the screams of Chen Hao and Jiang Ziyuan. When Luo Qingtian sat up, he saw Chen Hao and Jiang Ziyuan lying on the ground, tearing apart two raw fish. They wailed as they tore at them. "This is disgusting. I don't want to eat it. Help!" Luo Qingtian was filled with questions. He turned and glanced at Dabai, sprawled on the ground, tearing apart a fish. "Dabai, did you use Skillshare again?" Dabai saw Luo Qingtian had woken up. He instantly put down his fish and scurried towards Luo Qingtian. Xiaolu also transformed into a small ball of seaweed and flew in front of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian reached out and touched Xiaolu's plump body, then Dabai's head. When he saw Chen Hao and Jiang Ziyuan sitting in front of him like Dabai, Luo Qingtian couldn't help but twitch his eyes. "Hurry up and deactivate the skill." Luo Qingtian punched Dabai in the head. Dabai covered his head with his paws. Chen Hao and Jiang Ziyuan instantly fell to the ground. "Oh my god, Qingtian, you're finally awake. If you don't wake up, I eat those disgusting things." Chen Hao said this, and he fell to the ground retching. Jiang Ziyuan followed suit. Luo Qingtian glanced speechlessly at Dabai, who was lying on the ground, feeling guilty. Seeing Luo Qingtian looking over, he quickly ran behind Xiaolu. Luo Qingtian took out 2 bottles of mineral water and handed them to the two. "Rinse your mouths." "Why are you here?" Luo Qingtian remembered that she fainted after defeating the giant octopus yesterday. She honestly didn't remember what happened after that. Ma Ji approached at this time. "You're finally awake. We wanted to come look for you after the battle yesterday, but you were already unconscious when we got there. Dabai and Xiaolu were surrounding you, preventing us from getting close. There's nothing we can do. We can only wait here for you to wake up." Luo Qingtian understood. He turned around and waved to Dabai and Xiaolu. Dabai scurried over to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian bent down, patted Dabai's head, and said, "Good children. I give you a snack later." Luo Qingtian then released several more green balls of light at Xiaolu. Xiaolu swallowed them all in one gulp. Chen Hao and Jiang Ziyuan had already stood up. "Qingtian, what's the skill of your Dabai's? I just wanted to go over to see if you were awake this morning, and then Dabai controlled me. Jiang Ziyuan came to help me, and was also controlled." Thinking of how Dabai had controlled them to dive into the water, and then eat the fish, he felt like vomiting again. Luo Qingtian covered his face. "It's okay, it's just one of Dabai's shared abilities. You guys just woke up, right? Let's have breakfast and get ready to go to the next granary." Luo Qingtian then took out the RV. She entered the RV and headed straight for the bedroom. After entering the bedroom, Luo Qingtian headed straight for the space. Yesterday's battle with the octopus had left her covered in octopus slime and a fishy stench. She quickly rushed upstairs, showered comfortably, and changed into clean, neat clothes. She casually tossed her clothes into the washing machine. Then she left the space feeling refreshed. When she opened the door, Chen Hao was already in the kitchen, preparing dinner. Today, he was making fried noodles again. Luo Qingtian's clean appearance surprised Chen Hao and the others. "Qingtian, do you have so much water in your RV?" "Yeah, not bad." Luo Qingtian didn't give a clear answer, but sat down and began to eat. Seeing that Luo Qingtian didn't want to talk anymore, Chen Hao didn't ask any more questions. He took the noodles and sat down across from Luo Qingtian and began to eat. Half an hour later, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, packed up briefly, and prepared to continue their journey. This time, Chen Hao was driving the RV. Luo Qingtian didn't return to the bedroom, but sat in the passenger seat. This action surprised everyone. "Qingtian, is there something in the last granary?" Luo Qingtian looked at the increasingly familiar road and whispered, "I'm not sure. I have to go over and take a look to find out." 2 hours later, everyone drove to the intersection again. Before they reached the desertified area, Luo Qingtian stopped the car. The RV stopped, and the other vehicles followed suit. Luo Qingtian walked to the intersection and took a look. The desertification nearby was much larger than before. Luo Qingtian quickly retracted the RV into the space. "Qingtian, what's wrong?" Ma Ji approached Luo Qingtian and asked. Seeing the desertification, he frowned. "Why do I feel like this desertification has spread much further than before?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "Well, I don't know if that thing is a human or a mutant. To prevent the car from getting lost again, let's just walk." Ma Ji agreed and immediately called everyone out of their cars, then packed up all the cars. Everyone gathered and headed towards the last granary. The weather grew increasingly sultry, and the further they walked, the more desolate the road ahead became. Even the buildings in the area were weathered beyond recognition. Someone in the group murmured, "My God, if we hadn't just come from the docks, I wouldn't have believed this place and that place were the same city." Ma Ji's expression grew increasingly serious. If this is caused by a supernatural power, then this power is incredibly dangerous. Chapter 131. Everyone was silent. Yes, if one person could turn half a city into a desert, then the entire planet could be turned into a desert as well. If that day ever came, one could imagine how difficult the human survival environment would eventually become. The group walked forward in silence. Suddenly, the sand beneath their feet began to sink, and quicksand formed on the flat ground around them. Some teammates had already sunk deep into the ground. Ah! What was happening? Luo Qingtian frowned, and several vines appeared in his hands, extending towards the fallen teammates. The teammates grabbed the extended vines, and Luo Qingtian took the opportunity to pull them out. The group was still a little frightened after being pulled out. Oh my God, how can this be so terrifying? This is High City. If someone had told me there was quicksand in the center of High City before, I would never have believed it. Ma Ji frowned and looked around. By now, he was already thinking about retreating. This was such a dangerous place, and the things he carried with him were related to the future of the entire base. He was genuinely afraid something might happen to him. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of failing the mission. He looked at Luo Qingtian. He opened his mouth to speak. Just then, Luo Qingtian turned and looked at him. "You want to go back?" Although the question was a question, his tone was full of certainty. "Well, the dangers ahead are unknown, and I'm afraid I can't protect myself." Luo Qingtian thought for a moment. "Okay, then I just have to give up this place for now." Luo Qingtian had to deal with everything with this superpower, but it was indeed unsafe to be around these people, so it was better to go back first. After he said this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, so many dangers had already appeared before even seeing the true form, and the people present were a little apprehensive. After deciding to leave, everyone turned back in unison. But before they had gone far, a vast expanse of quicksand appeared on the road ahead. A large area of flat ground gave way, extending all the way to their feet. Without a second thought, everyone turned and ran. But the more they ran, the larger the quicksand grew, chasing them closely. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Luo Qingtian sneered. "It seems the thing has no intention of letting us go." Then, many more scorpions, over a meter long, emerged from the surrounding sand. Waving their large claws, they rushed towards Luo Qingtian. The crowd quickly dispersed and engaged the scorpions. Luo Qingtian switched to the flying fire mysterious bow. Drawing his bow, he released his arrows, swiftly shooting them at the scorpions. The scorpions were instantly burned to ash, then dissolved into yellow sand and melted into the ground. Then, new quicksand appeared all around them. A large number of scorpions emerged and attacked them. Faced with both quicksand and scorpions, everyone was forced to avoid this area once again and run forward. "What's ahead?" Luo Qingtian asked as he ran. Chen Hao pointed to the fork in the road ahead and said, "Turning around the next one is where the last granary is." Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes. "Since that thing won't let us leave, let's go straight to the last granary." Everyone thought about it, and realized that since they didn't know if the food was still there, they might as well take this opportunity to check it out. The scorpions behind them were still chasing them, trying to force them to the other fork in the road, but everyone turned in unison and rushed towards the granary. In the darkness, a pair of dark yellow eyes stared in their direction. Seeing Luo Qingtian and the others change direction, anxiety flashed in them. "Damn it! Why did they go this way?" The owner of the eyes stood up and rushed out quickly. Luo Qingtian and the others sped along. Luo Qingtian released Tabai, and she sat on him, shooting arrows as she ran. When the quicksand disappeared, Luo Qingtian had also cleared out the scorpions. After running for a while, they finally stopped. God, I never could have imagined that one day I would be chased by a swarm of scorpions all over the street. Chen Hao sat down on the ground, panting. Ma Ji smiled and said, "Yeah, who could have believed that one day there would be quicksand in the city? Okay, let's get up. The last granary is just ahead. Let's go check it out." Everyone looked into the distance. On that desolate land, a huge warehouse stood. Strangely, the surrounding area of the warehouse was desertified, but this granary remained untouched. From afar, one could still sense the faint scent of life inside the granary. Everyone quickened their pace. They wondered who could possibly be living in the granary at this moment. But before they reached the granary, the surrounding sand began to churn, and soon, several yellow-brown scorpions emerged again. Followed by this, several zombies emerged from beneath the sand. If you looked closely, you could see signs of sandification on the zombies' bodies. This change was too sudden. The teammates once again dispersed to fight these sand monsters. During the battle, these sand monsters seemed to be forcing Luo Qingtian and his companions away from the granary. But Luo Qingtian and his men weren't fooled. They were convinced that all the answers they sought lay within the granary. Luo Qingtian's flying fire mysterious bow switched to spider legs. She moved with incredible speed, swiftly mowing down the monsters. In less than half an hour, they had completely eliminated them. Everyone looked ahead at the granary. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes. They keep blocking our way. I want to see who lives inside this granary. Luo Qingtian strode towards the granary. The others followed closely behind. The next monster appeared, noticeably smaller and easier to deal with. It seemed this person's abilities had reached their limit. Finally, they reached the vicinity of the granary. Everyone's faces were tense. Chen Hao rushed to the front. I opened the door, Chen Hao said, walking to the gate and thrusting it open. The door didn't budge at first, and Chen Hao frowned, about to push again. The door suddenly swung open. An elderly man emerged, and Chen Hao's eyes met. Both of them shared a look of surprise. Hao, Dad? The others behind him were shocked upon hearing their conversation. Chen Hao's family actually lived in this granary? Father Chen excitedly grabbed Chen Hao and looked him over. Taller, darker, and stronger. Ha, great. Our family is finally reunited. Father Chen shouted behind him, Xiao Lan, Xiao, come out. Chen Hao is back. Luo Qingtian, standing behind Chen Hao, was a little incredulous. This man was Chen Hao's father, but at this time in his previous life, Chen Hao's parents and sister were all dead. How could he be here? Chapter 132. At this moment, a woman, dressed fairly neatly, emerged from inside. The woman was startled at first when she saw Chen Hao, then she rushed over and threw herself into his arms. Brother, so good. I finally see you. Chen Hao, hugging the woman, tears welling in his eyes. Xiao, so good. I finally found you. I never thought I'd see you again. So good. Is Hao back? A woman's voice rang out, and a middle-aged woman emerged. Her clothes looked a little worn, and her hair was a bit dry and gray. But her face was rosy, and it was obvious she hadn't gone hungry. The woman spotted Chen Hao, and rushed over to him joyfully, embracing both her and him. My child, my son, I finally see you. The family wept and hugged each other, leaving only Luo Qingtian and the others standing behind, watching quietly. After everyone had finished crying, Ma Ji said sheepishly, Well, Chen Hao, we still have a mission. Chen Hao finally realized what was happening. Mom, Dad, sister, these are my comrades and partners. Let me introduce them to you. Chen Hao reached out and pulled Ma Ji over. This is our captain of this operation, Ma Ji. Ma Ji smiled and nodded to Dad and Mom. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Hello, sister. Dad and Mom smiled and nodded to Ma Ji. Hello, Captain Ma. Thank you for taking care of our Hao. If it weren't for the weapons you left behind, I'm afraid our family of 3 wouldn't have survived. Ma Ji chuckled dryly. These were all orders from our boss. Thanks to my sister's foresight. Ma Ji said this while looking at his sister, Qin Xiao, who was lying in Chen Hao's arms. Qin Xiao looked up at this moment, and just as she was about to speak, she saw Luo Qingtian behind Ma Ji. Luo Qingtian? How could you be? Luo Qingtian also looked at Qin Xiao. She was actually no stranger to Qin Xiao. After all, in her previous life, Chen Hao would take out Qin Xiao's photo and wipe it whenever he had time. Even though the photo was a little damaged from his wiping, he still carefully cared for it. She just didn't expect Qin Xiao to recognize her. Hello, do you know me? Luo Qingtian looked at Qin Xiao. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt a sense of incongruity around Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao also realized her impulsiveness at this moment, and was about to explain something when she heard Chen Hao say, I knew it. Xiao must know Qingtian. They went to the same school, and had taken classes together. Even if they didn't know each other, they knew each other. Right. Luo Qingtian and Qin Xiao exchanged glances, each seeing surprise and astonishment in the other's eyes. Then they both laughed. Yes. We're all classmates. Chen Hao smiled and introduced his comrades. After he finished, he said, Mom, Dad, and sister, I prepared a house for you at first base. Just pack up and follow me back. Mother and Father Chen were delighted. Great. We dreamed of meeting at the base so many times, and you're finally here to pick us up. Mother Chen began to cry as she spoke. Father Chen also smiled and said, "Don't blame your mother. Our place was attacked before, and we almost died. Luckily, your sister took care of them with a gun. We've been hiding here all these days, not daring to go out. Your mother must be suffocating," Father Chen said as he began to pack up. Mother Chen smiled and said, "Lucky we found this place. I didn't expect this granary would be so deserted, so we ended up living here. We've been robbed a few times, but your sister fought them off. How, she is really impressive now. When we get back to the base, do you think you could let her work with you?" Chen Hao looked at Mother Chen awkwardly. "I have to ask my eldest brother about that when we get back to the base. But Xiao, have you awakened your powers?" Chen Hao looked at Chen Xiao, whose attention was now fixed on Luo Qingtian. She didn't hear what Chen Hao said. Xiao? Chen Hao noticed Chen Xixia's gaze and followed it in Luo Qingtian's direction. Xiao. Why are you staring at Qingtian? Chen Xiao came back to her senses, frowned, and said, "Brother, I don't like her." Chen Hao was startled, looking at Chen Xiao with confusion. Ma Ji and the others also frowned. Xiao, what are you talking about? Chen Xiao pouting, "Brother, are you being mean to me? Don't you want me as your sister anymore? I noticed the moment she came in. You pay more attention to her than me. Don't forget, I'm your biological sister." Luo Qingtian looked at Chen Xixia's face, and the feeling of disharmony washed over him again. Chen Xixia's hostility towards him was so strong, and her eyes and voice seemed strangely familiar to Luo Qingtian. Ma Ji stepped forward to smooth things over. "Miss Chen, you may have misunderstood. Qingtian is our partner, a psychic invited by the military for this trip, and she and Chen Hao are just friends." Chen Xiao glanced at Ma Ji and sneered. "What? Are you feeling bad? It seems this woman treats you all very well. I just said I didn't like her, and you got so upset. How despicable. Xiao. What nonsense are you talking about?" Chen Hao stared at his sister in shock. He couldn't understand why his sister was so hostile toward Luo Qingtian. After yelling at Chen Xiao, he immediately looked at Luo Qingtian apologetically. "Qingtian, I'm sorry. My sister might have misunderstood something. Don't be angry. I apologize on her behalf." Luo Qingtian remained silent throughout the entire conversation. She had sensed Chen Xixia's hostility. She sensed it the moment she walked in. But she couldn't understand why Chen Xiao was so hostile. This was probably their first meeting, so why was she so hostile? When Luo Qingtian didn't respond, Chen Hao forced an awkward smile and turned to Chen Xiao. "Xiao, apologize." Chen Xiao pursed her lips and remained silent. Chen Hao felt his temples throbbing. "Xiao, apologize. Qingtian is my partner and my comrade in arms. I'm your brother and a soldier. It's all thanks to Qingtian that I'm able to make it this far alive. You must apologize. You must apologize." Chen Xiao glared at Chen Hao angrily. "I won't apologize. She's treating you right, she owes you that. But you, brother, if you continue to stay with this woman, she'd kill you sooner or later." "Paw." As soon as Chen Xiao finished her words, Chen Hao swung his hand and slapped her. The slap caught Chen Xiao off guard. She covered her face, staring at Chen Hao with wide eyes, a look of utter disbelief. Chapter 133. Chen Hao also stared at his hands, then looked at Chen Xiao with a look of apology on his face. "Xiao, I'm sorry, brother didn't mean it. It's just that you were too harsh. Before Chen Hao could finish, Chen Xiao covered her face, and turned and ran into the granary. Mother and Father Chen were also embarrassed. They had wanted to intervene earlier, but the argument was so intense that they didn't know what to say. After all, it had been Chen Xiao who had protected them both these days. Chen Hao glanced at his teammates behind him apologetically. "Ma Ji, we might have to stay overnight. I didn't expect Xiao to be like this." "Qingtian, I'm sorry," Luo Qingtian said, turning and leaving the granary. Ma Ji and the others disliked Chen Xiao, especially her attitude toward Luo Qingtian, which had instilled a dislike in them. But Chen Xiao was Chen Hao's sister, after all, so they couldn't say much. They could only nod. "Then you should have a good talk with your sister? We go out and wait." Chen Hao nodded apologetically and watched his teammates leave the warehouse. After leaving the granary, Luo Qingtian found a flat spot, unloaded his RV, and headed straight up. Ma Ji and Jiang Ziyuan followed him up. "Miss Luo, Chen Xiao must just be too concerned about Chen Hao. I hope you won't be so angry." Luo Qingtian yawned and said, "I'm not angry. Insignificant people don't cause me much emotional upheaval. I just don't understand where Chen Xixia's hostility towards me comes from. This wasn't just Luo Qingtian's curiosity. Everyone present was curious as well. Jiang Ziyuan asked curiously, Sister Luo, aren't you classmates? Did you have some past grudge against each other at the same school? Luo Qingtian shook her head. We didn't even talk at school. Luo Qingtian thought about it, and realized she didn't really know Chen Xiaoxiao at school. And Chen Xiaoxiao had just said she was being nice to Chen Hao because she owed him something. Could Chen Xiaoxiao also be reborn? No. Even if Chen Xiaoxiao was reborn, she shouldn't know about my past with Chen Hao. Just as Luo Qingtian was pondering this, a rustling sound came from outside the car, and Luo Qingtian immediately ran out. Then she saw a multitude of reddish-brown scorpions suddenly appearing all around her. Luo Qingtian was already feeling agitated. After everyone left the RV, he immediately tucked it away into his space, and bone wings instantly appeared in his hand. Then everyone watched as Luo Qingtian eliminated the scorpions one by one with his stick. After eliminating the scorpions, Luo Qingtian looked towards the granary. At this moment, in the granary, Chen Hao was still reasoning with Chen Xiaoxiao. Qingtian and I are truly just comrades. Xiaoxiao, you can't be so rude to my comrades. Thankfully, Qingtian didn't blame you, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to protect you. Chen Hao's words reminded him of Luo Qingtian standing on the giant octopus's head and beating it violently. With that punch, he felt his sister wouldn't be able to withstand even one. But for all Chen Hao's words, Chen Xiaoxiao didn't respond at all. Xiaoxiao, what's wrong with you? Chen Hao stepped forward and patted Chen Xixu's shoulder, and she finally responded. Ah! I'm fine, Chen Xiaoxiao whispered. Chen Hao noticed her eyes had turned scarlet, completely unlike her normal self. Xiaoxiao, what's wrong with your eyes? Ah. I'm fine, brother. Chen Xiaoxiao, thinking of her own eyes, immediately lowered her head. Chen Hao thought she was ill. He stepped forward, grabbed Chen Xixu's shoulders, and forced her to look up. Look up. What's wrong? Chen Xiaoxiao looked up at Chen Hao guiltily. Chen Hao noticed that her eyes were distinctly black and white, their expression innocent and clear. Brother, what are you looking at? My eyes are fine. Chen Xiaoxiao spoke with a sense of grievance. Brother, you're blaming Xiaoxiao right away. That Luo Qingtian and I never spoke at school, yet she used my connections to get so close to you. Isn't Xiaoxiao allowed to be unhappy? Chen Hao's heart softened at this point. Thinking back to his first encounter with Luo Qingtian, it seemed they had indeed met because of Xiaoxiao. Chen Hao sighed and soothed him softly. Okay, go out and talk to Qingtian later. You're also right. I'm nice to Qingtian, because you're somewhat similar. We went to the same school, but that's all. And it's all about closeness. You and I are the closest of blood. Chen Xiaoxiao finally smiled. Is what you said true, brother? If Qingtian and I had a conflict, who would brother side with? Chen Hao looked at Chen Xiaoxiao in confusion. Conflict? Why would you have a conflict with Qingtian? Can't you just get along? Chen Xiaoxiao instantly flew into a rage. Of course not. I hate her to my core. It's because of her that brother got into trouble. And it's because of her similarities that brother treats her so sincerely, even doing so much for her. You're my brother. I won't allow you to care about her. Not for you. Chen Xixu's last words were a bit hysterical. They were heard by the few people who had just finished beating the scorpion and were entering the granary. They all looked at Luo Qingtian with some concern. Has Chen Xiaoxiao misunderstood something? Jiang Ziyuan said, looking at Luo Qingtian. Sister Luo, you don't like Chen Hao, do you? Luo Qingtian frowned at Jiang Ziyuan. Do you want to die? Luo Qingtian's voice was so sinister that it frightened Jiang Ziyuan and made him shudder. Xiao Hu slapped Jiang Ziyuan. What are you thinking? How can Chen Hao be worthy of Sister Luo? If we're talking about worthy, I don't think even the eldest brother is worthy of Sister Luo. Luo Qingtian looked at the two of them with a frown. If you keep talking nonsense, I split your heads. The two of them fell silent instantly. Chen Hao didn't want to upset his sister at this moment, so he could only soothe her softly. Okay, I only love you and care about you from now on. Until Chen Hao gave in. Chen Xiaoxiao finally gave up. At this moment, she also noticed Luo Qingtian and the others entering the room. She glared at Luo Qingtian provocatively. She even grabbed Chen Hao's arm to assert her dominance. Luo Qingtian was speechless and looked out the window. She thought of the scorpion attack. If Chen Hao and Chen Xiaoxiao had been arguing in the room, then the person with the desertification ability couldn't be Chen Xiaoxiao. This meant there was another person with abilities hiding nearby. Luo Qingtian thought of this and looked at Chen's father and mother, who were busy with their work. Their auras were weak, unlike Chen Xixu's. Could this person not be here? At this moment, Luo Qingtian didn't notice the hatred etched in Qin Shixiao's eyes as she looked at her from a distance. Chapter 134. Luo Qingtian and the others stood at the doorway, looking at the brother and sister. Although they knew Chen Hao was trying to coax them, Ma Ji and the others still felt a little uncomfortable. Ahem, Ma Ji coughed lightly, and Chen Hao finally noticed the people behind him. He smiled awkwardly. You're back? I just checked out this granary. It's quite spacious. We can rest here tonight, and return to the base with my sister and parents tomorrow. Ma Ji nodded. Then I collect the food first, Ma Ji said, heading straight into the granary. Jiang Ziyuan frowned and said, We just encountered those scorpions outside again. Chen Hao was startled and immediately asked, Are you hurt? Xiao Xiao and I were talking just now, and didn't notice what was happening outside. Luo Qingtian glanced at Chen Xiao, who was looking down and silent, and frowned slightly. For some reason, she always felt that Qin Shixiao's aura was strange, familiar, unfamiliar, and even unsettling. Jiang Ziyuan sighed. No, I'm not injured. But tonight, we need to keep watch in case those scorpions attack. The others nodded, agreeing that this was the right thing to do. However, as they agreed on the order of duty, they didn't notice the expressions on Chen's father and mother's faces. Ma Ji wandered around the granary. Not much of the grain had been consumed. He began collecting from the untouched areas. Chen Hao's parents exchanged glances when they saw this. Mother Chen approached Chen Hao and asked Hao, We found this grain. Should we hand it all over to the base? Chen Hao looked at it and whispered, Mom and Dad, this granary originally belonged to the state. Ma Ji is just taking it back. We can't be so selfish. Besides, the weather is getting hotter, and we can't keep the grain. It's better to hand it over. When we need it, the base will distribute it as needed. The two men thought about it and agreed. After all, they had already found their son, and now that they had children by their side, they didn't have to worry about going hungry. Besides, Chen Hao had already prepared a house at the base, so they shouldn't starve once they got there. The old couple stopped talking and continued packing their things. The granary was large, a long row of warehouses. Chen's parents lived in the innermost room. They had set up a tent there. There was a curtain in the middle, dividing the room into 2 bedrooms and a living room. Because of the arrival of Chen Hao and the others, the curtain in the middle had been removed, and some pots and pans had been packed away. It was clear that the old couple planned to stay here for the night, and leave with the others the next day. Night fell. The entire granary was particularly quiet. Jiang Ziyuan and Xiao Heyu were on duty for the first half of the night, while everyone else slept in the granary. In her previous life, Luo Qingtian had nearly been assaulted while sleeping on a large bunk bed, so in this life, she wasn't used to sleeping in a crowded room. After sitting for a while, she opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Chen Xiao, sitting across from her, glaring at her with envy. Luo Qingtian and Chen Xiao exchanged glances. Chen Xiao sarcastically said, What? You're not used to it? Don't you love being surrounded by people? Why are you acting like a spoiled brat? Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes at Chen Xiao. I don't know why you're so hostile to me. I let it go for your brother's sake. If you cause trouble again, don't blame me for slapping you. Luo Qingtian's voice was gloomy, even carrying a hint of oppression. Everyone close to Luo Qingtian could sense the chill emanating from him. Mother Chen opened her eyes at this moment. Xiao, what are you doing? Stop talking nonsense. Chen Hao also frowned. Xiao, what's wrong with you? Why are you always picking on Qingtian? Chen Xiao stopped talking, gazing at Luo Qingtian with a sinister, murderous gaze. Luo Qingtian wasn't one to take advantage. She was kind to Chen Hao purely out of repaid a debt of gratitude from a past life, but if Chen Hao did anything excessive to her in this life because of Chen Xiao, she wouldn't show mercy. Chen Hao knew Luo Qingtian's temper. She had tolerated Chen Xiao many times before. He looked at Luo Qingtian apologetically. Qingtian, I'm sorry. Don't be angry. Xiao's fear of me being snatched away is why she's so extreme. I promise Xiao won't target you again. Luo Qingtian gave Chen Hao a deep look, then walked out of the granary without a word. Chen Xiao watched Luo Qingtian being scolded out, her lips curled slightly. She was just waiting for Luo Qingtian to leave on her own. Outside, Jiang Ziyuan and Xiao Heyu were still on guard. Seeing Luo Qingtian leave, they walked over with a smile. Sister Luo, why did you come out? Luo Qingtian glanced around. I couldn't sleep. Jiang Ziyuan sighed. He and Xiao Heyu had overheard the argument in the room, and they couldn't say much, so they could only offer gentle comfort. Sister Luo, don't be angry. Then Chen Xiao was just jealous. After all, Sister Luo was so popular, so she was afraid you steal Chen Hao away from her. Luo Qingtian glanced at the two and said, I'm not angry. You two go in. I keep watch tonight. Xiao Hu immediately said, Sister Luo, why don't you get some rest? We keep watch. At this moment, the granary door opened, and Chen Xiaoxiao emerged. Seeing Xiao Hu and Jiang Ziyuan, Chen Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. Brother Jiang, Brother Xiao, you should go in. Miss Luo and I will be on guard tonight, and I also want to apologize to her for what I did just now. The two glanced awkwardly at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian nodded. The two hesitated. Sister Luo, is that really okay? Luo Qingtian nodded. Go in. I'm fine. Jiang Ziyuan and Xiao Hu could only nod and enter the granary. Soon, Luo Qingtian and Chen Xiaoxiao were the only ones outside the granary. Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Luo Qingtian with a half smile. Suddenly, she leaned closer and said, whether in your past life or this, your seductive tactics haven't changed at all. Luo Qingtian's pupils trembled, and he looked at Chen Xiaoxiao with surprise. Chen Xiaoxiao continued to smile. Do you think you're the only one who's been reborn? I'm back too. Don't even think about getting close to my brother in this life. He died saving you in your previous life, so don't even think about harming him in this one. You said you were reborn? But I remember you were already dead when Chen Hao and I met. How could you possibly know what happened later? Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly smiled. It seems you've been reborn, just as I thought. Chapter 135. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at Chen Xiaoxiao. Are you really Chen Xiaoxiao? Chen Xiaoxiao sneered. I am. Although I didn't live to see you and my brother meet in my previous life, I was eaten, and I never resigned myself to the fact until my soul found my brother. I saw my brother's despair after learning of my parents and my death, and I know his collapse as he watched his teammates die one by one before him. I also know that my brother took such good care of you because you and I share some similarities, and because we went to the same school, but you clearly have a boyfriend, yet you still cling to my brother. Luo Qingtian will never let you near my brother again in this life. Luo Qingtian looked Chen Xiaoxiao up and down. You mean your soul has always been by Chen Hao's side? Then you should know that I only considered Chen Hao a friend. Back then, we were just keeping each other company. I never had any other thoughts about Chen Hao. Chen Xiaoxiao sneered. Yes, that's because your man and your best friend betrayed you. You just sought out my brother for warmth. But my brother died because of you. Luo Qingtian took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. If you're worried that getting close to Chen Hao might hurt him, then I can just avoid him altogether. Besides, I never had any extraneous thoughts about him from the beginning. She had been planning to leave the base. If Chen Hao's family were still around in this life, she could stay away from him. But Chen Xiaoxiao didn't seem to have any intention of letting Luo Qingtian go. Stay away? Haha, it's not that simple. Leave your RV behind. You owe him this. Luo Qingtian's pupil shrank, and he squinted at Chen Xiaoxiao. I didn't seem to be driving when I came here. How did you know I had an RV? Chen Xiaoxiao looked away. Don't worry about how I knew. Anyway, leave your RV, and I write off all the past between you and my brother. Luo Qingtian sneered. Don't be so rude. What if I refuse? Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Luo Qingtian coldly. What if I insist? The two stared at each other, neither willing to back down. Inside the room, Jiang Ziyuan and Xiao Hu pulled Chen Hao aside, staring disapprovingly at him. Chen Hao, isn't your sister's temper a bit too much? If it weren't for Sister Luo, we would have died countless times along the way. Chen Hao nodded awkwardly. Sorry. I don't know why my sister has become like this. You know, in the apocalypse, many people's personalities change with their living environment. Maybe my sister has suffered a shock. Ma Ji walked over and said, let's go back and talk about this later. Miss Luo isn't unreasonable. Chen Hao, you should go and apologize to Miss Luo in private later. Chen Hao nodded, and was about to say something when he heard the sounds of fighting and Chen Xiaoxiao's screams from the doorway. The others hurried out. Outside the granary, Chen Xiaoxiao was being held in Luo Qingtian's grasp. Luo Qingtian, let me go! Even if you hit me, my brother won't like you. Smack! Luo Qingtian slapped Chen Xiaoxiao hard across the face, sending her flying. This scene was witnessed by Chen Hao and the others as they walked out the door. Several people watched in shock. Frightened, Chen Hao rushed to Chen Xiaoxiao's side and helped her up. Xiaoxiao, are you okay? After being helped up, Chen Xiaoxiao threw herself on him and burst into tears. Brother, she hit me because she wanted to seduce you, and I didn't agree, so she hit me. Chen Xiaoxiao cried as she spoke, and everyone present's faces fell. They looked at Luo Qingtian, and then at Qin Xiaoxiao with constipated expressions. Jiang Ziyuan folded his arms and said, Miss Chen, you said Qingtian wanted to seduce Chen Hao? Is that even possible? Qin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and said, yes, she admitted it herself. The others exchanged glances, then fell silent, even Chen Hao himself. Everyone here knew that a fight between Luo Qingtian and Chen Hao was impossible, even if it meant death. Ever since they met, Chen Hao had always been the one to curry favor with Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was indifferent to everyone, and there was no way she was trying to seduce anyone. Luo Qingtian even disdained their eldest son, let alone Chen Hao. If Luo Qingtian truly loved Chen Hao would have been willing to go all out and be with Luo Qingtian, without any need for so-called seduction. Ma Ji rubbed his nose and said, I think, Miss Chen, you may have misunderstood something. Perhaps Miss Luo has been very kind to Chen Hao, but that's just care. It has nothing to do with seduction. Qin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and looked at the others present. Why don't you believe me? Is it because you're together? Chen Hao's face flushed red with shame. He stepped forward, grabbed Qin Xiaoxiao, and said, Sister, please don't embarrass your brother. We all know Qingtian's character. She couldn't possibly have any feelings for you, my brother. Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Hao with a look of grievance. Brother, even you don't believe me. Chen Hao was so ashamed that he couldn't face Luo Qingtian again. He grabbed Qin Xiaoxiao's arm and said, Stop talking. I'm telling you, Luo Qingtian couldn't possibly seduce me. I, your brother, would love to seduce her. But I, your brother, am not worthy of her, understand? Even my eldest son isn't worthy of Qingtian, let alone me, your brother. Qin Xiaoxiao stared at her brother in amazement, then at Luo Qingtian. She saw the people around her looking at her with complicated expressions. She felt a surge of anger rising within her, and her eyes began to turn red. But she quickly suppressed her anger, and the bloodshot glow in her eyes. My brother is the best brother in the world. Luo Qingtian is no match for him. Chen Hao felt like he couldn't even hold his head up in front of his comrades. He looked at them awkwardly. Well, why don't we go back and rest? We have to travel again tomorrow morning. They nodded and returned to the granary. Luo Qingtian didn't go in, but stood outside and watched quietly. After everyone went inside, Ma Ji came out. Qingtian, I'm sorry. Luo Qingtian turned to look at Ma Ji. This matter has nothing to do with you, does it? Ma Ji rubbed his nose. After all, I'm the captain of this operation. When something like this happens, the captain has to speak out. Luo Qingtian sighed deeply. Do you believe me? Ma Ji nodded rapidly. Of course I do. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes, peering into the granary. That Qin Xiaoxiao is very strange. No normal person could withstand a slap from me. Although I was careful not to use too much force, a normal person wouldn't be able to get up after taking that slap. Chapter 136. Ma Ji continued to nod. I also think there's something wrong with that Qin Xiaoxiao. She's targeting you. How strange. Luo Qingtian looked at Ma Ji weakly, unsure if he understood her words. I go upstairs and sleep. You keep watch tonight. Luo Qingtian said, leaping onto the roof. Ma Ji wanted to say something else, but Luo Qingtian disappeared. Ma Ji looked up at Luo Qingtian on the roof and shook his head. You really can't compare yourself to others. Luo Qingtian discovered something. Scorpions and sand beasts wouldn't appear in areas that hadn't been desertified. If this desertification ability belonged to Qin Xiaoxiao, then he'd definitely be able to stay on the roof tonight. Luo Qingtian thought, finding a comfortable spot on the roof and half lying down. Just then, a pang of hunger hit him. Luo Qingtian stood up and glanced at Ma Ji below. After confirming that he was still diligently keeping watch, he took Xiaolu and entered the space. Returning to the space, Luo Qingtian had originally planned to go to her room to shower and eat something. But upon entering the space, she discovered that the giant octopus she had stored had disappeared by more than half. Dabai and Maoqiu were lying near the octopus, biting its legs. Xiaolu rushed over as soon as she entered the space. Before Xiaolu could take a big bite, the entire giant octopus sea monster vanished. Xiaolu, enraged at the octopus's disappearance, transformed into a large seaweed ball, hopping back and forth in the space. From time to time, it emitted a chirping and whining sound. Luo Qingtian believed that if Xiaolu could speak, it would have cursed bitterly. This also confirmed one thing for Luo Qingtian. This dimension was alive. And it even possessed a certain level of intelligence. This intensified Luo Qingtian's curiosity about this dimension. She wondered what this dimension was, what the chip her parents had given her was, and why her powers were so different from those of other psychics. She had so many questions, but now was clearly not the time to dwell on them. Luo Qingtian went upstairs and took a comfortable bath. She had a delicious meal. She lay in bed for a while, taking a nap. Then she left the dimension. When she emerged, it was already bright daylight, and the sounds of packing began to rustle in the granary. Luo Qingtian, wearing the same t-shirt as yesterday, jumped down from the roof. Ma Ji looked at Luo Qingtian and asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" Luo Qingtian nodded, "Not bad. At least I won't slack off if there's a battle to fight today." Ma Ji laughed dryly. The granary door opened. Qin Hao emerged from the granary, carrying bags and bags with his parents. "Haha, good morning." Luo Qingtian nodded without saying anything, then turned and walked to the flat ground to wait for departure. Qin Hao rubbed his nose. He could sense that Luo Qingtian's attitude towards him had become more distant. He chuckled dryly and followed Luo Qingtian to the flat ground to wait together. After everyone arrived, Ma Ji brought out the jeep. Luo Qingtian also brought out his RV. Because there were two more people riding in Luo Qingtian's RV this time. When Qin Xiaoxiao saw Luo Qingtian take out the RV, she narrowed her eyes and walked straight inside. As she was about to get in, Luo Qingtian blocked her path. Qin Xiaoxiao glared at Luo Qingtian fiercely. "What are you doing? Get out of the way. I'm getting in." Qin Xiaoxiao raised her foot to rush in. But before she could even get on, Luo Qingtian grabbed her. Luo Qingtian sneered, "This is my car. Do you think I'm letting you in? Get out." With a slight effort, Luo Qingtian flung Qin Xiaoxiao out. Seeing Qin Xiaoxiao being flung, Qin Hao immediately stepped forward and caught her as she landed. "Brother, look at her. This RV is so comfortable. Why wouldn't she let me get in?" Qin Hao tugged at Qin Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, stop it. This car belongs to Qitian, not our military. She has the right to dispose of her things." Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Luo Qingtian unwillingly. Finally, Qin Hao dragged her to the front jeep. After watching the two leave, Luo Qingtian turned and got into the car. When Qin Xiaoxiao came out that morning, she smelled a bit pungent, making her nauseous. That's why she refused to let her get into her car. The group started their journey back to base. 3 more people were in Luo Qingtian's RV. Ma Ji drove, and Xiao Heyu sat in the passenger seat. Jiang Ziyuan, Bai Su, and Yang Rui all sat on the sofa. Qin Hao and his family were in a separate car. Luo Qingtian greeted the group and prepared to enter the bedroom. She saw Jiang Ziyuan looking at her, hesitantly. "What's wrong? Just say it." Luo Qingtian stared at Jiang Ziyuan and asked. Jiang Ziyuan said, "Qingtian, don't be angry with Qin Hao and that Qin Xiaoxiao. Qin Xiaoxiao wasn't like this before." Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow at Jiang Ziyuan. You knew Qin Xiaoxiao from the past?" Jiang Ziyuan shook his head. "No, it was after you quarreled last night that I specifically asked Qin's father and mother. When the apocalypse began, Qin Hao and the eldest brother left a lot of supplies and weapons when they went to meet the Qin family. But later, a supernatural being appeared and broke into their home, stealing all their supplies. Qin Xiaoxiao and the elderly couple moved to the granary, but someone was following them the entire time. To protect her parents, Qin Xiaoxiao went to deal with the situation on her own. Later, Qin Xiaoxiao was captured by these people. No one knows what happened during this time. Qin's father and mother blamed themselves and searched for her many times. But they couldn't find her. Fortunately, on the 3rd day, Qin Xiaoxiao returned to the granary, battered and bruised. She refused to speak of the events of the past 3 days. From that day on, her personality became extremely extreme. After speaking, Jiang Ziyuan cautiously looked at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian looked at Jiang Ziyuan and asked, "Do I look like a saint?" Jiang Ziyuan immediately shook his head. "No. To be more precise, Luo Qingtian is more like a killing god. Luo Qing. So, what she's been through has nothing to do with me. Why should I compromise myself and give in to her? It's the end of the world now. No one gets spoiled. In this cannibalistic society, don't try to use morality to coerce an immoral person." Luo Qing then went straight into the bedroom. Jiang Ziyuan twitched his lips and looked at his teammates. "Did I say something wrong?" Xiao Heyu turned to look at Jiang Ziyuan and said, "I can't judge whether you said it right or not, but I think what Sister Luo said is correct. Her extreme behavior is due to her experiences, but it wasn't us or Sister Luo who caused her to have these experiences. We can give in to her because of Qin Hao, but Sister Luo doesn't have to give in to her, right?" Chapter 137. Jiang Ziyuan thought for a moment and nodded. I didn't mean to ask Sister Luo to give in to her. I just wanted to tell her that Qin Xiaoxiao is actually quite pitiful. Yang Rui, who was sitting next to him, pulled a compressed biscuit from his pocket and stuffed it into Jiang Ziyuan's mouth. With his mouth full, Jiang Ziyuan couldn't stop talking and just started eating the biscuit. This biscuit was too dry. Jiang Ziyuan finally swallowed a bite of the biscuit, picked up his cup, and stood up to get a glass of water. Yang Rui then said, "You thought about drinking water while eating the biscuit, but have you ever considered that everything we eaten and drunk along the way has been from Sister Luo's stuff? Speaking of favors, Sister Luo has given us so much. Jiang Ziyuan, don't forget that even a glass of water like this would cost 3 points back at the base. With Sister Luo, we can drink as much as we want. But you came to tell Sister Luo all this just because you heard what Mr. and Mrs. Chen said. Don't you feel guilty?" Jiang Ziyuan blinked, glanced at the cup in his hand, then at the biscuits he was eating. He immediately clutched his chest. I was wrong. My face and heart hurt. I really didn't mean any other things. I just didn't want to make Sister Luo so angry. But after hearing what you said, I realized how wrong I was. The others in the car looked at Jiang Ziyuan with displeasure. Jiang Ziyuan was speechless with shame. The car fell into an unusual silence. In the room, Luo Qitian took in everything they said. She thought about what she had said to Qin Xiaoxiao last night. Qin Xiaoxiao said she was reborn. But if she was reborn, why didn't she prepare for evacuation in advance? Even the location of the accident was the same. No, if it weren't for rebirth, Qin Xiaoxiao, her father, and her mother would have already died by this time. Their survival in this life was due to Qin Xiaoxiao's foresight of the future, allowing her to make timely changes. But what was wrong? Luo Qitian sighed deeply and fished Xiaolu out of the dimension. Xiaolu was still a ball of seaweed. Perhaps from eating the giant octopus, its originally green body had taken on a bluish hue. Luo Qitian held Xiaolu in his arms, looking her up and down. Xiaolu, how have you become so ugly? Xiaolu seemed to understand Luo Qitian's words and instantly puffed up. It looked like an angry pufferfish. Luo Qitian poked its belly with a smile, and Xiaolu immediately lost its temper and flew around the room. In the jeep, Qin Xiaoxiao sat in the passenger seat, glancing at the RV behind them from time to time. Brother, can't you really get that RV from Luo Qitian? If we had that RV, Mom and Dad would be so happy, right? Qin Hao frowned at Qin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, don't even think about that RV anymore. It's Qingqian's, not mine, nor the military's. It's Luo Qingqian's personal property. We can't take it. Qin Xiaoxiao curled her lips. But I like it. It's more convenient if it's personal property. Why not just kill her? Xiaoxiao, Chen Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, Chen's father, mother, and Chen Hao all yelled in unison. Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Hao and the others, confused. Why are you yelling at me? Am I wrong? If we get that RV, our quality of life will improve significantly, right? Chen Hao took a deep breath. His voice was cold. Qin Xiaoxiao, if you have such dangerous thoughts again, then don't go to this base. I take Mom and Dad away, and you can live on your own outside the base. Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Hao in disbelief. Brother, are you abandoning me? I get it. Are you abandoning me because of Luo Qitian? You abandoned me once in your previous life. Are you abandoning us again in this life? Why? Just because you like Luo Qitian? Chen Hao angrily said, what past and present lives? I don't know what you're talking about. Qin Xiaoxiao, I'm telling you, Luo Qitian is someone our boss holds in high regard. She may tolerate you once, but she won't tolerate you again. If Luo Qitian gets angry, I, your brother, really can't protect you. After saying this, Chen Hao thought back to last night, when Luo Qitian slapped Qin Xiaoxiao and sent her flying. Although he was furious at the time, he also knew he was in the wrong. Qin Xiaoxiao scoffed, so what if I care, brother? I'm no longer the Qin Xiaoxiao who is always at the mercy of others. Chen Hao glanced sideways at Qin Xiaoxiao and realized he didn't even recognize his sister anymore. Qin Xiaoxiao smiled back at him, brother, can we not go to the base? Chen Hao frowned and asked, what do you mean? Qin Xiaoxiao smiled and said, I think our family is fine living in the city. Why should we go to the base? I feel really uncomfortable being under someone's control. Chen Hao patiently said, Xiaoxiao, I know you've been through a lot these days, and I know you don't like crowds, but Xiaoxiao, we're human beings, and we're social animals. We need companions, and even more so, partners. Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly laughed. That's just an ordinary person, but I'm not an ordinary person. Brother, I don't need it. You won't need it either. Chen Hao glanced at Chen Xiaoxiao helplessly, and simply ignored her. The car continued to drive forward. Just as they were about to leave High City, the surrounding sand suddenly began to ripple violently, and then the sand erupted like a fountain. The next moment, scorpions could be seen emerging from the ground. The surrounding cars sank into the ground again. Quicksand again, get out. Ma Ji quickly stopped the car and opened the door. Luo Qingtian opened the window from the room and jumped out. Just as the RV was about to fall into the sand pit, he lifted it up. Ma Ji and the others also jumped out of the car during this gap. Luo Qingtian stored the car in space and headed straight for Chen Hao's car. It was at this moment that she became certain that the person who had used this trick was Chen Xiaoxiao. Chen Hao stopped the car and helped his parents out. As soon as he straightened up, he saw Luo Qingtian rushing over. "Qingtian, we're fine." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingtian grabbed Chen Xiaoxiao's hair, pulled her out, and slapped her twice in the face. Those two slaps also brought the sand flowing downwards to a complete halt. "Qingtian, what are you doing?" Chen Hao looked at Luo Qingtian in confusion, surprise and anger in his eyes. Luo Qingtian ignored Chen Hao and punched the ground hard. The remaining 3 jeeps that had sunk were thus pushed out by Luo Qingtian. Ma Ji didn't understand why Luo Qingtian had attacked Chen Xiaoxiao. But one thing he saw clearly: after Luo Qingtian had slapped Chen Xiaoxiao, the quicksand disappeared. Chapter 138. Ma Ji had a rather unpleasant thought. This quicksand, these scorpions, and those monsters transformed from sand, could it all be Chen Hao's sister's doing? Chen Hao now shielded Chen Xiaoxiao behind him, and anxiously explained to Luo Qingtian, "Qingtian, I know you're angry, and I know Xiaoxiao has done many wrong things, but now is really not the time to resolve personal issues. If you're truly angry, once we dealt with this scorpion, I take my sister and my parents and leave alone." Chen Xiaoxiao, looking at Chen Hao protecting her, felt very proud. She stood behind Chen Hao and gave Luo Qingtian a provocative look. Then, covering his face and feigning deep grievance, he said, "Brother, don't blame Qingtian. It's me who cares too much about you, and that's why Qingtian can't tolerate me." Luo Qingtian then looked at Chen Hao. "Chen Hao, I just want to ask you one thing. Do you believe me?" Chen Hao pursed his lips, looked at Luo Qingtian, then at Chen Xiaoxiao, who was standing behind him. "Qingtian, I believe you." Luo Qingtian pointed at Chen Xiaoxiao and said, "She might not be your sister at all." Hearing this, Chen Hao burst into laughter. "Qingtian, no, I had that suspicion at first, but I really checked everything out. She really is my sister. Although her personality is different than before, she's definitely my sister. If you're really worried, my family, and I will go it alone." As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, a large number of scorpions and some humanoid monsters appeared in the surrounding area. They emerged from the sand and charged directly behind Luo Qingtian. Then, a humanoid monster wielded a knife made of sand, thrusting it straight at Luo Qingtian's back. Chen Hao noticed Luo Qingtian's back and reached out to push him aside. The sand-shaped monster lunged at Chen Hao's chest. "Brother!" Chen Xiaoxiao grabbed Chen Hao's body and threw him behind her, catching the monster's attack with one hand. Her eyes turned bloodshot, and her aura grew ferocious. This Chen Xiaoxiao was unlike anything Chen Hao had ever seen. He stared at her in disbelief. "Xiaoxiao, what are you doing?" Chen Xiaoxiao thought of her eyes, and immediately lowered her head. Soon, she returned to her normal self. "Brother, my ability seems a little too unique, so I'm afraid to show it." After saying this, the scorpions and the monsters around them vanished. Chen Hao stared at Chen Xiaoxiao, feeling guilty. "Brother, believe me, I'm really Xiaoxiao." As Chen Xiaoxiao spoke, she revealed a shallow scar on her forehead. That scar was from when Chen Hao and Chen Xiaoxiao fell while playing as children. After seeing the scar, Chen Hao's doubts were completely put to rest. He looked around, making sure there were no scorpions or humanoid monsters around, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "I believe you, but you can't argue with Qingtian anymore." Chen Hao then turned to Luo Qingtian. "Qingtian, I know there are many suspicious things about my sister, but the most urgent thing is to leave High City as soon as possible. We can discuss this again when we return to base, okay? If you really don't want to see my sister, I take them away alone, and I apologize to you when I get back to base." Chen Hao's eyes were pleading. Luo Qingtian looked at Chen Hao and sighed heavily. "No need. I'm leaving." She turned and walked over to Ma Ji, saying, "I won't be going with you on this return trip. High City isn't far away anyway. You guys can walk there. I'll be leaving first." Luo Qingtian left without looking back. Before leaving, she gave Ma Ji a serious look. Then she disappeared from everyone's sight. Jiang Ziyuan and the others watched Luo Qingtian's back anxiously. Qitian just left. Jiang Ziyuan said this and turned to look at Chen Hao with displeasure, but he didn't utter an angry word. Ma Ji glanced at Chen Hao, then looked in the direction of the city. Let's go. It's not far anyway. Let's just walk. We have to walk the rest of the way on our own. Everyone, be careful, Ma Ji said, pulling a backpack from his space and slinging it across his shoulders. Then he took the lead, heading out of the city. Chen Hao sighed, holding Chen Xiaoxiao in one hand and Chen's mother in the other, and followed at the back of the group. Chen Xiaoxiao looked at the crowd in front of her, a look of deep displeasure on her face. Brother, how could they do this to you? Why don't we go ask Captain Ma for a car and leave on our own? Chen Hao looked at Chen Xiaoxiao and shook his head seriously. Xiaoxiao, I'm your brother, a soldier. Soldiers will never betray their organization. You're a soldier's sister, so remember, you can't do anything that hurts people. Chen Shishu's eyes flashed with disdain. Brother, it's the end of the world now. There are no soldiers left. Only you still cling to the so-called soldier's belief. It's this belief that unites you and you. At this point, Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly realized what she had said and stopped talking. Chen Hao frowned at Chen Xiaoxiao. A soldier's convictions are unquestionable. Xiaoxiao, I don't want to hear you say anything disrespectful to soldiers. Not again. Chen Hao's voice was unusually serious, and Chen Xiaoxiao could only shut up. What she had wanted to say was that it was this so-called soldier's conviction that had led her brother and his teammates in their previous life to such a tragic situation. But she couldn't bring herself to say it. She could only follow Chen Hao indignantly. As they drew closer to the exit from the city, scorpions appeared again, and this time, they looked noticeably larger than before. The previous scorpions were no more than a meter long, but these were clearly twice as large. The crowd quickly engaged in combat with the scorpions. Ma Ji was also protected in the center by the crowd. Chen Hao's supernatural powers didn't allow him to fight, but at least, he still had some skills. He protected Chen Xiaoxiao and Chen's parents behind him, knife in one hand and gun in the other, carefully on guard. Soon, Chen Hao realized that the scorpions weren't attacking him at all. They were all heading towards Ma Ji. Flustered, Chen Hao turned and shouted, Xiaoxiao, I go help Ma Ji and the others. You take mom and dad first. Before Chen Hao could finish, he froze. Chen Shishiu's eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on Ma Ji's direction. As Chen Hao turned, Chen Xiaoxiao realized what was happening and immediately retracted her crimson gaze. Chen Hao stared at Chen Xiaoxiao, stunned, then glanced at Ma Ji, who was not far away. He wasn't mistaken. As Chen Shishiu's eyes returned to their normal color, the scorpion that had intended to attack Ma Ji instantly turned to dust. Chapter 139. Chen Hao wasn't stupid. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Throughout their journey, while fighting scorpions, no scorpions had ever appeared near his parents. And regarding the granary, when they rushed to it, the scorpions were clearly trying to stop them. And they had never attacked the granary before. Thinking about Luo Qingtian's attitude, it now seemed like nothing was just luck or coincidence. Chen Hao stared blankly at Chen Xiaoxiao and asked, Xiaoxiao, what's your ability? Chen Xiaoxiao realized at this moment that she had been too complacent. She looked at Chen Hao nervously. Brother, what's wrong? My ability is strength. Chen Hao stared at Chen Xiaoxiao and said, Xiaoxiao, you said you have a strength ability? Then why are your eyes red? I never seen a strength ability like yours. Chen Hao stepped forward and grabbed Chen Shishi's wrist. Immediately, an inexplicable force pushed Chen Hao's hand away, and the surrounding scorpions vanished completely. Everyone present stopped fighting. Chen Hao was no longer uncertain at this point. These scorpions were indeed Chen Shishi's illusions. Xiaoxiao, your ability is desertification, right? Chen Xiaoxiao lowered her head and remained silent. Chen Hao continued to approach. Speak up, you were the one who attacked us the whole time we were heading to the granary, weren't you? Chen Xiaoxiao lowered her head and remained silent, but Chen Hao didn't notice that her eyes were slowly turning crimson, and even her expression was slowly frayed. Chen Hao said dejectedly, Do you hate me so much? Do you hate me so much that you want to kill me? Chen Hao's voice was choked with sobs, and one could hear the pain he was in. Mother Chen couldn't help but step forward and say, Hao, what are you talking about? How could Xiaoxiao want to kill you? Chen Xiaoxiao looked up at Chen Hao, a terrifying crack appearing on her face. Her voice was ethereal and full of resentment. Brother, how could you think I wanted to kill you? Mom and Dad care so much about you. I persevered for you. How could you think that of me? Chen Xiaoxiao grew increasingly agitated, and the cracks on her body grew more and more. Even her figure was slowly changing. Watching Chen Xiaoxiao like this, Chen Hao felt a little confused and lost. Even a little terrified. Xiaoxiao, what's wrong with you? Chen Xixia's voice grew fainter, and her figure grew larger. Brother, do you know? Mom and Dad and I are waiting for you. But you doubting me like this is causing me so much pain. It's so sad. Brother, isn't it good for us to live together as a family? Why are you doing this to me? A pair of bone wings appeared on Chen Xixia's back. The surrounding land turned to quicksand. The sand seemed to come alive, swirling around Chen Xiaoxiao. Can't we just live together as a family? Why do we have to go to some base? Brother, become like me. That way, no one will bully us anymore. Chen Hao was completely stunned by Chen Xixia's state. Especially when he saw the pair of bone wings behind Chen Xiaoxiao, he instantly remembered what Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang had said about the bone wing zombies created at the Chaoyang base. Xiaoxiao, how could you become like this? Chen Hao thought about the steps involved in the formation of the bone wing zombies, and his heart ached so much that he almost suffocated. He wasn't frightened by Xixia's change. He stumbled forward 2 steps. He walked up to Chen Xiaoxiao and looked up at her. Xiaoxiao, what exactly happened? Why did you become like this? Chen Xiaoxiao lowered her head and tilted it, as if she were lost in thought. The floating yellow sand around her slowly settled. She stared at Chen Hao, unblinking, like a child in her trance. Behind her, Chen's parents hugged each other and burst into tears. Mom and Dad, how could Xiaoxiao become like this? Mom and Dad cried, unable to stand. This child was taken away that time, and she became like this after she came back. At first, we thought she would eat your dad and me, but not only did she not eat us, she even retained her human thoughts. She eliminated everyone around her who had hurt us. Then she took us to live in the granary until she gradually regained her human form, though her personality was a bit extreme. But our family could still live happily. Dad Chen hugged Mom Chen tightly and said, Hao, knowing you're alive is enough for us. You two go. The 2 of us will take Xiaoxiao back to the granary to live. We won't go to any base. Chen Hao's body trembled slightly. He had never imagined his sister would become like this. Chen Hao looked up at Chen Xiaoxiao, whose body had completely changed. Reaching out and placing his hand on Chen Xiaoxiao, he said, Xiaoxiao, please change back, please. I'm not leaving. I stay with you. Chen Xiaoxiao lowered her head and looked at Chen Hao, lost in thought. Ma Ji, standing opposite, whispered to Chen Hao, do you know what you're saying? Chen Hao smiled and looked at Ma Ji, Captain, I know what I'm saying and what I'm doing. Chen Hao smiled and looked at Chen Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, be good, don't hurt anyone. Change back. I take you home. When Chen Xiaoxiao heard the word home, a subtle glint flashed in her eyes. Her body was slowly shrinking. But Chen Xiaoxiao didn't change back. Halfway through her transformation, quicksand appeared on the surrounding ground again. The ground, already on the verge of becoming sandy, became even more sandy, even beginning to resemble a desert. Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? A strong sense of unease suddenly surged within Chen Hao. Then he saw Chen Xiaoxiao rushing towards Ma Ji. Chen Hao, horrified, chased after Chen Xiaoxiao shouting, Chen Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? They're all my friends. You can't hurt them. Chen Xixia's voice seemed to come from far away, yet it also seemed to come from all directions. Brother, your heart is filled with too many people. I want to empty it. Only then can our family be happy. As she finished speaking, Chen Xiaoxiao rushed in front of Ma Ji, her arms encased in a thick layer of yellow sand. Like a giant of sand, she struck Ma Ji's head. Ma Ji retreated in fear. Qingtian, if you don't get out now, I'm dead. As she finished speaking, Ma Ji suddenly dropped to all fours, dodging Chen Xixia's punch. Chen Xiaoxiao was about to continue her attack when Ma Ji leaped and leaped, running off into the distance. Luo Qingtian appeared from nowhere and punched Chen Xiaoxiao hard in the face. Bang! Chen Xiaoxiao was sent flying by Luo Qingtian's punch. Chapter 140. Luo Qingtian's appearance brought a sigh of relief to everyone present. Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. Why are you here? Ever since Luo Qingtian left, she had been searching for him. As long as Luo Qingtian set foot on any spot he had transformed into sand, she would surely find him. But after Luo Qingtian left, she hadn't found any trace of him. She watched Luo Qingtian cautiously. She could sense his strength, and by then, she had already begun to think of ways to deal with him. Luo Qingtian sighed. I didn't leave. I've been following you. I wonder how long you can keep pretending, otherwise how will your brother believe you're a zombie? And I discovered that as long as I don't land on the ground, on any spot you transform into sand, You won't be able to detect my presence. Luo Qingtian had already reached Ma Ji's side. Ma Ji patted his chest and said, "Thank goodness I understood your last glance, and I noticed you. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have the confidence to go on." Ma Ji then looked at Chen Hao. "Chen Hao, what's your choice now? Everyone knows now that Chen Hao's sister is a zombie. As a soldier, he can no longer pretend he didn't see it." Chen Hao looked at Chen Xiaoxiao awkwardly, then looked back at Ma Ji with difficulty. "Ma Ji, my sister hasn't hurt anyone yet. Can I take her and my parents back to the granary?" Chen Hao didn't know how he said this. He seemed guilty as he said this, not even daring to look up at Ma Ji and Luo Qingtian. Ma Ji pursed his lips, looked at Chen Hao, and said, "Chen Hao, do you know what you're talking about? You want to protect a zombie now? You know humans and zombies can't coexist. What's more, her abilities are too dangerous, threatening the entire human environment." Chen Hao stood in front of Chen Xiaoxiao. "Ma Ji, she's my sister?" Chen Hao said, turning to look at Chen Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, tell me you won't hurt humans, right?" Chen Xiaoxiao's body grew larger, and she twisted her head to look at Chen Hao in confusion, as if she hadn't understood what he was saying. Chen Hao looked at Chen Xiaoxiao nervously. Ma Ji narrowed his eyes. "You saw it too? Not only did she want to attack me just now, but now she doesn't even understand what you're saying." Chen Hao shook his head, and continued to stand in front of Chen Xiaoxiao. "Ma Ji, my sister has never killed anyone." Luo Qingtian then said, "Your sister is now at least a level 8 zombie. Zombies at this level are intelligent and possess special abilities. You know what it takes to advance to level 8. She eats both humans and zombies. You say she hasn't killed anyone, but what about the other survivors in this city? Chen Hao, don't tell me those survivors have all fled. Look at this happy certified city. Do you still think your sister is innocent?" Chen Hao pursed his lips and said nothing. Behind him, Chen Xiaoxiao had been growing irritable since Luo Qingtian and Chen Hao were talking. Seeing Chen Hao speechlessly silenced by Luo Qingtian, Chen Xiaoxiao's body transformed again. Her head began to wander across her body, and her torso began to grow larger, with her massive bony wings unfurling, like a giant skeletal bat. Then a massive skull appeared where Chen Xiaoxiao's head had been, and Chen Xiaoxiao's own head appeared on the lower abdomen of this body. Undead? Luo Qingtian noticed the changes in Chen Xiaoxiao. His eyes narrowed slightly. How could Chen Xiaoxiao become an undead? What had happened to her? The undead at Chaoyang base were all artificially created, but what about Chen Xiaoxiao? Was she artificially created too? At this moment, Luo Qingtian thought of Rong Jitong. It seemed she had been injected with something that caused her transformation. A terrible thought, one he didn't want to admit, came to mind. Chaoyang base had something that could transform people into bone-winged zombies. Luo Qingtian looked in Chen Xiaoxiao's direction. Ma Ji and Chen Hao were still arguing. Luo Qingtian walked straight to Chen Xiaoxiao's side. "Chen Xiaoxiao, how did you become like this?" Chen Xiaoxiao was already lost in confusion, even losing the ability to think. After hearing Luo Qingtian's voice, she slowly lowered her head and looked over. In a split second, the head on Chen Xiaoxiao's belly seemed to regain consciousness and glared at Luo Qingtian. "Luo Qingtian." Chen Xiaoxiao's voice became ethereal and distant, but Luo Qingtian could still hear resentment and hatred in it. Luo Qingtian truly didn't understand why Chen Xiaoxiao hated him so much. Was it just because Chen Hao died saving him in his previous life? Chen's father and mother also rushed in front of Chen Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, you promised your parents not to hurt anyone. Can you change back? Let's go back to the granary. Your parents will be with you. Never come out to see anyone again." Luo Qingtian looked at Chen's father and mother and asked, "Uncle and aunt, did you two know Chen Xiaoxiao would become like this?" Chen's mother cried, "I'm sorry, my Xiaoxiao wasn't like this before. That time we were robbed, she was taken away, and she changed after she came back. Later, she slowly returned to her human form. Before this, she was fine. Really, she doesn't eat people." Luo Qingtian shook his head, "But she kills. Just look at the state of this city, and you know how many people your daughter has killed and eaten. She's no longer human." Suddenly, Chen Xiaoxiao's voice rang out, "I am an undead. Our tribe is vast and powerful. Dad, Mom, brother, I take you to see my tribe." Her voice drifted in and out. The skull on its shoulder was rapidly growing flesh. Even its thigh and arm bones were rapidly growing flesh. Luo Qingtian watched Chen Xiaoxiao like this. She sensed a strong sense of danger. Just as Chen Xiaoxiao was still transforming, Luo Qingtian suddenly moved. She leaped up and delivered a powerful kick to Chen Xiaoxiao's massive skull. "Chen Xiaoxiao, still growing flesh, suddenly stopped. She looked at Luo Qingtian, who had suddenly moved, raised her massive hand, and swung it towards Luo Qingtian. In midair, Luo Qingtian crossed his arms over his chest, blocking Qin Shixiao's first blow. Luo Qingtian landed, and quickly retreated backward. Qin Shixiao's body was still moving. She was chasing Luo Qingtian, step by step. Chen Hao, Chen's parents, and Qin Xiaoxiao were all terrified at the sight of her. Xiaoxiao, come back. Qin Xiaoxiao ignored their calls and chased after Luo Qingtian. Chen Hao watched in shock, unsure what to do. Just as he raised his foot to give chase, a swarm of scorpions appeared. Chapter 141. The scorpions rushed toward Chen Hao and the others, blocking their path. Everyone could only watch helplessly as Qin Xiaoxiao and Luo Qingtian ran away. Mother Chen sat on the ground and cried. Father Chen, holding her, could only watch Qin Shixiao's figure retreat. Why is this happening? What happened to Xiaoxiao? Mother Chen was crying when suddenly a scorpion rushed towards the two elderly people. Chen Hao was shocked. Mom and Dad? Chen Hao shouted and fired. But the scorpions were not afraid of Chen Hao's gun at all. Just as the two scorpions' claws were about to clamp down on the elderly couple, vines suddenly emerged from the sand and bound the scorpions. Then Xiao He rushed over, holding a tang sword, and cut the two scorpions in half. Then the scorpions turned into a pile of yellow sand. Seeing this, Chen Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly rushed over to Chen's parents to check on them for any injuries. Mother Chen grabbed Chen Hao's hand and said, Hao, go find your sister, okay? We won't go to any base. Your father and I will take your sister away from the human world. Chen Hao lowered his head and said nothing. Initially, he thought so too. Taking his parents and sister away from humans would prevent Xiaoxiao from harming anyone again. But those scorpions just now had even attacked his parents, demonstrating indiscriminate attacks. This meant Xiaoxiao had completely transformed into a zombie. She had forgotten herself, only carnage. He said nothing, but went forward, hugged the old couple, and began to cry. Xiaoyu stood near the three of them, cautiously watching the attacking scorpions. A full circle of vines rose around Chen Hao, protecting the three of them. Luo Qingtian and Qin Xiaoxiao ran through the city. Every time they passed a building, another collapsed due to desertification. Their pace never slowed. When they were completely away from Xiaoyu and the others, Luo Qingtian suddenly stopped. She quickly released Little Green, Big White, and Fur Ball. She turned to face the pursuing Qin Xiaoxiao. Chen Xiaoxiao, you still haven't told me who made you so ugly? Qin Xiaoxiao stared at Luo Qingtian, silent for a moment. She flapped her bony wings and quickly approached Luo Qingtian. Yellow sand surrounded her, forming a brief sandstorm. The sand around her rose into the sky like a backflowing stream. Then, these backflowing sand columns tangled together, coalescing into a stream. It spun and rushed towards Luo Qingtian, causing him to be startled. Is this supernatural power so perverse? It even has a wider attack range than Rong Jitom's before. Luo Qingtian didn't dare to be careless at this moment, carefully avoiding the pursuit of the sand. But no matter how she dodged, the sand seemed to have eyes, and kept following Luo Qingtian. Xiaolu, take me flying. As soon as Luo Qingtian finished speaking, Xiaolu transformed into a large disc. It quickly flew into the air, carrying Luo Qingtian. The flying fire mysterious bow instantly appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. She drew her bow and unleashed an arrow directly into the pillars of yellow sand. Boom, 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 the sound of explosions continued. The yellow sand was scattered by the explosions, but it quickly gathered together again. Go, Luo Qingtian directed Xiaolu to find Qin Xiaoxiao. The yellow sand around Qin Xiaoxiao grew thicker and thicker. The surrounding desertification was becoming increasingly severe. Qin Shixiao's massive body was practically engulfed in the sand. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes, and switched from the flying fire mystic bow to the Amos ice bow. Poison. With his words, the entire Amos ice bow was dyed emerald green. Luo Qingtian drew his bow, and launched his arrows. He fired more than 10 arrows at Qin Xiaoxiao in quick succession. The ice arrows slowed the rotation of the surrounding sand. Some of the ice arrows struck Qin Xiaoxiao, emitting white smoke. Qin Xiaoxiao extended his massive bony arm, and began to clean the areas of his body from which the white smoke was emanating. It was during this gap that the yellow sand around Qin Shixiao's body gradually slowed down, revealing a massive pit above her head. Luo Qingtian looked at Qin Xiaoxiao coldly, commanding Little Green to fly above her head. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity, and leaped from above Qin Shixiao's head. The next moment, she landed on Qin Shixiao's shoulders. Bang! Luo Qingtian kicked Qin Shixiao's head. The pain nearly made her roll her eyes as she delivered the kick. A helmet of hardened yellow sand had formed around Qin Shixiao's head. Luo Qingtian's kick landed on the helmet. Luo Qingtian followed up with another powerful punch. This time, cracks began to appear on the helmet. Qin Xiaoxiao raised her bony arm to grab Luo Qingtian. But Luo Qingtian didn't give her a chance. As she reached him, he quickly jumped off Qin Shixiao's shoulders. Before landing, he delivered another powerful kick in midair. This kick instantly stopped the surrounding yellow sand, and even the scorpion on Chen Hao's side vanished. Seeing the scorpion gone, Chen Hao, unsure of what to think, stood up and desperately ran towards the battle between Qin Xiaoxiao and Luo Qingtian. After the surrounding sandstorm subsided, Luo Qingtian and Qin Xiaoxiao engaged in battle once again. Each time Luo Qingtian shattered the yellow sand armor on Qin Shixiao's body, it would reappear. Soon, Luo Qingtian's hands were bruised and red. At this moment, Luo Qingtian was terribly anxious. A voice within her heart kept telling her, she must not let Qin Xiaoxiao escape alive. Otherwise, it would lead to an unbearable disaster. Luo Qingtian cast a healing spell on her hand, then continued to fight Qin Xiaoxiao, supported by Xiaolu. This time, Luo Qingtian stayed close to Qin Xiaoxiao. Qin Xiaoxiao repeatedly stabbed Luo Qingtian with her bony wings, but Luo Qingtian dodged them. Or perhaps it was blocked by Xiaolu. During the battle, Luo Qingtian also noticed something very strange. When Qin Xiaoxiao fought him, the murderous intent toward him was intermittent. Sometimes it was so intense that she wanted to devour him alive. Sometimes it was so ethereal and vague. It was almost imperceptible. Each time the murderous intent grew, Luo Qingtian would do his utmost to resist the attack of the bone spurs. When the murderous intent weakened, Luo Qingtian could sense the bone wings coming at him and retracted them the moment they struck. But Luo Qingtian didn't dare relax for a moment, even more focused than at the beginning. Luo Qingtian had almost exhausted all his strength in this battle, until Qin Xiaoxiao revealed a flaw. Luo Qingtian suddenly leaped onto Qin Shixiao's back. She grasped Qin Shixiao's bone wings with both hands and plucked them fiercely. Ah! Qin Shixiao's shrill scream rang out. Chapter 142. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to pluck out Qin Shixiao's other bone wing. Qin Shixiao's body finally began to stagger. Finally, she knelt on the ground. Black blood oozed from the area on her back where the bone wing had been plucked out. Luo Qingtian grasped the other bone wing with both hands and exerted immense force. Ah! A shrill scream echoed through the air. The massive body fell heavily to the ground. The surrounding pillars of yellow sand and wind gradually vanished. Luo Qingtian looked at Qin Xiaoxiao with a complex expression. Why didn't you use all your strength against me? During the battle, Luo Qingtian could clearly sense that Qin Xiaoxiao before him was not going to kill him. Several times, Qin Xiaoxiao attempted to attack him, but she stopped herself in time. This was why Luo Qingtian was able to defeat Qin Xiaoxiao so easily and quickly. Otherwise, Luo Qingtian knew that with her current strength, she would never have been able to defeat a zombie above level 8. Luo Qingtian stood before Qin Xiaoxiao. Qin Xiaoxiao tried to stand up several times, but ended up falling to the ground. The head on her abdomen slowly slid down. It seemed to be trying to slide onto the half-fleshed skull. But as it reached that spot, the skull began to bite Qin Shixiao's own head. Qin Xiaoxiao screamed in pain again. Waste, waste! The skull swayed up and down, making a sound that was not human, ethereal and distant. Luo Qingtian swung his fist. Bang! The punch landed firmly on the skull, and Luo Qingtian's hand was imbued with the poisonous skill. After the skull was struck, its fleshy side immediately emitted a sizzling, burning sound. The skull screamed. Luo Qingtian's hands kept moving. Bang, bang, bang. Punch after punch, he hammered at the skull, an uncountable number of blows, until a crack was heard. The massive skull was shattered by Luo Qingtian's blows. Qin Shixiao's own head slowly reached her shoulder. The bone spur in Luo Qingtian's hand appeared. She stood up and aimed at Qin Xiaoxiao. Tell me, what's going on? Luo Qingtian could see that Qin Xiaoxiao and the skeletal head were trying to seize control of his body. Thinking of the undead killed earlier at Chaoyang base, Luo Qingtian had a vague idea. It must be that Qin Xiaoxiao had been controlling her body until now, and now she was no longer able to do so. White smoke still rose from Qin Shixiao's body, the result of Luo Qingtian's poisoning skill. Her head spun 180 degrees, examining the two massive bloody holes on her back. A pale, relieved smile crossed her face. I couldn't hold on any longer. After being captured, I was injected with an unknown drug. My body subsequently changed, and I threatened to turn into a man-eating monster many times. But I'm also a reborn being. While I may not be as blessed by heaven as you, I also possess the ability to foresee the future. But why can you become so powerful, and I can't? When I transformed back into my human form, I thought I was also blessed, until my temperament became even more bloodthirsty. Luckily you came. Qin Xiaoxiao cried as she spoke, tears and snot practically covering her face. She looked at Luo Qingtian, her eyes gleaming with intense jealousy. Luo Qingtian ignored Qin Xiaoxiao's jealousy and asked in a low voice, "Who kidnapped you?" Qin Xiaoxiao shook her head. "I don't know. I just know she's a woman who likes to wear white coats." Before Qin Xiaoxiao could finish her words, her eyes began to blur, and her head began to slowly slide to the side. Luo Qingtian could clearly see. A skeletal head was slowly emerging from this massive body. Luo Qingtian's pupils narrowed. This was the first time she had seen a zombie with a regenerating head. The pupils in Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes gradually multiplied, and finally, flesh began to grow frantically around her body. But every part of her body had a compound eye. Luo Qingtian had a guess. "I'm about to be completely devoured. Kill me! Quickly, or it will advance." Suddenly, Qin Xiaoxiao's voice rang out, and Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes briefly regained clarity. After she finished speaking, her eyes lost their luster again. Advanced, Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes. This advanced undead creature actually possessed the ability to resist her poisoning abilities. Venom. As Luo Qingtian finished speaking, the green in her hand grew even more intense than before. She punched the evolving Qin Xiaoxiao again and again. The green venom mixed with the dark red blood, then flowed down the ground and quickly seeped into it. The surrounding yellow sand quickly rushed into the sky, forming giant sand beasts that rushed towards Luo Qingtian. But Luo Qingtian showed no sign of stopping. Little Green transformed into a massive shield around Luo Qingtian. The fur ball formed a green forest around them, using its vines to fend off the attacks of the sand beasts. Dabai was poised to strike, pouncing on any beast that charged Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian crouched on the ground, continuously releasing venom into Qin Xiaoxiao's head. She was preventing Qin Xiaoxiao's skull from growing. She was also attempting to completely dissolve Qin Xiaoxiao's massive body with her venom. Qin Hao and the others had also caught up. While they were battling the scorpions, they suddenly, for unknown reasons, transformed into sand. Qin Hao's mind grew increasingly uneasy, and then they heard Qin Xiaoxiao's shrill screams in the distance. Qin Hao, not caring about anything else, stumbled towards them. Seeing the swarms of sand beasts nearby, everyone took a few steps back. Was Luo Qingtian fighting all these monsters alone? Just as they were thinking, they saw the suddenly appearing forest, Dabai, the huge shield, and Xiaolu standing in the way. Xiao? Xiao? Qin Hao rushed frantically towards Xiaolu, but before he could reach her, he was sent flying by the giant yellow sand beast. Ah! Qin Hao convulsed in pain, his body flying in a parabola through the air. Xiao Hu stepped forward, vines appearing in his hands. He quickly reached out to Qin Hao in midair, catching him midair and landing safely back at Ma Ji's side. Qin Hao, no matter how anxious you are, don't act rashly. Don't you see those giant beasts moving towards Xiaolu? They must be the result of the fierce battle between Qingtian and Xiaoxiao. If you want to see your sister, at least get rid of these yellow sand beasts. As Ma Ji spoke, a submachine gun appeared in his hand. He directed the psychics around him to attack the surrounding yellow sand beasts. Chapter 143. Inside the enormous shroud, Qin Xiaoxiao's body was melting at a visible rate. The green venom engulfed her entire body. Her body rapidly dissolved, then grew, dissolved, and grew again. Watching her growth, Luo Qingtian could only increase the speed of dissolution. This was the tussle between the man and the corpse. The surrounding yellow sand beasts seemed unusually violent. Some had already rushed to Xiaolu's side, desperately beating the shroud she had transformed into. Luo Qingtian gritted her teeth and persisted in releasing her venom. Qin Xiaoxiao's body continued to regenerate within the venom. Luo Qingtian could even sense that each regeneration was significantly stronger than the last. But at this point, she no longer dared to stop. If she did, she couldn't imagine how ridiculously powerful the reborn Qin Xiaoxiao would become. Finally, Qin Xiaoxiao's regeneration rate slowed down. But Luo Qingtian had almost reached her limit. The sand beasts outside also slowed down their attacks on Xiaolu. Luo Qingtian began to feel a wave of fatigue, the second time she experienced this feeling. Suddenly, Luo Qingtian remembered that Xiaolu had also developed this venom ability after consuming part of the zombie tree. She immediately shouted, "Xiaolu, release your venom on her too. Let's dissolve her together." As she finished speaking, a dark green liquid began to drip from the perimeter of the shield. The concentration of this venom seemed even stronger than Luo Qingtian's. Xiaolu's venom, mixed with Luo Qingtian's, poured onto Qin Xiaoxiao's body, causing her to scream once again. Qin Xiaoxiao tried to struggle, but at that moment, her eyes regained clarity. She stopped struggling and completely immersed herself in the venom, allowing it to dissolve. Watching her body disappear bit by bit, she struggled to twist her head, looking at Luo Qingtian with deep eyes. "I never thought this would be my end in both my past and present lives." Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Looking at Qin Xiaoxiao, who had stopped struggling, Luo Qingtian had Xiaolu open the hood, slowing the dissolution. Qin Xiaoxiao didn't answer. Her thoughts began to drift away. In her past life, a group of starving and mad people broke into Qin Hao's home and beat the old couple to death. She was raped by many people, and in the end, her flesh was cut into pieces by the knife, and she was eaten by those madmen. In her death, Qin Xiaoxiao was unwilling to die like this. Her brother had said he would come to High City to find them soon, but why did she have to die so miserably in the end? Why didn't she have superpowers? If she had, would she be able to live a comfortable life with her parents? The resentment and overwhelming hatred within her heart plunged her into complete darkness. When she woke up again, she found herself, for some unknown reason, at Qin Hao's side. But Qin Hao couldn't see her. At the base, Qin Hao desperately went out every day, waiting for the troops to arrive in High City. She really wanted to tell her brother that he didn't need to go, because they were all gone. But unfortunately, no one could see her. When Qin Hao finally arrived in High City, she watched him kneel on the ground, weeping, holding their remains. Then he was taken back to the base, where he spent a long time in a daze. It was his brother's superiors and comrades, who constantly encouraged and comforted him, which helped him regain his spirits. My brother's ability was rather useless, foreseeing the future. One day, by chance, he foresaw a disaster at the base in the near future. However, he couldn't pinpoint the source of this disaster. He could only see something slowly destroying the base. My brother's superior, Di Jiang, trusted him deeply, and he and Qin Hao searched for future threats to the base. Unfortunately, although the first base was established, Di Jiang wasn't the base commander. To seize power, the base commander repeatedly attacked Di Jiang in secret. This put Di Jiang's team in an awkward position at the base. Until someone discovered a giant, seaweed-like object. It was called the Sea and Land Lord. Because it could live both in the sea and on land, no one knew how it came to be. It was powerful and possessed many abilities. It ate zombies, humans, and anything organic. When Qin Hao saw this object, he somehow triggered the Sea and Land Lord's future, which was to completely destroy the first base. To prevent this tragedy, everyone decided to eliminate this dangerous entity. Qin Hao once again used his supernatural powers to locate the Sea and Land Lord and discover all its weaknesses. This time, Qin Hao's team moved together. At the beginning of the battle, thanks to Qin Hao's foresight, they consistently dominated the Sea and Land Lord, until the Lord soared into the air and rained down a stream of venom. It was then that everyone realized they had underestimated the Sea and Land Lord's abilities. Qin Hao activated his precognitive ability once again. He found a breakthrough. After a day and night of fleeing, the group finally escaped the Sea and Land Lord's pursuit. They found a place to rest. Just as they were exhausted, they discovered a terrifying truth. The direction they were fleeing was exactly where the Sea and Land Lord had last rested. The group was caught red-handed by the Sea and Land Lord. The group, including Di Jiang, were devoured by the Sea and Land Lord. His brother was pulled from the Sea and Land Lord's mouth by Di Jiang. The Sea and Land Lord's ability was to devour. It inherited the abilities of any person or creature it swallowed. If such a terrifying being possessed the ability to foresee the future, Di Jiang couldn't imagine what the future of humanity would be like. Di Jiang joined forces with the others to send Qin Hao away, and then the rest of the group was devoured. Qin Hao understood what Di Jiang and his comrades meant, and he suppressed his despair and returned to the first base. He even considered asking the base commander to send someone to help. But upon returning, he discovered that the base had already learned of Di Jiang's death and had immediately eliminated all remaining Di Jiang forces. Even his office and position had been cleared out. He became a jobless vagrant in the base. At that time, Qin Hao fell into despair again. He believed that his superpowers had caused the deaths of Di Jiang and his men. He began to live as an ordinary person. He even considered dying several times, until he saw Luo Qingtian on the communal bunk bed. He even thought it was his sister reincarnated. Luo Qingtian had no superpowers, and his powers were no longer exposed, so he and Luo Qing formed a supply team. Chen Hao regarded Luo Qingtian as his only hope for survival. He taught Luo Qingtian fighting skills, and even found a way to help Luo Qingtian obtain the superpower potion. Unfortunately, Luo Qingtian gave the potion to a man named Han Shuo. Chapter 144. Chen Xiaoxiao nearly went insane when she saw this scene. Luo Qingtian had received Chen Hao's attention because of her, but she was giving the kindness to another man. Chen Xiaoxiao hated Luo Qingtian fervently. If she were still alive, this kindness would have been hers. Chen Hao treated Luo Qingtian like his own, so why didn't she cherish him? Why did she feel comfortable giving the kindness to someone else? Later, she saw Chen Hao killed by Han Shu while trying to save Luo Qingtian. She saw her brother die. She thought she would disappear with Chen Hao, but she found herself by Luo Qingtian's side. She watched Luo Qingtian avenge Chen Hao, only to be sent by Han Shu and the man named Lu Shiqi to the zombie swarm outside the base. When Luo Qingtian died, Chen Xiaoxiao felt a sense of relief. As she watched Luo Qingtian turn into a pile of bones, the entire earth began to shake. Then she watched as the land and water lord appeared at the base for unknown reasons, growing immensely larger. It extended its tens of thousands of vines, enveloping and lashing the entire first base. The survivors were devoured alive, and the psychics were beaten to death, reduced to patties. The first base was completely destroyed, and then a rain of fire fell from the sky. It was as if the world itself was about to be completely incinerated. On the city wall, she saw a man and woman embracing each other, crushed by a massive fireball and reduced to ash. Gradually, her consciousness began to fade, and when she opened her eyes again, she saw her brother and Dijiang before her. Chen Hao rambled on about things they should be careful of, and promised that he would definitely return for them. Only then did she realize she had been reborn, but unfortunately, she had been reborn after the apocalypse had begun, leaving her completely unprepared. Thinking of her previous life's ending, Chen Xiaoxiao asked Dijiang for weapons as Chen Hao turned to leave. Before the men arrived, she had left home with her parents. Before her death in her previous life, she had heard her abusers say that there was a government granary in the southern part of the city, built much like a bungalow, and that the food there would be enough for them to live on for a long time. Equipped with weapons, Chen Xiaoxiao risked her life to get her parents to the granary, where they lived on. But the men who had murdered them in her previous life eventually found their way to the granary. This time, armed, she hid her parents and tried to deal with them herself. On her way back, she was grabbed by a woman in a white coat. The woman took her to a laboratory, amputated her limbs, sewed up others, and injected her with a myriad of other drugs. Several times, she wanted to die, but her inner unwillingness kept her going. She hated her own weakness, her own incompetence, and even more so, the fact that she was reborn as an ordinary person without any special powers. Perhaps the substance injected into her body had taken effect. Her body had fused with the limbs the woman had stitched together. Her body had transformed, her strength had become immense, and she felt as if she could conjure anything simply by standing on the ground. She forgot how she escaped the laboratory. She only remembered finding her parents and waiting for her brother to come and pick them up. Her parents had long known about her mutation, but they had waited patiently. Perhaps, even if Chen Xiaoxiao had become a zombie, they would not give up on her. Fortunately, her rationality triumphed over the murderous urge within her. She finally felt like a normal person. She returned to her parents and lived a comfortable life, but those people from her past life returned. This time, she slaughtered them all without mercy. This also aroused her thirst for blood. So every night, she would sneak out to eat people. And so, day by day, she gradually turned the city into desert. She could sense any life that had passed through the desertified area, and then she devoured the entire city, zombies, humans, and animals. The memory ended here. Her body and brain finally dissolved. From the moment she became the so-called undead, she had been fighting for control of her body with the entity that had emerged within her. That entity had made her extreme, jealous, cruel, and bloodthirsty. She had suppressed her inner restlessness for the sake of her parents and brother. Now, with Luo Qingtian's appearance, she could no longer suppress it. Fortunately, she was going to disappear. Her brother would surely take good care of mom and dad. But even after fading, she found herself still envious of Luo Qingtian. In the distance, she vaguely saw Chen Hao running towards her, crying and shouting, but Chen Xiaoxiao's body had dissolved into nothingness. Only her head could be clearly seen in the venom. It was a pity she could no longer hear or speak. But she wanted to tell her brother not to cry. This ending was much better than her previous life. Mom and Dad were not dead, and neither were his comrades. It was only a sister who died. After all, he had known Luo Qingtian in this life, and Luo Qingtian would treat him well because of the kindness they had shown him in their previous life. She also wanted to tell her brother to cling to Luo Qingtian's thighs, believing she was the darling of this world's favor. From the moment Xiaolu appeared, she knew that the water and landlord of her previous life would become Luo Qingtian's pet. It was truly enviable. Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao. Chen Hao finally rushed over and saw Chen Xiao Xiao, only her head remaining after being suffocated by the venom. Chen Hao was practically insane. He tried to rush in regardless of the danger. But Luo Qingtian kicked him away. Chen Hao stood up and shouted at Luo Qingtian, Luo Qingtian, Shishia's only head is left. Can't I even collect her body? Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at Chen Hao and asked, Are you sure you want to go? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a vine extending to Chen Shishia's head. However, the moment it touched Chen Xiao Xiao, white smoke erupted and the vine turned to ash. White smoke trickled down the vines. Oh my god! Xiao Hu, standing nearby, was so frightened that he quickly snapped his own vine. The vine fell to the ground, eventually disintegrating into dust and disappearing into the yellow sand. Watching this, Chen Hao finally understood Luo Qingtian's intentions. He glanced at Luo Qingtian apologetically and rushed to Chen Shishia's side, tears streaming down his face. Chen Shishia's eyes continued to flutter as the venom dissolved her head, slowly dissolving it. She glanced at Chen Hao with reluctance, then at Luo Qingtian, who stood behind her. Thinking about it now, the water and landlord of the previous life must have realized Luo Qingtian was gone before rushing into the first base and slaughtering the survivors. The first base in the previous life was destroyed by this thing, and even after Luo Qingtian's death, a rain of fire fell from the sky. Brother, you must hold on to Luo Qingtian. She's definitely not ordinary. This was what she wanted to say most to Chen Hao. But she clearly felt that she was disappearing, until her world was completely plunged into darkness. Chapter 145. Watching Chen Xiaoxiao vanish in the venom, Chen Hao nearly went insane. He couldn't accept Shishia's tragic final state, not even a head left. He fell to the ground, pounding his fists hard. Luo Qingtian didn't try to comfort Chen Hao. Instead, he turned back to the venom and collected all the venom. Little Green looked a little languid at this moment. It was obvious that it had exhausted all its strength in this battle. Luo Qingtian unleashed his grow skill, releasing several small green balls. Little Green and Mouchio were quickly attracted to the small green balls. The two small balls shrank with a clatter, clinging to Luo Qingtian's wrist and absorbing all the small green balls. Seeing the two little creatures regain some strength, Luo Qingtian retracted all three into the space. Chen Hao was still lying on the ground crying. Ma Ji and the others stayed by Chen Hao's side, fearing that Chen Hao would become distraught. Luo Qingtian didn't stop as she passed a few people, walking straight ahead. Ma Ji watched Luo Qingtian leave. He hurriedly called to her, Miss Luo, shall we go together later? Luo Qingtian stopped and looked at Chen Hao, who was still crying. Looking up, her eyes met Chen Hao's. Chen Hao's eyes were red as he looked at her. Though he didn't say anything, she could sense Chen Hao's rejection of her. He blamed himself for not leaving Chen Shishia's body. Luo Qingtian said, then turned and walked away. Until Luo Qingtian disappeared. Jiang Ziyuan then stepped forward and said, Chen Hao, I know you're sad, but don't you think the way you looked at Sister Luo just now was a little unpleasant? Chen Hao turned his head to look at the spot where Chen Xiaoxiao had completely vanished. He took off his backpack, walked over to where Chen Xiaoxiao had vanished, and scooped up the yellow sand there, bit by bit, into his backpack. He turned and walked towards his parents. Ma Ji sighed. Let's go! Let's get back to base first. Luo Qingtian left Ma Ji and the others, and went straight into the space. Her physical weakness made her hesitant to continue on. Once inside, she immediately went to her room, showered, and fell asleep without even drying her hair. Just as Luo Qingtian drifted off into a daze, the mechanical voice echoed in her mind again. Killed one level 8 sea beast, killed one level 3 undead, successfully recovered the desertification skill. Hunter skill upgrade. 3 arrows fired simultaneously, level 21. Total range, 1,600 meters. Trap level 6. Psychic perception level 4. Growth skill level 6, healing skill level 5, poison skill level 3. Land domain skill +1. Area range expanded to 100 meters. Life skills column +1. Hearing the voice's report, Luo Qingtian knew her hunter skill had been upgraded again. But now she was exhausted and tired. Not even wanting to lift her eyelids, she fell into a deep sleep, hugging the blanket. On Ma Ji's side, without Luo Qingtian's RV, the 6 of them had to squeeze into one car. This time, Chen Hao's parents were in Jiang Ziyuan's car, and Chen Hao didn't join them, instead joining Ma Ji in a car. The entire group was silent throughout the journey. The return trip seemed particularly depressing. Chen Hao stared silently out the car window, his eyes red and his expression deeply sad. Throughout the journey, he kept thinking of the look Chen Xiaoxiao had given him as she was about to disappear. The reluctance in that look, the helplessness of wanting to say so many things but unable to. He felt a pang of pain. Bang! Chen Hao couldn't help but punch the car door. Thankfully, Chen Hao's own strength wasn't great, only a jarring sound was heard, and the car didn't deform. Ma Ji, who was driving ahead, glanced back at Chen Hao, said nothing, and continued driving. Xiaohu, sitting in the passenger seat, frowned and said, Chen Hao, I know you're upset, but there are some things you really can't blame Sister Luo for. In that situation, if your sister didn't die, we'd all be dead. Chen Hao remained silent, while Ma Ji glared at Xiaohu. Okay, he knows, so just keep quiet. Xiaohu curled his lips. I really want to keep quiet, but Chen Hao, you act like you hate Sister Luo so much. I just can't stand it. Luo Qingtian was Xiaohu's idol. He learned many of his plant-based abilities from Luo Qingtian. Chen Hao pursed his lips and said, I know. I don't blame her. I just think she was too cruel. She didn't even give me a chance to say goodbye to my sister. At this point, Chen Hao thought again of Chen Xixia's disappearing gaze. If only she had given me a minute, at least to let me and Xiao Xiao have a word. At this point, Chen Hao curled up in the car and burst into tears. Xiaohu wanted to speak again, but Ma Ji shook his head, forcing him to shut up. He left Chen Hao crying in the back of the car. Xiaohu took a breath. When the apocalypse began, his parents had been bitten by zombies. He had cried like Chen Hao back then. He glanced at Chen Hao and whispered, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that, but I still have something to say. Sister Luo isn't discouraging you siblings from talking. I heard Sister Luo say before that zombies, like your sister, are called the undead. This group has no weaknesses. To completely eliminate them, they must be completely wiped out. Otherwise, they have a chance to regenerate. And the reborn group will only be stronger. Ma Ji, standing nearby, was horrified. When did you hear Miss Luo say that? Xiaohu thought for a moment. It was when we went to pick up Mr. Tian last time. I went to Sister Luo to ask about superpowers. She patiently taught me, and told me about the undead. She also reminded me that if I ever encountered one of them out there, don't fight, just run. Xiaohu shuddered as he spoke. He murmured, if I were to encounter something like that, I doubt I'd be able to escape. Silence fell once more in the car. Everyone has their own thoughts. Ma Ji wondered how such a group could possibly exist. If such a zombie horde reached such a large number, human life would become increasingly precarious. Chen Hao, on the other hand, was filled with anger. The undead? How could such a thing exist? How on earth had Xiao Xiao become such a monster? Luo Qingtian slept in the space until she woke naturally. The temperature in the space was pleasant, making her want to stay in bed. But Luo Qingtian was anxious to get home, so she had to get out of bed, wash up, and pack. She found a pre-apocalyptic breakfast and laid it on the table, eating it leisurely. She thought of the voice she had heard while she slept. Luo Qingtian put down her breakfast and rested her hand on her arm. Chapter 146. Before going to bed last night, someone seemed to have mentioned adding 1 to the life skill column. Luo Qingtian remembered that she had collected 2 life skills, a creative skill and Yin Hu's swamp skill. However, after collecting these 2 skills, the icons were gray, and she couldn't use them. Then she thought about the skill column adding 1, and wondered if it would also be gray. As she thought about this, Luo Qingtian closed her eyes and checked her skills. Sure enough, she saw an extra icon in the life skill column, shaped like a desert. And this icon was gray. Unusable. Luo Qingtian sighed. I knew it would be like this. Even now, Luo Qingtian still had no idea how to use this life skill. A manual would be helpful. Luo Qingtian kept complaining in her mind, lowering her head, and quickly eating her breakfast. After eating and drinking, Luo Qingtian left the space with Dabai and Xiaolu. Since there was no one to drive, Luo Qingtian climbed directly onto Dabai's back, grasping Dabai's fur and saying, let's go that way. Hopefully, we can get back to base today. Dubai dragged Luo Qingtian into a leap and sped off. Dubai hadn't carried Luo Qingtian for a long time, and now, with Luo Qingtian on its back, it was incredibly excited. Its speed left only a shadow. It was unknown how long they had been running, but near dusk, Luo Qingtian spotted Ma Ji and the others' convoy. After a night of travel, they seemed safe. Luo Qingtian, riding on Dubai's back, showed no sign of stopping. Soon, he overtook them and raced forward. Ma Ji and the others only saw a white figure rushing past. A gust of hot wind blew. Ma Ji, isn't that Sister Luo? I thought she already gone. Xiao Hu excitedly pointed at the retreating Luo Qingtian, a hint of envy in his eyes. As expected of my sister Luo, even riding a tiger looked so handsome. Ma Ji also looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. Is she behind us? No wonder we traveled so safely all night. It must have been Miss Luo who protected us, right? Chen Hao's emotions grew even more complicated as he watched Luo Qingtian's retreating back. He had treated Luo Qingtian so well, yet he hadn't expected Qingtian to secretly protect him. He felt truly ashamed. Of course, if Luo Qingtian knew what they were thinking, she would definitely smile and say, "No, you're safe because Chen Xiaoxiao has devoured all the zombies and living creatures here. It has nothing to do with me." It was already summer, and I wondered if it was because of the apocalypse. The temperature was so high that it felt a little dizzy. Luo Qingtian sat on Dubai's back and ran quickly towards the first base. The whistling hot wind blew against his face, almost like being splashed with hot water. Luo Qingtian looked up at the sky. I didn't know if it was an illusion, but how could the temperature suddenly get so hot in just one day? Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Luo Qingtian stopped Dubai when he was still some distance from the base. He retrieved a motorcycle from his space and rode it, then stowed Dubai away and headed straight for the base gate. Luo Qingtian headed straight for the first ring road to find Dijiang. In the office, Dijiang was frantically busy. The door suddenly opened, and Luo Qingtian hurried in. You're back? Seeing Luo Qingtian enter, Dijiang put down his things and said happily. Luo Qingtian quickly approached Dijiang, and Dijiang only then noticed his grave expression. What happened? Where are Chen Hao, Ma Ji, and the others? Why didn't they come back with you? Luo Qingtian took a deep breath and said, Dijiang, when we were at Chaoyang base, didn't we blow up the entire building? Dijiang nodded. Yes. What happened? Another undead? And right here in High City. Luo Qingtian's voice was low, and Dijiang was shocked. How could that be? He knew the harsh conditions for the undead's birth, and it was he and Luo Qingtian who had blown up the laboratory building together. If anyone in this world could create the undead, they could only be that perverted doctor and old Tian. They killed that doctor. Old Tian had never left the lab, and even the entire lab had never left the first base. It couldn't have been those two. Dijiang looked at Luo Qingtian and asked, do you suspect someone at Chaoyang base knows how to create bone-winged zombies? Luo Qingtian took a deep breath, then said in a low, dangerous voice, no, I suspect the entire Chaoyang base is now filled with bone-winged zombies. At this, Dijiang's body trembled slightly. If that's true, then it's dangerous. Why do you have this suspicion? Dijiang's voice trembled slightly. He knew better than anyone the power of the bone-winged zombies. At this moment, he felt a sense of hope. He stared into Luo Qingtian's eyes, hoping to get all the information he wanted from him. The bone-winged zombies in High City were created. If someone knew how to create something like this, and Chaoyang base was the original source, what do you think Chaoyang base would look like now? In other words, perhaps someone in Chaoyang base knows as much as Rong Jitong does. Because that person is following Rong Jitong's footsteps. At this point, Dijiang slammed the table fiercely. If only we had destroyed Chaoyang base together back then. But under the circumstances back then, they couldn't have destroyed Chaoyang base. If they didn't leave in time, they would have been attacked from all sides. Talking about this now is useless. I think we should find an opportunity to go to Chaoyang base and take a look. Dijiang frowned and asked grimly, who should we send? We. Do you think anyone else in the base, besides you and me, can face those so-called undead head-on? What's more, what's worrying is that these undead are disguising themselves as humans and hiding among the survivors. We must go and confirm our hypothesis. Then we can formulate a countermeasure later. Dijiang thought about it. Indeed, the psychics in the base right now are simply no match for such a powerful being. Even he was having some difficulty. Besides, if these things disguise themselves as survivors and enter the first base, they'd be in danger. Okay. Just follow me. When do we leave? Luo Qingtian held up 2 fingers. 2 days later. Di Jiang nodded and pulled 2 test tubes of potion from a drawer. This is a potion developed by Mr. Tian. After numerous experiments, it's proven that it can stimulate human potential and grant superpowers. These 2 are what I promised you. Luo Qingtian's face instantly broke into a smile. Thank you. I didn't expect such a big surprise this time. With this potion, once Shen Yunran and he shall awaken their superpowers, I can leave with peace of mind. Chapter 147. Luo Qingtian stood up excitedly at this thought. Come to my house in 2 days. Is Shen Yunran still working in the cafeteria? I want to go see her. Di Jiang nodded. Okay. Luo Qingtian took the test tube of potion and turned to leave. At this moment, she was extremely excited. She was eager to know what superpowers Shen Yunran and he shall would awaken. Luo Qingtian clenched the potion in her hand and headed straight for the cafeteria. It was lunchtime, and the cafeteria was bustling with people. Luo Qingtian walked into the cafeteria and began searching for Shen Yunran. Everyone in the cafeteria was busy, and Shen Yunran was nowhere to be seen. Luo Qingtian headed straight for Shen Yunran's office. There was no one there either. Luo Qingtian activated her 3rd skill and quickly found Shen Yunran in the kitchen. Shen Yunran was arguing with Lu Tuo. Luo Qingtian frowned and walked towards the kitchen. When he reached the door, it was closed. A sign reading "No Trespassing" hung on the door. Luo Qingtian didn't rush in, but stood at the doorway, quietly listening to the arguments. I already said I didn't know? Wasn't Manager Shen responsible for this batch of rice and flour? Why are you blaming us for the problem? Shen Yunran, do you really think I, Lu Tuo, am easy to bully? Lu Tuo, stop being so unreasonable. I saw you with my own eyes ordering people to move this rice and flour into the kitchen. Why are you saying you don't have enough flour to make buns? How much more do you want to embezzle? Shen Yunran's voice sounded furious. She was indeed furious. She had only been working here for a few days, and this Lu Tuo was already causing trouble for her, both openly and covertly. After being scolded by Di Jiang last time, he'd been quiet for a few days. He only been gone 2 days, and he already shown his true colors. Di Jiang had already arranged for a new batch of rice and flour to arrive. She even seen it arrive in the kitchen with her own eyes. She only been out for a short while, barely 3 minutes. When she came back, the rice and flour had vanished, and Lu Tuo was still refusing to admit he brought anything in. Shen Yunran now understood. Lu Tuo was clearly trying to embezzle the rice and flour, and use it as an excuse to get rid of her. Lu Tuo had a deadpan expression. You said you'd bring it in, so I brought it in. Where's the evidence? Lu Tuo looked at Shen Yunran with a half smile, a look that said, what can you do to me? You? Shen Yunran was so angry she couldn't speak. If she couldn't find the new batch, Lu Tuo would definitely use this opportunity to kick her out of the cafeteria. Qingtian had only been working for her for a few days, and she couldn't afford to be kicked out over this. Manager Shen, I think you actually embezzled these goods. If the missing rice and flour can't be found, you'd be held fully responsible. After all, you're the only one who saw this batch of goods. None of us saw it. Lu Tuo said this, flashing a triumphant smile at Shen Yunran. Just then, the kitchen door opened, and Luo Qingtian walked in. You mean these goods are in this kitchen? As soon as Luo Qingtian entered, Shen Yunran's eyes lit up. Qingtian, you're back? Luo Qingtian nodded, and looked at Lu Tuo. When Lu Tuo saw Luo Qingtian, he felt a momentary pang of guilt. Di Jiang had said that the high-quality rice and flour they ate were provided by this girl in front of him. If this woman knew I embezzled so much, I wondered how Di Jiang would punish me. But then I thought, no matter how powerful this girl was, he hidden this shipment so well, there was no way she'd find it. Haha, so you're Manager Shen's friend. Welcome, but this is the kitchen. If you're not from our cafeteria, please don't come in here, okay? Luo Qingtian ignored Lu Tuo and turned to look at Shen Yunran. I just got back today and came to see you. I didn't expect to see you being bullied. It seems Di Jiang really doesn't take my words seriously. Shen Yunran quickly shook his head at Luo Qingtian. Qingtian, don't get me wrong. Commander Di is a really nice person and takes good care of me. It's just that there are always some unreputable people who cause trouble everywhere. Shen Yunran said this with an angry look on his face as he looked across at Lu Tuo. Lu Tuo ignored Shen Yunran's words and continued to stand there with a smile. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at Lu Tuo. The aura she exuded was so overwhelming that Lu Tuo couldn't help but take a step back. Lu Tuo was sweating profusely. This little girl looked young, yet her aura was even more overwhelming than Di Jiang's. Luo Qingtian smiled and said, "Are you saying you're absolutely certain you didn't see that batch of rice and flour?" Lu Tuo didn't know what Luo Qingtian was up to. But at this point, he couldn't admit he had seen that batch of rice and flour. "Yes, I didn't see it." Lu Tuo glanced at the others cooking behind him and said, "Did you see it?" The people in the kitchen were all Lu Tuo's people, and when he asked them, they immediately nodded, "Yes, none of us saw it." Shen Yuran trembled slightly with anger. Luo Qingtian patted Shen Yuran's shoulder soothingly and said, "Okay. If I can find it on you guys, then I do whatever I want with you." This completely flustered Lu Tuo. Could it be that Luo Qingtian really knew something? He looked at Luo Qingtian with a guilty conscience and said with an awkward smile, "Miss, this is our kitchen matter. It's not right for an outsider like you to interfere, is it?" Luo Qingtian waved a finger in front of Lu Tuo. No. I heard from Dijiang that the food here is crucial to the survivors' ability to eat. Losing it now would mean losing half the lives of the survivors in the base. I'm going to come and get it back, no matter what. Isn't it? Luo Qingtian suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Luo Qingtian reappeared, clutching a man. The man was holding a spatula. It looked like Luo Qingtian had grabbed him while he was cooking. "Ah! What are you doing? Let me go!" Lu Tuo, watching Luo Qingtian's actions, was completely panicked. "Luo Qingtian, right? What are you doing? This is our chef in the kitchen. So many people are waiting for him to cook." Luo Qingtian grabbed the man's neck and smiled at Lu Tuo. "Your name is Lu Tuo, right? Didn't I just say I'm helping you find something?" Luo Qingtian threw the man to the ground and placed a foot on his chest. "Space user? You're a user after all, and yet you're using your powers to hide things." Everyone present was stunned. Luo Qingtian actually knew this man was a space user. Chapter 148. But before everyone could recover from their shock, they heard Luo Qingtian say, "How much does a space-based psychic possess? There's only one way. Kill him. I'm not sure you can tell the truth, so go to hell." With these words, Luo Qingtian snapped the man's neck. His movements were fluid and seamless. This scene shocked everyone again. "Ah! This is the kitchen. You're killing someone in the kitchen?" Lu Tuo hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to kill someone over a disagreement. He stared at Luo Qingtian in horror and anger. He wanted to kill Luo Qingtian, but he knew he was no match for him. He could only feign anger and shout, "Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a psychic? This is the first Ring City cafeteria, the military cafeteria. If Commander D finds out, he'd definitely arrest you." Luo Qingtian didn't care. Meanwhile, objects began to emerge from the dead psychic's body. In a matter of moments, bags of rice and flour filled the entire kitchen. This time, everyone present changed their expressions. "See? These are the lost rice and flour. I didn't expect someone to hide them here. Since none of you have seen this shipment, I take it. I go find Dijiang later and have him redistribute it." As Luo Qing finished, the piles of rice and flour on the ground vanished. This time, Lu Tuo was so enraged that he lost his composure. "Stop! You stole our stuff. Hurry! Don't just stand there. This bitch stole our stuff. Kill her now," Luo Qingtian sneered, about to start a killing spree, when he heard Shen Yuran say, "Qingtian, don't kill them all. We were counting on them to cook today." Luo Qingtian's hand was currently gripping a man's neck. Hearing Shen Yuran's words, he could only toss him aside. Alright, soon, everyone in the kitchen was knocked to the ground by Luo Qingtian. Because of the noise, many people couldn't buy food and ended up standing nearby to watch. Until a patrol of soldiers passed by. What had happened? The kitchen door opened, and several men in military uniforms walked in. Lu Tuo's legs and arms had been broken by Luo Qingtian. Lying on the ground, wailing, he saw soldiers approaching and excitedly shouted, "Captain, save us! This female devil not only killed people in the kitchen, but she also stole our food, and now she's beating us up like this. Arrest her." The leading officer's aura instantly shifted upon hearing this. He frowned and looked in the direction Lu Tuo was pointing. Who has the audacity to cause trouble in First Ring City? As the officer finished speaking, Luo Qingtian, standing in the corner with her arms folded across her chest, shouted, "It's me. Long time no see, Commander Qi." Qi shuddered at the sound of this voice. Only after seeing Luo Qingtian's face did he immediately smile. "Sister Luo, why are you here?" Qi hadn't expected to run into Luo Qingtian here. If he had known it was Luo Qingtian, he wouldn't have wanted to enter. He had witnessed Luo Qingtian chopping zombies with her bare hands. Furthermore, Luo Qingtian had more food than the entire cafeteria had, so there was no way she was doing this so-called robbery. Luo Qingtian smiled and said hello. Well, I came to see my friend, but I didn't expect to encounter an inside job thief. Have someone lift this floor tile? There's a find underneath. Luo Qingtian pointed to a slightly raised tile on the ground, invisible unless you looked closely. Qi had the tile lifted. Then, they saw a dense mass of rice and flour hidden beneath the surface. Lu Tuo hadn't expected his hidden stash to be discovered like this. This rice and flour was all hidden away by him. He hadn't even had time to enjoy it, and it was discovered. The others in the kitchen were equally shocked. They had always assumed that their hidden goods were with the spaceman, but they hadn't expected their boss to secretly hide so much. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Tuo with a strange look. Luo Qingtian had no intention of attending to what happened next. She stepped forward, grabbed Shen Yuran's wrist, and said to Qi, I take him away first. You guys handle the rest. Qi glanced at Shen Yuran, nodded, and then stepped aside to let the two of them leave. Leaving the cafeteria, Shen Yuran looked at Luo Qingtian excitedly. Qingtian, you're amazing. That new Captain Qi is so impressive, he even gives you a lot of courtesy when he sees you. I really admire you. Are you talking about Qi? I didn't expect this guy to become captain after arriving at the base. Yes. Captain Qi is our area's idol, loved by many women. Shen Yuran chattered, completely devoid of the anger and sadness he had felt when Lu Tuo had embarrassed him earlier. After chatting with Luo Qingtian for a while, Shen Yuran suddenly thought of something. By the way, Qingtian, are you going out again after coming back this time? Luo Qingtian nodded. Yes, I'm leaving in 2 days, this time with Dijiang. Hearing that Luo Qing would be going out in 2 days, Shen Yuran couldn't help but feel envious. I really envy you for being able to go on missions. If I had superpowers, I could go on missions with you. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow at Shen Yuran. Going on missions is dangerous. Aren't you afraid? Shen Yuran smiled, hugging Luo Qingtian's arm. I'm not afraid with you around. Luo Qingtian didn't rush to tell He Xiao about his superpower potion. Instead, he pointed to He Xiao's workplace and said, Let's go, let's take He Xiao home first. I got gifts for you too. When He Xiao learned Luo Qingtian was back, he immediately asked for leave from his boss without a word. He happily followed Shen Yuran and Luo Qingtian out. He skillfully got into Luo Qingtian's car and headed straight for Huayin Community. As they left the first ring road, they ran into Chen Hao and the others. Ma Ji and Jiang Ziyuan immediately waved to Luo Qingtian. Shen Yuran had originally waved in response, but Luo Qingtian didn't even glance at them as she passed. She simply drove past. Ma Ji and the others watched Luo Qingtian depart, speechless. Ma Ji, it looks like Sister Luo is pissed off with us. Jiang Ziyuan sighed, and Xiao Huyu curled her lips. If it were me, I'd be pissed too. Back at their home in Huayin Community, Shen Yuran rushed into the kitchen and began bustling about, while He Xiao rushed into the room and then rushed out again. This is for you. He Xiao handed Luo Qingtian a cell phone that looked like an old-fashioned one. Cell phone? No, it's a satellite phone. We only have one right now, and I got the number memorized. I'd be able to call you when I make another one. Chapter 149. After the apocalypse, all the old cell phones were no longer usable. There used to be satellite phones. But after the apocalypse, these things were destroyed. Luo Qingtian hadn't expected He Xiao to have such a good thing. Where did you get it? Luo Qingtian flipped through his phone when he heard He Xiao say, I made this. I borrowed a chip from a company before the apocalypse, but I only made one. I knew you were leaving, so the phone number is integrated with this phone. When I have the other materials, I make 2 more for Shaoran and me. Then, no matter where you are, we'd be able to contact you. Luo Qingtian nodded. That's perfect. I have something for you after dinner. He Xiao looked at Luo Qingtian curiously. What is it? Let's talk after dinner. I'm afraid you and Yunran won't be able to hold back if I tell you now. He Xiao immediately had a guess. But Luo Qingtian didn't ask, running to the kitchen to help Shen Yuran cook. An hour later, Shen Yuran had cooked a table full of food. The 3 of them sat down at the table again and began to eat. Luo Qingtian briefly recounted his adventures, including his encounters with giant bats and octopuses. The 2 felt thrilled and adventurous, their faces still tinged with envy. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Luo Qingtian summoned them to the living room and brought out the supernatural potion. This will grant you supernatural powers, but which one you receive depends on your luck. Want to try it? Shen Yuran and He Xiao exchanged excited glances. Of course. I always dreamed of having supernatural powers. Shen Yuren finished speaking and took the potion. He Xiao also picked up the superpower potion and said, "It doesn't matter what superpower I get, as long as I can get it." As the two were about to open the bottle and drink the potion, Luo Qingtian quickly stopped them, saying, "It's a bit uncomfortable. Go back to your rooms first. You already eaten, so you won't be hungry even if you skip a meal tomorrow." The two instantly understood why Luo Qingtian waited until after dinner to give them the potion. It turned out that awakening superpowers takes so long. "Then I be leaving. See you tomorrow." Shen Yuren excitedly took the potion and left. He Xiao also stood up, holding the potion. "Qingtian, I'm leaving too." He Xiao then returned to his room. Luo Qingtian looked at the two men's backs, stood up, stretched, and went upstairs. It had been a while since she'd been home, and she needed to get some rest. In Dijiang's office, Jiang Ziyuan and the others sat across from him, waiting for his response. Dijiang put down his pen and looked at them. "So, did you just break up like that?" Dijiang was a little puzzled today, wondering why Luo Qingtian had returned on her own. But considering Luo Qingtian's personality, he didn't ask any further questions. He hadn't expected so much to happen in between. Dijiang didn't have a deep impression of Chen Xiaoxiao. He only remembered her clear, stubborn eyes, but he hadn't expected such a tragic ending. Dijiang glanced at Chen Hao, who was sitting there listlessly with his head drooping. Although he knew Chen Hao's actions were somewhat inappropriate, thinking of Chen Shixia's fate, he ultimately held back any accusations. "Chen Hao, take your parents and rest. Get settled at home for the next few days. I give you 2 weeks off." Chen Hao looked up at Dijiang and said, "Thank you, boss." Then he stood up and left. After Chen Hao left, Dijiang chatted with the others. The next day, Luo Qingtian came downstairs in his pajamas. As soon as he reached the living room, he heard screams coming from Shen Yuran's room. Luo Qingtian rushed over. Finding Shen Yuran's door locked, Luo Qingtian knocked. "Yuran, are you okay?" Shen Yuran's voice echoed from inside. "Ah, I'm fine." I opened the door. After an unknown amount of time, Shen Yuran's door opened. Luo Qingtian pushed it open and walked in, finding Shen Yuran's room filled with roses. These roses were all growing on green vines. Shen Yuran himself was enveloped by the roses. What's going on? Plant-based abilities?" Shen Yuran wriggled his head free from the roses. "Yeah. The problem is, I don't know how to control them." Just as Shen Yuran finished speaking, he saw the vines move, all rushing towards Luo Qingtian. "Qingtian, get out of the way. I can't control them." Shen Yuran screamed in shock, but the vines stopped instantly when they reached Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian reached out and touched Shen Yuran's vines, plucking a rose from it. "Nice flower, and it seems to have hallucinogenic properties. You were able to control these things from attacking me earlier, so try to retract them now." Shen Yuran nodded, then attempted to retract the vines and roses around him. Sure enough, the vines gradually shrank. The next moment, everything vanished from Shen Yuran's grasp. "It actually worked," Shen Yuran said excitedly, then stretched out his hand again to try to summon it. Soon, a flower appeared in his hand. "This power of mine is quite pretty," Shen Yuran said with a smile. Luo Qingtian nodded and said, "Yes. But the hallucinogenic effect won't be so great on zombies. After all, zombies don't have facial features. If you want to escape, you can try to manipulate your vines." Shen Yuran nodded in understanding. "Then I try it when I get back. It's morning now, right? I go make breakfast," Shen Yuran said, getting up and running to the kitchen. Luo Qingtian thought of He Xiao again and became curious about his power. As he emerged from Shen Yuran's room, he saw He Xiao leaving. He Xiao gave Luo Qingtian a dry laugh and said, "Good morning, Qingtian." Luo Qingtian looked He Xiao up and down. "You must have drunk the potion, right?" He Xiao nodded. "Yes. I awakened my superpowers, but they're a bit useless." He Xiao stretched out his hands, and a laptop appeared in his hands. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched as he looked at the computer that appeared out of thin air. "Do you have a spatial superpower?" He Xiao's face turned a little grim. "No, my superpower is this computer." Luo Qingtian was stunned. "Huh? What? Your superpower is a computer?" He Xiao looked embarrassed. "Yeah, I don't know why, but when I woke up, this computer was in my head, and it even turned on. I haven't researched the specific uses of computers yet," He Xiao said with a hint of disappointment. "My superpower is so useless." "Never mind, don't despair yet. Superpowers can be advanced. Although I don't know what kind of superpower you have, I think this thing in my head should be related to metal. I get some metal crystal cores for you to try later." Chapter 150. Hearing Luo Qingtian's comfort, He Xiao felt much better. He stopped dwelling on the futility of his supernatural powers, and rushed to the kitchen to make breakfast with Shen Yunran. After dinner, the two hurried off to work. Luo Qingtian stayed home to rest. The weather was getting increasingly hotter, and Luo Qingtian was sweating profusely after just a short time at home. Luo Qingtian had originally wanted to practice, but she couldn't stay still in such heat, so she simply went into the space to practice. He Xiao and Shen Yunran rode the small electric scooter Luo Qingtian had given them towards the first ring road city. He Xiao sighed repeatedly along the way. Come to think of it, how come I awakened a computer? You said I had a computer-related job before the apocalypse, but now, after the apocalypse, I actually awakened a computer. What am I going to do with it? Beat someone up? Shen Yunran couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Is it clear now? I get some crystal cores back so you can advance. Maybe things will get better after you advance. If things don't work out, I got you covered. Once I'm familiar with my powers, I go out and fight zombies. If I find one that suits you, I stay. He Xiao sighed and nodded. I hope so. As they talked, they soon arrived near the first ring road. It's just that there were no soldiers guarding the checkpoint at the first ring road today. Why aren't there any on duty today? Shen Yunran continued driving into the first ring road. Her electric scooter only had enough power to get to the cafeteria, otherwise, she'd have to stop halfway. After driving for a while, a mosquito, the thickness of a finger, suddenly flew straight in their faces. He Xiao instinctively reached out to grab it, but because he let go of the handlebars, he fell to the ground. The handlebars in front of the bike twisted after hitting the curb. Shen Yunran saw this and quickly stopped, running to help He Xiao. He Xiao stood up, his eyes widening in terror as he looked behind Shen Yunran. Yunran, run, He Xiao said, pulling Shen Yunran onto the same electric bike. He Xiao's bike was unusable due to the fall. As Shen Yunran was being pulled, he could clearly see what was behind him. The sky was filled with a black mass of insects, some unknown kind, flying towards them. Shen Yunran was shocked. Oh my god, what is that? No wonder there's no one on duty today. By then, the two of them had already boarded their electric scooters, and were heading straight for the second ring road. The black insects behind them seemed to have spotted them, and were chasing them in a swarm. They encountered several groups of people along the way, and by the end, they were filled with screams. Shen Yunran sat in the back of the car, while He Xiao was speeding up in front of her. She couldn't help but turn her head to look in the direction of the screams, only to discover that the people were being swarmed by black mosquitoes. The screams continued. Soon, the people engulfed by the black insects lay motionless, as if their vital energy had been drained. Ah! Shen Yunran screamed in fear. What are those things? He Xiao said, don't look. Let's run. We'd be fine once we get home. At this moment, all they could think of was Luo Qingtian's home. Thinking of the sturdy glass and the layers of outer doors, the more they thought about it, the safer they felt at home. He Xiao couldn't help but tighten his grip on the handlebars, hoping to go faster. But their electric bikes were low on battery to begin with, having driven for so long this morning. Now with two more people on board, He Xiao and Shen Yunran soon felt the bike's speed begin to slow. Yunran, this bike is running low. After all, it's carrying two people. You drive ahead. I follow behind, He Xiao said as he got out of the bike, shoved the handlebars into Shen Yunran's hands, and then ran forward. Shen Yunran was startled. Watching He Xiao retreat, he didn't think twice and rode after him. He Xiao was panting from exhaustion, but Shen Yunran quickly caught up. He Xiao, let's run together. You be caught up soon, He Xiao panted. You know we be caught up soon, so hurry up. If you're really worried about me, go get Qingtian. Only Qingtian can save us both in this situation. After He Xiao finished speaking, he didn't see the road ahead clearly and fell to the ground. He Xiao ignored the pain and stood up and continued running. The swarm of flying insects behind him also caught up, rushing towards He Xiao in unison. Ah! He Xiao, frightened, stopped running and squatted on the ground, clutching his head and wailing. But the expected pain didn't come. He Xiao looked up and saw a huge basket woven around him by clusters of roses and green vines, enveloping him. Shen Yunran was waving his hands repeatedly to strengthen the basket. At this moment, he had a clearer view of the surrounding insects. These mosquitoes are mosquitoes with pointed mouths. But these mosquitoes were much larger than before the apocalypse. They were as big as an adult's finger. If there were only one or two, he wouldn't be afraid, he could just swat them away. But there were tens of thousands of them here. Thinking of those who had been sucked dry, I suppose they must have been completely drained of their blood. Why were there so many large mosquitoes here? He Xiao stared in amazement at the mosquitoes swarming around the basket. The buzzing sound continued. The mosquitoes around him grew in number. He Xiao was surprised to find that these mosquitoes were actually calling for companions. Xin Yuran, standing nearby, said weakly, "These rose vines of mine won't last much longer." He Xiao, what should I do? He Xiao pursed his lips, his mind racing. Suddenly, he noticed the notebook in his mind light up. Soon, 3 methods of retreat appeared on the notebook's desktop. And all 3 of these methods had just occurred to him in a split second. He suddenly realized how to use his special abilities. He then simulated different escape methods in his mind again. Then he found the most appropriate and safest method. Yunran, you listen to my instructions for a while. These mosquitoes attack people in a certain pattern. As long as we run together, run for 40 meters straight without stopping. At the 14th meter, you open this shield. We can rest for 5 minutes in between. Repeat this cycle, and we be able to escape. Shen Yunan opened his mouth. Are you sure there are so many mosquitoes here? He Xiao pursed his lips, and looked through the gap at the mosquitoes around him again. Then he nodded solemnly. You listen to my instructions for a while. When I say run, you put away this shield. I hold you. Just follow my instructions. Chapter 151. Shen Yuran nodded nervously. Chen Hao counted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, run. The shield was removed, and the 2 of them, holding hands, ran forward desperately. After running about 40 meters, Chen Xiao shouted, hurry up and open it. With that, Shen Yuran reflexively released all the shields he had just used, and rose petals once again covered the 2 of them. Green vines reinforced their hiding place. The mosquitoes behind them caught up, but still missed. Soon, realizing they couldn't suck the 2 of them, they flew past them and flew away. Qin Zhao's mind raced as he watched the mosquitoes around him fly away. He calculated again when the mosquitoes would be at their lowest number, and when to run. In the first ring city, Di Jiang and the others dodged the mosquito bites while arranging for psychics to go to the homes of the base's top brass for protection. The psychics and soldiers throughout the first ring city were engaged in battle. Ordinary people without special abilities retreated into their homes, or found safe havens. Adjutant Ma rushed to Di Jiang's side and shouted, General, those mosquitoes are already flying towards the second ring city. The defenders there aren't as numerous as those in the first ring city. I'm afraid many survivors will be devoured by these mosquitoes. Di Jiang's expression darkened. Arrange 2 teams to support the second ring city. Send a few more to ask Elder Tian if there's any solution. Adjutant Ma received the order and immediately left. Di Jiang frowned at the mosquitoes flying around, feeling increasingly uneasy. These mosquitoes appeared out of nowhere within the first ring city, as if controlled by some kind of force, desperately pounding against their gate. After being discovered, they began an indiscriminate attack. Could someone in this first ring city be plotting something? Thinking of the insects already flying towards the second ring city, Di Jiang thought of Luo Qingtian. With her around, the second ring city should be safe, right? But then, thinking of Chen Hao's foolish actions, Di Jiang became uncertain again. After all, having just offended someone so badly, and now expecting them to take action, wasn't that a bit cheeky? Luo Qingtian was lost in thought, looking at the gem she had so easily destroyed with a sense of helplessness. Unknowingly, these normal gym equipment were no longer sufficient for her training needs. With just a few blows, she had destroyed everything. At this point, even she herself couldn't tell how strong she was. She glanced at Dabai and Xiaolu running in the open space outside the window. Luo Qingtian decided that instead of wasting time here, she might as well practice a little sparring with Xiaolu and the others. Thinking of this, she actually took action. Soon, the wails of Dabai and Xiaolu could be heard from the grassy space. Xiaolu was relatively safe. The vine supported her when Luo Qingtian struck her, mitigating most of the damage. However, Dabai was beaten to the ground with just a few blows, unable to stand up. Luo Qingtian then looked at Maoqiu, who was diligently watering the farmland and orchard in the space. It wore a small, homemade straw hat, looking like a hard-working gardener. Luo Qingtian glanced at her fist, then at the fur ball happily watering the plants, and instantly felt a pang of guilt. Forget it. I'd rather go out and fight a few high-level zombies than fight you. Luo Qingtian left the space, and thinking about her trip to Chaoyang base with Di Jiang tomorrow, she immediately gave up on going out to look for zombies. She planned to go to the cafeteria to pick up Shen Yunran, and see how Lu Tuo dealt with yesterday. As soon as she left the space, Luo Qingtian sensed something was amiss. The weather outside was hotter than usual, and the sky was a dark, swirling swarm of insects. Luo Qingtian thought about his past life. At this time in his past life, the temperature had indeed risen, and there had been many biting mutant mosquitoes. But it wasn't like this. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian walked straight to the window and looked out. Downstairs, many people were running into the corridor, covering their heads. Another person, swarmed by mosquitoes, collapsed to the ground. When the swarm cleared, Luo Qingtian could clearly see that the person's blood had been drained. Blood-sucking mosquitoes, so ferocious. How could this happen? This scene hadn't happened in his previous life. Luo Qingtian instantly thought of Shen Yunran and He Xiao. Those two had left early. Would they be in trouble if they encountered these mosquitoes at this time? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian put the little green needle on his head and walked out. Exiting building 2, a swarm of large mosquitoes instantly rushed towards Luo Qingtian. The little green needle quickly formed a shield to protect Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian activated his third skill and surveyed his surroundings, noting that the entire sky above Huang community was infested with mosquitoes. Xiaolu, hurricane. Suck all those mosquitoes together. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaolu transformed into a ball of seaweed and spit forward. Then, a swirling hurricane appeared, sucking in all the mosquitoes around it. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to unleash his fire-based ability on the hurricane. The entire hurricane instantly transformed into a massive fireball with spreading power. The fireball grew larger and larger, sucking in all the mosquitoes that approached and burning them to dust. In less than 10 minutes, all the blood-sucking mosquitoes in the Huang community were wiped out. However, the number killed was less than 1/10. Within a short while, large numbers of blood-sucking mosquitoes appeared again from all directions. Luo Qingtian reappeared the flying fire mysterious bow in his hand, drew his bow, and released his arrows. 3 pillars of fire shot out, completely incinerating the newly gathered blood-sucking mosquitoes in the sky. There were no more blood-sucking mosquitoes in the sky above Huang community, but that didn't mean there were none elsewhere. Luo Qingtian released an SUV from his space and drove straight towards the first ring road. Shen Yunran and He Xiao were currently sheltering in a canopy woven from rose vines. Shen Yunran's face was extremely pale, and He Xiao's wasn't much better. They had no idea how long they had been running, but they were still a long way from home. They had even lost their way several times, trying to avoid mosquitoes. This had left them exhausted and thirsty. Even their mental strength was somewhat depleted. He Xiao, do you think we can make it back alive today? Shen Yunran looked helplessly at the insects outside the canopy. He Xiao wiped Shen Yunran's forehead. Hold on, we definitely make it back alive. Qingtian will find us sooner or later. He Xiao now placed all his hopes on Luo Qingtian, hoping he remembered them. So when should we start running again? Shen Yunran felt his vines were giving out. Chapter 152. He Xiao looked feebly at the blood-sucking mosquitoes outside the enclosure that continued to attack them. Wait a little longer, He Xiao said, grabbing Shen Yunran's hand. When I yell, run with me. Shen Yunran returned He Xiao's hand. The two of them looked forward with determination. Ready, run. He Xiao tightly grasped Shen Yunran's hand and charged forward. Shen Yunran's mental strength was exhausted, and her physical strength was struggling. But to stay alive, she gritted her teeth and persevered, following He Xiao forward. 10 more meters, and we can rest. He Xiao could sense Shen Yunran's exhaustion and weakness. He tugged at her desperately, encouraging himself and her. 5 meters, 4 meters, almost there. Shen Yunran's speed was slowing down, and He Xiao used all his strength to hold on to her. With 3 meters to go, Shen Yunran fell heavily to the ground. He Xiao, clinging to Shen Yunran, also brought him down with him. He Xiao scrambled to his feet and tried to help Shen Yunran. But the blood-sucking mosquitoes had already caught up, swarming towards them. He Xiao stepped forward, hugged Shen Yunran, and protected him beneath his body. Swoosh, 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 a flash of fire shot past them, sweeping away the blood-sucking mosquitoes around them. The two could keenly feel a wave of heat passing by. It was blazing, but it didn't harm them at all. Xiaolu, hurricane. Luo Qingtian's voice echoed from afar. Then, a swirling hurricane swept through the air, sucking away all the blood-sucking mosquitoes. Little green spread. Luo Qingtian fired 3 arrows at the center of the hurricane. Little green spat twice at the hurricane, and the hurricane transformed into a giant fireball, spreading outward in the air. In less than 5 minutes, Luo Qingtian had completely cleared the air of blood-sucking mosquitoes. Luo Qingtian then approached He Xiao and Shen Yunran. Are you two okay? Seeing their distraught state, Luo Qingtian took out 2 bottles of water and handed them to them. They took the water and gulped it down. Qingtian, it's so nice to see you. I knew you'd come find us, He Xiao said, tears welling up in his eyes. Looking at their pale faces, Luo Qingtian knew this was a sign of overdrawn mental strength and supernatural powers. She tapped the ground gently. Grow! And then, a mass of grass sprouted around their bodies, concealing He Xiao and Shen Yuran. After being enveloped in the grass, He Xiao and Shen Yuran felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Their depleted psychic and mental strength seemed to be slowly being nourished, slowly recovering, and even their physical fatigue gradually faded. Ah! So comfortable. He Xiao sighed deeply and simply laid down on the grass, completely relaxing and feeling the nourishment of this power. Half an hour later, the grass disappeared, and the two finally stood up. How are you? Have you recovered? Luo Qingtian looked them up and down, observing them. Shen Yuran nodded. Qingtian, you're truly a treasure. I didn't expect such a formidable mosquito to be so easy on you, Shen Yuran said, feeling instantly inferior. He was now a psychic himself, yet he was being chased around by these mosquitoes. He felt so useless. Luo Qingtian reached out and rubbed Shen Yuran's head. You're quite good too. You're only a beginner psychic, yet you managed to hold out until I arrived. Anyone else would have been dead long ago. Shen Yuran looked up and immediately said, that's not the case. It was He Xiao who discovered the pattern of these mosquitoes' attacks, and then he directed me, so we were able to survive until now. Luo Qingtian looked He Xiao up and down. I didn't realize you had such a talent. He Xiao laughed dryly. Actually, I think I figured out how to use my psychic ability now. Although my psychic ability is a computer, it's far from simple. It can think quickly, and even simulate various scenarios within the computer. I just used this to discover the pattern of these mosquitoes. This psychic ability surprised Luo Qingtian. In her previous life, she had never heard of such a psychic ability. This psychic ability was a favorite of the commanders of various bases. Well, He Xiao, your psychic ability is a bit dangerous. Don't show it to outsiders anymore. I'm afraid you'd be targeted. He Xiao thought for a moment, and immediately thought of something. He nodded solemnly. Okay, I get it. From now on, I just tell people I don't have any special abilities. Luo Qingtian took out his RV to take the two back, but a distant buzzing sound continued. Luo Qingtian looked up and saw half the sky filled with a swarm of mosquitoes. These mosquitoes were clearly attacking the first ring city. What's going on in this ring city? Luo Qingtian asked, frowning as he looked into the distance. He Xiao looked over and said, we just discovered today when we were at work that the entire first ring city is surrounded by these mosquitoes. I guess a lot of special abilities are there now. Luo Qingtian had originally planned to leave, but then he put the RV away and got in an SUV. Qingtian, are you planning to go over and take a look? Luo Qingtian nodded. Yes. These insects are coming in strange ways. I have a feeling something's wrong. I give you this car, you go back first. Luo Qingtian handed the car keys to He Xiao. He then took out a motorcycle and headed straight for the first ring city. The first ring city was in complete chaos. The psychics were swatting mosquitoes everywhere, killing wave after wave. Many psychics had reached their limits. The survivors who couldn't fight outside hid in their houses, not even daring to open the curtains. The military immediately deployed people to catch mosquitoes with nets. Old Tian quickly prepared an insecticide in the laboratory. But its effect was minimal. The entire first ring city was now at a stalemate. Jiang Ziyuan and Xiao Hu were fighting back to back. They had already unleashed their psychics countless times. Now they felt dizzy and threatened to faint at any moment. I really miss Sister Luo right now. If she were in the first ring city, she'd definitely find a way. Jiang Ziyuan sighed as he spoke. Xiao Hu then said, if I were Sister Luo, I wouldn't be here. Jiang Ziyuan panted, yeah. Now I suddenly want to give Chen Hao a good beating. As he finished speaking, a dozen pillars of fire suddenly shot out, sweeping away swarms of blood-sucking mosquitoes as they passed by the two of them. The sky instantly cleared. This familiar move brought ecstasy to their faces. Is it Sister Luo? They turned their heads to look in the direction of the flames and saw Luo Qingtian, holding a flaming bow, on a tall building in the distance. Chapter 153. Luo Qingtian was enveloped in a faint layer of flame. Any mosquito that approached her would be incinerated to ash by the flames. She stood high, drawing her bow and shooting arrows. Her movements were swift and impressive, drawing the gazes of many from afar. Oh my god, so handsome! Who is that? Ji Wei, captain of the 5 Element Squad, also noticed the incoming pillar of fire. He turned his head and heard a team member shout, Captain, isn't that Sister Luo? Luo Qingtian ignored the gazes directed at her. Her arrow shot faster and faster, and soon the entire sky was filled with the pillars of fire she launched. Those blood-sucking mosquitoes seemed to have noticed their greatest danger. They stopped attacking the others, and rushed in unison towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes. In her previous life, the mosquitoes had mutated. Although they had grown in size, they had no intelligence, and were simply sucking blood based on instinct. But now these blood-sucking mosquitoes can clearly identify their targets, clearly controlled by something. Thankfully, a mosquito is still a mosquito. No matter how many there are, it's still just a mosquito. Little Green, Hurricane. Bigger. Little Green immediately appeared beside Luo Qingtian, transforming into a large green seaweed ball. Then, facing the direction the blood-sucking mosquitoes were coming from, spit, 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 he spat 3 times in a row. The 3 small hurricanes quickly coalesced, and Luo Qingtian drew his bow and released an arrow. Then, the hurricane ball transformed into a large hurricane. A massive fireball formed above the entire city, sucking in all the surrounding blood-sucking mosquitoes. With this suction, Luo Qingtian could clearly see how many blood-sucking mosquitoes were hiding in this city. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say there were tens of millions. Some people were shocked as they watched the blood-sucking mosquitoes being sucked out of every nook and cranny, even from the house. Oh my god, has our base disturbed a mosquito nest? This is too abnormal. Some psychics couldn't help but hug themselves. This is horrifying. Is this normal? Luo Qingtian also felt something was amiss as he watched the blood-sucking mosquitoes being continuously sucked out. It was obvious someone had brought them in, but how did they get so many mosquitoes in? Luo Qingtian activated his third skill and began to inspect the first ring city. Base Commander Hu Zheng, who had been observing from the rooftop, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Luo Qingtian suddenly appear. He asked the secretary beside him, "Who is this woman? Her psychic abilities are so powerful. Can we recruit her?" The secretary glanced at Luo Qingtian and whispered, "Base Commander, this person is a friend of General D. Her name is Luo Qingtian. I don't think we can recruit her." Hearing the secretary's words, Hu Zheng frowned. "It's Di Jiang again. He's gotten there first this time." The secretary lowered her head and said nothing. Hu Zheng thought for a moment and continued, "Look, find an opportunity to contact her privately. Such a powerful psychic is best kept within our base government's internal forces. Leaving her to Di Jiang would be a complete waste of talent. See what she likes. Do your best to satisfy her desires. With such a generous reward, I don't believe she still favor Di Jiang." The secretary whispered, "Yes, then, Base Commander, I talked to Miss Luo later." With Luo Qingtian joining the group, the psychics present were extremely excited. Some wind-type psychics imitated Luo Qingtian's example, and tried to use wind to deal with the blood-sucking mosquitoes, sucking out the few remaining ones. Luo Qingtian jumped down from the tall building and landed directly beside Jiang Ziyuan and the other 2. "Are you all okay?" Jiang Ziyuan and Xiao Hu nodded excitedly to Luo Qingtian. "It's okay, Sister Luo. It's a good thing you got here in time, otherwise we'd both be dead." Luo Qingtian glanced around. "Where are the others?" Jiang Ziyuan pointed to the room behind them. "They're all hiding here. They exhausted their powers." As soon as she finished speaking, Ma Ji emerged with several psychics. "Miss Luo, thank you for your timely intervention." Luo Qingtian nodded slightly. "I'm glad you're okay. Before Luo Qingtian could finish her words, her third ability revealed a strange-looking figure. And there were a pair of bony wings on their backs. Undead? Luo Qingtian stared at the scene in shock, leaping up and giving chase. At this point, the undead creature, unaware that Luo Qingtian had discovered it, banged its head, summoning blood-sucking mosquitoes from 100 miles around to fly in its direction. Bang! Suddenly, a fist struck its chest fiercely. The undead creature was sent flying. But it quickly regained its balance in midair. Looking down, it saw Luo Qingtian staring intently at it from the ground. "Human. You discovered me." The undead creature's voice was ethereal, as if it came from all directions. This undead creature, however, looked more fleshy. Not only did it possess a pair of bony wings, but its skull had been replaced with an insect-like head. Furthermore, its head was surrounded by tentacles resembling spider legs. Such a bizarre image was chilling. But Luo Qingtian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "Xiaolu, charge." With that, Xiaolu transformed once again into a ball of seaweed, carrying Luo Qingtian upwards. When they reached the undead's opposite side, Luo Qingtian's fist met its attack again. Bang! The punch landed firmly on the undead's spider-legged head. The undead fell to the ground. Luo Qingtian jumped off Xiaolu's body and chased after it. The moment the undead landed, Luo Qingtian stomped hard on its head. Crack! The spider leg on the undead's head broke. The body slammed heavily to the ground. Cheers echoed from all around. Jiang Ziyuan screamed, "Sister Luo, awesome!" But Luo Qingtian's expression grew even more solemn, as she sensed the undead's aura hadn't weakened. It was actually growing stronger. Suddenly, Luo Qingtian sensed something and quickly leaped away. The undead, like a spring with a long charge, suddenly leaped up. It soared into the air and began to scream at the surroundings. The sound was deafening, causing pain in the brains of those around it. Even Luo Qingtian was affected and covered her ears. After the undead finished screaming, it looked down at Luo Qingtian. The head on its belly glared at Luo Qingtian with clear murderous intent. "Look, what's that?" At this moment, someone nearby exclaimed in surprise. Luo Qingtian looked around. At some point, all sorts of mutated insects appeared all around. Giant spiders, giant rats, and even giant cockroaches. They all appeared within the first ring city. And the sky was filled with a swarm of black insects. Luo Qingtian just felt a chill. Damn! So disgusting. Chapter 154. Luo Qingtian stomped her foot hard on the ground. Then she bounced up from the ground with a shove. She charged at the undead in midair. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 consecutive punches, Luo Qingtian landed a powerful blow on the undead's head, which was in the lower abdomen. When she was done, Luo Qingtian's body fell to the ground. Xiaolu quickly transformed into her original form, and caught Luo Qingtian. The undead screamed in pain, "Kill her, kill her!" As soon as she finished speaking, a swarm of giant insects rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Soon, a large number of insects gathered around Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's flying fire mysterious bow appeared in her hand, and she continuously drew and fired arrows in all directions. With each arrow, she pulled the bowstring to its full strength. Explosions echoed one after another. Soon, Luo Qingtian had eliminated most of the surrounding insects. The psychics on the ground had already lost a significant amount of their powers to the vampire mosquitoes, but they hadn't anticipated the presence of undead within the base. And so many mutated insects. They gritted their teeth and unleashed their powers once more to engage the insects. When Di Jiang saw the undead from the rooftop, he took the elevator down. When he joined the fray, he brought with him the entire floor's psychic team. This brought a huge sigh of relief to the psychics, who had been fighting downstairs. The lightning blade reappeared in Di Jiang's hand. He unleashed his powers as he approached Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was now standing on Xiaolu's body. The undead, enraged after being repeatedly punched by Luo Qingtian, swung its massive body and charged at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian engaged the undead without dodging or evading. The undead were enormous, and Luo Qingtian had to stand on Xiaolu's head to get close. "Human, kill you!" As Luo Qingtian approached, the giant bone wing shot sharp bone spikes at him. Luo Qingtian couldn't dodge in midair, and Xiaolu blocked the spikes. Luo Qingtian also took out a bone wing and engaged the bone wing zombie in front of him. The sight of the bone spike in Luo Qingtian's hand only infuriated the bone wing zombie. The bone wing zombie swung its massive palm toward Xiaolu, whose vines quickly wrapped around the zombie's arm. Luo Qingtian took advantage of the opportunity to step on the zombie's bony arm and run forward, then leaped high and delivered a powerful kick to the zombie's head. The bone wing zombie's head was kicked aside by Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian flipped over and leaped onto the bone wing zombie's bony arm again, thrusting her upright bone wing into its insected head. Ah! The head on its lower abdomen screamed, followed by a wail from Little Green. Luo Qingtian quickly leaped onto Little Green's body. "What's wrong, Little Green?" Then Luo Qingtian saw several long bone spurs sticking out of Little Green's body, green fluid oozing from the spurs. "Are you injured?" Luo Qingtian's eyes flashed with anger. She placed her palm on Little Green's body, unleashing healing magic. While the wounds were healing, Luo Qingtian plucked out all the bone spurs from Little Green's body. The next moment, all of Little Green's injuries were healed, and the bone-winged zombie charged again. Luo Qingtian leaped from Little Green's body to avoid the attack. Little Green seized the opportunity to unleash tens of thousands of its tentacles, wrapping them around the bone-winged zombie. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to leap onto the bone-winged zombie and delivered a flurry of punches. Entangled by Little Green, the bone-winged zombie lost its ability to fly and plummeted heavily to the ground, carrying Little Green with it. Of course, Luo Qingtian also slammed down with it. In midair, Luo Qingtian's vines suddenly shot out. The vines quickly wrapped around a nearby building. Using the vines for cushioning, Luo Qingtian leaped down to the ground, landing steadily beside the bone-winged zombie. The bone-winged zombie landed and struggled to get up. After a long struggle, Little Green clung to it again. Several of Little Green's tentacles were broken. Little Green clung to the bone-winged zombie, refusing to let go. At this point, Luo Qingtian leaped onto the zombie's back, grasping the zombie's bony wings with both hands and exerting all his might. Snap! Snap! Two crisp sounds. Luo Qingtian forcibly plucked the zombie's bony wings. Looking at the wings, Luo Qingtian almost laughed out loud. These wings were noticeably sharper than the ones he obtained before. The zombie let out a loud roar as its wings were plucked, sending the surrounding insects into a riot. Your ability is to control insects. If I dissolve you, will all these bugs leave? Luo Qingtian's fist had turned green. She placed one foot on the zombie and swung her fist. One punch, two punches. She struck with all her might. White smoke began to rise from the zombie, and the mutated insects around it went berserk. Abandoning their prey, they rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Di Jiang had already rushed behind Luo Qingtian, blocking him and unleashing a wall of electricity around him. He surrounded himself, Luo Qingtian, and the struggling undead. The mutated insects around him continuously pounded against the electric wall. Di Jiang carefully defended himself, concentrating his firepower on any insects that threatened to charge in. But even this was no match for the desperate attacks of the numerous insects. Crack! The electric wall began to shatter under the impact. Jiang Ziyuan, Xiaohu, Qi, Bai Su, and Chen Xiang all rushed forward. They all worked together to shield Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian from behind. Even though their powers were exhausted, they knew that to completely eliminate these insects, they had to first eliminate the undead fighting Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was still swinging his fists, desperately hitting the undead. Each punch sent billowing white smoke billowing from the undead. The surrounding insects were swarming ever more frantically. They covered the sky and the sun, attempting to annihilate the people in front of Luo Qingtian. Di Jiang steadied himself, and once again condensed a wall of electricity. Surrounding the electric wall were walls of water and metal. Everyone was doing their best to protect Luo Qingtian. However, under the onslaught of the insects, the walls were shaky and on the verge of collapse. Everyone's faces were utterly pale, even their lips were devoid of color. Suddenly, Jiang Ziyuan's earthen wall crumbled. Jiang Ziyuan sat down weakly on the ground. Boss, I'm out of energy. I can't unleash any of my supernatural powers, Jiang Ziyuan gasped and shouted weakly, as he watched the approaching insect horde. Luo Qingtian also glanced at the people behind her protecting her. She clapped her hands to the ground. Grow! With her words, a vast expanse of green grass rapidly grew. Chapter 155. The green grass grew faster and faster, taller and taller. In a short while, it had completely engulfed everyone. Sister Luo, what are you doing? Jiang Ziyuan shouted to Luo Qingtian. Just rest in the grass. Get back to killing bugs when you're done. Luo Qingtian continued to fight the undead before him. At this moment, the undead struggled more and more fiercely. Luo Qingtian ignored everything else and devoted himself to fighting the undead. Jiang Ziyuan and the others were surprised to discover that the grass Luo Qingtian had grown was actually restoring their special abilities. Even their mental strength was recovering, and even their fatigue was disappearing. Oh my god! Sister Luo is amazing! You can even do this! After exclaiming in amazement, Jiang Ziyuan simply lay down on the ground, completely immersing himself in the grass. Di Jiang stood in front of Luo Qingtian, continuing to maintain his electric wall. You all recover in batches. Don't recover together. Jiang Ziyuan, now you're done resting, let Qi Yi rest. Behind Qi Yi were Chen Xiang and Bai Su. Yes. Boss. Luo Qingtian pummeled the undead with blow after blow, but even with Luo Qingtian's venom, the undead's body was still able to recover quickly. Luo Qingtian's strength was almost exhausted. Even Xiaolu was unable to control the undead's struggles. Suddenly, Xiaolu's tentacles were torn apart, and the undead broke free of Xiaolu's grip and soared into the sky again. 8 huge spider legs extended from the undead's back, clambering onto nearby buildings. Green blood flowed from Xiaolu's body, and Luo Qingtian had no time to chase the undead. She continuously released her healing powers at Little Green. Little Green also looked listless, transforming into a palm-sized ball of seaweed and hiding in Luo Qingtian's arms, seemingly in great pain. Little Green, how are you? Luo Qingtian was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. She stretched out her hand and released a stream of tiny green balls. Little Green extended its tentacles and gently wiped away Luo Qingqian's tears. Then she absorbed all the green balls Luo Qingqian had released. Luo Qingqian placed Little Green in the grass she had created, stood up, and looked up at the undead in the sky. This time, she was truly angry. She, Luo Qingqian, could be hurt, beaten, no matter how much pain it caused, but seeing Little Green injured like this, Luo Qingqian felt a surge of rage rising within her. She locked eyes with the undead, who stretched out his bony arm towards Luo Qingqian. He raised a thumbs up on his bony hand, then slowly lowered it. A sneering laugh escaped his lips. Then the surrounding mosquitoes swarmed fiercely again, charging at Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian stood there, quietly watching the zombie. Sister Luo, Jiang Ziyuan, and the others broke out in a cold sweat as they watched the mutant insects charge towards Luo Qingqian. When they tried to help Luo Qingqian, they were startled. Any flying insect that approached Luo Qingqian plummeted to the ground, and then Luo Qingqian leaped up. The next moment, they watched Luo Qingqian and the undead vanish. Fuck, where's Sister Luo? Jiang Ziyuan stared at the scene in shock, hardly daring to believe his eyes. How could this person vanish out of thin air? No one present had spotted Luo Qingqian. Di Jiang glanced around quickly, his fists clenched. Xiaohu wasn't nervous at all. He remembered how Luo Qingqian had vanished into thin air in the granary when he killed the mutant bats. The surrounding mutant insects, freed from the undead's control, began to attack indiscriminately. Buildings around the city, windows, anywhere people could be seen. These mutant insects began to pound frantically. Don't look for them yet. Qingqian will be fine. Let's deal with these mutant bugs first. Without saying anything, Di Jiang's hands flashed with lightning, incinerating all the incoming insects to charcoal. In a dark, empty space, the undead fell heavily to the ground. It didn't know why it was there, but the pressure left didn't even allow it to rise. Suddenly, a figure appeared and slammed into it. Then it vanished quickly. Under the immense pressure, the undead rose. It roared and screamed at the surroundings, trying to attract the mosquitoes to this place. But no matter how it roared, not a single mosquito came. At this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the darkness. The undead twisted its massive body and looked over, spotting Luo Qingqian standing not far away. The next moment, Luo Qingqian vanished from the spot. The undead's upper and lower head spun rapidly, trying to locate Luo Qingqian. Suddenly, the head in the undead's abdomen screamed. Luo Qingqian suddenly appeared and landed a heavy punch on the head below. Then Luo Qingqian vanished again. Bang! Luo Qingqian's kick tore the giant insect's head apart. This was Luo Qingqian's territory. While within it, Luo Qingqian's strength and speed increased several times. Enemies drawn into this area by Luo Qingqian would experience immense pressure on their bodies, their defenses, attacks, and strength absorbed by the field. Luo Qingqian's speed grew faster and faster, and green venom began to drip from her hands. She moved swiftly around the undead, her fists raining down on it like a rain of raindrops. The undead was already struggling to move. Under Luo Qingqian's reckless attack, it quickly fell heavily to the ground. Luo Qingqian seized the opportunity to leap forward and pound its head. As Luo Qingqian swung his fist, the giant spider leg stabbed at his back. Luo Qingqian's third skill remained active, allowing him to see everything around him clearly even without turning his head. As the spider leg stabbed, Luo Qingqian suddenly leaped upward. The leg missed, and Luo Qingqian landed and leaped onto the undead's body again. Then she delivered a powerful kick to the undead's head. This time, the undead's head was crushed by Luo Qingqian's kick. Luo Qingqian could clearly feel the undead's aura weakening. But soon, its head began to expand again. Is it still immortal? Luo Qingqian looked at the undead with a serious expression, unleashing her venom at full force. She similarly used the reaction force of her growth skill to absorb the undead's recovery energy. This time, Luo Qingqian was surprised to find that the undead's head, previously deflated by Luo Qingqian's blow, deflated even further. Luo Qingqian had finally found the power to restrain the undead. He increased the absorption of his growth skill. An undead spider leg reached out again. Luo Qingqian caught it with one hand, then forcibly pulled it off. I run out of my spider legs, so yours would be even better. Chapter 156. After saying this, Luo Qingqian crushed the undead's head in his abdomen with one foot. This time, the undead didn't recover, and Luo Qingqian looked at him grimly. With another kick, he completely crushed the insect head on his shoulder. Feeling weak, Luo Qingqian withdrew his domain, and suddenly appeared with the undead's body within the first ring of the city. The crowd, still battling the mutated insects, was startled by Luo Qingtian's sudden appearance. After taking in the situation, everyone was overjoyed. "Sister Luo, you're back!" Jiang Ziyuan and Xiao Huyu shouted excitedly. Luo Qingtian waved his hand and sat on the undead's body. Because its vitality had been absorbed, the undead was dead beyond death. Several people stared in shock at the undead creature Luo Qingtian sat on, tentatively asking, "Is this thing dead?" Luo Qingtian nodded, stood up, and flipped the undead creature over. He placed one foot on its back, then grasped the massive spider leg with his other two hands and yanked it hard. Thick black blood spurted out as the spider leg was pulled out, spraying Luo Qingtian's face. Luo Qingtian paid no attention. He then proceeded to pluck out the remaining spider legs. He only stopped when all 8 were removed. At this point, most of the mutant insects in the entire First Ring City had been eliminated. Luo Qingtian unleashed the growing grass again. Everyone happily rushed into the grass to recover. A group of blood-sucking insects flew over and headed straight for Luo Qingtian. Suddenly, a flash of lightning passed by, and all the mosquitoes were burned to charcoal. Di Jiang retracted his lightning and walked to Luo Qingtian. "Thank you for your hard work. Where did you go just now? What happened to this undead?" Luo Qingtian sat on the ground and looked up. "Nothing, just a special ability. This undead was killed by my ability. Thank you today. I'm so glad you came to my rescue." Di Jiang wondered if he hadn't had the confidence to defeat the undead. "Thanks to Luo Qingtian. It's okay, I live in this base too. Fighting is only natural. In his past life, this base had never been invaded by the undead." Luo Qingtian felt that the undead's attack here was probably a butterfly effect caused by his own rebirth. After their powers were restored, everyone attacked the mutated insects in the sky and on the ground again. Finally, the insects were completely wiped out. Everyone cheered. Luo Qingtian squatted on the ground and began to search for the undead's crystal core with his bare hands. Determined that the undead's head wasn't completely shattered enough, Luo Qingtian simply smashed it with his bare hands. The thick mucus sprayed all over Luo Qingtian, but he didn't care. Jiang Ziyuan and the others were already accustomed to Luo Qingtian's formidable character. But the other psychics felt a chill run down their spines when they saw Luo Qingtian searching for the crystal core with his bare hands. They all looked at Luo Qingtian with fear and terror. Some female psychics even looked at him with a hint of disdain. Luo Qingtian didn't care about the looks until she found a dark green crystal core. She happily took out a bottle of mineral water and began to clean it. The crystal core was level 8. This shocked everyone around them. But no one dared to covet it. They could only watch with envy as Luo Qingtian put the crystal core away. "Hey, isn't it a bit wasteful to watch the crystal core with mineral water?" A female psychic's voice rang out from a distance. Luo Qingtian turned to look. He saw the psychic looking at him with a look of regret. "What's it to you?" Luo Qingtian averted his gaze and prepared to leave. Di Jiang then handed a fresh bottle of mineral water to Luo Qingtian. "Have some water." Luo Qingtian was truly thirsty. He took the water and began to drink. The psychic who had spoken earlier swallowed hard when he saw Di Jiang handing Luo Qingtian the water. She was truly thirsty. Seeing Luo Qingtian drinking so recklessly, she genuinely wanted to snatch the bottle of water and take a sip. Not only was she thirsty, but the psychics around her were also terribly thirsty. At this moment, the sound of applause rang out from a distance. "Paw, paw, paw." Then a man's voice boomed with energy. "Ha ha ha, wonderful, truly wonderful. Miss Luo is worthy of being the top expert in our first base." Hu Zheng emerged from a building behind him, laughing as he approached Luo Qingtian. A few people followed behind him, carrying several cans of mineral water. "Thank you all for your hard work fighting. Come, help yourself to some of the water here." At this, the psychics present all looked at Hu Zheng with tears of gratitude. "Thank you, Base Commander." Hu Zheng nodded with a smile. "You're welcome. You're all from this first base, so I, Hu Zheng, will certainly not treat you unfairly." The psychics looked at Hu Zheng with gratitude, for everyone knew how precious water was at this time. At this time, a woman's voice also sounded. "The base commander is concerned about everyone's hard work, so he has asked the cafeteria to prepare meals. After everyone has rested enough, you can go to the cafeteria to get a free meal. The rice used today is all polished rice that has not been soaked in water." After the woman finished speaking, the psychics present cheered. Eating high-quality refined rice at this time was like a dream. Everyone looked at Hu Zheng with deep respect and gratitude. After chatting and laughing with the others for a while, Hu Zheng looked back at Luo Qingtian. "Miss Luo is truly as capable as any man. I admire you." Luo Qingtian ignored Huizheng, staring intently at the woman who had just spoken. Lu Shiqi, I didn't expect Lu Shiqi to be here. Huizheng saw that Luo Qingtian ignored him, but he didn't get angry. He followed Luo Qingtian's gaze and, upon seeing Lu Shiqi, smiled and asked, Miss Luo, do you know Shiqi? Shiqi, bring Miss Luo a bottle of water. After hearing Huizheng's words, Lu Shiqi quickly grabbed a bottle of water and trotted over to Huizheng's side. Oh, Qingtian, it's you. I didn't expect you to be so impressive now. Huizheng took the water Lu Shiqi handed him and said with a smile, so you two really know each other. What a coincidence. Lu Shiqi smiled and said, Base Commander, Qingtian and I used to be best friends. We just broke up over a misunderstanding. Qingtian, I have a base commander now. I long disliked Han Shuo. Even if he liked me, I wouldn't care. Qingtian, you're not still mad at me, are you? Lu Shiqi's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present could hear it, and Lu Shiqi didn't deliberately avoid others. She spoke openly. This changed the way everyone looked at Luo Qingtian. Chapter 157. At this moment, a psychic whispered, no way. Luo Qingtian actually used to steal someone else's boyfriend. The female psychic who had just spoken to Luo Qing also chimed in. She looked so decent, but I didn't expect she was such a slut. Luo Qingtian suddenly appeared in front of the female psychic and slapped her hard across the face. Then, she grabbed her by the neck and said, if you can't speak, then don't breathe. The teammate behind the woman was terrified and quickly stepped forward to apologize. Sister Luo, I'm sorry. She didn't mean it. She just didn't think before she spoke. Don't be angry. The female psychic finally realized what was happening. She looked at Luo Qingtian in horror, hugged his arm, and said, sorry, Sister Luo, I didn't think before I spoke. Luo Qingtian kicked the woman away. Turning to Lu Shiqi, whether you like Han Shuo or not is none of my business, but I do admire your ability to be a mistress. Luo Qingtian walked towards Lu Shiqi, her aura pressing her back. Huizheng also realized by now that Luo Qingtian and Lu Shiqi had a grudge. He slapped Lu Shiqi across the face. You bitch! How dare you offend anyone? Lu Shiqi covered her face and looked at Huizheng in shock. Huizheng smiled at Luo Qingtian and handed her the bottle of mineral water. Miss Luo, don't be angry. Drink some water and calm down. That was before the apocalypse. How can she compare to you now? How about this? I treat Miss Luo to dinner tonight and let Shiqi apologize to you. How about that? The people behind Dijiang watched Huizheng's actions with a touch of nervousness. They feared Luo Qingtian would accept Huizheng's invitation after accepting the water. If she did, it would mean Huizheng was halfway to winning Luo Qingtian over. Luo Qingtian didn't take the bottle of water. Instead, he raised his half-drunk bottle of mineral water and said, no need, I have water. I'm not greedy. I just need enough to drink. Huizheng didn't care about Luo Qingtian's refusal. He continued with a smile, Miss Luo, do you live in the first ring road? I wonder if you have a good place to live. I happen to have a spare apartment that I can offer to Miss Luo. Huamao had no other intentions. He simply hoped that someone like Miss Luo would take a high-level position at our base. Luo Qingtian continued to shake his head. No need, the second ring road is fine. I'm a free-spirited person and won't stay in one place long. Everyone behind Dijiang breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Luo Qingtian's words. Luo Qingwan looked behind him at Dijiang. I'm tired today. Can you drive me home? Dijiang nodded. Then I go drive? You wait here. Luo Qingtian nodded. Then he nodded to Huizheng. Captain Hua, I'm exhausted from fighting today. I'm going home first. Luo Qingwan turned and left. Huizheng's face darkened as he watched Luo Qingtian's departing back. Lu Shiqi walked over and looked at Luo Qingtian's back with grievance. How ungrateful. Captain, you tried so hard to keep her, and she actually refused you. The captain raised an eyebrow and smiled. Masters all have tempers. It's okay, take your time. I don't believe I can't win her over. But you, Shiqi, how come I didn't know you had such a connection with Luo Qingtian? Lu Shiqi's eyes were red, and she was about to cry. I didn't know Qingtian was so angry. We used to live together for so long, and she turned on me just because of Han Shuo. Han Shuo likes me, what can I do? Lu Shiqi said, throwing herself into Huizheng's arms and bursting into tears. Okay, stop crying. Lu Shiqi was utterly panicked. Just when Luo Qingtian left, she glanced at her, and she saw a sinister murderous intent in that look. She thought back to the beginning of the apocalypse, when she and Han Shuo led men to rob Luo Qingtian. Back then, Luo Qingtian's methods were incredibly ruthless. Out of fear, She kicked Han Shuo and kept searching for new supporters. She had originally wanted to seek Di Jiang, but he wouldn't even bother her. Until she met Hu Shiyu, and through her, she met Hu Zheng. She was able to secure her position in the base, but she hadn't expected Luo Qitian to become so powerful. Hu Zheng, in order to consolidate his power within the base, was eager to win over Luo Qitian. If Hu Zheng knew of the hatred between them, she was certain he would abandon her to curry favor with him. At this thought, Lu Shiqi's body trembled imperceptibly. In the jeep, Luo Qitian leaned weakly against the back seat. Di Jiang served as Luo Qingqian's driver. He glanced back at Luo Qitian several times. "What are you trying to say?" Hesitantly, Luo Qitian opened his eyes and looked at Di Jiang feebly. Di Jiang laughed dryly. "Well, I'm just curious. Why did you reject Hu Zheng?" Luo Qitian sighed. This base commander spends all his time thinking about winning people over, and never gets down to business. "I don't like him," Di Jiang laughed dryly. "You see," Luo Qitian sneered. "While we were fighting all day, he hid in the building and watched the situation unfold. When we were almost done, he rushed over with water and food, and with a few casual words, he took all the credit for defeating the mutant insects. He even moved the psychics present to tears of gratitude. It seems this man must have been a corrupt official before the apocalypse." Di Jiang chuckled. "Haha, I don't know if he was a corrupt official before the apocalypse, but I know he was the mayor of your high city before the apocalypse." Luo Qingqian's face lit up with understanding. "So that's why he's so adept at manipulating things." Di Jiang laughed again. "You guessed I asked you these questions when you took my car today?" Luo Qingqian turned her head, looked out the window, and whispered, "No. I just don't want to drive myself." In reality, Luo Qingqian felt too dirty with blood. She didn't want to dirty her car, nor did she want to ride Dubai. But Di Jiang didn't think so. He felt he and Luo Qingqian had a close relationship, and Luo Qingqian had asked him to send her off because she didn't want him to misunderstand. Thinking of this, Di Jiang felt a warm warmth in his heart. "Qingqian, are we still going to Chaoyang base tomorrow?" Luo Qingqian sighed. "I'm afraid we have to wait a few days. I always felt that this sudden attack by the undead is a bit strange. Or perhaps there's some other destabilizing factor infiltrating the first base. I think you should stay and investigate thoroughly." As for Chaoyang base, Luo Qingqian planned to go and see for himself. After absorbing the life force of that undead today, he wondered if it was just an illusion. Luo Qingqian felt that his healing and growth abilities were much stronger than before. Chapter 158. If it's really as she imagined, these undead are practically experience cards for her skill points. These aren't undead anymore. They're truly precious treasures. Of course, she didn't say this directly to Di Jiang. If she had, he might have dropped everything and followed her to Chaoyang base. Arriving at the second ring road, they could see Huang community from afar. Di Jiang thought of Lu Shiqi and continued, "Qingqian, what's going on between you and that Lu Shiqi?" Luo Qingqian sighed. "Nothing, just a mortal feud. When the apocalypse began, she brought people to steal my things. I killed her, and she ran away. That's why I've been looking for her. I didn't expect her to end up with Hu Zheng, but I'm not going to let her go. I kill her when I get the chance." Hearing Luo Qingqian, Di Jiang pursed his lips and didn't ask any more questions. What he wanted to ask was whether Luo Qingqian had really stolen Lu Shiqi's boyfriend, but considering Luo Qingqian's personality, he felt that was unlikely. The two of them entered the Huan residential complex in silence. Watching Luo Qingqian get out of the car, Di Jiang wanted to ask something, but Luo Qingqian simply waved and turned back into the hallway. Hearing the sound of a door opening, Shen Yunran and Yi Xiao ran out. "Qingqian, what's wrong with you?" Shen Yunran covered his mouth in fear after seeing Luo Qingqian's appearance. Yi Xiao couldn't help but twitch his lips. "You're covered in blood. What's wrong? Did something happen in the first ring road?" Luo Qingqian looked at Yi Xiao in surprise. "Does your supernatural power also make your mind go bright?" Yi Xiao scratched the back of his head. "I can't really put it into words. I just feel like I'm having a lot of strange thoughts right now. Every time I do something, over a dozen methods involuntarily appear in my mind, as if my brain were a computer." Luo Qingqian was secretly surprised. If someone like Hu Zheng knew about this ability, Yi Xiao would definitely be taken away. Then remember, never reveal your abilities easily. If anyone asks, just say you haven't awakened them. Luo Qingqian was serious, and Yi Xiao nodded quickly. His mind raced through all sorts of possibilities. "Are you so nervous because the head of our base is incompetent? Qingqian, you once said you leave after Yunran and I awaken our powers. When do you plan to leave?" Luo Qitian shook his head. Something's happened at the base lately. I might have to wait a while. And it's been dangerous lately. If possible, you two shouldn't go to work in the first ring city for the time being. He Xiao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but all that came out was, "You're covered in blood. Go upstairs and clean yourself up." Yuren prepared some delicious food. "Okay, I go upstairs first." Luo Qingtian headed straight upstairs. What He Xiao wanted to say was that with Luo Qingtian's abilities, he could actually create his own base, even though Luo Qingtian had never told him or Shen Yunran in detail about his powers. But He Xiao felt that in this apocalyptic world, Luo Qingtian was the one most capable of protecting humanity. But he knew Luo Qingtian had always wanted to find her parents. Luo Qingtian's personality wouldn't bother her to build a base. In fact, in Luo Qingtian's eyes, such a base might even be a burden. Due to the undead attack, many buildings in the first ring city were destroyed. Dijiang began recruiting psychics to repair the damaged houses and buildings. The first ring city was bustling with activity. Luo Qingtian and the other two stayed indoors. After yesterday's battle, Luo Qingtian planned to take a good day to rest. Shen Yunran was busy in the kitchen, knowing Luo Qingtian wouldn't be home for long. She wanted to prepare some takeout food while he was there. He Xiao stayed in his room. His mind was working quickly. He knew Luo Qingtian was about to leave, so he wanted to use this time to tinker with some small things in his room, hoping they would be useful to her while she was away. The three of them were busy with their own things in the house. No one disturbed the other, yet they all worked tacitly for each other. Until a discordant knock on the door shattered the peaceful harmony. Shen Yuran, who had been busy in the kitchen, was the first to hear the knock. She put down her work and walked over to the door, asking, "Who is it?" Luo Qingtian then walked downstairs and looked at Shen Yunran. Then a woman's voice came from the doorway. "Hello, we are Director Huiji's secretary. We are here to deliver something to Miss Luo. Please open the door." Luo Qingtian frowned. "This Huizheng actually found out where I live. It seems he really has his eyes on me." "Let her in." Luo Qingtian walked to the sofa and sat down. His aura was fully radiant, and his expression darkened. Shen Yuran felt a chill coming from behind her as she opened the door. When she saw Luo Qingtian, her heart sank. She hadn't seen Luo Qingtian like this in a long time. The look of no strangers allowed, as if he didn't care about anyone. Shen Yuran shuddered, then smiled at the two women outside and said, "Come in, Qingtian's waiting inside." Outside were Lu Shiqi and a woman who looked relatively unfamiliar. The woman in front politely nodded to Shen Yuran and walked in. The moment they entered, they were stunned. The decor and amenities of this house were even more complete and comfortable than Huizheng's. It was the end of the world, and even Huizheng himself wouldn't dare run the air conditioner constantly. But Luo Qingtian's room was perfectly warm, and it was obvious he kept it on constantly. And the TV in front of them, and the cleanliness of the room. They didn't look like someone living in the end of the world. Lu Shiqi was envious, almost mad with envy. Luo Qingtian actually let someone else live in such a nice environment. If she hadn't fallen out with Luo Qingtian, then she should have had a share of this place. Luo Qingtian looked at the two people who had entered, and his aura grew even colder. "Qingtian, long time no see," Lu Shiqi said with a smile. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at Lu Shiqi, half smiling, and said, "Didn't we meet yesterday? How can you say that with such a chuckle today?" Lu Shiqi was choked by Luo Qingtian's words and smiled awkwardly. "Qingtian, are you still mad at me? I came here today to apologize. We used to have such a good relationship. Why did we end up like this over an unworthy Han Shua? Can we just go back to the way we were?" Lu Shiqi said, moving forward to grab Luo Qingtian's hand. But before she could get close to him, Luo Qingtian kicked her away. "Ah!" Lu Shiqi screamed, slamming heavily against the opposite wall, and then landing heavily on the ground. Chapter 159. Lu Shiqi fell to the ground, convulsing in pain. Another stranger quickly ran over and helped Lu Shiqi up. "Miss Luo, what are you doing? If you're really doing this for a man, there's really no need. A powerful psychic like you is surely worthy of even General Dijiang. Why ruin your relationship over a lowly man? We're here today to express our condolences to you, Miss Luo, on behalf of our base commander." Our base commander also said, "I hope to work with you more often in the future." Luo Qingtian smiled. She stood up and slowly approached the woman. "What's your name?" The woman looked at Luo Qingtian nervously. "Miss Luo, I'm Song Jushin." Luo Qingtian nodded and smiled. "She told you I fell out with her over a man?" Luo Qingtian reached this point, and slowly squatted down to be eye level with Song Jushin. Did she tell you that at the beginning of the apocalypse, she and my ex-boyfriend brought people to my house to kill me? Luo Qing stepped forward and grabbed Lu Shiqi's neck. So, you think I cooperate with you, if you bring my mortal enemy with you? Luo Qing increased the pressure on her grip, causing Lu Shiqi's eyes to roll back, and she was on the verge of suffocation. Song Jushin was even more panicked this time. This time, Wu Zheng had specifically asked her to bring Lu Shiqi with her. She had assumed that the fight between Lu Shiqi and Luo Qingtian was just a childish one. She had never imagined they were mortal enemies. She glared at Lu Shiqi angrily, wondering how she could persuade Luo Qingtian to stop. Lu Shiqi was ostensibly Hu Zheng's secretary, but in reality, she was Hu Zheng's pet. Furthermore, she had brought Lu Shiqi up with her. If anything happened to her, Hu Zheng would never let her off. She pondered for a moment, then saw He Xiao emerge from the bedroom, and Shen Yunren standing nearby, staring nervously. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately said, "Miss Luo, I know you're angry. Please show some mercy. I definitely report this to Captain Hua when I get back. Let the captain vent your anger, but you really can't kill her now. Lu Shiqi is from the base's secretariat, after all. Killing her would vent your anger, but it would also be a slap in the face of the captain. Think about your future life in this base, your companions, and your friends. What if your impulsive actions bring them?" Before Song Jushin could finish, Luo Qingtian said grimly, "Are you threatening me?" Song Jushin shook her head repeatedly. "No, I just don't think it's worth causing unnecessary trouble for someone like her." In reality, Luo Qingtian hadn't intended to kill Lu Shiqi herself. She would certainly take her life, but she certainly wouldn't do it so openly. Just as Song Jushin had said, she had to leave Shen Yunren and He Xiao a way out. So she couldn't cause too much trouble at the base. Yes, you're right. It's really not worth it for someone like that. However, I'm afraid your purpose for coming here today will be in vain. Luo Qing finished, then tossed Lu Shiqi aside. Song Jushin stepped forward and helped Lu Shiqi up. "I'm sorry, Miss Luo. We really didn't know about your relationship with Lu Shiqi. I will definitely report this to the higher-ups. Goodbye." Song Jushin finished, then helped Lu Shiqi out. As they reached the door, Luo Qing said, "Lu Shiqi, I advise you not to have any evil thoughts about me. Otherwise, this won't be a simple settlement between you and me." Lu Shiqi's eyes were filled with hatred. But she didn't even have the courage to look up. She lowered her head, and let Song Jushin help her out the door. Only after they were outside, downstairs, and in the car did Lu Shiqi start cursing. "How dare Luo Qingtian, that bitch, do this to me? Bitch, bitch." Song Jushin, driving, glanced at Lu Shiqi with disdain and said, "Why didn't you ever tell me that you and Luo Qingtian were in this relationship? If you had told me earlier, the base commander wouldn't have sent you here. Now, you haven't completed the mission, and you offended someone. When we get back to First Ring City, you explain to the base commander." Lu Shiqi glanced at Song Jushin grimly and sneered, "Okay. I explain myself. I tell the base commander that it was you who instigated Luo Qingtian to hit me." Song Jushin suddenly laughed at Lu Shiqi's words. "Lu Shiqi, do you know what the difference is between you and me?" Lu Shiqi asked darkly, "What do you want to say?" Song Jushin's tone was tinged with sarcasm. "I was able to hold the position of Secretary General entirely through my own ability, not through physical sacrifice like you did. So even if you tell the base commander, he wouldn't replace me for you." Song Jushin then ignored Lu Shiqi. Lu Shiqi didn't say anything else, just glared at her fiercely. As Song Jushin had said, Hu Zheng wouldn't replace Song Jushin for him. After all, Song Jushin had been with Hu Zheng since he was mayor, all the way to the present day. She clutched her aching chest and slumped back against the backrest. For a moment, Luo Qingtian's kick had made her think she was going to die. Now she was convulsing in pain again. Back in the First Ring City, Song Jushin recounted everything that had happened today to Hu Zheng. The more Hu Zheng listened, the darker his expression grew. "This Lu Shiqi, how dare you lie to me?" With this, Hu Zheng slammed the cup in his hand to the ground. He was furious at Lu Shiqi's deception and foolishness in letting her provoke Luo Qingtian. He was even more furious at Luo Qingtian's lack of respect for him. He was furious, but thinking of Luo Qingtian's immense power, he could only suppress his anger and ask, "Shushin, you met Luo Qingtian. What kind of person do you think she is? What could possibly impress her? This woman is too powerful. We must win her over to our side. Otherwise, how can I control Dijiang?" Song Jushin thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Base commander, there's one thing I haven't told you. Luo Qingqian's current residence is probably even more comfortable than your own. Both the furniture and the appliances are state-of-the-art, pre-apocalyptic. Even her family has easy access to electricity now. And there's no shortage of water. Hu Zheng was stunned upon hearing this. What are you talking about? How is it possible that there's such a place in the Second Ring Road? Song Jushi nodded confidently. Yes, base commander, and it seems Luo Qingtian has everything she needs. So I think what we have now won't be enough to control her. As Song Jushin said this, he suddenly thought of Shen Yunran and Yi Xiao. Thinking of Luo Qingqian's cold eyes, he swallowed the words he was about to say. Such a powerful being should be avoided as an enemy if possible. Chapter 160. Hu Zheng took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead. You go down first. I try to figure out a way to deal with Luo Qingtian. You should also see if there's any way to win her over. People like her absolutely cannot stay with Dijiang. Song Jushi nodded and left Hu Zheng's office. Then Hu Shi walked in. Dad, I heard you want to recruit Luo Qingtian? Hu Zheng looked at his daughter and nodded. Yes. What's the matter? Do you have any ideas? Hu Shi shook her head. Dad, I don't think you need to recruit Luo Qingtian. She's with Dijiang. Hu Zheng frowned. It's because she's with Dijiang that I have to recruit her. Think about it, she can even defeat such powerful zombies. If she were on my side, would Dijiang still have any say in the base? Dijiang can be on par with me now simply because his superpowers are so powerful, and the superpowers he has under his command are also powerful. If Luo Qingtian is on my side, from now on, this base belongs to you, Dad, and me. Hu Shi thought for a moment and said, But Dad, I heard from Dijiang's men that Luo Qingtian will leave first base sooner or later. If you want to fight Dijiang, you can just wait until he's gone. Hu Zheng was stunned and asked seriously, Are you serious? Will Luo Qingtian leave? Hu Shi nodded. Yes, Dad. That's why I don't think you need to fight Dijiang now. Wait until Luo Qingtian is completely gone. Then you can fight Dijiang. A man like Dijiang, who only knows how to fight and has no understanding of strategy or tactics, how could he be a match for you, Dad? Hu Zheng nodded in agreement. If Luo Qingtian really were going to leave, then there's really no need for me to go to such lengths to win her over. Shiyu, you're great. If you hadn't told me this, I'd still be struggling to win her over. Hu Shiyu continued, Dad, didn't our base just get attacked by those zombies called the undead? Why don't you have her investigate the undead while she's still here? That's really putting her to good use, Dad. Hu Zheng looked at Hu Shiyu with admiration. You're truly my favorite child. This idea is truly great. If there are any more undead, I can even have her help us eliminate them. Hu Shi nodded proudly, Yes, Dad. Why don't you give Luo Qingtian an order tomorrow to find the undead's whereabouts? The father and daughter grew increasingly smug as they spoke, completely ignoring whether Luo Qingtian would agree. After seeing Lu Shiqi off, Luo Qingtian returned to his room. After killing the undead, Luo Qingtian realized the voice in her head hadn't reminded her. It seemed one undead wasn't enough to satisfy her experience needs. She placed her hand on her forearm to check the experience bar. She was pleasantly surprised to find it had grown considerably. If she could kill just one more undead, she would definitely level up. She entered the dimension in a good mood. She first went to check on Xiaolu. Xiaolu was recuperating in the river water in the dimension. When she sensed Luo Qingtian entering, Xiaolu suddenly jumped out of the water. She slid into Luo Qingqian's arms, and Luo Qingtian hugged Xiaolu, looking her up and down. Xiaolu's severed tentacle has healed. Her injuries have also healed. Not bad, you recovered well. Let's go out and look for those undead tomorrow. Xiaolu immediately perked up when she heard about the undead. She was upset at being defeated by them today, and she was determined to avenge her defeat. Luo Qingtian played with Xiaolu, Dubai, and Maoqiu for a while before finally feeling sleepy and going back upstairs to bed. The next morning, Luo Qingtian got up early. She simply changed into fresh clothes and went downstairs. Qingtian, so early? Are you going out? Shen Yunren had gotten up earlier than Luo Qingtian and was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Yes, I'm going out for a bit today. Hearing that Luo Qingtian was leaving, Shen Yunren looked as if she had expected it. She nodded. Then I pack you some food. Take it with you on the way. How long will you be gone this time? Luo Qingtian shook her head. Actually, after Luo Qing finishes her investigation of the undead, she leave base 1 and head to base 2, base 3, or another base to search for her parents. But seeing Shen Yiran's expectant eyes, she finally softened. It's hard to say. I need to investigate something. When I'm done, I be back. I say goodbye to her and he shall after I get back. Hearing that Luo Qing would be back, Shen Yuran relaxed. Okay. Come at breakfast then, Shen Yuran said, placing the prepared century egg and lean pork porridge in front of Luo Qingtian. Just as Luo Qingtian sat down to eat, there was a knock at the door. Luo Qingtian activated his third skill and looked around, discovering Di Jiang. Go open the door. It's Di Jiang. Shen Yuran hurriedly opened the door. Di Jiang, holding a black box, walked in with a smile. Good morning. Shen Yuran smiled and said, Sir, you're just in time. We're having breakfast right now. Let's eat together. Di Jiang nodded with a smile. Okay. Di Jiang walked over to sit down across from Luo Qingtian. Shen Yuran poured a bowl of porridge and handed it to Di Jiang. Di Jiang took it and said thank you with a smile, then looked at Luo Qingtian. Are you planning to go out today? Luo Qingtian nodded. Yes. I'm going out to kill some zombies. Di Jiang placed the box in front of Luo Qingtian. Look at this. Luo Qingtian's third skill was always active, so he knew what was inside without opening it. What do you mean? Exchange for food. Last time he came back from the granary, Luo Qingtian had already packed a lot of food. Even if Di Jiang wanted to exchange for food, he had something to exchange. Di Jiang laughed dryly. No, the base commander and I discussed hiring you for some work with these crystal cores. No, Luo Qingtian refused without even looking up. Di Jiang was speechless. You're just refusing without even asking what it's about. Luo Qingtian glanced at Di Jiang unhappily. Do you think the base commander wants me for good? Di Jiang rubbed his nose awkwardly. Actually, he just wants you to investigate the undead. Whether or not we can find them, at least we need to know if they attack our base again. Here are many crystal cores, wood type, neutral type, and some high level. The base commander asked me to give them to you. Luo Qingtian glanced at the cores, and then at Di Jiang. Di Jiang smiled awkwardly. You're going to investigate this anyway. If you're worried, I accompany you. Chapter 161. Luo Qingtian was about to investigate the undead. She feigned reluctance as she took the box of crystal cores and casually pushed them in front of Shen Yuran. Find the wood type and neutral type crystal cores inside. The wood type ones are yours, and keep the neutral type ones for now. Just in case he shall awakens his powers, give them to him. Shen Yuran glanced at Luo Qingtian in surprise, then picked up the cores and walked into the living room to carefully select them. Di Jiang breathed a sigh of relief as Luo Qingtian accepted them. So you agree? Yeah. I have to investigate sooner or later anyway. She had been planning to look for any undead who were left alone. Now there are crystal cores being delivered. Why not take them? So when are we leaving? Tomorrow? Luo Qingtian put down his chopsticks and looked at Di Jiang. You want to come with me? Di Jiang nodded as if it was a given. Yes. Didn't we agree on that? Before, Luo Qingtian might have gone out with Di Jiang, but they had just been through a big battle. Hu Zheng stared at the base with a fierce look. Was it really okay for Di Jiang to go out with him? Di Jiang watched Luo Qingtian hesitate and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'm just going out with you to see what's going on. Come back soon. If I can defeat you, we kill you together. If I can't, come back and we discuss our next steps. After hearing Di Jiang's words, Luo Qingtian could only nod, then go back and pack up. I be leaving soon. Hearing Luo Qingtian, Di Jiang was glad he had arrived early, otherwise he would have missed Luo Qingtian. He drank the porridge in front of him, then stood up and said, Then let's meet at the base exit. I go back and pack up first. Di Jiang hurried off with these words. Luo Qingtian, having eaten and drunk his fill, picked up his backpack from the sofa, grabbed the food Shen Yuran had prepared for him, and leisurely went downstairs. At the entrance to the base, Luo Qingtian unrolled his RV. He climbed in and waited patiently. An hour later, Di Jiang arrived in a hurry. You must be getting impatient. As soon as he got in, Di Jiang smiled and asked Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian pointed to the driver's seat. I'm fine. You drive. Di Jiang climbed into the driver's seat with familiarity, started the engine, and stepped on the accelerator. The RV sped briskly forward. Shortly after the two left, two cars followed silently behind them. In one of the cars, Lu Shiqi and Hu Shiyu sat. Shiyu, are they really going after the undead now? Will we be in danger if we follow them? Hu Shiyu sneered. Don't worry, the zombies along this road have been cleared. There's no danger. And we won't attack now. We just wait for an opportunity. You know how powerful the undead are. We just wait until she's engaged in a fierce battle with them, and then we strike. By then, no matter how powerful she is, it won't do her any good. She remembered Luo Qingtian's battle. Going it alone, she was no match for the undead. She only hoped Luo Qingtian would encounter two undead at once, so she have a chance to strike. Luo Qingtian had already noticed the two cars following behind. She also knew that the people in those cars were Wishiyu and Lu Shiqi. Luo Qingtian had been worried about finding a chance to attack them, and now that this opportunity had come to her, she wouldn't let it go easily. The RV drove steadily toward Chaoyang base, and Dijiang soon spotted the two cars following behind. That's Wishiyu's car, Dijiang said confidently. Luo Qingtian stood up and pulled 2 bottles of iced Coke from the refrigerator. He opened them and handed them to Dijiang, who was driving. He then opened one himself and sipped it. Yes! My sworn enemy Lu Shiqi is in there too. There are at least 8 people with us this time, 7 of them psychics. Dijiang's expression changed. What are they planning? Luo Qingtian, are you worried? If we come to blows with them, will you show mercy? Luo Qingtian's tone was solemn and scrutinizing as he asked this, and Dijiang could clearly hear it. Don't worry, I'm not one to be blindly loyal. Although she's Wu Jing's daughter, if it threatens our lives, I won't show mercy. And my loyalty has never been to the base, but to our Yin nation. Hearing Dijiang's words, Luo Qingtian felt a little more reassured. This way, when the fight came, she wouldn't have to worry about Dijiang stabbing her in the back. The two chatted as they continued driving, and before they knew it, they were on the provincial highway. The highway now looked much more dilapidated than before, perhaps because it had experienced a major war. Many areas along the highway were in ruins. The RV made a rumbling sound as it passed over it. It looks like zombies have been here. I wonder if there are any more nearby. Be careful, Dijiang frowned as she looked at the charred ground ahead. Luo Qingtian kept her third skill active, carefully observing her surroundings. Suddenly, a group of small red dots appeared on the map. Dijiang, stop the car. Dijiang stopped the car reflexively. The two of them quickly got out. Luo Qingtian put the RV into his space and called Xiaolu out again. Xiaolu had fully recovered after a day's rest and even looked stronger than before. Xiaolu, take us up. Xiaolu instantly transformed into a large ball of seaweed, placing both Dijiang and Luo Qingtian atop her head. Then, with one ball, they soared into the air. Huishiyu and Lu Shiqi, who had been following behind, saw the two fly away, their eyes widening instantly. How could they have forgotten that Luo Qingtian could fly? Lu Shiqi pointed at Luo Qingtian and Dijiang in the sky and said, Shiyu, what should we do? They've flown away. Huishiyu pounded the steering wheel with her fist. So what if they can fly? I don't believe we can't catch up with them. With that, Huishiyu stepped on the accelerator and chased after Luo Qingtian and Dijiang. Dijiang glanced back at the two cars chasing him below and said, Do you want to get away from them? Luo Qingtian waved her hand. No, I want to kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, Dijiang saw a group of strange-looking animals charging toward them. The leader was a giraffe, but its head was drooping. Behind and to either side of the giraffe were other animals. Rabbits, monkeys, ostriches, leopards. The heads of these animals were also drooping, as if someone had deliberately hit them sideways. These animals were rushing rapidly toward the two cars ahead. Huishiyu also noticed these animals at this time. Without a second thought, she turned around and ran. Chapter 162. Luo Qingtian sat on Xiaolu's head, watching the scene with a smile. It seems we don't need to try to shake them off. They just run away on their own. Luo Qingtian was no longer in a hurry to continue on his journey, leaving Xiaolu to follow behind the animals and watch. The animals quickly overtook Huishiyu and the others, but they didn't stop as they passed them. Instead, they simply ran past them and continued forward. The animals were simply too numerous. As they passed Lu Shiqi and her friend's car, they knocked it over, leaving it in a chaotic mess. Only after the animals had completely left did they manage to scramble out of the car. Then they worked together to straighten the car. Seeing that the animals hadn't caused any harm to Lu Shiqi and Huishiyu, both were somewhat surprised. Dijiang couldn't help but ask, Don't these zombies eat people? Luo Qingtian shook his head. I don't know. It feels like they're fleeing. Huishiyu and Lu Shiqi were surprised that the animals hadn't attacked them, but many of the car's features had been damaged by the animals passing. They had no choice but to stay outside to inspect and repair the car. Luo Qingtian frowned. Something's amiss. If these animals aren't out to eat people, then why are they running? Luo Qingtian then noticed a large red dot on the map inching closer. The dot was no smaller than the octopus monster at the dock. Luo Qingtian's expression changed instantly. Xiaolu. Higher altitude. Xiaolu immediately gained altitude upon hearing Luo Qingtian's words. Busy repairing the car, Lu Shiqi and Huishi were completely unaware of the approaching danger. A roar. The ground began to shake, and something seemed to be running towards them again in the distance. But the sound of its running was so loud that the entire ground trembled. Huishi and Lu Shiqi also noticed something was amiss. They looked ahead in shock. Then, they saw a massive creature in the distance running towards them. They were completely panicked. What is that? Lu Shiqi, terrified by the behemoth, quickly returned to the car. Huishi didn't even bother to see what was ahead. She called for everyone behind her to get in the car. Then she started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and sped off. From midair, Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang watched the creature approaching, their eyes filled with shock. Is this a mammoth? But how could it be? Luo Qingtian was also deeply shocked. Such a huge body, such long fur, and such sharp tusks. It looked like a mammoth, except its eyes were crimson. It also had rotting wounds on its body. At first glance, it didn't look like a mammoth. This couldn't be a mammoth. I think it was just a mutated elephant. Just look at its mane and the wounds. It's a mutated elephant. As the two were talking, they saw the elephant running, swiftly chasing Lu Shiqi and Huishi. Just as it was about to be caught up, the mutant elephant unleashed a fiery flame from its mouth at the two cars ahead. The impact of the flames was so powerful that it instantly charred the ground. Looking at the familiar charred ground, Di Jiang understood. So this mutated elephant had caused all this broken ground. Luo Qingtian wasn't particularly interested in watching any further. Let's go! As for whether these people live or die, we leave it to fate. Luo Qingtian directed Xiaolu to continue flying forward. Di Jiang frowned, glancing in the direction the mutant elephant had gone. Luo Qingtian glanced sideways. What, worried? Di Jiang shook his head. I'm just worried this mutant elephant won't be able to silence us. Luo Qingtian shrugged and said nothing, directing Xiaolu to continue forward. A straight line between 2 points is the shortest distance, and because they were flying through the air, the two arrived near Chaoyang Base in the afternoon. After dismounting from Xiaolu, the two walked along the forest path outside Chaoyang Base. As they neared Chaoyang Base, Luo Qingtian stopped. Di Jiang's eyes were filled with confusion. What's wrong? Why aren't you moving? Luo Qingtian looked at Di Jiang worriedly. We can't go any further. Di Jiang knew Luo Qingtian had a unique way of seeing far into the distance, so he whispered, What's wrong? Are there zombies up ahead? Luo Qingtian nodded. It's more than just zombies. Luo Qingtian pulled Di Jiang up and hid in the bushes to the side. Then he found perfume from his space and sprayed them both vigorously. A moment later, 4 or 5 zombies with bone wings flew past in formation along the path. Di Jiang stared at the flying zombies in shock. He recognized them as being on the same level as the zombies that had attacked the base. He looked at Luo Qingtian with a puzzled expression and saw Luo Qingtian put his finger to his mouth, gesturing to silence. Soon, the zombies returned. Living bodies were stuck in their hands and on their bone wings. The bodies of those men were pierced. They were barely breathing. Di Jiang felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. These bone-winged zombies gave him the feeling of a hunting patrol, and they, the humans, were their prey. After the zombies had completely flown past, Luo Qing said, It seems this Chaoyang Base isn't as simple as we thought. Di Jiang asked tentatively, Are you saying that Chaoyang Base is now the headquarters of these bone-winged zombies? Luo Qingtian nodded. And the number of these bone-winged zombies is far greater than we can handle right now. Di Jiang continued, insistently asking, How many are there? Luo Qingtian glanced around and whispered, If you really want to know, let's go. I take you there. Luo Qing then walked towards the farthest wall of Chaoyang Base. Di Jiang followed Luo Qingtian, unsure why. They stopped when they reached the outermost perimeter of Chaoyang Base. Luo Qingtian pointed to the base's wall. Wait here. Look up. As he finished speaking, he saw bone-winged undead flying over the wall like birds. When he first saw those dozen or so undead, Di Jiang didn't take it seriously. He thought, if he couldn't defeat them, he'd try to send a radio call to Beijing, report the bone-winged zombies, and have them send a few experts. But when he saw the undead standing all over the wall, he instantly dismissed the idea. The entire outer wall of Chaoyang Base was covered in bone-winged undead. These undead stood on the wall, as if devoutly worshipping something. Chapter 163. Luo Qingtian's third skill was constantly active, and she could clearly see a strange-looking, crimson undead standing in the very center of Chaoyang Base. Its bony wings appeared much larger than those of the other undead, and Luo Qingtian could clearly sense its power. She was no match for it. Di Jiang opened his mouth, and he felt his breathing become heavier. Luo Qingtian noticed Di Jiang's gaze, took Di Jiang's hand, and quietly left. The two of them walked in silence through the forest, dodging the patrolling undead. They walked like this for over 2 hours, until they were completely out of the undead's habitat. Di Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Someone at Chaoyang base was clearly deliberately creating undead. I hadn't expected the undead population to reach such a staggering number. In fact, even Luo Qingtian hadn't expected there to be so many undead here. With such a large number of people, there's nothing we can do. We can only go back. Di Jiang thought about it, and decided that he had no choice but to go back for now. The undead now treat humans as prey. Who knows when these monsters will storm the first base and start a massacre. With the first base's current strength, it's no match for these undead. The situation is too dangerous now. He must report to his superiors. To figure out how to handle it, Luo Qingtian unleashed the RV, and the two of them got in and drove towards the first base. After driving for about half a day, they returned to the highway. Do you think that zombie mutated elephant will still be here? Di Jiang gazed ahead with some concern. The road ahead seemed endless. A foul-smelling puddle lingered beside the road, with flies occasionally flitting above it. Di Jiang parked the car at the edge of the road and stopped driving. He carefully observed his surroundings, fearing he might encounter any more zombies. It seemed there weren't any animals around here. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a figure crawl out of the puddle on the side of the road. The figure was charred black. On seeing Luo Qingtian's RV, the figure sprinted madly towards it. Soon, another figure, clad in black, crawled out and hurriedly followed the first figure towards Luo Qingtian's RV. Frightened by this, Di Jiang immediately turned and ran. The two figures behind him desperately followed. Why is this zombie still hiding in the stinking puddle? Di Jiang said, speechless and disgusted. Luo Qingtian's third skill was always active. She had actually noticed the two people in the puddle long ago, but she had deliberately kept it to herself. Until the two men saw Luo Qingtian's RV about to drive away, finally, he couldn't help but shout, Luo Qingtian, Di Jiang, stop right there. Di Jiang heard the voice, and suddenly slowed down. Luo Qingtian looked at Di Jiang with a half-smile and asked, that's Wu Shiyu's voice. The one behind must be Lu Shiqi. What? You want them to get in the car? Di Jiang immediately shook his head. I know you have a mysophobia. These two people stink. You probably don't like them getting in the car. Luo Qingtian rolled his eyes at Di Jiang. Good to know. Hearing Luo Qingtian, Di Jiang stepped on the accelerator, accelerating the car. Lu Shiqi and Wu Shiyu, who were behind, saw Di Jiang slam on the accelerator and instantly became furious. She was a speed-oriented psychic. She accelerated sharply and rushed forward. She soon caught up with Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian's RV. Luo Qingtian, you bitch. Stop the car. I want to get in. Wu Shiyu stank, cursing as she ran. The foul water on her hair and face dripped into her mouth. She suppressed her nausea and accelerated again. She rushed directly in front of the RV, blocking the two people's car. Di Jiang was about to brake when Luo Qingtian's voice drifted over. Try to brake. I throw you out. Luo Qingtian's voice was so cold that Di Jiang felt a chill on the back of his neck and reflexively stepped on the accelerator. Wu Shiyu had expected Di Jiang to brake when he saw her, but she didn't expect him to actually accelerate right in front of her. Terrified, she forgot about the traffic jam and leaped desperately for the brush to the side. Di Jiang slammed on the brakes ahead, then turned and sped toward the base. Since Wu Shiyu and Lu Shiqi were both here, this road must be passable. Di Jiang accelerated again without a second thought. Wu Shiyu, who was behind him, was nearly furious. She hadn't expected Di Jiang to treat her like this. She was Wu Jing's daughter, after all. Wasn't Di Jiang afraid of his father coming after him in the future? But now she had to get on that car. She wasn't sure if, or when those things would return. Everyone she had brought with her had died at the hands of that mutant. She could only survive by following Luo Qingtian and the others. Following far behind, Lu Shiqi could no longer run. She had even given up on catching up with Luo Qingtian and the others. Just as she was walking forward, she saw Luo Qingtian's car heading her way. Her dim gaze suddenly brightened, and she waved excitedly at the RV. Qingtian, come here, hurry up, I'm Shiqi. But the RV drove straight past her, showing no sign of stopping. Lu Shiqi's newly ignited hope dimmed again. Then, in the distance, Wu Shiyu ran over, cursing as she ran. Luo Qingtian, you bitch, stop the car. Stop. Luo Qingtian walked to the car window, opened it, and looked in. Are you begging for help? Luo Shiqi saw Luo Qingtian coming out and, with all her might, followed the RV. Qingtian, I'm Shiqi. Please let me in. I don't want to die. Please let me in. Luo Qingtian just sat by the window, neither saying to stop them nor to let them in. He looked at the two with a half smile. Her eyes were filled with amusement. Huixiu glared at Luo Qingtian fiercely, lowering her voice. Sister Qingtian, please let me in. There are still those animals around here. You know my father cares deeply about me, so please have mercy and let me in. Luo Shiqi also ran after them, shouting, Qingtian, I was wrong. I won't compete with you for a man anymore. Just let me in. I do anything you ask me to do. Dijiang, General D, please stop the car. The two of them followed behind the RV. Dijiang, whether intentionally or not, deliberately slowed down to make it easier for them to follow. Luo Qingtian watched them running and suddenly laughed. No, you two stink too much. I'm afraid you dirty my car. So you two better run back. Chapter 164. After saying this, Huixiu and Luo Shiqi stopped walking, pointing at Luo Qingtian's RV and cursing profusely. Not long after they began cursing, a trembling sound echoed around them, and then they saw a massive figure in the distance running toward them. The behemoth ran at such a speed that the entire earth trembled. Dijiang hadn't expected to encounter this mutant elephant again, and this one seemed even larger than before. It was too late to get out of the car. Dijiang braked again, attempting to turn around. Luo Qingtian opened the window and threw Xiaolu out. Xiaolu, take us flying. As soon as Xiaolu got out of the car, he began to grow larger, and then dozens of tentacles wrapped around the RV. He carried the entire RV with him into the sky. The moment Huixiu saw the elephant, she activated her supernatural power and began running. Completely ignoring Luo Shiqi behind her, she ran straight towards the stinking ditch without a second thought. Huixiu ran with all her might, confident that Luo Qingtian and Dijiang could hold her back for a while. But then she saw the RV flying away in the sky. She was completely stunned. These two hadn't even engaged the elephant, so who was it targeting now? She turned and saw the mutant elephant swing its trunk towards her head. Bang! The first blow sent the mutant elephant's trunk swung sideways. It struck the ground next to Huixiu, creating a crater. Seeing this crater, Huixiu sped up again. The faster she sped, the faster the elephant pursued her. Boom! Another blow, and this time the elephant missed. Huixiu's heart nearly leaped into her throat. She was exhausted, drained from a day of desperate running. She felt that one more blow would be enough to keep her from escaping. She looked up at the sky, crying as she ran, Dijiang, brother Dijiang, please save me. I don't want to die yet. But Dijiang ignored her, simply standing by the car window, watching her silently. Huixiu also noticed Dijiang, and their eyes met. The mutant elephant's trunk slammed down again, this time hitting Huixiu squarely on the forehead. She was slammed into the ground, along with her head and body. The mutant elephant stopped. It used its trunk to scoop Huixiu's body up from the ground, and shoved it directly into its mouth. The next moment, the mutant elephant had grown even larger. The fur on its body had also grown considerably longer. Dijiang watched this scene, his eyes filled with worry. It turned out this elephant advanced by eating psychics, or creatures with superpowers. It had grown considerably larger. Luo Qingtian walked over to Dijiang and similarly looked down. At this moment, the mutant elephant had also noticed them, and stretched out its trunk. Bursts of flame shot out from its trunk, piercing their RV. Xiaolu. Hide, Luo Qingtian shouted. Xiaolu, hearing the words, immediately gained altitude, dodging the flames. Luo Qingtian instructed Xiaolu to place the RV overhead. Then he and Dijiang walked out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Qingtian stowed the RV. No need to go back for now. This elephant would be a nuisance if it stayed here. Let's get rid of it first. Dijiang nodded, sharing the same thought. If this elephant is left here, it won't be long before it finds the first base. Luo Qingtian instructed Xiaolu to distance herself from the elephant, and the Amos ice bow appeared in her hand. She imbued the Amos ice bow with poison. She drew her bow and continuously fired arrows at the elephant. The elephant had 2 nostrils. Every time Luo Qingtian fired an arrow, the mutant elephant would release 2 flames to burn the ice poison arrows Luo Qingtian fired. In the end, only one of Luo Qingtian's ice arrows reached the elephant. The ice arrows made a sizzling sound as they melted into the elephant's flesh. Although the elephant itself couldn't feel pain, the fact that Luo Qingtian had hurt it still infuriated it. It roared continuously toward the sky. The flame shot up as well. Xiaolu flew through the air, dodging constantly, leaving Dijiang and Luo Qingtian above him in a state of disarray. Dijiang almost felt like vomiting. This won't work. Let's stick with the old ways. I be a tank, and you attack. Luo Qingtian held Xiaolu's head and nodded. Okay. Okay, then be careful. This thing is at least level 8. If you can't defeat it, get out of the way. Dijiang held up 3 fingers in an okay sign. He jumped directly from Xiaolu's body. This jump was aimed at the top of the mutant elephant's head. Bang! Dijiang landed a powerful kick on the mutant elephant's head, then quickly bounced back up. The mutant elephant's head drooped briefly, then it raised its head and extended its trunk, attempting to throw it at Dijiang. Dijiang leaped backward. He leaped 4 or 5 times in a row, dodging the elephant's trunk attack. In the sky, Luo Qingtian's poisonous ice arrows whizzed toward the elephant. The mutant elephant swung its trunk to block Luo Qingtian's attacks, and soon, its body was covered in Luo Qingtian's venom. Dijiang's lightning blade reappeared, weaving a massive electric net around his body. Whenever the mutant elephant attacked him, he would counterattack with the net. Deep wounds, visible to the bone, began to appear on the mutant elephant's body. Although the elephant's wounds were gradually healing, they could not withstand the corrosive effects of Luo Qingtian's venom. Dijiang saw the wounds on the mutant elephant growing larger. The speed of his attacks also increased. The 8th level mutant elephant's intelligence was already capable of independent thinking. It noticed the increasing number of wounds on its body and began to retreat. When Dijiang's lightning blade came again, the mutant elephant moved its massive body and slammed heavily into Dijiang. Dijiang jumped back, avoiding the mutant elephant's impact. It was during this opening that the mutant elephant turned and ran. As it ran, the ground trembled again. The puddle beside the road began to bubble. Lu Shiqi couldn't help herself and finally stood up from the puddle. As she stood up, she saw the huge mutant elephant running towards her. Lu Shiqi's mind went blank. She didn't have time to think about what was going on. She turned and ran. Standing in midair, Luo Qingtian squinted at the scene below. He drew the green ice bow to its full strength again. A dozen poisonous ice pillars shot downwards. They pierced the mutant elephant's body heavily. The mutant elephant's body began to corrode from the inside. Luo Qingtian's movements became faster and faster, without a single pause. Just as Luo Qingtian drew his bow and shot again, a green arrow shot towards Lu Shiqi's back. Chapter 165. A green icicle streaked through the sky, carrying a sharp, piercing breath as it pierced Lu Shiqi's back. It pierced her body, shot forward, and exploded, freezing the surrounding ground. Lu Shiqi, pierced by the arrow, felt a sharp pain in her heart, and she fell heavily to the ground. She struggled to get up, but when she lowered her head, she was horrified to find her body dissolving bit by bit. She endured the excruciating pain and turned her head to look behind her, only to see Luo Qingtian staring down at her from midair. Luo Qingtian, Lu Shiqi's voice was almost gritted out, but she couldn't say anything more. Her eyes were filled with anger, confusion, and bewilderment. She didn't understand why Luo Qingtian hated her so much. Her hostility towards her had been so intense since she met her. But she could no longer understand any of this. Luo Qingtian's venom dissolved quickly. Lu Shiqi fell to the ground, dissolving completely into a pool of blood. Luo Qingtian didn't even glance at her until Lu Shiqi vanished. Over there, Dijiang was still grappling with the 8th-tier giant elephant. Luo Qingtian's ice arrow successfully detains the mutant elephant. Dijiang's electric net amplifies infinitely, enveloping the mutant's body. The mutant elephant raised its head and neighed. Trying to break free from Dijiang's grip, it lashed its trunk at him. Dijiang dodged repeatedly, but was ultimately struck several times. Until he was sent flying by the trunk, his body slamming heavily to the ground. The electric net vanished. The mutant elephant charged at Dijiang like crazy, causing him to grimace in pain. Every time he moved, he could feel the sharp pain in his chest. A mutant elephant strode towards him from a distance. Dijiang, enduring the excruciating pain, scrambled to his feet. I can't win. Dijiang gritted his teeth and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingtian descended from the sky and stomped hard on the mutant elephant's head. The mutant elephant's head slammed heavily to the ground, and its footsteps stopped not far in front of Dijiang. Dijiang breathed a sigh of relief as the mutant elephant stopped. He dragged his aching body to the side, bit by bit, to give Luo Qingtian room to fight. Luo Qingtian was still on the mutant elephant's body, her fists a pure green, dripping with venom. She half-crouched, punching the mutant elephant's head again and again. Every time the mutant elephant tried to rise, Luo Qingtian's fist slammed it to the ground. Its body began to falter, and the green in Luo Qingtian's hand faded. Then her fist turned a dark gray. Di Jiang, standing nearby, could see clearly. The dark gray gave it an aura of decay and destruction. Luo Qingtian continued to pummel the mutant elephant. Bang, bang, bang. The fists continued to hammer at the mutant elephant. The mutant tried to struggle, its trunk flailing about, even reaching out towards Luo Qingtian despite the excruciating pain. But as soon as its trunk extended, Luo Qingtian's hand suddenly appeared with a sharp bone wing. The bone spur pierced the mutant elephant's trunk fiercely, then pinned it to the ground. This time, the mutant elephant was truly immobilized, but Luo Qingtian's punches continued, until Luo Qingtian's fist sank into the mutant elephant's flesh. Luo Qingtian's fist rapidly absorbed the mutant elephant's vitality. The mutant elephant's body grew weaker and weaker until it slammed heavily to the ground. The enormous body, as if drained of its vital energy, fell heavily to the ground. Little Green descended from midair and circled around the mutant elephant for a moment. Suddenly Little Green's body grew immensely larger, until it was significantly larger than the mutant itself. Little Green stopped growing and used its tentacles to lift the mutant elephant, stuffing the entire thing into its mouth. After a while, Little Green's body began to shrink until it was palm-sized. Little Green then spat out a multicolored 8th-level crystal core. What was this crystal core? Luo Qingtian had never seen such a vibrant crystal core before. Luo Qingtian stepped forward, picked it up, and examined it carefully. Little Green, standing nearby, slapped his body with his tentacles. Luo Qingtian looked at Xiaolu and instantly understood what she meant. Are you saying this crystal core has the same properties as you? That it devours the crystal core? Xiaolu happily circled around Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stared at the crystal core in front of him in surprise. Xiaolu's ability was devouring. She inherited the abilities of any person or zombie she devoured. Could this be the devouring crystal core? Luo Qingtian gazed at the crystal core in his hand with delight. Di Jiang then slowly approached Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian reflexively stored the crystal core in his space. Well, this one's mine. I know you put in a lot of effort. So, I'm donating 500 kilograms of rice to the base, the refined kind, Di Jiang. In reality, he had been thinking that he wouldn't take the crystal core and would consider it a gift. But seeing Luo Qingtian's nervous and serious expression, the words on the tip of his tongue died in his throat. Alright. I never intended to compete with you, Di Jiang sighed after he finished. Luo Qingtian shook his head. You don't have to say that. Even brothers should settle accounts. Let's just be clear. Di Jiang sighed inwardly. Luo Qingtian clearly didn't want to be associated with him. He was a little confused. Why was Luo Qingtian so wary of him? He suddenly envied He Xiao and Shen Yunran. They didn't seem to have done anything, yet they became Luo Qingtian's friends. Of course, he didn't ask the question out loud. He simply said, should we go back? I'm sure this route will be much safer from now on. Luo Qingtian immediately took out the RV. You drive. I need to take a shower. Luo Qingtian even found a set of men's clothes from his space. Change into these too. We can use the restroom outside. Luo Qingtian rushed into the RV and returned to the bedroom. Luo Qingtian closed the bedroom door, leaving Xiaolu outside to watch, and slipped into his space. Then he rushed into his small house to shower. Di Jiang glanced at the clothes in his hands and smiled helplessly. He didn't rush to shower. Instead, he stood outside the RV and waited quietly until Luo Qingtian had cleaned up and emerged. Only then did he get into the RV. Why haven't you showered yet? Di Jiang said. If we both shower, what if zombies come? Di Jiang took his clothes and went into the restroom in the living room to shower. Half an hour later, Di Jiang emerged. He was wearing the tracksuit Luo Qingtian had given him. In the past, Di Jiang always wore a military uniform. Even in the summer, he only wears army green short-sleeve shirts, giving off an air of determination, integrity, seriousness, and rigor. But when he changes into a tracksuit, Di Jiang unexpectedly gives off the illusion of a sunny, handsome, and warm-hearted man. Chapter 166. This was the first time Luo Qingtian had seen Di Jiang like this, and he couldn't help but stare a few more times. This was also the first time Di Jiang had worn such a comfortable suit. Seeing Luo Qingtian staring at him, he felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. The smile on his face softened. What's wrong? Am I acting weird? Luo Qingtian shook his head a little embarrassedly. No, you look very handsome. This is the first time I've seen you dress so brightly. Luo Qingtian pointed to the driver's seat. You drive. Di Jiang smiled and nodded, then walked to the driver's seat with ease, and started the car. The car drove until midnight, and Di Jiang parked on the side of the road. Luo Qingtian took out the food Shen Yuren had prepared in advance, and placed it on the table. The two began to eat. As Di Jiang ate, he kept glancing at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian looked at Di Jiang speechlessly and asked, "What do you want to say?" Di Jiang laughed dryly. "I just wanted to ask, are you leaving after you return this time?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "Yes, unless there's something special going on, I should definitely leave. Now Lu Shiqi and Han Shuo are both dead. Even Hu Shiyu is dead. She's already made arrangements for He Xiao and Shen Yunran. It's safe to say there's nothing left in this first base that she cares about. She really should embark on her journey to find her parents." Di Jiang felt a pang of sadness. Whether for the base or for himself, he didn't really want Luo Qingtian to leave. But he had no right to try to stop her. He could only force a smile and look at Luo Qingtian. "Well then, when I get back, I help you find information about the future base. I hope you can find your parents soon. And return to the first base soon." Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded. "Thank you." Originally, she had wanted to bring her parents back to first base, but now she hadn't thought of that anymore. Hu Zheng at first base gave her a very bad impression. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she had a feeling that first base would be destroyed by Hu Zheng. So, it was better not to return to such a base. After dinner, Luo Qingtian went back to her bedroom to rest. Di Jiang washed the dishes and got into the driver's seat to continue driving. The next morning, the two returned to the base. When Di Jiang left, he gave Luo Qingtian the military jeep for safekeeping. After returning to Huang Community, Luo Qingtian retrieved Di Jiang's jeep and returned it to him. Then he walked into Building 2. Di Jiang looked at Luo Qingtian's back, thought for a moment, and called out, "Qingtian." Luo Qingtian stopped and turned to look at Di Jiang in confusion. "Anything else?" Di Jiang opened his mouth. The last words he spoke were, "The defenses of the first ring city are complete. Shen Yunran and He Xiao can return to work." Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. "Thank you for telling me this. I remind them when I get back." Luo Qingtian turned and left. Di Jiang opened his mouth to speak, but could only watch as Luo Qingtian entered Building 2. When Luo Qingtian arrived home, the house was utterly quiet. "He Xiao, Yunran, are you guys there?" As soon as he finished speaking, He Xiao, his hair a mess, emerged from the room. "Qingtian, you're back." He Xiao was surprised at the timing of Luo Qingtian's return. Usually, Luo Qingtian would be gone for days, but this time, he was back in less than 2 days. Well, he came back after finishing his work. "Where's Yunran?" He Xiao smiled. "She went to the mission hall." Luo Qingtian understood instantly. "She's looking for a team? Planning to go on a mission?" He Xiao nodded. "Those crystal cores Commander D brought us last time helped us all advance. Yunran has become much more powerful. So, she went to the mission hall to take on a mission today." Luo Qingtian nodded. "It's good to be able to fight zombies. That way, I won't be bullied in the future." At noon, Shen Yunran hurried home. At that moment, Luo Qingtian was sitting on the sofa watching empresses in the palace. Seeing Luo Qingtian's return, Shen Yunran rushed into the room in surprise. "Qingtian, you're back." Luo Qingtian handed her the potato chips. "Yes." "Did you take the mission?" Shen Yunran smiled and nodded. "Yes. I advanced a few days ago, and I should be able to kill zombies now, so I want to go out and give it a try." "Then aren't you going to work in the cafeteria?" Shen Yunran thought for a moment and said, "Not really. That Lu Tua is back in the cafeteria again. If I go, I definitely argue with him again. So this time, I want to go out and fight zombies." Luo Qingtian asked with a smile, "Have you found a team?" Shen Yunran nodded. "We found a team with all 4th level abilities. The mission they took was for a 5th level zombie core. Although my abilities are only 3rd level, I have the advantage of being able to attack in groups, so I shouldn't be a burden. They're still short of a healing psychic. Once they recruited them, they come to Huang Community to find me. They only know I'm in Huang Community, but they don't know anything more specific. I observe them myself. If I see them coming, I go downstairs." "Qingtian, don't worry, Luo Qing. How about this? Go find them now, and tell them you have a healing ability, also a 4th level one." Shen Yunran was stunned, then immediately became excited. "Qingtian, are you going too?" Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded. "Yes. I go along and see what a 3rd level psychic like you can do." Shen Yunran nodded excitedly. "Okay, I go right away," Shen Yunran said, and hurried away. Over an hour later, the old-fashioned cell phone in Luo Qingtian's pocket rang. Luo Qingtian answered it and heard Shen Yunren shout, "Qingtian, bring some food. We leave in an hour." Right in front of the base gate. Shen Yunren's voice was filled with excitement and elation, and it was clear she was very excited about this mission. "Okay. I got it." Luo Qing picked up the backpack from the sofa and began to pack it. He Xiao stood by and watched quietly. After Luo Qingtian finished packing, He Xiao smiled and said, "Have a safe trip, and come back soon." Luo Qingtian could see He Xiao's dejection. Ever since He Xiao's powers awakened, he become remarkably rational and steady, a stark contrast to the long-winded He Xiao of the past. "Do you want to come with us?" Luo Qingtian asked with a smile. He Xiao stroked his glasses and said, emotionally, "I really want to go with you, but rationally, I know I'd be a burden if I went with you now. Even though you can protect me, I don't want to be a burden to you. I'd be back to work in the first ring road tomorrow. Don't worry about me." Luo Qingyan's eyes twitched. She wasn't used to He Xiao being so serious. "I put a lot of food in the fridge. Remember to eat well while Yun Ran and I are away." Chapter 167. He Xiao nodded solemnly. "Okay, don't worry. I take good care of myself. At least in this respect, I won't become a burden to you." Luo Qingtian chuckled dryly. "Okay, keep going. I believe in you." Luo Qingtian grabbed her backpack and left. After going downstairs, Luo Qingtian pulled out a hat and a mask, putting them on. She made sure her face wasn't visible. Luo Qingtian took out a small electric scooter and drove toward the base's entrance. When she arrived, a number of people were already waiting. Luo Qingtian's arrival attracted considerable attention. Many people looked at Luo Qingtian with a menacing aura. In this apocalyptic world, with water scarce, Luo Qingtian's appearance was striking. She looked clean and fresh, even her hair was much thicker and darker than others. She was a person who clearly had plenty of food and clothing. Just as some were about to stir, Shen Yunren spotted Luo Qingtian, riding an electric scooter. "Qingtian, over here." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw another neatly dressed figure. Someone whispered, "This is from the Flying Eagle squad. No wonder they're so neat. But I never seen these two women before. No matter who they are, just don't mess with them for now." The group quickly dispersed after discussing their situation. Luo Qingtian rode his electric scooter to the front of the Flying Eagle squad. Shen Yunren pulled Luo Qingtian over to a man and said, "Qingtian, this is the captain of the Flying Eagle squad, Lu Qi. Captain, this is the healing psychic I was talking about." Before Shen Yunren could finish his introduction, Luo Qingtian interrupted, "My name is Qi Tian." Shen Yunren stared at Luo Qingtian in bewilderment, confusion in her eyes. But Lu Qi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Luo Qingtian's name. As long as it wasn't that female devil, it was fine. If it was, he wouldn't dare to do anything. Luo Qingtian's name was incredibly famous in First Ring City. That day, when Luo Qingtian was fighting the undead in First Ring City, many psychics were present. Her appearance was also noticed by many. If it became known that she was Luo Qingtian during this operation, Shen Yunren's trip would be quite difficult. This would be very bad for her future zombie fighting adventures. Shen Yunren didn't understand what Luo Qingtian meant. But Luo Qingtian didn't want to use her real name, and she wouldn't say it, so she had to temporarily change it. "Yes, her name is Qi Tian. We're good sisters." Lu Qi smiled and asked, "Hello, why are you still wearing a mask?" Luo Qingtian said in a hoarse voice, "My throat isn't feeling well, so I'm wearing a mask." Shen Yunren laughed dryly. "Yes. She hurt her throat while eating today and was afraid of infection, so she wore a mask." After hearing Shen Yunren's words, Lu Qi's remaining doubts were dispelled. "In that case, let's get going." Lu Qi glanced at Luo Qingtian's electric scooter as she spoke. Lu Qingtian put his electric scooter into storage in front of everyone. Then he and Shen Yunren walked towards their SUV. Lu Qi then said, "Yunren, your car is more spacious than mine. Why don't you let Zhou Nanqing and Xia Lulu get in your car?" Shen Yunren didn't think much of it and nodded with a smile. "Okay. Then follow me." Luo Qingtian glanced at the two people Lu Qi mentioned. Xia Lulu was a girl, and for some reason, she looked familiar. Everyone got in their cars, with Shen Yunren driving behind Lu Qi's ordinary car. As for spaciousness, it certainly wasn't as good as Shen Yunren's. However, at the base gate, Luo Qingtian overheard everyone discussing the Flying Eagle squad. It sounded like they were quite well off. How could they possibly not even have a decent car? Besides, Luo Qingtian had observed the Flying Eagle squad members before arriving. They were, by comparison, relatively neat and clean. Just as she was thinking, she heard two people behind her start chatting with Shen Yunran. Sister Yunran, I saw you talking to General D when I came out today. Are you friends? Shen Yunran said while driving. I guess so. I used to work in the cafeteria, managing the daily incoming and outgoing goods. As soon as she said this, Xia Lulu behind her excitedly exclaimed, Such a great job, Sister Yunran, why don't you take it? It's a regular job. You can get food without having to fight zombies outside. How great. Shen Yunran laughed dryly. Before, I didn't have superpowers, so I stayed in the kitchen. Now that I have them, I want to try them out. Xia Lulu looked incredulous, her lips curled up, as if Shen Yunran's action was foolish. Luo Qingtian turned her head to glance at Xia Lulu, who was speaking. At that moment, she finally remembered why she looked familiar. Isn't this the female superpowered user she nearly strangled to death when she was fighting the undead in Ring City? The car continued to move forward. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Qi in front suddenly stopped the car. He walked toward Shen Yunran with several teammates and said, There is the smell of zombies nearby. Let's stop here and take a look. Shen Yunran nodded and obediently got out of the car. Lu Qi was about to remind Shen Yunran to lock the car when he saw Luo Qingtian park it. Lu Qi stared at Luo Qingtian for a moment, then smiled and said, Qingtian, do you have both healing and spatial abilities? Lu Qingtian nodded, yes. Because I don't have much offensive power, I rarely go out. Lu Qi asked with a smile, Have you ever done missions before? Which team did you go out with? 5 Elements Squad. I used to follow Captain Ji Wei, but later I stayed at the base. Speaking of Ji Wei, Lu Qi felt relieved again. His nose was much more sensitive than that of ordinary psychics, and he could remember the scent of people he had met. From the moment Luo Qingtian appeared, he had felt Luo Qingtian's scent was familiar. If he had seen this Qingtian before, he must have been there when he met Ji Wei. So you're following Ji Wei. During the battle, stay behind us and be careful. You won't need to fight, just help us heal our wounds. Luo Qingtian nodded obediently. Okay. With that, then the roar of zombies could be heard nearby. Lu Qi sniffed the air and said, It's a level 3, and there are quite a few level 2s. Everyone, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, a sturdy zombie rushed towards them from a distance, followed by more than 20 level 2 zombies. Shen Yunran shuddered at the sight of these zombies. Luo Qingtian stepped forward, patted Shen Yunran's shoulder, and whispered, Don't be afraid, I'm here. Chapter 168. Hearing Luo Qingtian's voice, Shen Yunran's heart calmed down. The zombies were already charging over. Shen Yunran began to unleash her rose vine. Sharp thorns sprouted from her rose vine. Roses gradually appeared on the vine. 2 level 2 zombies rushed over. Shen Yunran frantically unleashed her supernatural powers, binding the 2 zombies with her rose vine. The next moment, the 2 roses on the vine began to spray floral mist at the zombies. But the mist had no effect on the zombies. On the contrary, the zombies became extremely excited as they approached Shen Yunran, struggling desperately within the vine. Ah, Tian, what should I do? Why aren't these zombies reacting at all? Shen Yunran felt her vine almost breaking free, and her whole body tensed up again. Luo Qingtian covered his face. Your flower mist is psychedelic. It only works on living things, not zombies. Shen Yunran also thought of this at this moment. Crack! Shen Yunran's rose vine shattered, and 2 zombies quickly rushed towards him. Ah! Shen Yunran screamed in fear. Luo Qingtian was about to attack when a blue water arrow shot out, piercing the zombies' heads. The 2 zombies fell straight to the ground. One fell on Shen Yunran, who was so frightened that he reflexively pushed the zombie away. Luo Qingtian looked in the direction of the water arrow and saw Xia Lulu, holding a blue bow and arrow, looking at them with a smug look on her face. If you look closely, you see that Xia Lulu's blue bow is made entirely of condensed water, creating ripples in her hand. It even feels unsteady. But Xia Lulu didn't care. She proudly raised the water bow in her hand. Oh, Sister Yunran, be careful. These are zombies. One mistake could cost you your life. Luo Qingtian looked at Xia Lulu. Is this a water type? She remembered that day when she was boasting about drinking a bottle of water. Didn't she know she was drinking water? Shen Yunran looked at Xia Lulu with shame on her face. Sorry, it's my first time seeing zombies, and I'm a little nervous. Xia Lulu smiled. Well, it's okay. Since Sister Yunran is so scared, why don't you just deal with these zombie heads on the ground? This was clearly meant to embarrass Shen Yunran. Everyone knows that extracting crystal cores is tiring and dirty. Shen Yuran knew this too. She glanced down at the decapitated zombies, then pulled out her dagger and began to search for the crystal core. Luo Qingtian stopped her, saying, "You have a flower vine. Why use your hands?" Shen Yuran, upon hearing this, reacted and released her flower vine again, piercing the zombies' heads in search. She first used one vine, then tried to separate two. Then three. Soon, all the zombie heads on the ground had been searched. Luo Qingtian stood by, watching Shen Yuran's actions from beginning to end. Seeing Shen Yuran's mastery of his skills and their ease, Luo Qingtian's lips curled slightly. The surrounding level 2 zombies were quickly cleared out, and the level 3 zombie was now chasing Lu Qi. Seeing this, Shen Yuran was about to step forward to help, but Luo Qingtian grabbed Shen Yuran's hand and said, "Look at how they're dealing with it. There's going to be a lot more zombies coming soon. You have to learn to handle them yourself." Shen Yuran looked at Luo Qingtian in confusion. "How do you know there's going to be a lot more zombies coming soon?" Luo Qingtian just smiled and said nothing. Her third skill remained active. While these zombies were fighting Lu Qi and the others, Luo Qingtian saw a group of zombies running towards them. These zombies weren't high level, but their numbers were overwhelming. There were over 1,000 of them. And among them was a 4th level zombie. Luo Qingtian looked around, somewhat puzzled as to where these zombies had come from. Lu Qi was constantly battling the zombies. Suddenly, something black, liquid-like, began to stir in his hand. Then Lu Qi flung the black liquid away. It landed squarely on the level 3 zombie, instantly creating a large hole in its body. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Poison? And it's so poisonous. Just as he was thinking this, he saw the zombie reach out its dark, withered hand and grab Lu Qi. Lu Qi rolled on the spot, his leg sweeping across the level 3 zombie's lower body. The level 3 zombie fell to the ground. Lu Qi once again shot the black liquid in his hand at the level 3 zombie's neck. The black liquid entered the level 3 zombie's neck, and its head tumbled down. Xia Lulu, standing nearby, applauded. The captain's ability is getting stronger and stronger. Lu Qi drew his dagger, walked over to the zombie's head, and plunged the dagger into the level 3 zombie's skull. Then, Lu Qi dug out a platinum-colored zombie crystal core. It was still stained with a dark red liquid. Lu Qi looked at Xia Lulu, who was standing nearby. "Bring some water to wash it. Be careful, don't use too much force." Xia Lulu nodded happily. "Okay, I won't make the same mistake again this time." As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Lulu unleashed her water-based supernatural power on the crystal core. Swoosh! A stream of water, as thick as a wrist, shot towards Lu Qi's hand. The platinum-colored crystal core was knocked away by Xia Lulu's water jet. Not only was it not cleaned, but the water jet hit Lu Qi's palm, injuring her wrist. Seeing this, Luo Qingtian finally understood why Xia Lulu hadn't transformed herself into water to drink that day. Either her supernatural power was depleted and she couldn't release it, or, as it was now, releasing it was useless. She couldn't even drink it. Lu Qi's face was ashen. A psychic's hands are the key to unlocking their powers. Now that his wrist was injured, he was furious and annoyed. Lu Qi instantly regretted asking Xia Lulu to clean the crystal core. He picked it up from the ground and turned to Luo Qingtian. "Tian, my wrist is injured. Can your powers heal it?" Luo Qingtian suppressed a smile and reached out to touch Lu Qi's wrist. After a flash of warm light, Lu Qi's wrist was instantly healed. He glanced at Luo Qingtian in surprise. Most healing psychics can only treat external injuries. Only those who worked as doctors or traditional Chinese medicine practitioners before the apocalypse had the opportunity to awaken the ability to heal internal injuries. He hadn't expected this psychic named Tian to be able to do this. He moved his wrist to make sure it was healed, then looked at Luo Qingtian gently. "Thank you." Then he looked at Shen Yuran and said, "Yuran, don't be nervous. The first time you encounter a zombie, you be flustered. You be fine after a few more encounters." Chapter 169. Shen Yuran nodded gratefully. "Okay. I understand." Lu Qi put away the level 3 crystal core he had just acquired and turned to look at the crowd around him. "Let's go! Let's keep going. There should be more zombies ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qi's expression changed. He shouted, "Gather! There are more zombies!" Everyone quickly gathered around Lu Qi. Shen Yuran grabbed Luo Qingtian's hand and ran towards Lu Qi. Soon, a large number of zombies appeared all around them, charging towards them like beasts smelling prey. Luo Qingtian frowned, pulled out his little green hairpin, and whispered, Go stop half of the zombies. With that, he threw the little green hairpin, landing squarely on a zombie's face. Xia Lulu, standing behind him, sneered, "A hairpin can't kill a zombie." Luo Qitian ignored Xia Lulu and ran behind the crowd, hiding. The blue water bow in Xia Lulu's hand reappeared. Then she was seen drawing the bow and firing an arrow. A water arrow shot towards the zombie in front. However, the water arrow exploded upon hitting the first zombie, sending the zombie in front flying. But when the zombies behind her rushed in, Xia Lulu became flustered. Lu Wu, who was unleashing his fire power, said speechlessly, "Can you unleash your power normally? Ever since you started imitating the female demon, your water power hasn't been working properly. Didn't you see you just injured the captain's hand?" Xia Lulu looked at the fire power user with an angry expression. "Lu Wu, what nonsense are you talking about? Is unleashing power with a bow and arrow considered imitation? My power is like that. Luo Qingtian isn't the only one who can use a bow and arrow." Zhou Nanxin, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, "First, unleash your water abilities. No one says you can't use water arrows. You should at least master this technique before you use it." Zhou Nanxin finished, waving her hand to control the 4 or 5 zombies charging forward. Xia Lulu's water bow instantly transformed into water arrows, blasting them directly at the controlled zombies. The zombie's head shattered, and it rolled to the ground. "See? My water arrows are no less powerful than Luo Qingyan's. Sooner or later, I learn how to transform weapons. I defeat her myself and avenge my previous humiliation." Zhou Nanxin shook her head as she watched Xia Lulu's expression. Defeat the female demon? Is that even possible? The zombie in the base that day was at least level 8, and even Di Jiang couldn't defeat it. It was Luo Qingtian who killed it. They couldn't even catch up to such a being, even if they rode their horses. Isn't Xia Lulu really dreaming? Behind them, Shen Yunran and Luo Qingtian were speechless as they listened to Xia Lulu's words. Shen Yunran glanced at Luo Qingtian, his eyes filled with confusion. Luo Qingtian leaned in and whispered, "I almost killed her the other day." Shen Yunran's eyes widened in even greater surprise. Then he replied, "No wonder you were in disguise. You're so hated." Luo Qingtian gently tapped Shen Yunran's forehead. "Nonsense!" Shen Yunran suppressed a laugh and turned to release rose vines to ward off the approaching zombies. As the zombies multiplied, everyone lost their voice, their focus completely on dealing with the surrounding zombies. Shen Yunran's ability could only control the zombies. Then he waited for others to come and harvest them. Luo Qingtian replied, "Actually, your ability is quite powerful. Everything it conjures can become a weapon. The thorns on the vines, the petals, even the vines themselves are weapons." Luo Qingtian's words gave Shen Yunran a sudden sense of enlightenment. Facing the zombies again, Shen Yunran's eyes changed. Her flower vines grew sharper, her petals unusually hard. The thorns on her flower vines grew sharper and longer. Any zombie that approached her would have its neck strangled by her flower vines, or its body torn apart. In short, her transformation astonished everyone present. Looking at the zombie she had killed, Shen Yunran looked at Luo Qingtian with excitement, like a child who had received a good grade. "Tian, I did it." Luo Qingtian reached out and touched Shen Yunran's head. "Good job, keep it up." As he finished speaking, the zombies around him began to multiply, and even 3 third-level zombies with special abilities approached. "Everyone, be careful. There are 3 third-level zombies." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 zombies rushed towards Luo Qingtian, and Luo Qingtian frowned. Just as she was wondering where to hide, she saw Shen Yunran suddenly standing in front of Luo Qingtian. Then roses bloomed all around them. A vast array of rose vines protected both her and Luo Qingtian. The level 3 zombies collided with the rose vines as they charged. "Isn't this the skill you used the other day when you and Yishao were dodging mosquitoes?" Shen Yunran panted and said, "Yes. It's very useful, but it's very energy-consuming." Luo Qingtian smiled, extended her hand, and a flash of green light flashed as she placed her hand on Shen Yunran's shoulder. Shen Yunran could clearly feel the energy she had just expended gradually returning. A look of enjoyment crossed Shen Yunran's face, and she whispered, "Don't tell me you're a treasure. I really can't bear to see you go." Shen Yunran knew full well that Luo Qingtian had come with him this time to teach him something, and that Luo Qingtian would leave after returning. A hint of dejection crossed Shen Yunran's face as he thought of this. Luo Qingtian patted Shen Yunran's shoulder and said, "Put it away. They're already dealing with those level 3 zombies outside." Shen Yunran immediately put the flower vine away. 3 level 3 zombies outside were chasing Lu Qi, Xia Lulu, and Zhou Nanqing. Lu Wu and another man were chasing and attacking the 3 zombies. Shen Yuren pointed at the other man and said, "His name is Ma Minpao. He's a dual ability user with both strength and speed, and he's the vice captain of the team." Xia Lulu, now somewhat distraught from being chased by the zombies, shouted to Shen Yuren, "Yunran, help!" Her shout caused all the level 2 zombies around her to rush toward Shen Yuren. Shen Yuran's hands twirled rapidly, and after a flash of green light, rose vines burst forth from the ground. Then he imprisoned the surrounding zombies. This move made Shen Yuran's face turn exceedingly pale. Luo Qingtian deftly dodged the surrounding zombies and moved behind Shen Yuran. His presence looked terrifying, but in reality, he was helping Shen Yuran regain his strength. Don't use this move carelessly in the future. It damaged your brain. Shen Yuran nodded nervously, her body still trembling imperceptibly. Luo Qingtian sighed inwardly. It seemed she needed to see things more clearly before she learned to be on guard. Chapter 170. After a fierce battle, the zombies were finally cleared out. Little Green came bouncing back to Luo Qingtian. Unnoticed, Little Green transformed into a small ball and returned to Luo Qingtian's arms. Luo Qingtian tucked Little Green into his hair and pretended nothing had happened. Shen Yuren, having almost recovered, sat down on the ground. Is fighting zombies so tiring? After Lu Qi finished off the 3rd level zombies, he looked at Shen Yuren with a dark, uncertain expression. "Yuren, your abilities are amazing." Shen Yuren stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Thank you, Captain, for the compliment. This is my first time fighting zombies. I didn't expect it to be so thrilling." Thinking of the scene just now, when everyone was being chased and attacked by zombies, Shen Yuren felt a pang of fear. Lu Qi smiled and patted Shen Yuren's shoulder. "You're very talented. I believe you soon become an outstanding psychic." Lu Qi finished speaking, then beckoned everyone to get in the car and continue on their journey. Shen Yuren stared at Lu Qi's back, a look of confusion on his face. Luo Qingtian walked over to Shen Yuren and asked, "What's wrong?" Shen Yuren whispered, "Qingtian, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I always feel like the captain looks at me with a strange expression." Luo Qingtian smiled but said nothing. "Let's get back to the car." Shen Yuren didn't respond, so she didn't think much of it. By then, Xia Lulu and Zhou Nanqing were already waiting for them in the distance. "Sister Yuran, hurry up and get the car out, we're all waiting." Shen Yuren frowned. She didn't like Xia Lulu's tone, as if Qingtian's car belonged to them. She looked at Luo Qingtian and saw him standing there, taking the car out. She and Luo Qingtian got in the car, ignoring the 2 people over there. Xia Lulu, noticing they didn't go over, walked over with Zhou Nanqing. After the 2 got in, the car continued to follow. Luo Qingtian's 3rd skill was still active when a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Kill 1 level 3 undead. Kill 1 level 8 mutated elephant. Hunter skill upgrade. 3 arrows at once. Level 22. Total range, 1,600 meters. Trap level 6. Psychic perception level 5. Perception expanded by 100 meters. Growth skill level 7. Anti-growth ability +1. 2A vitality absorption +1. Healing skill level 5. Poison skill level 3. Land domain level 2. Hearing this voice, Luo Qingtian's lips curled slightly. It must be that the space absorbed the level 8 crystal core. Presumably, the level 8 mutated elephant gave him a lot of experience points. Just thinking. Luo Qingtian's expression changed. Thanks to his heightened mental perception, Luo Qingtian could clearly see that the further they advanced, the more zombies appeared ahead. Lu Qi had been leading his men toward the densest zombie area. With such a keen nose, there was no way he hadn't noticed. Is he too observant, or does he have ulterior motives? Just as he was thinking this, he saw Lu Qi ahead of him stop the car again. Shen Yuren saw Lu Qi stop and immediately followed suit. Then he saw Lu Qi get out and walk towards him. "Captain, what's wrong?" Lu Qi thought for a moment and said, "We camp here for now. Yuren, my car has some problems. I be taking my men on a patrol soon. Can you please let me drive your car?" Shen Yuren felt uneasy when she heard Lu Qi asking for her car. Behind her, Xia Lulu and Zhou Nanqing were still in the car. They had no intention of getting out. Lu Qi stood outside the car, smiling gently, as if waiting for Shen Yuren's response. Shen Yuren glanced at Luo Qingtian. Seeing the meaning behind Luo Qingtian's words, he shook his head at Lu Qi. "Captain, I'm sorry, I can't lend you this car. Although we're teammates, this is my first day here, and I don't fully trust you yet. So you better figure it out on your own." Shen Yunran's words surprised Luo Qingtian. She had expected Shen Yunran to politely refuse, but she hadn't expected him to be so blunt. Shen Yunran's refusal made everyone present change their expressions. Shen Yunran was saying he was afraid they'd just drive away. Xiaolulu asked bluntly Shen Yunran, "Do you think we're thieves?" Shen Yunran turned to look at Xiaolulu. "No, I just don't trust you. If you're forcing me to borrow money, that's robbery. I decided not to give you a ride." "Get out of the car." Xiaolulu narrowed her eyes at Shen Yunran, the murderous intent in her eyes undisguised. Zhou Nanxin, standing nearby, took Xiaolulu's hand and walked out. As she exited the car, she apologized to Shen Yunran. "I'm sorry, Miss Shen. We didn't mean that. I take Xiaolulu down right now." After saying this, Zhou Nanxin subtly glanced at Luo Qingtian, who sat silently in the passenger seat. Xiaolulu glanced at Zhou Nanxin with an annoyed expression. "Zhou Nanxin, what do you mean?" After Xiaolulu finished speaking, she noticed Zhou Nanxin's face darken. Her eyes even evaded a bit. She was about to continue speaking when Zhou Nanxin forcibly pulled her out of the car. After the two of them exited, Luo Qingtian and Shen Yunran followed suit. Luo Qingtian parked the car in front of everyone. Lu Qi glanced at Shen Yunran with a gloomy expression and said, "Yunran, I didn't expect you to be wary of us even though we were out on a mission." Shen Yunran smiled and said, "Sorry, Captain. That car is very important to me, so I can't lend it to you. Even though we're teammates, this is hard for me to accept." Lu Qi said nothing, only nodded grimly. He didn't mention the patrol and pointed to a flat area. "Let's rest here. Not far ahead is Lucheng County. The people here were all turned into zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse. The first base hasn't had time to clean up this area, so our goal this time is to eliminate the zombies in Lucheng County." With that, Lu Qi turned and headed for another flat area. Xiaolulu and the others were about to go over when Luo Qingtian stopped them, saying, "Since we need to make some adjustments, why don't you two stay here and help set up the tent?" Luo Qingtian then pulled out a large tent, large enough to accommodate more than a dozen people. Xiaolulu was about to refuse, but when she saw the tent Luo Qingtian had brought out, greed flashed in her eyes. She didn't rush over to Lu Qi, but walked over to the tent with a smile. "This tent is really nice. Tian, you have so many goodies. Do you have a lot of food in your space?" Luo Qingtian then pulled out some butter bread from his space and shook it. "After we finish setting up the tent, I treat you to some bread and chicken legs." Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Xiaolulu's gaze towards Luo Qingtian brightened even more, as if Luo Qingtian weren't just a person, but a delicious delicacy. Chapter 171. But Zhou Nanxin, who had remained silent, had a completely changed expression. He stared at Luo Qingtian in horror, then at Lu Qi, who was staring at him from a distance. Many times, he wanted to go directly to Lu Qi, but Luo Qingtian always stopped him with various excuses. Zhou Nanxin finally realized that Luo Qingtian had no intention of letting him leave. When Luo Qingtian was packing up the food, Zhou Nanxin took advantage of a moment while Xiaolulu and Shen Yunran were talking and approached behind her. "Sister Luo, we don't have any other intentions. Please be magnanimous, and don't be angry." Luo Qingtian looked at Zhou Nanxin and smiled. "How did you find me?" Zhou Nanxin pointed at the small ball on Luo Qingtian's head. "I saw you carry that seaweed ball on your head during the battle against the undead in Ring City 1. When you threw it today, I suspected it, and I was even more certain when I saw it return and stab you in the head." Luo Qingtian looked at Zhou Nanxin with a sinister glare, his aura unwavering. Frightened, Zhou Nanxin took several steps back. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you, as long as you behave. Of course, you better keep your mouth shut. If I find out you've been secretly informing your teammates, I won't mind finishing you off right here." Luo Qingtian finished, gently patting Zhou Nanxin's shoulder. "Be good. I hate reasoning." Zhou Nanxin was so frightened by Luo Qingtian that he couldn't speak. All he could do was nod at Luo Qingtian. Xiaolulu, standing nearby, frowned at their interaction. She put down what she was doing and walked straight towards Zhou Nanxin. "Zhou Nanxin, what's wrong with you? You're trying to get close to a beautiful woman when you see one?" Zhou Nanxin glanced nervously at Luo Qingtian and whispered, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xiaolulu didn't care. She grabbed Zhou Nanxin's hand and left. "The captain asked us to discuss the battle. Let's go!" Zhou Nanxin opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly felt a chill on her back. She didn't dare to say anything. She just let Xiaolulu grab her hand and leave. Shen Yunran looked in the direction the two had left and said worriedly, "Qingtian, have they excluded us?" Will we be in danger if we continue following them like this? Luo Qing. Good, at least you're aware of the danger. Shen Yunran pursed his lips. You make me even more worried now. If zombies come, will they target us and take our chance? After all, you're a space-based psychic. Will they try to steal your things? Luo Qingtian smiled and said, yeah, I think they might. Seeing Luo Qing, Shen Yunran grew anxious. Then why are you so relaxed, like nothing's happened? Luo Qingtian pointed inside the tent and said, come in. Eat something. Fighting zombies will be tiring. Shen Yunran obediently followed Luo Qingtian into the tent. Luo Qingtian brought out a large amount of food. Then the two sat down at the table and began to eat quietly. Not far away, Lu Qi saw the two enter the tent. His expression darkened. Xia Lulu curled her lips and said, you can tell they don't go out often, yet they even brought such a nice tent. Without a single thought of danger, they entered the tent so brazenly. Captain, when do we start? Zhou Nanjing, standing nearby, was sweating profusely. They didn't need any sense of danger, did they? Even if all of them combined, they wouldn't be a match for them. Lu Qi narrowed his eyes and said, I go ahead and lure the zombies over. Then you find an opportunity for them to attack them, and wait until Shen Yunran's powers are completely depleted. I think we can start now, Deputy Captain Ma Mingpao then said, Captain, we can keep Qi Tian. She's a healing psychic after all. And I don't think that car is that great, it's just a little bigger. Lu Qi gave Ma Mingpao a cold look and said, what a bumpkin. That car is obviously specially modified. Whether it's performance or comfort, it was definitely not something that ordinary people could afford before the apocalypse. As for Qi Tian, we killed her friends and stole her car. Do you think she'd get along with us? And that woman is a space psychic. I suspect she has a lot of valuables in her space. After we deal with Shen Yunran, we force her to hand over everything. Off to the side, Zhou Nanjing's forehead was sweating even more. Force Luo Qingtian to hand over the items? Is that even possible? That's the female demon from the first base. At this moment, he wished he could find a place to hide. While everyone was discussing how to deal with Shen Yunran, a horde of zombies was being driven towards them by Xiaolu. Lu Qi was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He looked in panic into the distance, even seeing a dense swarm of zombies slowly approaching. What's going on? How could this happen? Lu Qi was about to start driving, but then he realized that zombies were coming from all directions, and a group of level 3 zombies had suddenly appeared near them. Several people were shocked and began to use their special powers to fight. Xia Lulu fought for a while, then looked towards Luo Qingyan's tent. The two were still eating inside, with no intention of leaving. Shen Yunran, there are zombies, come out. Shen Yunran was still eating a hamburger and fries inside. Hearing the shout, he immediately stood up. Qingtian, wait! I definitely protect you this time. Shen Yunran walked out. Seeing the dense swarm of zombies outside, Shen Yunran quickly returned to the tent. What should we do, Qingtian? The zombies outside have surrounded us. Luo Qingtian looked at Shen Yunran with amusement. It's okay, go out and fight as many as you can. Just keep the zombies away. Come back if you can't win. Shen Yunran looked at Luo Qingtian's calm demeanor. Although she was afraid, out of trust, she rushed out and started fighting the zombies. Lu Qi's group was in complete chaos. To save their lives, several people lured the zombies toward Shen Yunran. Xia Lulu pulled out a piece of rotten meat from somewhere and threw it at Shen Yunran. Shen Yunran was truly furious this time. She didn't care about teammates anymore and cursed. What do you mean? You're leading zombies my way. Lu Qi looked at Shen Yunran with a gloomy expression and said, Shen Yunran, it's come to this. Why don't you give us your car? If you hand it over now, we take you with us. Otherwise, you stay here and cover for us. Chapter 172. Shen Yunran glared at Lu Qi angrily. So you want my car? I tell you, dream on. Luo Qingtian, overhearing their conversation, emerged from the tent. Lu Qi then looked at Luo Qingtian. Qingtian, you have a space, right? I'm giving you a chance now. If you're willing to hand over the contents of your space, I let you come to my place. We can take advantage of this opportunity to escape. Lu Qi thought, if they could just get Luo Qingtian to take out the car, they could use it to force their way out. Luo Qingtian's car was far more secure than theirs. Luo Qingtian curled her lips. She turned and walked directly back to the tent. She threw Xiaolu outside, letting it attach itself to Shen Yunran, then sat at the table and continued eating. Lu Qi, watching this from outside, grew even gloomier. The zombies around them had already rushed towards them. He didn't bother Shen Yunran and Luo Qingtian, and began to unleash his supernatural powers. But they all tacitly moved toward Shen Yunran. They planned to lure all the zombies around them toward Luo Qingtian. Zhou Nanqing's face paled even further. His captain was absolutely courting death, but even if he wanted to leave now, he was powerless. He could only passively follow Lu Qi. However, he didn't lure the zombies or attack them. He lowered his head, desperately thinking about how to escape. After sending a zombie flying near Zhou Nanqing, Xia Lulu cursed, "Zhou Nanqing, what are you doing? Hurry up and lure the zombies." Zhou Nanqing instantly came to his senses upon hearing Xia Lulu's voice. He unleashed his supernatural powers to restrain the two zombies charging towards him, then took the opportunity to deliver a vicious kick. He then turned and rushed toward Shen Yunran. Zhou Nanqing's action stunned the members of the Flying Eagle squad. Then, they saw Zhou Nanqing rushing in front of Shen Yunran, helping him fend off the zombies. "Zhou Nanqing, what are you doing? Are you being gentle with me now? Who do you think I am?" Xia Lulu screamed hysterically at Zhou Nanqing's actions. Zhou Nanqing frowned at Xia Lulu and said, "I had enough of your temper. Do you think I don't know how many times you slept with Lu Qi? You probably slept with everyone in our team." In the tent, Luo Qingtian's eyebrows were slightly stunned. Was it really that intense? There were so many green grasslands overhead. Ma Mingpao, who had been silently fighting zombies, immediately said, "Don't accuse me. I didn't even touch Xia Lulu's hand." Of the team members, only Ma Mingpao denied it. The others looked away guiltily, as if they were too busy fighting zombies. Xia Lulu looked at Zhou Nanqing with red eyes. "So, you wanted to abandon me the moment you saw Shen Yunran?" Zhou Nanqing swatted away several zombies before her and said, "It has nothing to do with Shen Yunran. I just don't want to stay in the Flying Eagle squad anymore. Every time a new member arrives, Lu Qi brings them here, kills them, and then embezzles their property. Don't you feel guilty about profiting from their misfortunes these days?" Lu Qi sneered. "Yes, I did, but didn't you take a lot of the spoils every time we divided them up?" Zhou Nanqing looked away. "Yes, I did, but you almost always have the high-level crystal cores I hunted. I want to survive too. How can I survive without you?" Lu Qi suddenly laughed. "Haha, after all, you're eyeing the resources held by Qi Tianyuan and Shen Yunran, aren't you? You're not so foolish as to think they can make it back alive today, are you?" Zhou Nanqing looked at Lu Qi like he was a fool. "No matter what you say, I'm leaving the Flying Eagle squad today." Xia Lulu glared at Zhou Nanqing with gritted teeth. "Zhou Nanqing, are you really going to abandon me for this bitch?" Zhou Nanqing remained silent, concentrating on dealing with the zombies attacking from all around. Xia Lulu went crazy. She madly unleashed her supernatural powers on Zhou Nanqing. Zombies or humans. She attacked anyone in her path. Zhou Nanqing was hit by Xia Lulu's water arrows several times in a row, but each time he used his control ability to dodge them. Zhou Nanqing was so angry she opened her mouth and cursed, "Xia Lulu, are you crazy?" Xia Lulu cursed, "Yes, I am. Who told you to betray me?" Zhou Nanqing gritted her teeth and cursed, "You betrayed me first. When you were sleeping with Lu Qi, did you ever think of me?" Zhou Nanqing restrained the charging zombies. Then she threw them all at Xia Lulu. Xia Lulu quickly hid behind Ma Mingpao. Ma Mingpao punched the flying zombie away. "You two are arguing. Can you please not involve me? Have your own fun. I'm not playing anymore," Ma Mingpao said, pushing Xia Lulu away. Then he left the crowd, his body instantly turning metallic, his skin becoming incredibly hard. He broke away from the crowd and rushed towards the zombies. Lu Qi saw this and flew into a rage, shouting, "Ma Mingpao, what are you doing?" Ma Mingpao's voice echoed from the front. "I won't team up with you psychos. I'm afraid you dragged me down." With that, Ma Mingpao vanished. The Flying Eagle squad was down 2 men in a row. The remaining men began to stir. Lu Qi's face darkened with rage. He slapped Xia Lulu in the face. "Be quiet. If you go crazy again, I'd be the first to kill you." Lu Qi's threat finally took effect. Xia Lulu stopped using her skills randomly this time, and instead unleashed all her powers on Shen Yunran and Zhou Nanqing. Zhou Nanqing was fighting zombies at the moment. Although he was constantly on guard against Xia Lulu, when Xia Lulu's water arrows came towards him, he had no hands free to defend himself. Suddenly, several rose vines appeared in front of her, blocking all of Xia Lulu's attacks. Then, the rose vines sprouted sharp thorns, shooting towards Xia Lulu. "Ah!" Xia Lulu, watching the thorns fly at her, momentarily forgot to block them. She screamed, and Lu Qi, standing nearby, waved his hand. The black liquid condensed into a shield, blocking Shen Yunran's thorns. Then, The black liquid whizzed toward Zhou Nanqing and Shen Yunran. Zhou Nanqing pulled Shen Yunran back quickly. This venom is incredibly potent. It dissolves everything it touches. With these words, the venom, as if it had eyes, chased after Shen Yunran and Zhou Nanqing. Even on the other side, Xia Lulu saw Zhou Nanqing and Shen Yunran being chased by the venom, and after knocking down the two zombies in front of her, she laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Zhou Nanqing, you and that bitch will die here." Chapter 173. Shen Yunran and Zhou Nanqing were still running. They could even feel the venom creeping closer behind them. Just when they thought they were about to be engulfed by the venom, a ball of seaweed suddenly burst out and swallowed the incoming venom in one gulp. Shen Yunran turned and saw Xiaolu, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiaolu, did Qingtian send you here?" Xiaolu ignored Shen Yunran. Instead, it stared intently at Lu Qi, who was not far away. At this moment, its gaze towards Lu Qi was filled with longing. It was as if Lu Qi were not a person, but a piece of delicious pork belly. When Lu Qi saw Xiaolu, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "What is this thing, and when did it appear?" Zhang Lan, who had been silent until then, suddenly changed his expression. He whispered, "Captain, Shen Yunran just called that thing Xiaolu." They all knew Xiaolu's name. It was Luo Qingtian's battle pet. The last battle had been Luo Qingtian's rage because Xiaolu was injured, and now Xiaolu was here. What about Luo Qingtian? Thinking of the time Luo Qingtian had strangled Xia Lulu that day, they hadn't even seen him clearly before he was right beside them. And that was right after such a fierce battle, leaving them exhausted. Lu Qingtian clearly still had some strength left. They were certain that even if they combined their forces, they wouldn't be a match for Luo Qingtian. "Boss, what should we do?" "Shen Yunran actually knows Luo Qingtian," Lu Qi said grimly. "It's Luo Qingtian, isn't she? She hasn't arrived yet. Let's not fight the zombies. Just charge in and finish them off. When Luo Qingtian arrives, we leave them all dead." With that, Lu Qi was the first to charge at Shen Yunran, followed closely by Xia Lulu, Lu Wu, and Zhang Lan, and trailing behind them were a swarm of zombies. Xiaolu suddenly grew larger, thousands of tentacles extending from its body, whipping away any zombies or humans that approached. It firmly protected Shen Yunran behind it. Shen Yunran and Zhou Nanqing didn't dare relax, constantly releasing their supernatural powers, until their faces turned pale. Luo Qingtian calculated that Shen Yunran's supernatural power had reached its limit. He then slowly gathered his things. Then he walked outside the tent and folded up the tent as if no one was around. Shen Yunran looked at Luo Qingtian, panting, "Qingtian, did I disturb you?" Luo Qingtian shook his head. "No, it's just that there are too many zombies around, and it's too noisy." Luo Qingtian leaped up and landed directly on Xiaolu. Then a vine suddenly wrapped around Shen Yunran's waist. Luo Qingtian instantly pulled Shen Yunran above Xiaolu's head. "Fly!" Xiaolu received the command, and whipped all the zombies around him away. The body slowly flew into the sky. Zhou Nanqing, who was beside Xiaolu, saw this, and quickly knocked away the surrounding zombies, then grabbed one of Xiaolu's tentacles. As Xiaolu took off, he followed. Xiaolu cried out in dissatisfaction, trying to retract his tentacle. But Zhou Nanqing desperately grasped Xiaolu's tentacle. She even released her supernatural powers to securely fasten herself to Xiaolu's body. Luo Qingtian also noticed Zhou Nanqing beneath Xiaolu. She revived her flying fire mystic art, and was about to knock Zhou Nanqing down. Shen Yunran quickly intervened. "Qingtian, let's leave him hanging for now. Zhou Nanqing helped me when Lu Qi and the others attacked me earlier." Luo Qingtian finally withdrew his hand. "Okay. But what about those people down there?" Luo Qingtian looked at Lu Qi and the others with amusement. Even the dumbest of them knew Qingtian was Luo Qingtian. If they hadn't fallen out with Shen Yunran earlier, they wouldn't have perished even with so many zombies. They had Luo Qingtian with them. Or, if they hadn't rushed to attack Shen Yunran, but had simply lured the zombies over, Lu Qingtian would have certainly attacked. But Luo Qingtian didn't even fight back, simply flying away on his pet. That left them with thousands of zombies. With their abilities, they couldn't possibly defeat them, and two of their team had already left. Lu Qi suddenly looked at Zhou Nanqing, who was hanging in the air, with bloodshot eyes. "Zhou Nanqing, you knew Qingtian was Luo Qingtian all along, right?" Zhou Nanqing looked at Lu Qi with a smug look on her face, giving him a middle finger. Lu Qi was so angry, he was about to unleash his venom at Zhou Nanqing. A zombie roared from behind him, "Boss, be careful." Lu Qi instinctively dodged to the side, reaching out to pull the person next to him in front of him. A level 3 zombie rushed over from behind. It bit Lu Wu's neck. Lu Wu stared at Lu Qi in disbelief. Then the zombie behind him bit his neck off. Blood flowed, and the surrounding zombies became extremely frantic and violent. Zhang Lan unleashed a wall of earth to try to repel the approaching zombies. But his superpowers quickly reached their limit. A large number of zombies rushed over, breaking through his defensive wall and biting him. Ah! Boss, help me! Zhang Lan's entire body convulsed in pain. He struggled desperately. But Lu Qi didn't even glance at him. He was now back-to-back with Xia Lulu. He and Xia Lulu were working together. His venom couldn't reach a large area, so he released his venom into Xia Lulu's water system as she attacked. Xia Lulu's water quickly dissolved the approaching zombies, creating a considerable space around them. Luo Qingtian and Shen Yuran sat atop Xiao Lu, watching the movements of the others below. That's a good move, Luo Qingtian said, stroking his chin. Shen Yuran nodded. Guess I need to learn how to coordinate with others. As they spoke, they saw several 4th-level zombies surrounding Xia Lulu and Lu Qi. They're all level 4. Qingtian, why don't we go too? There are so many zombies, some even level 4. We can't defeat them. Luo Qingtian looked at Shen Yuran nonchalantly. Go? These are all crystal cores. Are you willing to give them up? But we can't defeat them. Shen Yuran only knew Luo Qingtian was powerful, but she felt that even if he was powerful, he wouldn't be able to do anything against so many high-level zombies. Zhou Nanqing, standing below Xiaolu, listened to Shen Yuran's words with a constipated expression, speechless. It seemed that Shen Yuran had no idea how terrifying Luo Qingtian truly was. Luo Qingtian glanced at Shen Yuran and said, I can't leave. But I have to keep one of these two alive. Luo Qingtian stood up, and the flying fire mysterious bow in his hand suddenly emitted a powerful flame, followed by 3 pillars of fire whooshing out. They shot directly into the zombie horde, turning most of the zombies into dust the moment they were pierced by the 3 flames. Luo Qingtian then switched to the Amos ice bow. 3 ice arrows shot out, growing thicker and faster as they swiftly pierced the zombie army, freezing all the remaining ones. Chapter 174. Zhou Nanqing watched the scene in shock. Luo Qingtian had dispatched so many zombies with just 2 arrows? Shen Yuran was also in shock. She only knew Luo Qingtian was powerful, but she hadn't expected him to be this powerful. She couldn't even imagine what level Luo Qingtian's ability was. Xiaolu, get down. Xiaolu received the command and quickly fell to the ground. Zhou Nanqing finally let go of Xiaolu just as she was about to hit the ground, then jumped onto the ground herself. Now, only Xia Lulu and Lu Qi were left on the other side. Luo Qingtian and Shen Yuran jumped off Xiaolu's head and stood across from Lu Qi and Xia Lulu. Lu Qi, right? You've been planning to take Shen Yuran's car from the beginning, right? Luo Qingtian smiled at the two of them. Xia Lulu then stepped away from Lu Qi and said, Sister Luo, these things were all the captain's idea. Our Flying Eagle squad is actually quite wealthy, and I tell you a secret. Lu Qi isn't just a poison user, he's also a spatial user. His nose is incredibly sensitive, allowing him to keenly perceive everything around him. Sister Luo, kill him. Lu Qi glared at Xia Lulu, then at Luo Qingtian. I do have a space. I give you everything in it. Can you please not kill me? Luo Qingtian, yes, but only one of you can survive. Lu Qi glared at Luo Qingtian sinisterly. Although he knew Luo Qingtian's words were deliberate, he felt completely powerless against his sheer strength. After hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Xia Lulu instantly launched a water arrow at Lu Qi. Lu Qi didn't react for a moment, and as he dodged, the water arrow struck his shoulder. Lu Qi glared at Xia Lulu fiercely. You idiot, can't you see she's goading us? Xia Lulu gritted her teeth and said, I know, but even if we combined we couldn't defeat her. Rather than being killed by her, I'd rather kill you. I still have a chance of survival. Luo Qingtian's eyes lit up. Xia Lulu was quite calculating indeed. If both of them attacked him, there would be only one way to go. At Xia Lulu's words, Lu Qi's hand erupted with black liquid, shooting straight at her. What's that move? Xia Lulu stared at Lu Qi in horror. She had never seen such a move before. Lu Qi sneered. I've long been a 5th level Esper, I just haven't displayed it yet. Do you think I don't have a backup plan? With that, the black liquid, like a nimble loach, burrowed into Xia Lulu's body, into her mouth, into her eyes. Wherever the black liquid entered, it dissolved Xia Lulu's body. Xia Lulu was screaming at first, but eventually she couldn't even scream anymore. She clutched her throat with both hands, then covered her eyes. Her eyes gradually turned into 2 dark, bloody holes. Her mouth also gradually disappeared. Until finally, she was reduced to a pile of bones. Lu Qi looked at Luo Qingtian, his eyes indescribably dark and gloomy. Can I go now? Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. I don't think I ever said I let you go. I only said that only one of you could survive. Lu Qi's eyes widened, and his words were practically clenched through his teeth. Luo Qingtian, you lied to me. You clearly said you wouldn't kill me. Luo Qingtian nodded. I did say I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say I wouldn't let Yuran kill you. Luo Qingtian looked at Shen Yuran, who pointed at his nose. Should I kill him? Luo Qingtian's gaze was expressionless. Shen Yuran looked at Luo Qingtian, and instantly recalled the first time they met. Her heart trembled slightly, and she nodded firmly. I will kill him, Shen Yuran said, as green light flashed in his hand, and green rose vines rushed towards Lu Qi. Lu Qi looked at Shen Yuran with a murderous look. As the vines shot towards him, the venom in his hand flew, dissolving them completely. Shen Yuran continued to twirl his hands. The vines bloomed all around again, and a pink mist emanated from the rose petals. A pungent aroma rushed into Lu Qi's nose. Lu Qi held his breath, trying to block out the impact of the smell, but then his brain went dizzy. He seemed to have arrived at a quiet forest path. He walked along it with a sense of ease. Suddenly, a pain pierced his chest. He emerged from the illusion, and saw his chest pierced by green vines. The vines quickly retreated. Followed by, rows of thorns shot towards his body. He reached out, trying to release his supernatural power to resist. But the heaviness of his body prevented him from releasing any more, and he fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Shen Yuran looked at her hands excitedly. This was her first time using her supernatural power to kill someone. So, this was what it felt like to kill someone with supernatural power. Shen Yuran felt an indescribable excitement. Qingtian, I killed him. She was only a level 3 psychic, but Lu Qi was a level 5. She actually managed to leapfrog. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qi, who was lying on the ground, suddenly looked up and spat out a glob of black liquid. It flew straight into Shen Yuran's face. Luo Qingtian reached out and caught the liquid. Lu Qi on the ground laughed heartily. You actually caught my venom with your hand. Ha ha ha, you're dead this time. Even if I die, I can't. Being a scapegoat hadn't even finished saying the word take my place when Luo Qingtian, with a look of disgust on his face, took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands vigorously. The black liquid had no effect on Luo Qingtian's hands at all. Why? Lu Qi's eyes were red with confusion. He had just ejected all the venom in his body. Luo Qingtian looked disgusted. Are you stupid? Don't you know my venom is more deadly than yours? As Luo Qingtian finished, Xiaolu's tentacles extended, scooping up Lu Qi from the ground and stuffing him directly into his mouth. On his deathbed, Lu Qi remembered that on the day of the battle, Luo Qingtian's venom was powerful enough to dissolve the undead. Seeing Xiaolu devouring a human, Luo Qingtian tried to stop him, but Lu Qi was already in Xiaolu's stomach. Luo Qingtian covered his face and said, Why don't you wait until he's completely dead before eating him? He still has a lot of stuff in his space. Xiaolu burped and looked at Luo Qingtian with a confused look. Luo Qingtian fell silent. Lu Qi was dead. The Flying Eagle squad was completely gone. Shen Yuran said with disappointment, It seems I'm better off without a car for missions. Qingtian, take this SUV. Do you have a less expensive car? Luo Qingtian looked at Shen Yuran. Do you still want to go out on the mission? Shen Yuran nodded, Yes. Then let's switch teams. As for the car, you can just drive your electric car. Chapter 175. Shen Yuran had no objections. Well, that's a good thing. With an electric car, people won't be constantly watching. Luo Qingtian ordered Xiaolu to devour the zombies behind him. Xiaolu instantly grew larger again, and stuffed the remaining frozen zombies into his mouth. In just over 10 minutes, Xiaolu had devoured all the zombies. Returning to Luo Qingtian, Xiaolu even tried to claim credit. Just as he reached Luo Qingtian, Xiaolu burped. Then, there was a sound of something falling to the ground, and Shen Yuran saw Xiaolu spitting out crystal cores with a clang. Luo Qingtian picked up the cores, pulled Shen Yuran, and jumped onto Xiaolu's body. Let's go back first. As for that team you mentioned, I have a reliable one here. He collected the cores. Luo Qingtian and Shen Yuran jumped onto Xiaolu's head. Xiaolu, go home. Luo Qingtian commanded, and then Xiaolu's tentacles suddenly solidified into 8 legs. Like a spider, it swiftly crawled forward. Zhou Nanqing, who had been silent behind him, saw Luo Qingtian and the others leave, and hurriedly chased after them again. Sister Luo, can you give me a ride? Shen Yuran glanced back at Zhou Nanqing, who was running behind them. She looked back at Luo Qingtian again, tactfully remaining silent. She knew that with Luo Qingtian's temper, not killing Zhou Nanqing was already the limit. Zhou Nanqing ran for a while, but seeing that Luo Qingtian was completely ignoring her, she returned. The place where the battle had taken place. The rickety car they had driven out together was still parked there. He walked over to check and found that the engine was still working. Zhou Nanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it still works. Zhou Nanqing started the car and was about to leave. As long as he could catch up with Luo Qingtian and the others, he could return to base safely. Otherwise, if he encountered even a few zombie swarms along the way, he would definitely not survive. But just as the car started, the passenger door opened. Mom Mingpao, who had run away at the beginning, got in. Mom Mingpao? Didn't you leave? Mom Mingpao pointed at Xiaolu running ahead and said, Stop talking nonsense. Follow behind, or neither of us will make it back today. Zhou Nanqing reacted instantly and stepped on the accelerator, chasing Xiaolu. The two of them were silent the whole way. After spotting Xiaolu, the car followed steadily behind her. Zhou Nanqing then said to Mom Mingpao, You and I are the only ones left in the entire team. Mom Mingpao nodded. Yes, Lu Qi was bound to get into trouble sooner or later for what he did. I just didn't expect the retribution to come so quickly. The two remained silent for a long moment, then Zhou Nanqing asked again, Didn't you run away just now? Mom Mingpao nodded. I wanted to leave, but I found myself surrounded by zombies. I came back, and just happened to see Luo Qingtian shooting arrows. Thinking of all those zombies, and how Luo Qingtian dispatched them with just 2 draws of his bow, his heart trembled. He was truly glad he had left just now, avoiding being killed by Lu Qi and Xia Lulu. He was also thankful he had stayed quiet and hidden. Zhou Nanqing, do you plan to go out on missions after you return? Zhou Nanqing nodded. Yes. I plan to go back and find a new team. What about you? Then let's go together. That way we can look out for each other. I hope we can find a more reliable leader this time. The two of them walked in silence the rest of the way, as zombies had suddenly appeared around them. They followed Xiaolu, feeling completely safe. Xiaolu would devour any zombies that rushed towards them, then use his tentacles to pass the zombie cores to Luo Qingtian, who was standing above him. And so, by the time they returned, it was already late at night. The base's main gate was locked. The guards refused to open it, no matter what. Luo Qingtian looked at the 2 guards and felt they looked familiar. Until she heard them say, Miss Luo, I'm sorry, this is the base commander's order. The base commander's daughter, Miss Wishiyu, ran away in the middle of the night and hasn't returned since. Furious, base commander Hui issued a strict order. From now on, no one is allowed to open the gate in the middle of the night. Hearing base commander Hui's words, Luo Qingtian finally remembered that these 2 were the guards accompanying Hui Zheng. It seemed Huishiyu's disappearance had indeed made Hui Zheng anxious, but he probably also guessed that his daughter's escape was likely dangerous. Luo Qingtian didn't make things difficult for the 2. She pulled Shen Yunren away from the guards and found a quiet spot. She let Xiaolu carry her over the dozen-meter-long wall, crossed the electric fence, and headed straight for the Huan residential complex. Behind them, Zhou Nanqing and Mom Mingpao watched the 2 fly away with Indy, their hearts filled with indescribable complexity. At this moment, Zhou Nanqing said, Do you think if we had chosen to side with Luo Qingtian from the beginning, would we have been among those who entered? Mom Mingpao glanced at Zhou Nanqing and said, No, it's a good thing this female devil didn't kill us. On their way back, He Xiao had already fallen asleep. Shen Yuran was exhausted after a long day. He didn't have the energy to talk, so he quickly grabbed something to eat in the refrigerator and went to bed. The next day, He Xiao looked at the 2 people who had suddenly appeared in shock. Did you 2 come back last night? Shen Yuran nodded. Qing, I'm taking you to meet a friend this morning. Are you going to First Ring City? Let's go together. He Xiao nodded, made breakfast, and began to eat earnestly. Back in First Ring City again, Shen Yuran felt as if he were in another world, especially watching the people coming and going near the cafeteria. Shen Yuran hesitated. Actually, you don't have to quit your job in the cafeteria completely. The team I introduced you to doesn't do missions every day. Shen Yuran's eyes lit up. Is that still possible? Will it affect the progress of the cafeteria's work? Luo Qing, no. Anyway, your work only requires you to count incoming goods. The rest of the time, don't you sit in the office? Shen Yuran thought about it and agreed. He happily followed Luo Qitian into the mission hall. The mission hall was packed with psychics, all waiting near the task bar for new missions. Ji Xiaoxiao saw Luo Qitian enter, and a friendly smile immediately spread across her face. Sister Luo, are you here to take on any missions today? The call of Sister Luo caused all the psychics present to turn their heads, and upon seeing Luo Qitian, everyone fell silent. Their gazes were complex, as if they were looking at a monster. Luo Qitian looked at Ji Xiaoxiao and tapped the desktop. Can you help me contact Ji Wei? I need to talk to him. Ji Xiaoxiao nodded. That's easy. They just finished a mission and went back to rest. I call them now. 10 minutes later, Ji Wei rushed in from outside the hall. Chapter 176. As soon as they entered the mission hall, Ji Wei shouted, Sister Luo, I'm here. Luo Qitian waved her hand in response to Ji Wei's call. Ji Wei excitedly rushed to Luo Qitian. Sister, you're looking for me? Want to join us on a mission? Speaking of missions, Ji Wei's heart itched. With such a thick thigh, he had to cling to her tightly. With Sister Luo, he could even succeed in an S-rank mission. No, let's get out of here first. Luo Qitian glanced around at the people staring at her and frowned. She didn't like being so closely watched. Ji Wei smiled and nodded. Okay, I listen to you, Sister Luo. The three of them left the mission hall and found a clean place to sit. Ji Wei excitedly looked at Luo Qitian, waiting for her to speak. Luo Qitian pointed to Xin Yunran beside her and said, This is my friend Xin Yunran, a wood-type psychic. I want her to join your team. Hearing about Luo Qin, Ji Wei felt a little disappointed, but knowing he could be connected to Luo Qitian, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Okay, no problem. I wonder what level of Esper mission is. Xin Yunran said shyly, I'm only level 3. But I definitely won't be a drag. Ji Wei had no doubts about this. He felt the person Luo Qitian sent would be no less capable. By accepting Xin Yunran, Luo Qitian would have owed him a favor, and Luo Qitian also knew Di Jiang. With so many connections, it would make it easier for the 5 Elements team to navigate the first base. No problem, no problem. I absolutely believe that. It's just that we don't have any missions lately. The next mission won't be until a few days later. How can I contact you then? Xin Yunran quickly said, I work at the military cafeteria. If you have any missions, just come find me there. Hearing the words military cafeteria, Ji Wei's smile grew even more sincere. So you work for the military? That's easy. We come find you next time we're on a mission. So mission, where do you live? If it's convenient, I introduce you to some friends tomorrow night, and we can have dinner together. Before Xin Yunran could say anything, Luo Qitian pointed to a nearby apartment building. She'd be living there. Xin Yunran turned her head and looked. Then she remembered that Luo Qitian had bought 2 houses for her, and he shall here. It would make it easier for them to live here. Now, Luo Qitian was implicitly telling herself that she was leaving. Xin Yunran's eyes instantly reddened. She quickly lowered her head to suppress her sadness, then raised her head and smiled. Yes, I live on the 12th floor of the apartment building over there. Hearing the two say this, Ji Wei's eyes flashed with envy. As expected, those who followed Luo Qitian were wealthy. His gaze at Xin Yunran instantly grew fiery. After saying goodbye to Ji Wei, the two wandered around the first ring road for a while. Luo Qitian bought some more things for Xin Yunran and He Xiao. He Xiao and Xin Yunran's apartments were still across from each other. Luo Qitian knew the password and went in to help He Xiao with some simple packing. Until He Xiao got off work, the two of them followed him back to Huang Community. The whole way there, He Xiao and Xin Yunran were unusually silent, and Xin Yunran's eyes were reddened. When they arrived home, Xin Yunran brought out all the food in the house and cooked a full table. At the table, Luo Qitian found a bottle of fine wine from his space and shared it with the two of them. As Xin Yunran drank, he said, I've taken everything from the kitchen. He Xiao can just eat at my apartment from now on. I also cook any food that won't last forever, and I even made a lot of dried meat. Xin Yunran muttered to himself as He Xiao sipped his wine. Neither of them mentioned leaving, but they both knew that after tonight, Luo Qitian would be gone. At the end of their drinks, they simply collapsed on the table and cried. Luo Qitian looked at them helplessly, carried them back to their room, and cleaned up the place herself. Then he went upstairs to rest. The next morning, when Luo Qitian came downstairs, she found breakfast already ready. Xin Yunran had prepared a dozen thermoses filled with various porridges she cooked. Watching Luo Qitian come down, she smiled and said, I saw we had flour and rice, so I made some porridge. I also have some fried meat patties with all sorts of fillings. Take them all. Luo Qingtian nodded, and went to collect all the things Shen Yuran had prepared into her space. He Xiao also came out at this time, and the three of them sat together in silence to eat. After dinner, Shen Yuran and He Xiao rushed to wash the dishes, thoroughly cleaning the entire house. Then the three of them left the room together. Watching Luo Qingtian close the door to the room one by one, they felt an indescribable bitterness in their hearts. If you want to come back and stay, come back whenever you want. I don't plan to remove your fingerprints. The two nodded silently. After getting off the elevator and exiting the community gate, the three of them looked at each other. Shen Yuran finally couldn't hold back her tears. Qingtian, come home soon. I hope next time you come back, you can bring your uncle and aunt with you. I make them something delicious. Luo Qingtian nodded. Okay. He Xiao also said at this time, take your phone with you. I'm already working on my third phone. Then the three of us can keep in touch anytime. Luo Qing, okay, it's almost time. You guys should get to work. If there's anything you can't solve, go find Dijiang. The two nodded, then watched Luo Qingtian pat Xiaolu on his head. Xiaolu jumped to the ground and transformed into a giant ball of seaweed. This time, Xiaolu had woven a chair atop its head. Luo Qingtian jumped onto Xiaolu's head and sat firmly. Let's go! With that, Xiaolu soared into the air, carrying Luo Qingtian and quickly disappearing from their sight. He Xiao watched Luo Qingtian leave, took a deep breath, and said, let's go. If we don't get to work now, we'd be late. Today's electric cars are brand new. They have good horsepower too. Let's give them a try. Shen Yuran smiled and got into his own car. Okay, let's see who gets to the first ring road first. The two of them headed straight for the first ring road. Luo Qingtian sat on Xiaolu's lap, leisurely observing the nearby scenery. The scenery wasn't particularly attractive. Although it was morning, the sun was high in the sky, piercing Luo Qingtian's face and causing a burning sensation. After a short flight, Luo Qingtian had Xiaolu stop, took out the RV, and turned on the air conditioning for a while before finally recovering. This time, she was traveling alone. Looking at the empty driver's seat, Luo Qingtian grabbed Maoqiu from the space. Maoqiu, I remember I taught you how to drive, right? Maoqiu looked at Luo Qingtian with a confused expression, then nodded. Luo Qingtian tossed Maoqiu into the driver's seat. Let's go! Drive straight ahead. We're heading to Qiang Base. Chapter 177. Ever since she saw the undead, Luo Qingtian's thoughts were fixed on Qiang Base. She knew her current abilities weren't enough to defeat so many undead, but she had a cheat. If she felt overwhelmed, she could hide in the space. She also wanted to know who had created so many undead. And her hunter level was increasing more slowly as she advanced, while the enemies she encountered grew stronger. She felt an urgent desire to become stronger. The car moved steadily along the highway. Luo Qingtian asked Xiaolu to watch the surroundings while she went into the bedroom to shower. The weather was getting hotter, and even though the air conditioning was on, the temperature inside the car had already reached nearly 30 degrees Celsius. You could imagine how hot it was outside. Luo Qingtian took a comfortable shower in the car and changed into some light clothes. She then took out a meal from a Michelin restaurant and a bowl of shaved ice from her space, and sat down in the living room to eat. After eating 3 or 4 servings of shaved ice in a row, she finally felt completely refreshed. After eating and drinking, Luo Qingtian laid down on the soft sofa and began to check her abilities. After looking at her array of skills, she closed her eyes and began to calculate their usage time, cooldown, and range. This continued until evening. Maoqiu stopped the car. Xiaolu also cried anxiously. Startled, Luo Qingtian opened her eyes immediately. When she opened her eyes, she was completely stunned. Undead were standing all around her car. And now she was in front of the gate of Qiang Base. Luo Qingtian was speechless. She was so focused that she forgotten that the navigation system she asked He Xiao to install on her phone pointed to Qiang Base. At that moment, the undead outside had already noticed Luo Qingtian's presence, and their massive bone wings slammed towards Luo Qingtian's car window. Luo Qingtian panicked. He and his car moved into the interdimensional space. The undead's attack missed, and then they saw their prey vanish. A group of undead began searching in front of the base. Luo Qingtian entered the interdimensional space and immediately got out of the car. She dragged Maoqiu out. Hey Maoqiu, you actually drove right into their base? How badly do you want to see me dead? Thinking of the undead and the overwhelming pressure, Luo Qingtian felt a chill run down her spine. Maoqiu looked at Luo Qingtian with a bewildered expression. It knew nothing. It only knew to follow the map Luo Qingtian had given it. Is that even wrong? Luo Qingtian stopped talking to Mao Qiu and recalled the scene outside the space. There were about 10 undead standing outside. The aura of those undead was around level 3, comparable to level 8 human zombies. His current abilities weren't enough to deal with so many undead. It seemed he could only wait. It would be night soon. If he suddenly went out and ran then, he should be able to escape from Chaiyang base. Luo Qingtian waited in the space calmly, then sorted through the bone wings and spider legs he had found. He still had 2 legs left, making a full 10 pairs of bone wings. The best bone wings belonged to the undead from the insect head she had killed a few days ago. It had many bone spurs on it, and they were all incredibly sharp. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and placed the bone wing on the weapon swap slot. Then she found a whetstone and sharpened the spider leg on it for a while. A few hours later, Luo Qingtian was completely prepared. She took Xiaolu and rode Dubai out of the space. As soon as they left the space, many undead suddenly flew out of Chaiyang base. They sped towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian immediately shouted, "Dubai, run!" Dubai ran forward at full speed. The undead behind them spread their bone wings and flew swiftly through the air. They ran all the way to the forest behind Chaiyang base, where the undead finally caught up. Over a dozen undead surrounded Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian immediately took Xiaolu back into the space. I didn't expect these undead to be so perceptive. Spotting them the moment they left the space, Luo Qingtian remained in the space for over 2 hours. Then, taking Little Green with her and riding Big White, she left the space again. As soon as she emerged, 2 undead were standing in the trees on either side. Seeing her sudden appearance, they swooped down, heading straight for Luo Qingtian's face. This time, Luo Qingtian didn't dodge. She switched to bone wings, and as a bone wing zombie charged towards her, she swung them fiercely, slashing at the zombie approaching. With one strike, the zombie was suspended in midair. Then, Luo Qingtian clenched her other hand into a fist and struck the zombie's head on its shoulder. It was the head of a large human, its expression incredibly ferocious. The head within its abdomen, however, resembled that of a child, its mouth open, attempting to bite Dubai's. Bang! Luo Qingtian didn't hold back with this punch. The undead's head shattered, and Dubai seized the opportunity to kick the child in the head. Luo Qingtian followed suit. The undead was sent flying by Luo Qingtian and Dubai. The undead behind him rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Little Green, acting as a shield, blocked Luo Qingtian's back. Then it extended hundreds of tentacles, tightly entangling the undead. After sending the undead flying, Luo Qingtian spun around and leaped up, raising her bone wings high and slamming them down on the undead's head. Sharp bone spikes pierced the undead's head, sending it tumbling backwards, taking Luo Qingtian's bone wings with it. Give me back my bone wings. With that, Luo Qingtian leaped up again and kicked the undead. The undead had just fallen to the ground and was about to stand when Luo Qingtian swooped down from the sky and stomped directly onto its head. A crisp crack. The head was crushed by Luo Qingtian's forceful crush. The head was half human, half dog. But the dog's features were more prominent. The head on its abdomen also resembled that of a child, who was looking at Luo Qingtian with tearful eyes. If the head hadn't been located on the undead's abdomen, Luo Qingtian would have been fooled by its gaze. Luo Qingtian picked up his bone wings from the ground, while the heads of the 2 bone-wing zombies were rapidly recovering. Luo Qingtian walked over to the head and switched to spider legs. The spider's legs were coated in thick green venom. Luo Qingtian stabbed the child straight in the face. "Sister, please don't!" The little boy's head showed a pitiful expression, but Luo Qingtian didn't even look before stabbing him. Chapter 178. The little boy's head was pierced by Luo Qingtian. Worried, Luo Qingtian used his spider legs to vigorously stir his face twice, completely crushing the boy's head. Thick white smoke emanated from the zombie, and Luo Qingtian saw it dissolving at a visible speed. This zombie's recovery rate was noticeably slower than those he had seen before. Luo Qingtian was somewhat surprised. It was nighttime. Could it be that these bone-winged zombies recover more slowly at night than during the day? Luo Qingtian now looked at the other undead, whose head he had crushed. Although that undead was recovering, its recovery rate was significantly slower than the one he had fought at base. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes. If that were the case, then night would be the perfect time for me to attack? The most troublesome thing about the undead is their ability to continuously recover from their injuries. But if their recovery ability weakens significantly at night, they no longer be invincible. Luo Qingtian smiled grimly. She bent down, grabbed the undead's bony arm, and dragged it towards the other. She placed the two undead together, extending her hands to each of them. Reverse growth, two-way absorption of vitality. Luo Qingtian unleashed her force skill. She attempted to absorb the vitality of both undead at once. The next moment, the two undead's bodies trembled violently. The undead, which had been recovering from its wounds, now rapidly withered. In a matter of moments, the bodies of the two undead slowly turned to skeletal remains. Luo Qingtian stood up and stomped hard on the bones, crushing them to pieces. Then he turned around. Dabai, let's go to Chiyang base. Dabai suddenly jumped in front of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian climbed onto Dabai's back, and Dabai quickly ran towards the base. 20 minutes later, Luo Qingtian, riding Dabai and Xiaolu, returned to the base gate. At this point, there were no undead guarding the entire base. Luo Qingtian was now even more certain that the undead's weakness lay at night. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian ordered Dabai to continue toward the base. Just as they reached the base gate, more undead rushed out. This time, Luo Qingtian didn't run, but sent Xiaolu and Dabai into the space. Facing the four undead alone, Luo Qingtian's bone wings reappeared. She had been so eager to test her idea earlier that she hadn't saved any bone wings, but she didn't want to waste them again this time. Four undead hordes swiftly charged towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian sprinted back a few steps, luring the undead towards her. She quickly released her earth domain. Then, the undead, still in midair, plummeted to the ground. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to rush over to the undead, raised her bone wing, and fiercely plunged it into the head of the nearest undead. Then, she stepped on the undead's back and forcibly plucked the wing from its body. Ah! Damn humans! The zombies whose wings had been plucked let out a low roar, but Luo Qingtian paid no heed. She swiftly plucked the undead's wings from her own domain. Under the immense pressure, the undead didn't even have the strength to stand. Ha ha ha, you're so vulnerable at night. Luo Qingtian unleashed her anti-growth ability once again, absorbing the life force of four undead. After the undead were reduced to skeletal remains, she withdrew her domain and crushed them to dust. At this moment, the voice echoed in Luo Qingtian's mind. Kill 6 tier 3 undead, hunter skill upgrade, triple arrow attack level 23. Total range 1,600 meters. Trap level 6. Psychic perception 6. Perception expanded by 100 meters. Growth skill level 8. Anti-growth ability +1, increases group vitality absorption. Healing skill level 5. Poison skill level 3. Land domain level 2. Hearing this voice, Luo Qingtian was filled with excitement, feeling no fatigue at all. As expected, as long as she killed these undead, her skill level would definitely increase. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian continued walking towards the base gate. Bang! Luo Qingtian kicked the gate open. Enter the base. A dense mass of undead stood in the square, motionless, like a group of people sleeping standing up. Luo Qingtian's arrival forced several nearby undead to power up. They looked up at Luo Qingtian, and then several undead took flight. Among these undead, Luo Qingtian could clearly see 3 that were smaller than those he had seen before, but their aura was much stronger. Luo Qingtian released Dabai, mounted him, and fled. This was the first time Dabai had seen an undead in this form chasing them, as an animal. It could clearly sense the danger from the undead behind it, and instantly exerted all its strength to run. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to draw her Feihua Xianbao, turned, and unleashed an arrow. The fiery red bow was particularly dazzling in the pitch-black night, further irritating the undead behind her. Luo Qingtian's movements continued unabated. After leading the undead a distance away, she sent Dabai back into space again and spun around to a stop. Then she swiftly charged at the undead. The undead were momentarily stunned when they saw Luo Qingtian charging towards them, then they swooped down at Luo Qingtian. The next moment, the undead slammed into the ground in unison. Bang, boom, boom, there were several consecutive blasts. Luo Qingtian stood within the field, carefully dodging the falling undead. After they all hit the ground, Luo Qingtian used his spider legs to stab each one by one. After completely incapacitating the undead, Luo Qingtian began absorbing their life force. Having recently upgraded her powers, Luo Qingtian could absorb the life force of 4 undead at once. Soon, 4 undead bodies were reduced to skeletal remains, crushed beneath Luo Qingtian's feet. Luo Qingtian then moved towards the remaining 3. Luo Qingtian observed that these 3 undead recovered faster than the previous 4, even finding the strength to stand. But they soon fell heavily again. Luo Qingqian's spider legs reappeared, slashing fiercely at their bodies before crushing their heads completely. Then she began absorbing again. This time, the absorption rate was noticeably slower than before. It took half an hour for the 3 undead to be reduced to skeletal remains. Chapter 179. As she absorbed these undead, Luo Qingqian instantly felt herself resurrected. Though she didn't know why, she felt brimming with strength. Just as she was about to continue searching for the undead, a voice announced a skill upgrade. Kill 4 tier 3 undead. Kill 3 tier 4 undead. Hunter skill upgrade. Triple arrow attack level 24. Total range 1,600 meters. Trap level 6. Psychic perception level 6. Growth skill level 9. Expands the area of plant growth by 100 meters. Anti-growth ability +1, increasing the amount of life absorbed in a group. Healing skill level 5. Poison skill level 3. Land domain level 3. Land domain range expanded by 100 meters. Luo Qingqian felt refreshed. Another upgrade? This undead base was like her own upgrade paradise. Luo Qingqian suppressed his excitement, trying to maintain composure. He strode towards the base's main gate, which had been completely destroyed by Luo Qingqian. Even before entering, he could see the base square filled with undead. They stood densely packed together, forming a circle. As Luo Qingqian approached again, the entire outer ring of undead raised their heads. Seeing so many undead looking at him, Luo Qingqian admitted that he felt a little nervous at that moment. But remembering that he still had so many cheats, Luo Qingqian smiled and waved at the undead. Hey! The next moment, the undead rushed towards Luo Qingqian in unison. Luo Qingqian didn't count the number of undead pursuing her this time, because 2 of them possessed exceptionally powerful auras. Although her skills had been upgraded, she was still uncertain whether she could defeat them. Luo Qingqian ran faster and faster, practically exhausting her strength. When the undead caught up with her and completely surrounded her, Luo Qingqian realized that there were a full 16 undead chasing her this time. 2 of them were beyond level 4. Could they be level 5? Luo Qingqian didn't dare to think any more. She slammed her hand against the ground, and the undead, which had been flying in midair, fell to the ground in unison. Only the 2 powerful undead remained grounded, though their movements were restricted. The effort they exerted could be felt with every step. Luo Qingqian raised her arms in a stretching motion, rubbing her hands together, as she looked at the 2 powerful undead. The next moment, Luo Qingqian swiftly rushed in the direction of the 2 undead. Luo Qingqian's speed and strength were several times greater within the domain than outside it. As she ran, only a shadow could be seen. In a matter of moments, Luo Qingqian reached the 2 largest undead. As the 2 undead steadied themselves, bang, Luo Qingqian raised her foot and struck the 2 undead in the stomach and head. The 2 massive figures were knocked to the ground by Luo Qingqian's kick. Luo Qingqian appeared on the back of one of the undead at some point. Ah, ah, ah! The undead let out a scream, and then Luo Qingqian forcibly plucked the bony wings from its back. Dark red blood spurted onto Luo Qingqian's face. Luo Qingqian paid no heed. He then plucked out another bony wing. The powerful undead behind him witnessed this. Despite the immense weight, he struggled to his feet, swinging the massive bony wing behind him, and stabbing at Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian, observing this, reached out and grabbed the stabbing wing, then stomped his foot hard on the undead beneath him. Using the momentum, he leaped onto another undead. This undead clearly knew what Luo Qingqian was up to. It twisted its body, extending its long bony arms to pull Luo Qingqian off its back. But the sharp pain from its back almost paralyzed its body. Kill you, kill you. This time, the head on the undead's shoulder spoke, a woman's voice sharp and filled with hatred. This is the first time I've seen an undead creature speak so fluently. How about you say a few more words? Luo Qingqian kicked the undead creature to the ground, then placed one foot on its body, looking down at it. This was a good opportunity for him to see how intelligent the higher-level undead creatures were. But the undead creature stopped talking, as if it hadn't been the one speaking. Suddenly, something like a lizard's tail pierced Luo Qingqian's back. Although Luo Qingqian was facing away, all the paintings in this area appeared in his mind's eye. As the tail shot towards him, Luo Qingqian grabbed it with his backhand. What a naughty boy. The next moment, Luo Qingqian grasped the tail and unleashed her anti-growth ability. The undead woman watched helplessly as her tail withered. Ah! Kill you, kill you! The undead woman's body shrank at a visible speed. Luo Qingqian narrowed her eyes and increased her absorption speed. The other undead, observing this, began to struggle within her domain. At this moment, Luo Qingtian felt her domain tremble. She had already unleashed her domain too many times today. She had to quickly eliminate all these undead. With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtian's vine shot out swiftly, binding all the struggling undead together. Then, they were pushed together again. The anti-growth ability was unleashed once more. Luo Qingtian began to desperately absorb the life force of the undead before her. This time, she absorbed for nearly 2 hours before the undead were reduced to dry bones. At this moment, the domain completely collapsed. Luo Qingtian finally felt the exhaustion, both physical and mental. The sun slowly rose from the horizon. Luo Qingtian looked toward the spot where the sun rose. A swarm of undead with bone wings filled the sky, blackening out the sun as they flew towards her. Luo Qingtian's eyes widened instantly. Oh my god, so many! Without a second thought, Luo Qingtian plunged deep into the forest. The undead behind her could already sense Luo Qingtian's presence from afar. One of the petite undead broke away from the group, suddenly picking up speed and pursuing Luo Qingtian. Soon, she caught up with Luo Qingtian. Human, you killed my kin. I will kill you. With that, the undead charged towards Luo Qingtian's face. Luo Qingtian was surprised to find that the undead before her looked very human. Although her limbs were made of dry bones, and even her eyes could be seen as compound eyes, there was no head on her lower abdomen. Chapter 180. Even her body shape was remarkably human. Even her head was quite beautiful. Luo Qingtian suddenly thought of Qin Xiaoxiao. Qin Xiaoxiao was also an undead, but she could revert to her normal human form. She only became an undead after her identity was exposed. But after killing her, the information he received in his mind was that she was a third-level undead. Does that mean that any third-level undead can transform into a human? If that's true, doesn't that mean there are already undead disguised as humans lurking among the human race? At this moment, the undead, who had spoken, had already rushed in front of Luo Qingtian. Behind it was a vast army of undead flying towards them. Luo Qingtian grabbed the undead in front of him, and then, with a double teleportation, disappeared from the spot. The female undead was brought into Luo Qingtian's domain, and then its body sank, landing on the ground. But it didn't fall like the other undead last night. Instead, it stood on the ground. Where is this? Is this how you killed my people? The female undead didn't rush to fight Luo Qingtian, but instead carefully observed the situation around her. While the undead was observing her surroundings, Luo Qingtian was also observing the undead in front of her. She was observing the undead's intelligence. What level of undead are you? The female undead looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. I am a grade 6th level undead. Human, I love your body. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched, and he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Can all you undead transform into human form? The undead looked at Luo Qingtian proudly. No, only those defective products who, before their death, possessed a strong desire for human bodies and identities, can freely transform into humans. How can your lowly human bodies compare to the divine bodies our God King created for us? Luo Qingtian's heart raced. Sure enough, someone had created the undead here, and instilled such childish ideas in them. She grew increasingly curious about this creator. Luo Qingtian then smiled and asked, So, not all of you undead can become human? The undead tilted her head, and looked at Luo Qingtian. This area made her feel uncomfortable. She felt her body growing heavier, as if she were about to fall. The human body only limits our strength. We don't have an excessive desire for human form, so we won't become like you. Luo Qingtian understood. In other words, as long as the undead have a strong desire for human form, they can still hide among the crowd. But while this creature in front of him was formidable, she simply answered whatever he asked. Judging from this situation, the IQ of the undead, with the exception of Qin Xiaoxiao, shouldn't be high. What's the highest level of your undead? The undead tilted its head and looked at Luo Qingtian, its compound eyes beginning to gleam with a divine light. The highest level of our undead is naturally our great king. Your Majesty Asmodeus. Its power is immense, its appearance is beautiful. It is the king who leads us to the world, a being that transcends all things. Luo Qingtian couldn't help but hug his arms as he listened to these idiotic words. It was so cold. This undead person is also a fan of Greek mythology? Isn't this Asmodeus the king of evil in Greek mythology? It seems this guy really wants to create his own tribe. Luo Qingtian was growing increasingly curious about this leader. So, your king, what level is he? The female undead seemed to be in a state of confusion. She stared at Luo Qingtian without answering, as if genuinely debating whether to bring this up. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. It seemed this undead was capable of thinking, though their IQ was a bit questionable. Looking at you, I know your king isn't very powerful. At most, level 7, right? Isn't that weak? No, our great king is about to break free from the shackles of the undead. Break through the 10th level and become invincible, Luo Qingtian understood. This so-called breaking free from the shackles actually meant overcoming the undead's weakening power at night. Luo Qingtian glanced at the undead opposite her. She was already considering how to kill this 6th level undead. Suddenly, a voice called a skill upgrade in her mind. Kill 10 3rd level undead, kill 4 4th level undead, kill 2 5th level undead, and your hunter skill will be upgraded. 3 arrows simultaneous. Level 25. Total range, 1,700 meters. Trap level 6. Psychic perception, level 6. Growth skill, level 10. Expands the area of activated plants by 100 meters. Increases the growth rate of activated plants. Anti-growth ability, plus 2, increases the range of group life absorption. Healing skill, level 5. Poisoning skill, level 3. Land domain, level 4. Gravity requirement, plus 1. Overall function, plus 1. Luo Qingtian was overjoyed. Just when she was dozing off, a pillow suddenly appeared. Just when she was worrying about how she was going to fight the undead before her, her skills leveled up. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the undead before her. After images of Luo Qingtian remained in the air until Luo Qingtian's figure completely vanished. The undead before her also noticed Luo Qingtian's hostility. It could clearly see every movement, and the pressure on it grew with each attack. Before she could strike, her body fell heavily to the ground. Luo Qingtian had already rushed in front of the undead. He kicked her in the chest. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Luo Qingtian could clearly feel that her speed and strength had increased significantly after the skill leveling. She swung a backhanded punch at the undead's head. The undead woman struggled to block Luo Qingtian's blow, her withered fist tightly gripping Luo Qingtian's hand, refusing to let go. Luo Qingtian's other hand slammed down on the undead's bony arm. The undead suddenly opened its mouth and screamed, "Ah!" Strange cries and screams, all sorts of strange sounds echoed throughout the realm. Luo Qingtian felt as if something had struck her head, the pain making her feel dizzy. Luo Qingtian took 2 steps back, clutching her head tightly. The sound continued to pierce, even echoing through the realm. Luo Qingtian's ears were jarred by the sound, and blood oozed from her eyes. She barely had the strength to stand. The entire realm began to tremble. Luo Qingtian's 3rd skill was still active. She could already see tens of thousands of undead waiting for her outside. Chapter 181. If he left like this, Luo Qingtian was certain he would die miserably, perhaps even become one of them. Using his last remaining strength, Luo Qingtian moved the undead and himself into the space. The moment they entered, the undead's voice abruptly stopped. She looked around in surprise, as if wondering why she had suddenly changed her location. Luo Qingtian took advantage of this moment to shout, "Little Green, the fur ball is trapping her." Little Green and the fur ball instantly extended thousands of tentacles and vines, tightly binding the undead. The undead struggled again, and the tentacles and vines of Little Green and the fur ball were rapidly breaking apart. Luo Qingtian swiftly rushed forward and tackled the undead, hammering down his head with his fists. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists colliding echoed through the space as Luo Qingtian's head shattered. Then it healed again, then shattered again. The vines of Little Green and fur ball had been severed countless times, and Luo Qingtian could sense the 2 creatures growing weaker. Is this the power of a 6th level undead? With such strength, she truly couldn't defeat them without her domain. Luo Qingtian thought of this, and tried to release her domain again, but a sharp pain pierced her mind. Ignoring the pain, she gritted her teeth and released her domain again, trapping herself and the undead within. This time, the undead fell heavily, and Luo Qingtian stepped forward to hold it down. One hand rested on its head, frantically absorbing its life force. The undead began to struggle, and Luo Qingtian nearly lost control of her domain several times. An hour later, the undead was reduced to mere bones. Luo Qingtian closed her domain and lay limp on the grass in the space. She was exhausted from this battle. The strength of the daytime and nighttime undead was completely different. If it weren't for the long battle earlier, which had depleted the undead's own strength, even with Xiaolu and Maoqiu, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to defeat them. Luo Qingtian thought to herself. she didn't get up, staring at the sky with her eyes open. The scenes of the entire night's battle filled her mind. She sorted out the information she had gathered. The undead's IQ wasn't very high. The IQ of a two-headed undead was determined by which head was dominant. The higher the level of the undead, the smaller their size. The daytime undead were incredibly powerful, while the nighttime undead were much weaker. If they wanted to kill the undead, they had to act at night. These undead had refused to leave the base, presumably because of this fatal weakness. The highest level of the undead was level 10. From what the 6th level undead had said, it seemed possible to break free of these restrictions by breaking through the 10th level limit. As Luo Qingtian thought of this, she felt a wave of fatigue, and her eyelids began to droop. She drifted off to sleep. Little Green and Furball, their tentacles and vines torn off, had already jumped into the river to recuperate. After the two little creatures had recovered enough in the water, they hopped and rolled over to Luo Qingtian's side. Luo Qingtian was now sound asleep. The two little creatures glanced toward the river, then back at him. Then, they saw the two little creatures carefully lift Luo Qingtian up and throw him into the water. Afraid Luo Qingtian would choke, they even enlarged themselves. Luo Qingtian leaned against their bodies. Dabai also entered the water. Afraid Luo Qingtian would get cold in the water, he simply lay down in it. He let Luo Qingtian lean against him, using his body to keep Luo Qingtian warm. Luo Qingtian slept soundly, even feeling as if she hadn't been born yet, as if she were sleeping carefree in her mother's womb. An invisible and colorless force continuously penetrated Luo Qingtian's body as she entered the water. Until she opened her eyes, she found herself in the water, with Xiaolu, Maoqiu, and Dabai behind her. Luo Qingtian stood up from the water. Why am I in the water? Did you three do this? The two little ones shrank to the size of a palm and jumped into Luo Qingtian's hands, spinning around. Dabai gently nudged Luo Qingtian's face with his large head. Luo Qingtian had almost guessed what was going on. Whenever these three little ones were injured, they would dive into the water to heal. It's easy to explain why Little Green and Furry Ball got into the water. They're plants, after all. And Little Green is also a ball of seaweed. But if Big White can recover... Luo Qingtian looked down at the water beneath her. Would soaking herself in this water even work? Luo Qingtian walked upstream. She scooped up the water with both hands and took a sip. It was sweet, refreshing, and delicious. After drinking it, she felt refreshed. It wasn't like she hadn't drunk this water before, but she hadn't thought it was particularly good, just that it was refreshing and delicious. Now, she clearly felt better than yesterday. Luo Qingtian looked at the three little ones with joy. Thank you. I give you a snack today. Luo Qingtian unleashed her growth skill, releasing 6 little green balls for Furry Ball and Little Green. Then he went to the meat storage area. He took over 100 pounds of processed beef and gave it to Dabai. Then he returned to his room and took a quick shower. He changed his clothes and cleaned himself up. He found 2 portions of foie gras and a steak and devoured them with great pleasure. After eating and drinking his fill, Luo Qingtian checked the time. It should be night outside. He took a deep breath and was about to leave when the sound of a skill upgrade came to his mind. Killing a level 6 undead upgrades hunter skills. 3 arrows simulant, level 26. Range increased by 100 meters, total range 1,700 meters. 3 arrows power plus 2. Trap level 6. Psychic perception, level 6. Growth skill, level 11. Expands the area of plant growth by 100 meters. Anti-growth ability plus 2, increases the amount of life absorbed by the group. Healing skill, level 5. Poisoning skill, level 3. Land domain, level 5. Land domain, expands the range of the land domain by 100 meters. The range is 300 meters. Hearing this voice, Luo Qingtian felt a surge of fighting spirit. She couldn't wait to go out and test her skills. The next moment, Luo Qingtian appeared outside the space. Outside was still the same forest, but the sky had fallen completely dark. Throughout the forest, undead could be seen flying back and forth. They lined up in formation, as if on patrol, or more precisely, searching for something. Luo Qingtian quickly hid under a tree and released Little Green. Little Green, fly. The next moment, Luo Qingtian stood on Little Green's body and rushed out. As Luo Qingtian flew away, the undead also noticed her presence and chased in the direction she had flown. Chapter 182. Luo Qingtian stood on Xiaolu's body, watching the undead chasing behind him. The flying fire mystic bow reappeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. He whizzed and whizzed at the undead behind him. The level 26 arrows were like cannonballs, sending all the undead chasing after him flying away. Luo Qingtian stared at the flying fire mystic bow in shock. This is the power +2, 3 arrows fired simultaneously? Amazing! Luo Qingtian marveled as the flying fire mystic bow turned green. The green flames looked eerie and sinister in the darkness. Luo Qingtian's green flames continued to shoot out, hitting the undead and emitting thick white smoke. Then the undead fell heavily to the ground. Luo Qingtian directed Xiaolu to fall to the ground, trying to keep the undead together. That way, they wouldn't be too scattered when he attacked. The moment they landed, the undead that Luo Qingtian had knocked to the ground rose and rushed toward him. Those in the sky also charged. Luo Qingtian stood still. As the undead approached him, Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity and slammed the ground hard. Domain. The next moment, the undead that had been about to approach Luo Qingtian fell to their knees, though many remained standing. There were also 2 6th level undead. Although they were moving, it was clear that their movements were restricted. Luo Qingtian sneered and quickly selected them with the flying fire mysterious bow in his hand. Meteor shower. With his words, a green rain of fire descended upon the undead. The 2 still moving let out a shrill scream. Human. Hateful and despicable humans. Our lord, our king, will not let you go. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow, her hand switching to spider legs. She ran swiftly. When she reached the 2 6th tier undead, Luo Qingtian swung her spider legs and severed their heads. As they fell, Luo Qingtian grabbed their bodies and threw them directly onto the other undead. The meteor shower's devastation caused their bodies to dissolve. Adding to Luo Qingtian's ruthless beating, the undead quickly lost their ability to resist. Luo Qingtian gathered them all together and began to absorb them frantically. 2 hours later, Luo Qingtian had completely absorbed these undead into a pile of bones. Luo Qingtian stood up and wiped the sweat from her forehead. After a brief rest, she continued towards the base. Before she reached the base, the upgrade voice echoed in her mind again. Kill 15 3rd tier undead, kill 12 4th tier undead, kill 20 tier 5 undead, and 2 tier 6 undead, and your hunter skill will level up. 3 arrows, level 27, total range 1,700 meters. 3 arrows, strength +1. Trap level 6. Psychic perception, level 6. Growth, level 12. Expands the area of plant growth by 100 meters. Anti-growth, level 3, increases the amount of life absorbed by the group. Healing, level 5, poison, level 3. Land domain, level 6. Gravity, level 1, overall function, level 1. Luo Qingtian's eyes flashed with excitement. This truly was a great place to upgrade skills. These undead were practically my experience bar. The stronger I became, the more undead I would kill, and clearing this place out would become a breeze. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian leaped onto Xiaolu. Let's not leave, let's just fly over. With that, Xiaolu carried Luo Qingtian towards the base. 30 minutes later, Luo Qingtian stood above Chaoyang base, coldly gazing at the undead standing in 3 layers in the square. In the center of the undead stood an undead, who looked like a human woman. Luo Qingtian knew this was the so-called king these undead people were talking about, the creator of these undead. Luo Qingtian wondered how much benefit she would gain from killing this creature. Luo Qingtian drew the flying fire mysterious bow in her hand and unleashed an arrow. It shot towards the undead's head. Before the arrows could reach the undead king's head, over a dozen undead appeared above her. 3 arrows struck the undead directly. The undead screamed, and then swarms of them looked up at the sky. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to unleash over 20 more arrows at the undead below. A rain of fire filled the sky, nearly lighting it up. Swarms of undead rose from the ground and pursued Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian fired arrows while commanding Little Green to fly away, the undead chasing closely behind. After striking down a number of undead as before, Luo Qingtian quickly landed and seized the opportunity to open the Earth domain. Over 2 more hours, Luo Qingtian had reduced all the undead to mere bones. Luo Qingtian was already feeling exhausted. She rested briefly, then drank some spring water from her space. Feeling she had recovered, she again directed Xiaolu to the base. This time, Luo Qingtian headed for the base's main gate. Last night, Luo Qingtian had damaged the gate, but today it was back to normal. Apparently, the undead had repaired it during the day. Arriving at the gate, Luo Qingtian leaped to the ground and kicked it away. Then she saw a swarm of angry undead behind the gate. This time, there were over 1,000 of them charging out. Luo Qingtian jumped onto Xiaolu and ran. But after a while, Luo Qingtian noticed that after the undead had chased her for a while, a roar of anger emanated from within the base. The undead, who had chased her, flew back. Luo Qingtian scratched the back of his head as he saw the undead stop chasing him. They're not chasing me anymore? Then let's go back. After all, his range was 1,700 meters. She just didn't believe these undead could resist chasing her. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian flew back, managing her distance, and then began firing arrows at the group of undead standing inside the base. In the pitch-black night, green flames would occasionally pierce the undead, and soon, she saw thousands of them chasing her. Goodness, this is getting serious. With that, Luo Qingtian commanded Xiaolu to run, while she stood on Xiaolu and continued firing arrows. But after running for a while, the undead retreated. Luo Qingtian blinked. Are these undead no longer fooled? Xiaolu, go back and continue. The rest of the night saw Luo Qingtian and the group of undead fighting back and forth. Sometimes they chased her, leaving her unable to escape, and sometimes she chased them, leaving them in a state of disarray. Chapter 183. Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu chased each other, retreating and fighting, back and forth for a long time, the seconds ticking by. Luo Qingtian knew this wasn't a solution. The undead were now wary of him. If he didn't take advantage of the darkness to eliminate the undead, they might escape during the day. After watching the undead fly away again, Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu flew towards the base square again. When she was about 1,000 meters away, she stopped in midair and fired arrows at the undead below again. This time, the undead in the center looked angrily at Luo Qingtian in the sky. It opened its mouth and roared at him, pointing a finger at him. Soon after, thousands of undead flew out from the ground, chasing Luo Qingtian again. Luo Qingtian commanded Xiaolu to turn and fly away. The undead behind him pursued him again. Luo Qingtian ran for a moment before suddenly having Little Green stop and turning to charge the undead. Luo Qingtian's action stunned the undead for a moment. After a moment of shock, the undead flew towards the base. But Luo Qingtian had already reached the very center of the undead. Little Green extended tens of thousands of tentacles, encircling them all. Luo Qingtian seized this opportunity and activated his domain in midair. Then Luo Qingtian vanished into the air with the undead. The undead king, who had been watching the situation from the center of the base square, was stunned. He didn't even notice how the undead had vanished. He flew to the very spot where they had vanished. But there was nothing here, nothing to be found. It howled at the sky again, and all the undead in the square launched into action, searching the surrounding forest. Luo Qingtian led thousands of undead within the domain. Third and fourth tier undead were crushed to the ground by gravity. Some undead landed directly on top of others, even layering on top of each other. Fifth and sixth tier undead stood still, trudging slowly with difficulty. 3 undead with bone wings, but resembling humans, trotted towards Luo Qingtian. Another undead, with enormous bone wings, but a petite body, flew towards Luo Qingtian in midair. This time, because so many undead were trapped, the entire domain seemed cramped and small. Are you 7th and 8th tier undead? Luo Qingtian's heart was racing. The 7th and 8th tier bone wings, both in appearance and size, far surpassed those of the lower tier undead. Luo Qingtian's mind was filled with the image of himself waving these wings in his hands. Little Green lay on the ground, wailing in pain. Luo Qingtian flung Little Green into the interstellar space, and began running through the domain. Her speed within the domain was several times greater than outside. She left a trail of afterimages in her wake. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Qingtian rushed in front of the 8th tier undead, and swung his fist hard at its head. The sound of the fists clashing echoed in the cramped space. Luo Qingtian's strength remained undiminished. His fists swung faster and faster. Behind him, 3 7th tier undead also charged forward. The undead swung their bony wings, like spiked hose, piercing Luo Qingtian's back. The 8th rank undead grappled with Luo Qingtian, and while she was still swinging her fists, she struck her hard against the bony wings. Watching Luo Qingtian retreat, the 8th rank undead's face lit up with excitement. Luo Qingtian had long noticed the 3 undead behind him approaching. As the bone spikes pierced him, 2 vines suddenly appeared in Luo Qingtian's hands, wrapping around the 8th rank undead. Luo Qingtian used the force to counter the blow. His body floated in the air, swinging effortlessly. He leaped behind the 8th rank undead. The 3 undead behind him, unable to stop due to gravity, stabbed the 8th rank undead with their bone spikes. The tips of the 3 bone wings pierced the 8th level undead's body, causing it to scream. You truly do feel pain. Luo Qingtian's hand had now completely turned pure green. If you looked closely, you see that it wasn't just pure green, but also had a faint, pale glow. That was the life-absorbing, anti-growth skill. Luo Qingtian's 5 fingers formed claws, and fiercely stabbed into the 8th level undead's body, crushing his heart. The 8th level undead struggled even more fiercely. The 3 7th level undead in front of him also struggled. From Luo Qingtian's other hand, a bone wing reappeared. She swung it, and slashed fiercely at the undead's head. The undead's head was severed. The undead stopped moving, but Luo Qingtian could sense the vitality within it. Her hand sank into the undead's body, absorbing its life force. Just as the 3 7th tier undead's bone wings were about to struggle free, 3 vines suddenly pierced through their bodies, tightly entangling them. Then, a suction force surged, and the 3 undead froze in place. Luo Qingtian diligently absorbed the life force from these undead. As their bodies gradually turned to bones, Luo Qingtian withdrew her hand. She forcibly plucked the bone wings from the half-dead's backs. Because all the life force had been drained away, the undead barely bled as the wings were removed. Luo Qingtian's ruthlessness and swiftness in eliminating the undead before him terrified all the undead present. They prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. Luo Qingtian didn't care about the undead. Just like last time, she bound all of the thousands, piled them together, and began absorbing them frantically. Luo Qingtian absorbed them for a full 5 hours, until the sky turned pale, and the undead had been reduced to mere bones. Luo Qingtian felt a profound sense of peace. However, the domain had been open for so long that she felt a wave of fatigue creeping into her brain. She retracted the domain, and her body suddenly appeared in midair, falling towards the ground. Luo Qingtian quickly released Xiaolu from the space. Xiaolu noticed that as she fell, her body rapidly expanded like a balloon. Then, as Luo Qingtian landed, it caught him steadily. Luo Qingtian's body felt as if it had landed on a large, cushioned balloon. Gradually, Xiaolu shrank, finally becoming the size of a palm and returning to Luo Qingtian's hand. Chapter 184. Luo Qingtian took a deep breath and looked at the sky. It was now completely bright. Presumably, the undead's powers had recovered. Luo Qingtian didn't dare to slack off and took Xiaolu back to the space. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings echoed from the sky. Luo Qingtian was all too familiar with this sound. It was the sound of bone wings. She looked up and saw a 5th level undead hovering in midair. The undead, upon seeing Luo Qingtian, swooped in front of her. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Qingtian, fearless, delivered 3 powerful punches to the charging undead. All 3 hit the undead's head, centered in the abdomen. The undead's body retreated slightly, and Luo Qingtian leaped up, landing directly on its back. He forcibly plucked its wings from its body. The undead tried to howl. Luo Qingtian leaped again, swept his leg, and kicked. With a decisive move, she kicked the undead's head off. She seized the opportunity to thrust her hand into the undead's body, and began absorbing its life force. Soon, the undead was reduced to skeletal form by Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian withdrew his hands and looked at them. It seemed that he could now easily handle undead of around level 5. Before he could get excited, a voice called a skill upgrade in his head. Kill 550 level 3 undead. Kill 145 level 4 undead. Kill 230 level 5 undead. Kill 16 level 6 undead. Kill 3 level 7 undead. Kill 1 level 8 undead. And your hunter skill will be upgraded. 3 arrows at level 29. Total range 1,800 meters. 3 arrows at power plus 5. Trap level 6. Mental perception level 7. Perception range increased by 200 meters. Growth skill level 14. Expands the area of plant growth by 200 meters. Anti-growth ability plus 4. Increases group life absorption. Healing skill level 5. Poisoning skill level 3. Land domain level 8. Land domain range increased by 200 meters, now 500 meters. Overall function plus 2. Adds enhancement skill, increases teammate protection skill, and increases the number of teammates protected by 1. Originally, Luo Qingtian had planned to kill the undead and return directly to the space, but this skill upgrade of 2 levels instantly changed that idea. With her 3rd skill still active, she could see several undead searching for her in the woods. Luo Qingtian immediately came up with an idea. She quietly hid in the bushes to the side and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, 4 level 5 undead and 3 level 6 undead flew by. Luo Qingtian deliberately made a noise and ran behind her. Upon hearing the noise, the 7 undead raced after Luo Qingtian, not bothering to look for their teammates. Luo Qingtian dodged again. As the 7 undead raced towards them, he enveloped them within his domain. The sudden pressure sent several of them crashing to the ground, but they quickly regained their feet. Luo Qingtian released Little Green and whispered to him, "Shelter." With that, Little Green, once flattened into a pancake, instantly transformed itself into a large ball. Within the domain, Little Green felt its own unprecedented strength and speed. It and Luo Qingtian worked together to defeat the 7 undead before them. An hour later, Luo Qingtian and Little Green had completely eliminated the undead. Luo Qingtian fought from day to night, and when they returned to base, the undead king discovered that only a dozen of his own undead remained. The tribe he had created had been destroyed by a single human in just a few days. In anger, he soared into the air and then landed again, searching for Luo Qingtian, but he had vanished as if from thin air. He hadn't appeared. At that moment, Luo Qingtian was eating in the space. After a day and night of fighting, although her spirits remained high, her physical fatigue made her realize she was nearing her limit. After eating and drinking, she headed downstream. She let Dabai go down first. She lay on Dabai's body and began to soak in the water. Transparent energy diligently flowed into Luo Qingtian's body. Luo Qingtian comfortably fell asleep on Dabai's body. 2 hours later, Luo Qingtian, refreshed, emerged from the water. She stretched, feeling her physical condition almost back to peak. She quickly returned to her duplex and changed into comfortable sportswear. Pinning her hair up high, she gazed out the window with bright eyes, ready to go out into battle again. Luo Qingtian returned to the base with Xiaolu. The base gate had been repaired again. Luo Qingtian's third skill was still active, and she could clearly see only a few dozen scattered undead in the center of the base square. Luo Qingtian walked to the gate and kicked it away. This time, the kick was real, sending the large iron gate flying far away. Even Luo Qingtian himself hadn't expected the kick to be so powerful, sending the gate flying. In the center of the square, all the remaining undead looked over. "Catch it, kill it, eat it, and you will become as powerful as me." The undead king pointed at Luo Qingtian and shouted. Luo Qingtian paid no heed. She punched them hard as they charged. The last few days of all-out fighting had improved her skills considerably, and she moved effortlessly through the undead hordes. When a bone wing stabbed at her, she switched to it and waved it to block it. This time, the bone wing she used was from the 8th level undead from last night. Its wings were sharp and slender, and incredibly strong. The bone wing trembled with ferocity in her hands. The moment the bone wing appeared, all the undead present were enraged. They rushed towards Luo Qingtian, completely forgetting their initial fear of him. In the front was the undead king. She glared at Luo Qingtian fiercely. They wished they could devour Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian had deliberately used his bone wings to provoke them, and as they rushed towards him, Luo Qingtian suddenly squatted down and slammed his palm against the ground. Domain. With that, a dozen undead were locked in Luo Qingtian's domain. At this point, the undead were completely panicked. The immense pressure on their bodies caused them to lose their balance several times. "Is this how you kill my people?" The undead king looked at Luo Qingtian grimly. Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded. "Yes. So now I'm going to kill you this way too. Are you happy?" The undead king looked at Luo Qingtian with an increasingly gloomy and fierce gaze. "Damn Luo Qingtian, damn you, you again. First you destroyed my lab, and now you're trying to destroy my people, you damn bitch." Luo Qingtian's eyes widened at the voice. She studied the undead king before her, feeling strangely familiar. "You are?" Chapter 185. The undead king glared at Luo Qingtian indignantly. "You don't even remember me? It was you who killed me. You don't even remember me?" The undead king roared in anger. Luo Qingtian scratched his head. "Sorry, I killed so many people, I really don't know which one you are." This successfully infuriated the undead king across from him. "I will kill you. I will make you part of my tribe. I will use my scalpel to disembowel you." As he spoke, the undead king's 10 fingers transformed into scalpels. Each scalpel was incredibly sharp. Look at its massive bony wings. The spurs on its wings were sharper and more numerous than those on the wings of other undead. It charged towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stood there, watching it charge. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind, and she remembered someone. "Are you that perverted doctor?" With these words, the undead king, about to charge at Luo Qingtian, suddenly stopped instantly transforming into a human form. He looked exactly like the perverted doctor she and Di Jiang had killed in the laboratory building. The question is, aren't you dead? She remembered that Di Jiang and she had killed her together. She didn't leave until she was sure she was dead, and she even deliberately blew up the entire laboratory building as she left. Then, there was the battle they had with Rong Jitong. The undead king sneered, "Of course I'm dead. If I weren't dead, how could the undead blood in me awaken? But I also want to thank you for helping me kill Rong Jitong. She absorbed the supernatural powers of so many people. When I first transformed into the undead, I would have definitely become its food. But you should never have provoked me." As she finished speaking, she transformed into an undead once again, waving her arms and charging towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected this creature to maintain such speed in his own territory. If he truly let this undead creature escape, it might become even more formidable. By then, there would be no chance of defeating it. Luo Qingtian switched to bone wings, and as the perverted doctor charged, she swept them 360 degrees, smashing all the undead king's scalpels away. But likewise, her own bone wings were chopped to shreds by the scalpels. Luo Qingtian stared in shock at the remaining section of the bone wing. "Wow, it's so sharp." The undead king across from her smiled and said, "Of course, otherwise how do you think I created so many undead creatures?" As soon as he finished speaking, it charged again. Luo Qingtian tensed. Another bone wing appeared in his hand, and with another fierce swing, smashing all the incoming scalpels away. But the same bone wing in his hand shattered again. The undead king once again swung his bone wings at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian bounced on the spot, barely avoiding the bone spur that pierced her. After so many consecutive attacks, Luo Qingtian had been forced to dodge each time. This was her own territory, and this was the first time she had felt so embarrassed in her own territory. Suddenly, Luo Qingtian remembered the additional enhanced skills she had acquired within her territory. As the opposing undead king charged again, Luo Qingtian shouted, "Power up." The next moment, Luo Qingtian felt her senses, reaction speed, and even her physical strength increase. Even the figure of Little Green beside him shifted. Little Green had been grappling with the undead, when it suddenly leaped onto Luo Qingtian's back, its tentacles extending from either side. As the scalpels flew towards him, Luo Qingtian again unleashed his bone wings to block them. With Little Green's tentacles and the wings blocking them, the wings didn't shatter this time. But cracks remained. Luo Qingtian discarded the wing and took out a new one. This further infuriated the undead king. These wings had been ripped from the bodies of his own people. It charged at Luo Qingtian in anger. Luo Qingtian also rushed towards it. Hundreds of scalpels flew towards him. Luo Qingtian sprinted between them, dodging them. The scalpels scraped against her face and body, quickly oozing blood. Luo Qingtian paid no mind. She rushed to the undead king's side, and a long spider leg suddenly emerged from her other hand. Luo Qingtian stabbed it fiercely into the undead king's body. The bony wings in her other hand slashed fiercely at the undead king's wings. She leaped out of the gap and landed directly behind the undead king, beginning to pluck out its wings. "Ah, ah, ah!" The undead king howled desperately at the immense pain. After the howl, the undead, both lying and standing, rose to their feet and slowly stalked towards Luo Qingtian. In the lead was a 9th rank undead. Under immense pressure, it endured the pressure and trotted towards them. Luo Qingtian had no spare hands to reach for her weapon to stop him. Xiaolu now wrapped all of its tentacles around the bony wing on the undead's back. Luo Qingtian, overjoyed, joined Xiaolu and forcibly plucked the undead's bony wing. After having its wing plucked, the undead king struggled desperately, tumbling back and forth, its scalpel flying across the area. Luo Qingtian was wounded several times by the scalpel. Then her body flew heavily forward. Thankfully, Xiaolu caught her, preventing her from suffering any secondary damage. She looked at the howling undead and quickly cast a healing power on herself. The undead king writhed on the ground in agony, even switching back and forth between human and undead. But no matter how it transforms, a bloody hole remains on its back. Dark red blood oozes from the hole, creating a sinister and terrifying appearance. "You deserve to die. Luo Qingtian, you deserve to die." Luo Qingtian looked at the bone wings in her hand, her eyebrows curved. "Yes, but it's you who's going to die today. But before you die, I want to ask you something. You were the one who abducted Chen Xiaoxiao for transformation, weren't you?" The undead king was stunned. "Who is Chen Xiaoxiao?" Luo Qingtian gritted her teeth. "It's that undead from High City who possesses the power of desertification." At this point, the undead king flew into a rage. That bitch, she escaped from my grasp. There's only one undead with such powerful abilities, and she escaped. The undead king grew increasingly furious as he spoke. He commanded the approaching undead to attack Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was also furious at this moment. After all, that was Chen Hao's beloved sister. She had never expected that after being reborn, she would still end up like that. She imbued the undead king's bone wings with a poison skill, and she danced with the green wings with a ferocious gust of wind. All the undead that rushed towards her were blown away by her bony wings. The undead that flew away were caught by Little Green and tied up. Chapter 186. While Luo Qingtian was fighting the undead king began to run backwards, searching for an exit. This was a realm, existing independently from the real world. It belonged exclusively to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian wasn't in a hurry to capture the undead king. She asked Xiaolu to protect her. Then she began to absorb the vitality of the high-level undead. She checked her experience bar, and found she was almost ready to level up. Right now, fighting the undead king was a struggle, even after having plucked one of her wings. If the undead king went berserk, she still had no confidence in defeating it. If she lost this battle, or even let it escape, the undead king would become a scourge to humanity. She was certain that in the future, no one would be able to destroy it. And soon, the middle stage of the apocalypse would begin. When that happened, she couldn't believe how powerful this monster would become. Half an hour later, the undead king, certain there was no exit, ran towards Luo Qingtian, intending to strike him down before leaving. But when he returned, he found his subordinates practically reduced to skeletons, and Luo Qingtian clutching an undead, absorbing his power. No wonder they turned to skeletons. You're even scarier than us undead, you monster. The undead king stumbled towards Luo Qingtian. Because he was missing a bone wing, his body tilted as he ran. Luo Qingtian gritted his teeth and said to Xiaolu, please. I'm almost leveling up. Xiaolu immediately expanded her body and positioned herself in front of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian increased her absorption speed. With one hand, she absorbed the life force of the undead, while the other rested on her forearm, monitoring the progress of the experience bar. Watching the ever-increasing experience bar, Luo Qingtian's heart clenched. Xiaolu continuously unleashed her supernatural powers at the undead king. But the undead king was too fast. Even without a wing, her speed was still beyond Xiaolu's comprehension. Xiaolu's tentacles were repeatedly severed by the undead king, leaving numerous wounds on her body. Xiaolu howled in pain. Luo Qingtian felt a sharp pain in her heart upon hearing this. At this point, only one undead remained in her grasp, and she looked at the wounds covering Xiaolu's body. Luo Qingtian gritted her teeth and sent Xiaolu back to the dimension, then released Dabai. Dabai, protect, strengthen. The pressure on Dabai's body instantly dissipated, and then it felt its entire body swell with strength. Oh! Dabai cried excitedly. Luo Qingtian nervously said to Dabai, hold it back, just for a moment. Be careful, it's very strong. Luo Qingwan increased his absorption speed again. On the ground was the last 9th level undead. Its body trembled, and even various tails appeared on its body, attacking Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian blocked each attack. Its body even oozed venom, corroding Luo Qingtian's hand. Luo Qingtian remained unfazed. Dabai cautiously fought the undead king. Although now strengthened, it could still clearly sense the power of the creature facing it. After dodging countless times, Dabai's body was covered in blood. The undead creature in Luo Qingtian's hands had already been reduced to mostly skeletal remains. But Dabai could no longer hold on. Looking at Dabai, covered in blood, Luo Qingtian heartbrokenly threw him back into the space and released the fur ball. The moment the fur ball emerged, it almost guessed what was going on. After Luo Qingtian removed the gravity from it and strengthened its abilities, it didn't fight the undead king. Instead, it plunged itself into the ground, and a small forest grew. It tightly protected Luo Qingtian within. It also entwined itself with vines within the forest, trying to block the undead king's path. The undead king watched the mutants appear one after another, angrily shouting, I didn't expect you to be a space-based user. But no matter how many appear, you will all die. As the undead king spoke, he swung his various blades, severing every tree in the small forest. As it neared Luo Qingtian's 9th rank undead were finally sucked to shreds. She watched the experience bar on her forearm reach full strength, then stood up and rushed towards the undead king. The fur ball, now sickly, crawled out of the ground. Luo Qingtian, with a fleeting thought, stored it within his space, then engaged the opposing undead king. The fight lasted an unknown amount of time, leaving Luo Qingtian with barely a single vulnerable spot. Still, the leveling sound remained in her head. Luo Qingtian wiped the blood from her eyes. She took a step back and cast another healing spell on herself. The flying fire mysterious bow reappeared in her hand. She ran, firing arrows at the undead king. The undead continued to pursue Luo Qingtian desperately, somehow sensing Luo Qingtian's growing power. Finally, Luo Qingtian heard the sound of a skill upgrade. Kill 5 tier 7 undead, kill 12 tier 8 undead, kill 1 tier 9 undead, hunter level increased by 1. Hunter stamina increased by 1, weapon bar increased by 1, hunter skill upgraded, triple arrow attack to level 30. Range increased by 200 meters, total range 2000 meters. Meteor shower duration increased by 10 seconds. Bonus: 3 arrow fusion skill. 3 arrow fusion, strength 1 by 3. Bonus: 3 arrow attribute, water. Trap level 6. Psychic perception 8. Perception range increased by 200 meters. Growth skill level 15. Increases the area of plant growth by 200 meters. Anti-growth ability increased by 4, increasing the amount of life absorbed by the group. Healing skill level 7. Poison skill level 5. Land domain level 10. Gravity plus 4. Overall function plus 1. Enhanced skill plus 1. Increases teammate protection skill. Increases teammate number by 2. Open life skill bar plus 1. Bonus life skill, smelting. These words echoed in Luo Qingtian's mind, but she had no time to listen carefully. She was still engaged in a fierce battle with the undead king. But one thing Luo Qingtian could clearly feel was that her strength had increased, her speed had increased, and she could even clearly sense that the creature opposite her was no match for her. She strengthened her body and began fighting with her bare hands. Dang, bang, bang. Luo Qingtian's fist swiftly struck the undead king's head. The sounds of skulls cracking and bones snapping echoed frequently as Luo Qingtian's punches grew faster and harder. The undead king tried to throw the scalpel in his hand several times. They were all stopped by Luo Qingtian, and Luo Qingtian even grabbed its arm and cut it off. Chapter 187. The undead king looked at his hands, which had fallen to the ground, and roared with all his might. It opened its mouth and attacked Luo Qingtian's neck with a chaotic vengeance. Luo Qingtian dodged the attack. He grabbed the undead king's head with both hands and exerted a strong force. Bang! Luo Qingtian pressed the undead king's head into the ground. Luo Qingtian pressed his hand hard on the back of the undead king's head and began to frantically absorb its life force. The undead king struggled hard, and the hand Luo Qingtian had severed was rapidly healing. Luo Qingtian, holding the undead king's bone wing with her other hand, struck the healing hand hard, severing the undead king's hand once more. Luo Qingtian's absorption of life force was now accelerating. She strengthened her own hand, leaving the undead king with no strength to struggle. An hour later, the undead king's body began to turn into white bones. Luo Qingtian stared at the bone wing behind the undead king. Seizing the opportunity, just as she had completely absorbed the undead king's vitality, Luo Qingtian withdrew her hand and removed the bone wing. Excellent! This is the ultimate combat bone wing, Luo Qingtian thought, feeling incredibly relieved. She withdrew her domain and, using her third ability, walked around the base, confirming that not a single undead had been found. Luo Qingtian then left, feeling completely satisfied. She had finally spent a few days clearing out the undead. Her next destination was to leave this forest and head straight for the second base. However, it was still dark, making it unsuitable to travel. Luo Qingtian was still worried about Xiaolu and the other three, so she entered the space directly. In the river, Little Green, Furry Ball, and Big White were sitting in a row in the water. During this battle, Little Green and Furry Ball had lost many of their vines and tentacles, and Big White had also suffered numerous wounds. Luo Qingtian walked over and first cast several healing spells on Big White, then released several small green balls for Little Green and Furry Ball to eat. Then he stripped off his clothes, leaving only his base layer, and jumped onto Big White's back, joining the three in the water. Before he knew it, Luo Qingtian had fallen asleep on Big White's back. When he awoke, it was already daybreak outside. Luo Qingtian stood up from the water, feeling incredibly comfortable. She stretched and turned to look at Little Green and Furry Ball. Little Green was sleeping soundly in the water, eyes closed. It looked a lot like the small ball of seaweed in the glass bottle. Furry Ball had left the water at some point, and was now busy tending a field, panting. Behind the fur ball was an orchard. Luo Qingtian stood up and patted Dubai. Let's go pick some fruit. Dubai then led Luo Qingtian into the orchard. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but after waking up, Luo Qingtian felt as if the space had grown larger. There seemed to be more mountains in the distance, too. However, there was still a corner of the space that remained empty and unopened. Luo Qingtian rode Dubai around the orchard. He picked some fruit he liked and then went back to change. After changing, Luo Qingtian didn't rush out of the space. Instead, he checked his abilities. Yesterday, he'd been battling the undead king, so he hadn't really observed his upgraded abilities. She remembered that she gained a new life skill last night, called smelting. She reached out and stroked her forearm, noticing that the smelting icon in the life skills column was lit. A smelting table was visible on the icon. This was the first life skill that had lit up since Luo Qingtian acquired it. She thought for a moment, then clicked the smelting button in her mind. Instantly, the smelting table on the icon appeared before her. Luo Qingtian reached out and touched it. It felt cool, like a mixture of metal and stone. She surveyed the table, wondering what she could smelt, and then she remembered the mini bone wings she found this time. She found a low-level bone wing and tossed it into the smelting table. Soon, 3 symbols appeared on the table. One in the shape of a tang sword, the other in the shape of a dagger. Seeing this, Luo Qingtian's eyes widened. Could it be this way? Luo Qingtian tentatively clicked the symbol for the tang sword. The next moment, a white bone knife appeared on the smelting table. The blade was completely white. There wasn't a single flaw, and it felt smooth and soft in the hand, like jade. The blade felt wonderful. Luo Qingtian tested the blade. A light touch left a bloody cut on her thumb. Luo Qingtian quickly cast a healing power on herself. The wound on her thumb healed. Luo Qingtian was ecstatic. She took out her 9th level bone wings, ready to make another weapon. But the smelting table before her had vanished. Luo Qingtian quickly reached out and touched her arm. At this moment, the smelting icon completely dimmed, and like the other life skills, it could no longer be used. Luo Qingtian was filled with regret. If she had known smelting was such a skill, she would have just given up the level 10 bone wings. She thought about all the crystal cores she obtained recently, and how she hadn't received the skill upgrade notification sound when she killed the undead king yesterday. She checked her experience bar again, only to see it was only halfway full. It seemed one undead king wasn't enough to level up. It looked like she'd have to kill more zombies and mutants to level up again. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian calmed down and found 2 excellent steaks, sitting by the river and eating. After eating and drinking, Luo Qingtian left the space in an SUV. Following the navigation he Xiao had provided, Luo Qingtian drove smoothly towards the front. In the cafeteria of Base 1, Di Jiang once again entered Shen Yuran's office. Shen Yuran hadn't resigned. She had agreed with Ji Wei and the others that they could call her along on missions, and that she would return to the cafeteria to work when there weren't any. Watching Di Jiang enter, Shen Yuran stood up. Captain Di, what are you doing here? Di Jiang looked at Shen Yuran with a hint of embarrassment. Haven't you been able to contact Qingtian these past few days? Shen Yuran thought for a moment, then picked up his phone and said, let me try again. He dialed the number. Luo Qingtian had just emerged from the woods and was driving across the open fields. Then the phone in her backpack rang. Luo Qingtian suddenly realized that she hadn't contacted Shen Yuran or Yi Xiao in all the days since she left. She picked up the phone and answered it. Yuran, what's wrong? Hearing Luo Qingtian's voice, Shen Yuran was instantly excited. Qingtian, I finally hear your voice. How are you? Are you okay? Where are you? Oh, Commander Di wants to see you. Just as she finished speaking, Di Jiang's voice rang from the other end of the line. Qingtian, it's me. Chapter 188. Hearing Di Jiang's voice, Luo Qingtian was stunned for a moment. She then remembered that she hadn't said goodbye to Di Jiang before leaving. Luo Qingtian gave a dry laugh and said into the microphone, Hello, Commander Di. Di Jiang felt a surge of inexplicable anger and resentment when he heard Luo Qingtian's voice. This heartless little thing had just left without even saying goodbye. Why didn't he tell me before he left? Luo Qingtian had forgotten, but she felt that if she had said so, she might have offended Di Jiang to death. Well, I was just too anxious. You know, I've been at the first base for too long. I'm worried about my parents. By the way, have you heard anything about the future base? Di Jiang felt helpless. Even though there was a veil between him and this little thing, he couldn't get any closer to her. So far, the government has established a total of 9 bases. However, It's not ruled out that many bases haven't been registered. I heard from some that have applied to their superiors for registration and are hoping to submit to the government. Now, there are emerging bases not only in our yin country, but all over the world. I added a newsletter and send you the locations of those bases later. I hope you can find your parents soon. By the way, you're on your way to the second base now, right? There are many self-established bases near the second base, and there's rumored to be a larger base nearby. They didn't mention the name, but you can ask for it when you get to the second base. Hearing Di Zhang's words, Luo Qingtian felt itchy. But she was certain of one thing. Her parents were probably in Yin country. Because she believed that if her parents weren't there, they would have left more information for her. Instead of just the words future base, she gratefully thanked Di Jiang. Captain Di, thank you. Di Jiang disliked Luo Qingtian's politeness. He looked up at Shen Yunran, who was standing nearby. Shen Yunran immediately understood and walked out of the office. He then continued, there's no need to be so polite between you and me. Don't keep calling me Captain Di. Call me Di Jiang. Di Jiang's tone was tinged with melancholy and longing. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. She might have called out Di Jiang's name when cursing, but calling him that now gave her goosebumps. Well, call him that next time they met. Luo Qingtian couldn't bring herself to call him that. She could sense Di Jiang's affection for her, but she had learned a painful lesson from her previous life. She never wanted to be caught up in a whirlpool of love. Furthermore, Di Jiang was a general, and she felt his motives in pursuing her were somewhat ulterior. Di Jiang feared that if he continued, Luo Qingtian might be scared away. He adjusted his tone and continued, Qingtian, after you find your parents, will you come back? Luo Qing, yes, my home is in Huang Community. The facilities in Huang Community were almost on par with her own space. As long as Di Jiang didn't go crazy pursuing her, she would never give up her house in Huang Community. Di Jiang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Luo Qing. That's good. I wait for you at the first base. Come back soon, okay. Okay, I'll be back soon after I find Mom and Dad. After hanging up with Di Jiang, Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. The navigation he Xiao had set up for her indicated that the second base was just ahead, just a few dozen kilometers away. Her goal wasn't the second base, but the smaller bases nearby. And those unnamed bases. Although she knew the chances were slim, she still wanted to check them out. The car drove down the road until nightfall, and Luo Qingtian stopped, staring at the inexplicably large rift ahead. She was speechless. When did a canyon appear here? It wasn't on the map. And even before the apocalypse, I hadn't heard of such a large rift here. Luo Qingtian took out the navigation and carefully checked it. Making sure she was on the right road, she parked the car and prepared to call Xiaolu out to fly over. But before he could put it away, he heard someone shouting from behind him, Hey, don't go over there. There's a monster over there. The voice was far away, but Luo Qingtian still heard it. At that moment, a huge tentacle suddenly extended from the bottom of the canyon and reached towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian quickly jumped back, avoiding the tentacle's attack. Then a ball of black liquid shot up, followed by a cloud of black mist. Luo Qingtian frowned, leaping backwards repeatedly, lightly dodging these attacks. At this time, the person shouting from behind slowly approached. Luo Qingtian extended the vine in her hand and directly hooked it onto a tree nearby. She leaped over like a nimble monkey. She avoided the attack from the front and also put some distance between herself and the person behind her. The moment he dodged, a thick tentacle quickly extended towards the man approaching from behind. The man hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to dodge so quickly. He instinctively dodged to the side, avoiding the tentacle's attack, and then ran away, looking back as he ran. Run! You can't beat it. Although Luo Qingtian was curious about what was down there, he obeyed the man and ran with him. The man ran with Luo Qingtian for a long time, stopping in front of several tents. At this time, several men and women approached from near the tents, including a muscular man. Monkey, you brought people back again? Another woman came over and looked Luo Qingtian up and down. A little sister? Going to the second base too? Luo Qingtian also looked the woman up and down, then simply said, Luo Qingtian's attitude was cold, and the woman didn't get angry. She just smiled and glanced behind him. You came from the Mutation Canyon, didn't you? Not many people survive from there. Luo Qingtian frowned at her words. Mutation Canyon? That big crack? The woman smiled and said, yes. If it weren't for that inexplicable crack, we would have reached the second base long ago. The man next to him asked, you were able to come back from there? Are you a psychic? Luo Qingtian was taken aback. The man called Monkey said, "Boss, she's definitely a psychic. I saw her escape from that monster's tentacles just now. You're a speed-type psychic, right?" Chapter 189. The latter half of the monkey's words were directed at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian shook her head. "I'm a healing psychic. I'm so fast because I was just startled by the tentacles." After saying this, the woman opposite her instantly beamed with joy. "You're a healing psychic? That's great. With you here, we can set off tomorrow." Luo Qingtian nodded slightly, looking at the woman in front of her with a puzzled expression. The woman smiled and said, "What's your name, little sister?" "My name is Chugu. That big guy is Han Fei. As for the one who brought you here, his name is Sun Ho. You can just call him Monkey. We're all from Tianyu base. Our base was attacked by zombies a few days ago, so we're heading to the second base now. We have quite a few outsiders in our group, but none of us have healing abilities." Luo Qingtian didn't answer directly, but instead asked, "Are you saying you're going to the second base with so many people? Judging from the number of people in the tents, can the second base really accommodate so many people all at once?" Chugu, noticing Luo Qingtian's doubt, said, "There are quite a few people with wood abilities in our group. I heard the second base has developed land suitable for growing crops. They're recruiting talented psychics right now. Even though we're a large group, over 70% of us here are psychics." "Little sister, you haven't told me your name yet?" Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and said, "My name is Luo Qingtian. What exactly is this mutation canyon you're talking about? Is it dangerous?" Hearing Luo Qingtian's question, Chu Ji's eyes flashed green, then disappeared in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for Luo Qingtian's powerful mental power, it would have been difficult to detect. Luo Qingtian pretended not to see, a look of bewilderment on his face. Chugu didn't doubt Luo Qingtian's words. She smiled and said, "The mutated canyon ahead appeared a while ago. We call it the mutated canyon because it's filled with so many mutant plants. Anyone who approaches will be snatched away and devoured by those giant tentacles." Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. "What's in there?" Luo Qingtian remembered that when he was dodging attacks, there were octopus-like tentacles, hair-like vines, and an indescribable cloud of smoke. It didn't look like a living thing at all. Chugu sighed. "I don't know." The crack appeared suddenly. It said that many nearby objects fell into it, and then not long after, these things appeared. "We've been waiting for more psychics to pass by here these days. What luck, we met you." Chugu chuckled as she spoke. Luo Qingtian said doubtfully, "At best, I'm just a bit skilled, and my abilities aren't offensive. Even if I were to go through, I wouldn't be of much use, right?" Luo Qing had already considered leaving the group when she arrived. She longed to go down there and see. These inexplicable appearances made Luo Qingtian think there must be something down there. Otherwise, such powerful mutants wouldn't have appeared out of nowhere. If they were high level, then it would definitely be experience points. Chugu seemed to have sensed Luo Qingtian's thoughts, and she said with conviction, "We have a way to safely cross the canyon. But we need a healer. Don't be fooled by the terrifying creatures in that canyon. As long as we don't make loud noises and disturb them, we won't be discovered. We found a safe passage that leads directly to the other side, but it's covered in thorns. If we just go through, we'd be injured by the thorns and get infected. You know, in this temperature, without medicine, the more wounds we get, the greater the danger. And there are many zombies near the exit. The smell of blood on us will attract the zombies' attention, and a fight with them will alert the creatures in the canyon. Having a healer with special abilities will greatly reduce the possibility of subsequent danger." Luo Qingtian no longer wanted to talk to them. She had a map for the second base, and she could go on her own after passing this canyon. And as long as she kept quiet, those creatures wouldn't be disturbed. The reason those tentacles attacked her was ultimately because that monkey had deliberately called out to her. Now that she thought about it, if the monkey hadn't called out to her, she would have gotten through long ago. Luo Qingtian looked up at Chugu. "With so many of you, you want me to treat you alone? Do you think that's possible?" Luo Qingtian was about to refuse, but Chugu immediately said, "I know you'd be exhausted on this journey. But don't you want to go there too? It's like we're working together." Luo Qingtian's lips curled slightly. "No need. I think it'd be easier for me to go alone," Luo Qingtian said, turning to leave. Chugu quickly stepped forward, blocking Luo Qingtian's path. "Little girl, don't be so stubborn. Many people have lost their lives in that canyon, and no one as confident as you who went there alone has ever returned." Luo Qingtian ignored all this and nodded to the others. "It's okay. I'm just curious about what's inside." Since she didn't have to make any noise, she could go down and take a look. Seeing Luo Qingtian's determination to leave, Chugu became truly anxious. After finally waiting for this healing psychic, she let him go. She didn't know how long it would take to find the next one. She tried to stop him again, saying, "Sister, let's do this. We pay you. We give you half of the crystal cores in Yuan base." Chugu glanced at Han Fei beside her. Han Fei immediately ran back, then back again. When he returned, he was still holding a bag. Han Fei walked over to Luo Qingtian and opened the bag to show her. The bag was filled with crystal cores. "We won't give you all of them. Since we need to survive once we get to the second base, we give you half. You can choose the properties of these cores yourself." Looking at the bag full of crystal cores, Luo Qingtian's heart was moved. She narrowed her eyes at Chugu and said, "You said it. If I get to the other side with you, you give me half of these crystal cores. Can you make the decision?" Chugu nodded. "Yes, I said it. You can trust me. Han Fei is the deputy commander of our Yuan base. You can absolutely trust me." Han Fei also nodded at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian then looked at the tent behind Chugu, scanning it with his third ability. He saw that there were over 30 people inside, including those outside. "There are almost 30 of you. I can't possibly heal that many. Do these people really think they're stupid? They're asking her to heal so many people alone. Even if she's skilled, she'd be exhausted from using too much healing power once she crosses the passage." Chapter 190. Luo Qingtian's words startled Chugu. This little girl had figured out the number of people in their group so quickly, but she quickly laughed. No, didn't I tell you? Most of us in this group are Wood-type users. Wood-type users can avoid those thorns. You just need to focus on the 7 of us." Chugu then shouted into a tent, "Brother Zhang, hurry up and get the team out. We can leave tomorrow." As soon as she finished speaking, another man emerged from the tent. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His otherwise good-looking face was now covered in a scar that ran across his right eye, completely ruining his beauty. Chugu smiled at the approaching man and said, "This is the commander of our Yuan base. His name is Zhang Yuan. You will be primarily responsible for his safety tomorrow. He's a level 5 user. His abilities are incredibly powerful. After we cross the canyon, we need him to fight the zombies we encounter." Zhang Yuan walked up to Luo Qingtian, sizing him up. Although it was night, Luo Qingtian's face was still clear. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he looked at her fair, tender face. In this apocalyptic world of scarcity, this was the first time he had seen such a clean and fresh-looking girl. She looked like someone who had never experienced hunger. He put away his surprise and extended his hand to Luo Qingtian. "Hello, my name is Zhang Yuan. Welcome aboard." Luo Qingtian didn't extend his hand, but simply nodded to Zhang Yuan. "Hello, my name is Luo Qingtian." 3 more people came up behind him, and Chugu introduced them to Luo Qingtian. Then he made it clear that when crossing the passage tomorrow, he must give them priority. Luo Qingtian felt a pang of shame, but in the face of the crystal cores, she decided to cooperate for now. After all, it was all experience. She greeted everyone. Chugu suggested treating Luo Qingtian to a meal, and Luo Qingtian didn't refuse, following Chugu to the first tent. In the first tent, team member and Weiwei cooked a large pot of instant noodles. The fact that they could still eat instant noodles in this apocalyptic world showed that these people were living relatively well. Luo Qingtian simply ate a few noodles and stood up. "My tent is in the back. Just call me when we set off in the morning." Luo Qingtian then walked out. After Luo Qingtian left, Monkey looked at Chugu with a gloomy expression. "Chugu, you don't really want to give her so many crystal cores, do you?" Jiang Tao, who had been silent the whole time, glanced at Monkey and said, "Why are you so excited? After we pass the passage, we see if she survives to retrieve the crystal cores." Chugu frowned at Monkey, then looked at Jiang Tao and said, "I advise you to be quiet and not focus on that girl." Zhang Yuan looked at Chugu and asked, "Did you notice anything?" Chu Ji's ability is psychic, allowing her to see into people's hearts and minds. She can discern the truth from their words. Just now, she sensed an unprecedented danger from Luo Qingtian. It felt like someone had sensed her spying. The only reason for this feeling was that this person was powerful, so powerful that they could crush her to death with a flick of their finger. That's why she had Han Fei bring the crystal cores to Luo Qingtian. Thinking of this, Chugu looked at Zhang Yuan seriously. "Brother Zhang, I have a feeling Luo Qingtian is no ordinary person. We better not provoke her this time, especially Monkey. Put away your little tricks. If Luo Qingtian truly has murderous intentions towards you, we won't take action." Monkey glanced at Chugu with a sullen expression. "I understand. Sister Chu, I won't do anything until then. But after we pass the cave, you won't object if I do something, will you? Chugu glanced at Monkey and stood up. Why do you want to kill her so badly? Did she do something to you? Monkey naturally wouldn't tell her that when he saw Luo Qingtian had just put away a car. He was certain Luo Qingtian was also a space user. A space user with a car might have a lot of goodies in their space, and he wanted to keep them all for himself, but he didn't dare show it, nor did he dare to dwell on it. Afraid of being discovered by Chugu, he revealed his true thoughts. I just think her backpack must have quite a bit. Look at her clothes, she's obviously never hungry. Chugu narrowed her eyes at Monkey, who felt guilty, and didn't meet her gaze. Chugu sneered, I warned you. Don't do anything you regret. Chugu then turned and left the tent, intending to go back to sleep. Luo Qingtian pitched a small tent not far from them. It wasn't big, just enough for one person to sleep in. After entering the tent, she kept her third ability active. She overheard the conversations within through her psychic ability, but she didn't care. She was now extremely curious about the object within the canyon. She would return tomorrow to see what lay within this mutated canyon. When it was time to sleep, she took Xiaolu out of her space and finally fell asleep peacefully. In the morning, Luo Qingtian woke up hungry. She had only eaten instant noodles the previous night, which didn't satisfy her appetite. She sat in the tent and ate a simple bite of bread, 2 chicken legs, and drank some milk. Finally, she felt full. Just then, outside the tent, there were sounds of footsteps and the sound of packing. Luo Qingtian strapped Xiaolu to her head and pretended to have just gotten out of bed. She rolled up her small tent and stuffed it into her backpack. Then, taking the opportunity to throw it into the space, she pretended to be struggling to shoulder the backpack and walked towards Chugu. Chugu was already arranging everyone's departure. Seeing Luo Qingtian approach, she immediately smiled. Qingtian, come here. Have you eaten? We're just about to have breakfast and set off. Luo Qingtian said calmly, I have. I meet you at the team. Without further ado, Luo Qingtian turned and walked towards the group ahead. Chugu wanted to talk to Luo Qingtian to get some information. But she found Luo Qingtian completely unresponsive. Even her special abilities had no effect in front of him. An hour later, the group set off. Luo Qingtian was brought to the front of the group. He stood with Chugu and the others as they moved forward. The leader was Zhang Yuan. The group marched towards the canyon in a mighty procession. He stopped a little over 10 meters from the point. Everyone, be careful. Don't make any noise as you go down. Anyone who makes a noise will be dealt with immediately. As Zhang Yuan spoke, a chill emanated from his body, and his gaze towards the group was filled with murderous intent. Chapter 191. Zhang Yuan's attitude stunned everyone present. Nodding repeatedly at Zhang Yuan. Satisfied with the performance, Zhang Yuan turned and led the group forward. This time, he deliberately lowered his footsteps. The others behind him followed suit, and the group moved forward silently. Zhang Yuan suddenly turned and led the group down the other side of the canyon. Everyone followed closely behind, no one daring to fall behind. After walking for a while, they came upon a cave, its exterior covered in mutated thorn grass. Zhang Yuan walked over to the thorn grass and released his supernatural power on it. A burst of frost erupted from Zhang Yuan's hand, enveloping the thorn grass at the cave entrance. The next moment, the thorn grass seemed to have been covered in a thin layer of frost, as if it had been frost-covered. Luo Qingtian, standing in the back, was somewhat surprised by this scene. The Yuan base commander's ability was ice-based? No, judging by the way he was releasing it, it wasn't. Is this ice fog? More precisely, a frost ability. This was the first time Luo Qingtian had seen this ability. After freezing the surrounding thorn grass, Zhang Yuan was the first to enter the cave, followed by Chugu, who then called everyone inside. Once inside, Zhang Yuan turned on his flashlight. The cave, a man's height, snaked off into the distance. Dense thorn grass grew intact within the cave. Zhang Yuan looked back to see everyone following him, and once again released his ability at the thorn grass ahead. The thorn grass was once again frost-covered. Zhang Yuan walked cautiously, and as he passed through it, the thorn grass became incredibly crisp. Although it still made a sound, it wouldn't travel. Thanks to Zhang Yuan's frost, the cave felt cool and comfortable while walking, not even stuffy. It felt more like walking in an air-conditioned room. The group continued walking in the cave. After a while, Zhang Yuan stopped releasing his supernatural powers, clearly trying to conserve them. Without the frost, the temperature in the cave quickly rose. It was summer, and the temperature outside had already reached over 30 degrees Celsius. Now with so many people walking in the cave, the temperature inside rose rapidly. Soon, the people behind began to pant, even walking became shaky. The sharp thorns of the grass scratched everyone's bodies. The cave was soon filled with the smell of blood. Zhang Yuan did not stop, and even showed a slight tendency to speed up, causing the people following him to scramble. The sound of footsteps even echoed through the cave. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan stopped and looked behind him. At this moment, someone lost their balance and fell headfirst into the dense thorn bush. Ah! The screams were cut short before they could even utter a single sound. His body had been frozen swiftly. Without even time to struggle, he was frozen in place, his body frozen solid. The wounds from the thorns around him had stopped bleeding. Luo Qingtian glanced at the frozen man, her eyes narrowed slightly. She could see that the man had been frozen from the inside out. Even his heart and blood had instantly solidified into ice crystals. Zhang Yuan was truly dangerous. Zhang Yuan glanced behind him coldly, his gaze carrying an even more sinister murderous intent than before. Everyone present swallowed nervously. Zhang Yuan withdrew his gaze, then turned to look at Luo Qingtian behind him. He lifted his arm, and showed it to Luo Qingtian. It was crisscrossed with wounds, all scratched by thorns. Luo Qingtian extended his hand, and a ball of white light appeared from his palm. It brushed across Zhang Yuan's arm, instantly healing the wound, though a few scars remained. Luo Qingtian deliberately withdrew his hand at this moment. Zhang Yuan examined the scars on his arm, then glanced at Luo Qingtian, then walked forward. But not long after, he heard sobbing behind him. Luo Qingtian turned his head, and saw a woman, sobbing with her hand covering her mouth. Luo Qingtian remembered that the man who had just died seemed to be standing next to this woman. Now it seemed that this woman was with the man from before. Zhang Yuan frowned and glanced at the weeping woman. With just one glance, she stopped talking. Chugu took out a dagger and squinted at the woman, his eyes filled with warning. The woman, frightened, immediately stifled her sobs, and continued to follow, her steps lightening. The team continued forward, the thorns growing taller as they advanced. Sharp thorns pierced everyone's bodies. The thorns scratched their arms and bodies, but no one dared to cry out. Even when the pain was unbearable, they gritted their teeth and remained silent. Luo Qingtian didn't let Xiaolu protect him, but allowed the thorns to scratch him, then healed himself. Those who were closest to Luo Qingtian were also quickly healed by his healing power. After walking for about an hour, Luo Qingtian stopped using his power. When Zhang Yuan reached out, Luo Qingtian only healed his wounds, not allowing them to fully heal. He created the illusion of his supernatural powers being depleted. Watching Luo Qingtian's supernatural powers drain, Zhang Yuan didn't look for him to heal his wounds again. Instead, he released a cold frost around him. Gradually, the exit became visible not far away. In their excitement, the crowd forgot to purify their voices and quickened their pace, rushing forward. They paid no heed to the thorny grass that scratched their bodies. The echo of footsteps suddenly echoed in the cave. Zhang Yuan frowned as he watched the crowd rushing forward, then gave his teammates a look. They also quickened their pace, desperately rushing forward. Only Luo Qingtian slowed down her pace and began to observe the cave. From the moment she entered, she had sensed something particularly captivating about the area. It was just that the crowds at that time made it difficult for her to observe. Now that the cave was dwindling, she decided to stay and observe on her own. The exit ahead drew closer, and everyone's footsteps quickened. As they neared the exit, the woman who had been crying on the road suddenly cried out, "You all deserve to die. You killed my brother. You murderers." The woman's voice was piercing, echoing throughout the cave. Then, the entire cave shook, as if something were crashing against the outside. Seeing this, everyone lost their voices and rushed forward. Just as they reached the exit, a massive gray tentacle smashed through the mountain wall, blocking the exit. Chapter 192. Luo Qingtian stood at the back of the group, somewhat surprised by the sudden appearance of the tentacle. It was then that she saw clearly what the tentacle was. Although it resembled an octopus's, a closer look revealed it to be more like a thick plant vine. At this moment, some people had already begun running towards Luo Qingtian, only to see more tentacles breaking through the stone wall and clawing at them. Soon, many were caught by the tentacles, dragged out of the crevice. Those who were lucky enough had already escaped the cave, but within a few steps, they were snatched up by the tentacles that extended and dragged back into the canyon. Luo Qingtian carefully dodged the tentacles' attacks. As the others approached, she instead ran towards the cave exit. She saw that Zhang Yuan and the others had already left the cave. Luo Qingtian was very fast, reaching the exit in less than 2 minutes. However, Monkey was waiting there. "Hurry, throw the backpack over here. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape," the monkey yelled at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes, and the vine in his hand shot out quickly, wrapping around the monkey's arm. Then, Luo Qingtian tugged. He pushed off the rock wall with one foot, accelerating his escape from the cave. Watching Luo Qingtian's movements, the monkey immediately drew a dagger and slashed fiercely at Luo Qingtian's vine. But the vine was somewhat resilient, and he couldn't cut it through immediately. Anxiously, he began to rub it back and forth, hoping to sever it before Luo Qingtian emerged. But suddenly, he felt a kick in the chest, and the next moment, Luo Qingtian leaped out of the cave. Seeing Luo Qingtian emerge, the monkey yelled angrily, "What do you mean?" The monkey thrust his dagger at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian grabbed the monkey's wrist and yanked it back. He pulled the monkey down and kicked the dagger away. Then he stomped on the monkey. "You want to kill me? And you want to steal my things?" As soon as he finished speaking, tentacles from the canyon below attacked Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian jumped back, avoiding the tentacles' attack. The monkey rolled to the side as Luo Qingtian dodged, also avoiding the tentacles' attack. The monkey glared at Luo Qingtian fiercely. "Luo Qingtian, I admit you're skilled, but your skills are useless against offensive abilities. I advise you to put down your backpack and hand over the car in your space. You have so much stuff, you shouldn't care about this little thing you're carrying." The monkey gave the people behind him a look. Just as Zhang Yun was about to attack, Chugu stopped him. "Monkey, I told you we won't interfere in your affairs with Luo Qingtian. We were able to escape this time thanks to Qingtian. We wouldn't do such a thing as abandoning the donkey after it's done its work. If you want to fight, do it yourself," Chugu said, pulling An Weiwei and Zhang Yun away. Monkey, gazing at Chuji's back, gritted his teeth and said, "Then don't regret it. This woman is a fat sheep." Zhang Yun looked at Chugu in confusion. Chugu shook his head at Zhang Yun and walked away without looking back. Zhang Yun left, and Han Fei followed suit. Only Jiang Tao was left. Seeing that someone else had stayed, Monkey excitedly said, "Jiang Tao, come with me to kill her. We split the stuff, believe me. She has a lot." As soon as she finished speaking, the tentacles extended from behind again, attacking the three people. After Luo Qingtian dodged the tentacles, a cloud of white mist suddenly appeared around her. The sticky mist completely obscured her vision. But Luo Qingtian didn't care. Her third skill remained active, allowing her to clearly see the surroundings on the mini-map. Jiang Tao and Monkey were directly in front of her. Their vision seemed completely unaffected by the mist, and Luo Qingtian instantly understood. So Jiang Tao's ability was this mist. It just so happened that she wanted to go down and see what was down there, and the mist actually provided her with some cover. When the tentacles attacked again, Luo Qingtian didn't dodge, allowing them to pull her back. Seeing Luo Qingtian being grabbed by the tentacles, the two men rushed forward anxiously, trying to pull out Luo Qingtian's backpack. At that very moment, two vines suddenly shot out from Luo Qingtian's hands. They wrapped around the two men's waists, and then, along with Luo Qingtian, they fell into the valley. Zhang Yun, having walked some distance, looked back and shook his head when he saw the white mist appear. Chugu had just told him that Luo Qingtian was keeping secrets from them. She had only just realized this morning that only those with powerful superpowers would avoid them. Luo Qingtian must be that powerful being, he sighed with regret. It wasn't for Luo Qingtian that he felt sorry for, but for Jiang Tao. He always brought Jiang Tao with him when he went out to fight. Jiang Tao's white mist, combined with his own frost, could extend the range of his superpowers. Now that Jiang Tao had stayed, he felt that if Luo Qingtian was truly that powerful, Jiang Tao might not survive. It seemed he would have to find new teammates. After falling into the canyon, Luo Qingtian quickly caught sight of the scene below. Below the canyon lay a man-high underground water body, within which grew a flower, and these tentacles were extending from that flower. The flower was enormous. It almost filled the entire canyon floor. However, the flower itself grew in the groundwater. It looked very much like an anemone. The large anemone was full of people tied to its body. Many of them were survivors and psychics from the camp last night. They were tightly bound by the tentacles, and many were already dead. At this moment, a completely dead person was moved by the anemone's tentacles to the center of the flower. There, Luo Qingtian saw a large, toothy mouth sprouting from the center. The person on the tentacle was thrown into the mouth, and the anemone's mouth began to wriggle. Luo Qingtian felt a chill run down her spine. How could such a creature exist in such a place? And Luo Qingtian even felt an inexplicable sense of closeness towards this sea anemone. Luo Qingtian felt a chill run down her spine again. Her hands began to turn green, and she squeezed the tentacle bound to her fiercely. The tentacle was quickly corroded by her own venom. Luo Qingtian took the opportunity to let little green float into the air and catch her. She gazed down from above. Luo Qingtian's escape seemed to enrage the sea anemone below, and more than 10 of them launched their attack simultaneously towards Little Green. Luo Qingtian's flying fire bow appeared in her hand, and she drew her arrows, burning all the tentacles that flew towards her. Jiang Tao and Monkey, caught by the sea anemone, stared at Luo Qingtian in shock, their mouths gaping, unable to speak. Chapter 193. Isn't this Luo Qingtian only a healer? Why can she fly? And what's that thing beneath her feet? Both of them deeply regretted provoking this woman. Luo Qingtian directed Xiao Lu to slowly descend. She approached the anemone and began to observe. But the closer she got, the more tentacles the anemone extended. Luo Qingtian switched from the Fei Xian bow to the Amos ice bow. She attached the poison to the Amos ice bow and shot with one smooth motion. The green arrow pierced the anemone's mouth. White smoke instantly erupted from the anemone's body, and it began to tremble. Then, it began to shrink bit by bit. Luo Qingtian watched in amazement. He hadn't expected this thing to shrink. Luo Qingtian fired a few more arrows, and this time the large anemone simply curled up. Exactly like a real anemone in the sea. It also shrunk all those it had entangled within its body. Luo Qingtian opened his mouth. Could this thing really be a sea anemone? But I can't believe sea anemones can grow in a place like this. Luo Qingtian switched to the flying fire mysterious bow again, infusing it with poison and shooting it at the sea anemone. A huge column of fire, accompanied by green toxins, rushed into the sea anemone's body. The next moment, an explosion erupted around the sea anemone's body. Pockmarked bloody holes appeared on the sea anemone's body. But the holes quickly healed. It even has regenerative abilities? Luo Qingtian raised the flying fire mysterious bow again and began firing. The sea anemone below suddenly stretched its body, extending hundreds of tentacles towards Luo Qingtian. Xiaolu also extended several tentacles to block the sea anemone's tentacles. But many still clawed at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian instantly switched from the flying fire mysterious bow to a bone knife. She grasped the knife with both hands and slashed at the tentacles. In a moment, Luo Qingtian had chopped off all the surrounding tentacles. Luo Qingtian looked at the bone knife excitedly. What a fine knife, really good. Luo Qingtian jumped off Xiaolu and onto the sea anemone, beginning to hack wildly. The bone knife was sharp, quickly shredding the sea anemone's body. A green liquid oozed from the sea anemone, and the captured survivors were released. They fell directly into the water. The survivors quickly crawled towards the few patches of land on either side, while some, no longer able to struggle, sank to the bottom. Luo Qingtian ignored the men and continued to hack away at the anemone. The anemone's body was completely shattered, but Luo Qingtian discovered that as long as its roots remained rooted to the large rock behind it, it would gradually grow back. Luo Qingtian looked at the rock behind her. After taking a closer look at the rock, Luo Qingtian finally understood why she felt an inexplicable affinity for the anemone. This anemone was actually growing on a piece of earth. Luo Qingtian reached out and ripped the anemone's roots clean off, then picked up the massive piece of earth. The fragment was over a meter wide and, at first glance, looked like a broken cement sculpture. If Luo Qingtian hadn't previously collected earth fragments, she might have mistaken it for ordinary cement. It's no wonder so many psychics died after falling. Their powers are rendered ineffective in the presence of earth fragments. Luo Qingtian happily stored the fragment in his space. He commanded Xiaolu to come down and pick him up. After Xiaolu flew down, Luo Qingtian grabbed Xiaolu's hand and leaped directly onto her head. Just as she was about to command Xiaolu to leave, Xiaolu's body suddenly sank. Luo Qingtian squinted and saw Monkey and Jiang Tao pulling Xiaolu's tentacles upward. Luo Qingtian, we're teammates. You must save us. Otherwise, our captain won't let you go. The flying fire mysterious bow instantly appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. Xiaolu, throw them up. Xiaolu immediately raised her tentacles. The next moment, Luo Qingtian drew his bow and fired 3 arrows. The 2 men were pierced through by Luo Qingtian and fell heavily into the water below. Strangely, after Luo Qingtian had carried the earth fragment away, the water underground had vanished. Luo Qingtian, unconcerned with what happened next, sheathed his flying fire mystic bow and directed Little Green to fly towards the second base. Little Green was incredibly fast. It wasn't long before they caught up with Zhang Yuan and the others ahead. At this moment, they were surrounded by a swarm of zombies. Zhang Yuan unleashed a wide area frost attack on the zombies before him. All the zombies instantly stopped moving. Han Fei swung his fist rapidly, blasting a zombie's head apart with a single blow. Luo Qingtian then realized that Han Fei's hand was actually a steel knife. And Wei Wei and Gu Yigang were using the wood and water elemental respectively. It looked like a clever coordination. Luo Qingtian watched for a moment, then grew bored. He directed Xiaolu to continue forward. Half an hour later, Luo Qingtian finally saw the gate to the second base. Luo Qingtian had Xiaolu stop quite a distance from the gate. He pulled out a not-so-new electric scooter from his space, and then rode it slowly towards the gate. There were quite a few people lining up in front of the gate. Luo Qingtian's appearance on his electric scooter was quite conspicuous. Luo Qingtian pushed his electric scooter to the end of the line. After waiting for who knows how long, Zhang Yuan and the others finally arrived. For some reason, their group had grown considerably, from the initial 5 to over a dozen. As they passed by, Chugu immediately recognized Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian? Why are you here? Luo Qingtian turned to look at them and nodded, then quickly turned back to continue lining up. Zhang Yuan's heart was in turmoil. Several members of their team had emerged from the mutated canyon. It was because they had caught up that they were able to clear out the zombies there. On the way here, they had talked about Luo Qingtian's rampage against the sea anemone. They had also spoken of Luo Qingtian's instantaneous slaughter of Jiang Tao and Monkey. They had even mentioned Luo Qingtian's soaring flight. At first, he had thought they were exaggerating. Now it seemed, he had been overthinking it. Chugun nudged the dazed Zhang Yuan beside him, and Zhang Yuan came to his senses. I have a collective permit, and can enter directly. Miss Luo, do you want to join us? Luo Qingtian didn't believe in free lunches. She turned to Zhang Yuan and asked, conditions. Zhang Yuan swallowed and said, well, Miss Luo, as long as you say you're from our Yuan base, you can enter. We recruited you through the official channels of the base commander. Chapter 194. Luo Qingtian looked Zhang Yuan up and down, her lips curled slightly. Anything else? Zhang Yuan pursed his lips, pondering what to say. Chu Gu then stepped forward and said, Sister Qingtian, I know you're amazing. The competition in the second base is fierce, and it's going to be inconvenient for you to navigate alone. Why don't you join us? We could all look out for each other. Luo Qingtian just stared at Chu Gu quietly, waiting for her to continue. Seeing Luo Qingtian didn't respond, Chu Gu continued, once we're inside the base, we won't disturb you. We just want you to come with us a few times on missions. As she said this, a hint of hope crossed Chu Ji's face. She truly hoped Luo Qingtian would join them on missions and resource hunts. Although she felt the survivors emerging from the canyon were exaggerating, she knew that taking down that powerful monster alone must be quite a feat. Luo Qingtian didn't refuse. She had come to the second base to inquire about the future base. If the second base had no news about the future base, she could leave at any time. As for the missions they mentioned, she could accompany them a few times. Sure, you still seem to owe me a lot of crystal cores after coming out of that mutant canyon, right? I was originally planning to ask you for them after you entered the base, but going in with you will make it easier for me to find you. When Luo Qing arrived, the others remembered the crystal cores they had promised Luo Qingtian when they were about to come to the second base. Zhang Yuan's face darkened slightly, and Chu Gu nodded immediately. No problem, our base commander still needs to negotiate. This is the perfect time to trade with my sister. Chu Gu said, as he took out the bag of crystal cores and reached out to pull Luo Qingtian's hand aside. Luo Qingtian dodged Chu Ji's hand and followed him to the side. Zhang Yuan, standing nearby, watched Luo Qingtian and Chu Gu walk away, his face gloomy. Han Fei watched the two depart with a pang of pain. Boss, that's over 200 crystal cores. If we divide them up, Luo Qingtian will take at least 100. Do we really want to give them to her? Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and looked at Han Fei. When have you ever made a mistake with Chu Ji's decision? After saying this, everyone fell silent. Zhang Yuan counted the number of people in their group, crossed the line, and walked into the information room with the base application. Luo Qingtian stood aside, carefully selecting the crystal cores she wanted. She didn't go overboard, choosing only cores with common properties. She also selected a few with unusual colors. One of the silvery white crystal cores caught Luo Qingtian's attention. What kind of crystal core is this? I never seen one before. Luo Qingtian examined it carefully for a moment. It felt icy cold, and occasionally shimmered with moisture. Seeing it, Chu Ji's heart skipped a beat. This is a frost crystal core, used exclusively by Base Captain Yuan. Or, before Chugu could finish her words, she saw Luo Qingtian already stuffing the core into his backpack. Luo Qingtian had long been curious about Zhang Yuan's abilities. At first, she wondered when she finally captured a zombie or a mutated plant or animal with such abilities. Now that Chugu had it, she naturally wanted to take it. Chu Ji's mouth twitched as she watched Luo Qingtian carelessly take the crystal core. She simply fell silent, letting Luo Qingtian choose for himself. After Luo Qingtian finished, Zhang Yuan approached with several men in military uniforms from the base. Chugu, carrying the crystal core bag, quickly stepped forward. "Have you taken care of it?" Zhang Yuan smiled and nodded. "Yes, we have. These two are the captain and vice captain of the second base guard. The base commander was very kind to us, and sent these two to pick us up." Chugu smiled and greeted them. "Hello, thank you very much for the base commander's care." The captain of the guard team smiled and extended his hand. "You're welcome. This must be Miss Chu. I heard of you for a long time. My name is Wen Liang, and this is our vice captain, Bai Nianen." Chugu smiled and shook hands with Bai Nianen. "Miss Chu, welcome to the second base. From now on, we're family." Chugu smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your welcome. Please take care of me." After greeting him, Wen Liang politely offered him a hand. "Since everyone's here, come this way. We got the car ready." The people at Yuan base were all excited when they heard this, and they followed Wen Liang and Bai Nianen forward. 4 jeeps were parked at the entrance to the base. They were just enough to fit them all. However, when Luo Qingtian arrived, Chugu was about to call out to An Weiwei to put away his electric scooter. But Luo Qingtian simply picked up the electric scooter with one hand, and the next moment, it disappeared from his grasp. Chugu was surprised to discover that Luo Qingtian was actually a space-based esper. After Luo Qingtian put away his electric scooter, he walked to the last car and climbed in. Under everyone's gaze, the group entered the second base. The second base's construction was somewhat similar to the first base, but overall, it wasn't as well developed. The second base was also divided into 3 cities. The third city was where ordinary survivors lived, and living conditions were quite poor. They couldn't eat or drink properly, and needed to go to the mission hall to take on missions to survive, or find work in the second or first city. But that was barely enough to get by. The second city was where psychics rented their homes, and the people there lived much better off than those in the third city. While water and electricity were available, they were expensive, requiring points exchanged for food or crystal cores to pay for them. Therefore, even psychics living here didn't dare to lavishly spend on water and electricity like they did before the apocalypse. The first city was the most affluent, and its inhabitants were high-spending individuals. They were either government officials or high-level psychics. Luo Qingtian followed the others into the first ring city. The jeep stopped at the points hall. Everyone got out. Wen Liang took out a few keys and handed them to Zhang Yuan. "Captain Zhang, we can only take you here for now. This is the points redemption base. All your daily needs must be redeemed here. Our base commander has reserved a villa for you up ahead. Here are the keys and address. Once you're settled today, you can start your post at the government building tomorrow." Zhang Yuan smiled as he looked at the keys in his hand. "Okay, thank you very much, Captain Wen. Take my thanks to the base commander. I make arrangements today and start my post tomorrow." Chapter 195. After all the jeeps drove away, Zhang Yuan said to everyone, "I go inside to redeem points later. Please wait for me in the lobby. Once I redeemed all the points, I distribute them to you. Live a good life in this base from now on." Everyone nodded in unison. "Yes, base commander." Zhang Yuan then corrected him. "Call me Captain Zhang from now on. My position is one of the captains of the outbound team. I go in first." Zhang Yuan glanced at An Weiwei, who was standing nearby. An Weiwei immediately walked over to Zhang Yuan, and the two of them entered the points hall together. Luo Qingtian had no intention of staying with them, so he followed them in. Zhang Yuan was personally greeted by the lobby manager at the entrance, and he followed him directly into the back hall. As Luo Qingtian entered, someone greeted her. "Miss, what do you need to exchange?" Luo Qingtian pointed to where Zhang Yuan had left and asked, "Why are they going to the back? What are they trying to exchange?" The receptionist smiled and said, "Only customers exchanging large quantities can go to the back." Captain Zhang Yuan had exchanged over 500 kilograms this time. Luo Qingtian understood. No wonder the base commander had arranged for someone to meet Zhang Yuan and his team. Food was truly running low on food at the second base. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian continued to ask, "How do I exchange these points?" The receptionist smiled and pointed to a rolling LCD TV not far ahead. "All the exchange requests are here," she said. "Miss, how do you want to exchange them? If you're sure you want to exchange, you can go to the window over there." The receptionist pointed to the queue window not far away. Luo Qitian nodded in understanding and said, "Thank you, I go check it out myself." The receptionist smiled and nodded, then turned and left. Luo Qitian walked straight to the LCD screen over there. The LCD screen was large, detailing the points redemption options. 1 pound of millet equals 100 points. 1 pound of sweet potatoes equals 100 points. 1 pound of potatoes equals 100 points. 1 pound of rice equals 200 points. 1 pound of refined rice equals 500 points. 1 bag of instant noodles equals 150 points. 1 bag of dried noodles equals 150 points. 1 pound of corn flour equals 100 points. 1 pound of brown sugar equals 1,000 points. 1 pound of white sugar equals 1,000 points. 1 first level crystal core equals 50 points. 1 second level crystal core equals 100 points. And so on. Luo Qitian looked at the points before him, and instantly understood why Zhang Yuan was being treated this way. In the base now, food is more expensive than crystal cores. It seems food is extremely scarce in the second base. Below is the price list for the base's goods. Luo Qitian stared at the prices for a moment, then turned and walked out of the points redemption hall. Chu Gu was still waiting outside the hall. Seeing Luo Qitian emerge, he smiled at him. "Qitian, are you done redeeming?" Luo Qitian shook his head and turned to walk away. And Wei Wei, looking at Luo Qitian from behind, said, "Sister Chu, does Luo Qitian have nothing to redeem? We're not going to give her any more points, are we?" Chu Gu was about to speak when Luo Qitian returned, clutching 2 large sacks. The sacks were brimming with stuff, weighing at least 200 or 300 pounds combined, yet Luo Qitian carried them effortlessly. And Wei Wei stared at the 2 sacks in shock, swallowing her saliva. "Sister Chu, is Luo Qitian really that strong?" Chu Gu was also quite shocked, but then, considering Luo Qitian had been able to kill such a large mutant flower single-handedly, it didn't seem surprising anymore. Yeah. At least it proves one thing. She really did kill the mutant flower. In the points hall, the receptionist had assumed Luo Qitian wasn't planning on exchanging points, and was a bit upset with him. But when she saw him returning with his belongings, she immediately greeted him with a smile. "Miss, are you exchanging points?" Luo Qitian nodded. "I have some potatoes and millet here. Please weigh them for me." The receptionist smiled, and led Luo Qitian to the window. Because Luo Qitian had so much stuff, he didn't go to the back room, but under the guidance of the receptionist, he didn't queue up and went directly to the third window to be weighed. Soon, 2 staff members came out and carried Luo Qitian's 2 sacks to the scale. One was a bag of potatoes, weighing 143 kilograms, and the other was a bag of millet, weighing 160 kilograms. The receptionist's voice trembled with excitement at the sight of so much food. Aside from the commander of Yuan base, who had brought in food from the base, Luo Qitian had redeemed the most points recently. And if Luo Qitian's order was successful, she'd get a commission. Especially when she saw the potatoes Luo Qitian had brought, each one fresh and large. The receptionist practically jumped for joy. "Take these potatoes home and steam them. Or stir-fry them. They taste just as good as they did before the apocalypse." Luo Qitian's food had instantly earned him around 30,000 points. The staff collecting food and exchanging points were practically beaming. The receptionist, already treating Luo Qitian like a VIP, smiled and handed her points card to her. "Miss Luo, this is your points card. Do you still need to buy or rent a house?" Luo Qitian nodded. "I like to rent a place with complete utilities, a comfortable environment, and most importantly, a quiet environment." The receptionist took Luo Qitian to the rental window. Luo Qitian carefully selected and finally chose a house of about 100 square meters in the innermost part of a residential complex. Luo Qitian debited 500 points for rent, took the key, and left the points hall. By the time she left the points hall, Zhang Yuan and the others had already left. Luo Qitian didn't care. She pulled out her electric scooter from her space and leisurely walked towards her residence. Luo Qitian's residential complex was located in an affluent area. On the other side of her building was a villa complex. When Luo Qitian's electric scooter arrived, she saw Zhang Yuan and the others, holding their keys, negotiating with the villa complex's security guard. Luo Qitian pretended not to notice them, and drove her electric scooter straight into the complex. She found her room. She was already feeling tired. The room was bare, empty. She retrieved her bed, table, and other household items from her space, made the bed, and then, exhausted, lay down on it. Now that she had finally reached the second base, tomorrow she could begin searching for the future base. Luo Qingtian rested for a moment, wondering what had become of the earth fragment she had collected today. She hadn't heard any sound of a skill upgrade in ages. She closed the doors and windows, making sure no one could see her, and then entered her space. Chapter 196. No changes were visible in this space. The earth fragments he had thrown in lay just outside his house. No changes were visible. Could it be that this space wasn't absorbing the fragments anymore? Luo Qingtian thought, and went forward to knock on them. Confirming the fragments were intact, Luo Qingtian calmed down and went upstairs to rest. The next day, Luo Qingtian left the space, feeling refreshed. As soon as he entered the room, a wave of heat washed over him, almost making him think there was a fire outside. Luo Qingtian quickly opened the doors and windows. Outside, another wave of heat washed over him. Only then did Luo Qingtian realize that the temperature outside had risen inexplicably. Outside the window, the sound of motors was incessant. Families with better conditions had turned on their air conditioners. Luo Qingtian took out a thermometer and measured the temperature. It had reached 45 degrees Celsius. The perceived temperature is about 4 degrees Celsius lower than the actual temperature, meaning the temperature was now 49 degrees Celsius. No wonder she was so unaccustomed to the heat wave that filled the room upon entering. At that moment, a black mosquito flew in from the window, heading straight for Luo Qingtian's face. Luo Qingtian swatted the mosquito dead with a single blow. The mosquito's body was the size of a child's palm. It left Luo Qingtian's hands sticky and disgusting. Luo Qingtian quickly washed her hands with clean water. Then, she noticed a swarm of these black mosquitoes had flown into the room without her noticing. Luo Qingtian closed the window and entered the space without a second thought. The temperature inside the space was around 23 degrees Celsius, significantly better than the outside world. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and decided not to leave for the time being. But just because she didn't leave didn't mean anyone would let her stay safely. Just as Luo Qingtian was working the fields with Xiaolu and Maoqiu in the space, there were knocks on the door. At first, Luo Qingtian didn't want to go out. But the knocks grew more intense, forcing her to put down her work. She left the space. Because she'd been working, Luo Qingtian was simply wearing a tank top and shorts. She didn't change after leaving the space, simply going to open the door. Two men were at the door. They hadn't expected the one who opened it to be such a clean, fresh, and beautiful girl. She had fair skin, black hair, and eyes as bright as stardust. In the apocalypse, finding a girl like Luo Qingtian was simply a fantasy. The two men stared at Luo Qingtian, their hands raised, forgetting to speak. Luo Qingtian frowned at the two of them. "What's up?" The two men finally came to their senses. "Ah, hello. You just moved in, right?" Luo Qingtian's brows furrowed as she gave them a cold look and was about to close the door. The heat outside was making her irritable, and she wanted to quickly retreat back to her space for some shelter. Just as Luo Qingtian's door was about to close, the two men regained their composure and immediately held it shut. "Little girl, don't be so impatient. We're only here to see you because of something." The two men continued to peer into Luo Qingtian's room. Luo Qingtian, now impatient, grabbed the man by the neck. "What do you want to see? Do you want to see how much food I have? Do you live alone? Then you can attack me?" Luo Qingtian finished, then grabbed the man by the neck and lifted him from the ground. The man, choking under Luo Qingtian's grip, struggled mightily. The other man immediately knelt and begged for mercy. "No, no, beautiful, you misunderstood. We sell air conditioners. We just wanted to see if you have air conditioning in your room. Our air conditioners are very cheap, only 2 kilograms of food." The man said this, gesturing to a collection of nearly deformed air conditioners, both old and new, behind him. "Why come to me? Why not try selling elsewhere?" Luo Qingtian flung the man he was pinching aside. He frightened him, sitting on the ground and backing away. The man looked at Luo Qingtian with a look of terror. Just now, he truly felt like he was seeing his grandmother. Luo Qingtian looked at the two men coldly and said, "No need. Don't knock on my door again, or I make sure you two never come back." Luo Qing then slammed the door shut. The two men watched Luo Qingtian close the door and breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, this woman is a tigress." The man spoke, rubbing his reddened neck as he spoke. The other man said, "Let's go. This damn weather is too hot. Let's go back first." As they spoke, they braved the heat, carrying the air conditioner out of the hallway. They found their car, put the air conditioner in it, and left. After closing the door, Luo Qingtian activated her third ability to observe the two people's movements. After confirming that they were nothing unusual, she entered the dimension. She returned to her small room and watched the projection for a while, not emerging until nightfall. The temperature dropped significantly at night, but the room was filled with the buzzing of mosquitoes. Annoyed by the noise, Luo Qingtian found a fly swatter and began swatting them all over the house. As she was swatting, she heard screams from outside her apartment complex, followed by someone shouting, "There's a monster! There's a monster!" Hearing the monster, Luo Qingtian immediately perked up. To Luo Qingtian, a monster was worth a Crystal Core Plus experience. She found a coat, put it on, and quickly left. The temperature at night was much lower than during the day, and she felt a bit chilly when she put on her coat. Luo Qingtian found the source of the screams, and saw two women sitting on the ground crying. They were well dressed, and appeared to be residents of the same complex as him. What had happened? Luo Qingtian activated his third skill, and surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. The two women cried, "We were just robbed by a monster." Monster? Luo Qingtian looked them up and down, noting that their clothes were only slightly dirty and wrinkled, but nothing else was wrong. The two women, noticing Luo Qingtian's confusion, cried, "A winged human monster just stole all the rice and flour we just bought. He went that way." Luo Qingtian looked ahead, and quickly saw a dark figure jumping up and down in the distance, but it looked more like a human. Luo Qingtian leaped onto the roof of the three-story villa next door, summoned Xiaolu, and jumped on Xiaolu's head, chasing the shadow. Luo Qingtian was very fast, and in a moment, the shadow was within his minimap. On the map, that object appeared as a small blue dot. Luo Qingtian sneered. A small blue dot represented a normal human being, meaning a human disguised as a monster to rob people. Luo Qingtian followed his minimap. Suddenly, the small blue dot became two, and a moment later, it disappeared. Since Luo Qingtian gained telepathy, this was the first time he had seen someone inexplicably disappear from his minimap. Chapter 197. Luo Qingtian quickly rushed to the spot where the small blue dot had disappeared. This was a dead end, seemingly devoid of any human presence. Luo Qingtian glanced around. On either side of the alley lay discarded debris. He walked over and kicked it aside. Two large rats emerged from the alley, hastily running toward the sewer entrance. Luo Qingtian picked up a stone and struck the rat in front of him with it. The rat's hind legs were hit by Luo Qingtian's blow, and it squeaked and fell to the ground. The rat running ahead came back, snatched up its companion, and ran toward the sewer ahead. Luo Qingtian blinked, watching the two rats leave with amusement. It was the end of the world, had rats' IQs also mutated. Not finding the so-called monster, Luo Qingtian gave up the search and hopped onto the rooftop before hopping back. When they returned to the complex, the two women whose belongings had been robbed were still standing where they had been. Seeing Luo Qingtian and the others rushing towards them, they asked, "Beautiful lady, did you catch that monster? Did you get our belongings back?" Luo Qingtian took a step back and shook her head. "No. It just vanished." The older woman clearly didn't believe Luo Qingtian's words. She stared at Luo Qingtian, sizing him up. "I don't believe it. Did you steal our food and embezzle it? I'm telling you, my husband works at the Agriculture and Forestry Bureau at the base. If you embezzled my food, you'd never be able to buy food at the second base again." Luo Qingtian looked at the woman expressionlessly. "What did you say?" Luo Qingtian slowly approached the woman, her aura fierce and powerful. If the woman repeated her words again, she would definitely beat her up. Killing is not allowed in the base, but beating is not. The young woman next to him stepped forward, blocking Luo Qingtian's way. "Sorry, little sister. My mom lost something and was just too anxious. That's why I said something wrong. I apologize here. I know you didn't take it. Our street has been robbed several times in the past few days. Today, I was worried my mom would get robbed if she went to get food on her own, but she still got robbed." Luo Qingtian ignored the two and turned to walk back to his apartment. As soon as Luo Qingtian left, the older woman behind him pointed at her daughter and started cursing. "What nonsense are you talking about? Now the food's gone. We be without food for a week, and she's all alone. Are you still afraid of her?" The young woman looked at her mother helplessly. "Mom, stop arguing. Let's go back. I talk to you when we get back." What she meant was that the woman who dared to chase the monster on her own was definitely not an ordinary person. Those living in this neighborhood are either wealthy or powerful. or they have exceptionally powerful supernatural powers. Their family was able to live here because their father could grow food. I should be content just to live here, but why couldn't my mother see that? The young woman returned home amid her mother's scolding. The temperature rose again the next day. Luo Qingtian remained hidden in the space. In the evening, the temperature dropped again, and Luo Qingtian went out for a stroll again. She wanted to see if she could encounter the so-called monster from yesterday again. However, tonight, there were many more guards around the neighborhood. The leader was Zhang Yuan. Han Fei and Chu Gu stood on either side of him, listening to what he was saying. Luo Qingtian pretended not to notice them. She turned and walked away. But Chu Gu still spotted her. "Sister Qingtian." Chu Gu called out from afar, then quickly walked towards her. Luo Qingtian stopped and turned to look at Chu Gu. Chu Gu walked up to her and said, "Sister Qingtian, you live here? I was just wondering how to find you, and I didn't expect to run into you here. How wonderful." Luo Qingtian sighed inwardly. "What do you want from me?" Chu Gu reached out to grab Luo Qingtian, but she took a step back, avoiding Chu Ji's hand. Chu Gu withdrew her hand, smiled awkwardly, and said, "Well, our neighborhood has been plagued by attacks lately by an unidentified entity. It steals the food and provisions residents have bought. The weather has been getting increasingly hot. Many residents go shopping at night and return home at night, and that entity has chosen these times. It's been robbing here for 3 consecutive days. Today, the base commander sent our team to capture that entity. Today is Captain Yuan's first day in office, and this first mission must be a success. Sister Qingtian, can you help us capture that thing?" Zhang Yuan remained silent, simply watching Luo Qingtian from a distance. In fact, he still didn't quite believe Luo Qingtian was that powerful. Chu Gu looked at Luo Qingtian without replying and continued, "Sister, if we can successfully capture it this time, I give you 10 third-level crystal cores, okay?" Hearing the offer, Luo Qingtian raised her eyebrow. "Okay, but I take care of the captured person." Chu Gu suddenly realized, "You said that thing was a human?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "I saw them yesterday. They were clearly human. 2 of them, actually." She was puzzled as to why it had been 1 person at first and then 2. Chu Gu breathed a sigh of relief. She had initially been genuinely worried it might be a mutant. If it was, their mission would have been even more difficult. But now, hearing that Luo Qing was human, she felt a surge of relief. As long as it was human, it would be easy. She smiled at Luo Qingtian and said, "If it's human, it's easy, but we need your help." Before she could finish her words, a scream rang out from a distance. "Help! There's a monster!" The next moment, Luo Qingtian jumped up, 10 crystal cores. As soon as the words were spoken, Luo Qingtian disappeared. Zhang Yuan, behind him, immediately called out to his men to chase Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian quickly found the survivor crying for help. Seeing that the woman calling for help was the same one from yesterday, she ignored her and chased the dark figure in the distance. Because it was so far away, only a small blue dot running could be seen on the map. Luo Qingtian bounced a few times, closing the distance between herself and the blue dot. This time, she clearly saw a humanoid creature with wings on its back. After leaping over 2 houses, it took flight. Luo Qingtian was startled. Wings? And a human? Could it be the undead? But the undead had already been wiped out long ago. Could it be a fish that slipped through the net? Luo Qingtian thought to herself. She immediately called out to Little Green. Little Green grew larger, carrying Luo Qingtian and chasing the humanoid creature. Chapter 198. The person flying ahead had no idea someone else could fly like him. He was soaring leisurely forward when suddenly 3 flaming arrows shot towards him. They struck the wings, sending the still soaring humanoid monster plummeting to the ground. Luo Qingtian sheathed the flying fire mystic bow and directed Xiaolu to follow him down. This time, Luo Qingtian was very close to him, able to clearly see his location. This time, he landed in the same spot he had chased last night. She saw clearly the moment he touched down. The person suddenly became 2, and their wings disappeared. Luo Qingtian landed right after the 2 of them, using her 3rd skill to observe their movements. The next moment, they vanished from her perception. Luo Qingtian watched the scene in shock. She had returned to the dead end, where the debris on either side had been neatly arranged and cleared. There was no sign of Luo Qingtian's previous disturbance. Even the broken boxes had been replaced. Luo Qingtian stood before the pile of debris he had disturbed yesterday and kicked it again. 2 large rats leaped out of the pile again. They panicked and ran towards the sewer entrance. Luo Qingtian remembered that he had injured one of these rats yesterday. But today, The two rats ran without any signs of injury. Luo Qingtian sneered and picked up another stone to throw at one of them. A black rat was hit in the leg by Luo Qingtian again. The large black rat screamed and rolled over on the ground several times. The other black rat turned and ran back, snatched up the rat, and hurriedly dived into the sewer. Luo Qingtian sneered, still understanding what was going on. She jumped up and headed straight for her neighborhood. The guards near the neighborhood had been dispatched to chase the fleeing monsters. Only Weiwei and Chuga remained. When Luo Qingtian arrived, Chuga hurried forward. "Sister Qingtian, how's it going? Did you catch them?" Luo Qingtian shook her head. "Today's tough, but I have a way to deal with them tomorrow. I be the bait." Luo Qingtian then headed straight back. Watching Luo Qingtian's departure, and Weiwei whispered to Chugu, "Sister Chu, is this Luo Qingtian really that good? Why do I always feel like she's unreliable?" Chugu put a finger to her lips and shushed. "Don't be ridiculous. My feelings are always right. Although I can't be certain of Luo Qingtian's thoughts, my intuition tells me we can trust her." That night, just like Luo Qingtian's, the guards returned empty-handed and had to temporarily retreat to wait for the next day. In the pitch-black sewer, two figures hid beside a man-high drain. "Brother, why don't we just give up? That woman has been following us here for 2 days straight. I'm feeling uneasy." The other man, bandaging his leg wound, said, "Brother, let's go get Zhongqi's leg treated first. Tomorrow night, we do one more job and then return to the third city. We have enough food now to buy a house in the third city. From now on, we be fine and never rob again." The younger brother nodded obediently to his older brother, helped him up, and the two of them stumbled forward. On the third day, Luo Qingtian wore a simple sport suit, showcasing her slender figure. She wore a baseball cap, a high ponytail jutting out from behind. From a distance, she looked youthful and beautiful. She looked like a young girl who had never experienced hardship. She was carrying 2 bags of food and struggling to walk back to the neighborhood. Suddenly, a bat-like creature swooped down from the sky behind her. It glided through the air for a moment, then snatched up the 2 bags of food as it passed Luo Qingtian. It then quickly soared back into the sky. Luo Qingtian looked in their direction, her flying fire mysterious bow appearing. She aimed at the bat-like wings and fired directly. Most of the wings were burned, and the person beneath them fell to the ground. Luo Qing sneered, leaped onto the roof in 2 bounds, and quickly chased after the person. Not far away, Zhang Yuan watched the scene in shock. Doesn't Luo Qingtian have space and healing abilities? How come he also has fire abilities? How could one person possess 3 such abilities? But before he could figure it out, Luo Qingtian shot out like a rocket. Luo Qingtian quickly found the 2 men who had fallen to the ground. They stumbled back toward the dead end. One of the men's entire back was on fire. "Brother, hold on. We be there soon. We have plenty of food today, enough for the rest of our lives." The one being called brother gritted his teeth and said, "Hurry up, and don't talk. We might be being followed." Upon hearing this, the younger brother quickened his pace in fear. The 2 of them stumbled over to where the debris was stored. The younger brother carefully and non-destructively pushed the debris aside. Then he lifted the cement blocks from the ground, exposing the earth beneath, and began digging. Soon, a stone slab appeared on the ground. The younger brother took out the stone slab and placed the looted food underneath it. He quickly covered the dirt and placed the top cement slab on top. The cement slab fit perfectly. It looked as if there was nothing there. The younger brother pushed the debris back, covering the cement slab. He reached out and placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. The older brother's eyes lit up, and so did the younger brother's. Then Luo Qingtian watched with his own eyes as the 2 men transformed into 2 gigantic rats and hid in the pile of debris. Luo Qingtian sneered. Their special abilities were indeed related to their form shifting. No wonder she hadn't been able to catch them several times before. What Luo Qingtian hadn't expected was that this ability could actually allow them to transform together. No, abilities can only be used by one person, unless, like Debai's, they can be shared. Luo Qingtian couldn't figure it out, so she simply gave up. She jumped in front of the pile of debris and kicked it away again. 2 large rats leaped out of the debris and headed straight for the sewer. But before the rats could make it, a giant white tiger descended from the sky. It bit one of the black rats. Then a vine suddenly stretched out and entangled the other black rat. The tiger in the vine, holding the 2 black rats, arrived in front of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian looked at the 2 rats in front of him with a half-smile. "You're not going to change back? Are you planning to watch me steam and braise a giant black rat?" With that, Dubai and Mauchio threw the two black rats to the ground. The next moment, they transformed into two naked men. Chapter 199. Luo Qingtian recognized these two men. They were the ones who had come to his house 2 days ago to sell air conditioners. So it was you two, really going to scout the place? As soon as he finished speaking, the burned man instantly transformed into large wings. The wings leaped onto the other man. The two quickly took to the sky. But before they had gotten far, they were tightly entangled by vines. They were pulled back to their original location and fell heavily in front of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was extremely curious about the two men's abilities. She was about to ask more questions when several guards suddenly appeared on the minimap. Luo Qingtian simply led the two men back to the space. The temperature in the space was very warm, which surprised both men. Especially when they looked at the surrounding scenery, beautiful mountains and clear waters, the fragrance of fruit, fields full of crops, and rows of green vegetables. It was like a paradise. Before the two could figure out where they were, Luo Qingtian was already standing in front of them. Tell me, what are your powers? If you do, I might let you live here from now on. The two looked around, then at each other. The elder brother said, I have the ability to shapeshift. I can change my form. However, the type of transformation depends on the level of my power. I'm a level 3 psychic, so I can only take on 3 forms so far. Luo Qingtian nodded. I see. You thought of transforming into wings. That's a good idea. What about you? Luo Qingtian looked at his younger brother, who pursed his lips and said, I have the ability to copy and telepathy. However, my copying ability can only copy one thing at a time. And there's a time limit. Before each theft, I copy the abilities of a speedster, so my brother can transform into wings and carry me flying. My telepathic ability allows me to connect with my brother's thoughts. After he transforms into wings, he can't determine direction. As long as I release my telepathic ability, he can understand my thoughts and fly accordingly. My ability is also level 3, and so far, I can only copy one person's ability at a time. Once used, it's gone. Beauty, we gave all the loot to the survivors in the 3rd city. We're not bad people. The people in the 1st city live well enough. They don't need the food we stole. Luo Qingtian looked at the two men and began to think. If it was really as they said, these two would be really hard to kill. While she wasn't a saint, she wasn't the kind of murderer or plunderer. But when she let them into the space, she hadn't intended to let them live. As Luo Qingtian was thinking, the two men were discussing telepathically. Brother, this place is really nice. If we kill her, will it belong to us? Don't be impulsive. Even if we have to kill her, we need to do it by surprise. With this place, we won't have to hide from those stinky mosquitoes all day. The two brothers spoke, their eyes filled with greed. Luo Qingtian was still pondering what to do. He didn't even look at them. They exchanged glances, then glanced at a spot not far from Luo Qingtian's feet. There happened to be a dagger there. While Luo Qingtian was still pondering, the two men rolled on the ground and rushed towards the dagger. After obtaining the dagger, the elder brother raised it and stabbed Luo Qingtian. The younger brother copied his brother's dagger and, imitating his brother's movements, stabbed Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian looked at the two men in shock and panic. The next moment, two thick tentacles engulfed the two men. Xiao Lu, now enormous, held them tightly, preparing to swallow them. The two men were startled, staring at Luo Qingtian's face filled with disbelief. They instantly understood what was going on. You tricked us. Luo Qingtian shrugged. Guess why there's a dagger there? Luo Qingtian had originally planned to keep them in the space for a while, as long as they didn't harbor any ill intentions towards her. She would release them once she found the ability to erase their memories. Unfortunately, they failed her test. After Luo Qingtian finished, he called out to Xiaolu, I leave it to you. Then, Luo Qingtian left the space. Inside the space, Xiaolu swallowed the two of them in one gulp. He burped with great satisfaction. Luo Qingtian returned to the alley and stomped on the concrete floor, breaking it apart. He dug out everything inside. There was a good amount of food, crystal cores, and gold bars. Luo Qingtian gathered all of this stuff and walked back to his neighborhood. Waiting there again today were Chuge and Weiwei. Chuge watched Luo Qingtian return empty-handed, feeling somewhat disappointed. Sister Qingtian, didn't you catch anything again today? Luo Qingtian casually tossed the food he had found onto the ground. I did catch something, but I lost control and burned it. The two men were the ones who sold air conditioners nearby. This is what they looted these past few days. Okay, I'm leaving. Chugu looked at the bags of food scattered across the floor, still a little lost in thought. Luo Qingtian had already entered the complex. That night, Chugu used a loudspeaker to broadcast throughout the complex, and many residents who had been robbed came out to claim their stolen goods. Chugu personally checked the truthfulness of each person who came to claim the food. Luo Qingtian returned and went straight into the space. By this time, Xiaolu had completely devoured it. Luo Qingtian found Xiaolu and excitedly said, "Hurry, Xiaolu, transform into big wings." Xiaolu looked at Luo Qingtian with a dazed expression, seemingly completely unaware of what he meant. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and ran back to his room, found a tablet, and then played the TV series with wings. "Xiaolu, do this, and I won't have to step on your head anymore." "Oh, but before that, you have to unleash your telepathic power on me." Xiaolu looked at the large wings, then at Luo Qingtian. Following Luo Qingtian's instructions, she unleashed her telepathic power, and then, with a swift transformation, she transformed into a pair of enormous, pure green wings that adhered to Luo Qingtian's back. Luo Qingtian gazed at the sky, mentally directing Xiaolu to take flight. Then, Xiaolu and Luo Qingtian soared swiftly through the sky. Flying like this had been Luo Qingtian's dream since childhood, but she hadn't expected to achieve it so inexplicably after the apocalypse. Luo Qingtian excitedly soared for a long time. Only after Xiaolu and she had achieved perfect coordination did they land. A good night's sleep. Luo Qingtian rose early. After exiting the dimension, she could clearly feel the temperature rising outside. He glanced at the thermometer on the table. It read 49 degrees Celsius, and the perceived temperature was already over 50. Luo Qingtian completely gave up on going out. He could only return to his space and wait for night. Chapter 200. As soon as darkness fell, Luo Qingtian emerged from the space and prepared to go out. Opening the door, he heard cries and shouts from the hallway, and then saw several people in white robes descending from the upper floors. They carried stretchers, upon which lay several people. It was clear that these people had died from the intense heat of the day. Luo Qingtian followed them out of the hallway. In the sky, thousands of black mosquitoes flew towards them in unison. Soon, the people screamed, dropping their stretchers and fleeing. Some of these mosquitoes chased after them, while others landed directly on the bodies. Gradually, more mosquitoes surrounded the bodies. After a few minutes, the mosquitoes flew away, leaving the bodies on the stretchers reduced to a pile of bones. Luo Qingtian stood nearby, watching the scene, and the mosquitoes attacked her as well. But Xiaolu appeared just in time, weaving a shield to protect Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian looked up. Mosquitoes, each the size of a child's palm, filled the sky. Every household had closed its doors and windows. In the entire neighborhood, only a few psychics who had arrived remained. These psychics, wearing thick protective suits, continuously attacked the swarms of mosquitoes in the sky. Luo Qingtian quickly found Chugu among the psychics. Protected by Xiaolu, she walked straight towards Chugu. Chugu was startled to see Luo Qingtian, enshrouded in a large green hood. "Sister Qingtian, why are you here?" Luo Qingtian pointed at the mosquitoes dancing in the sky and said, "What's going on with these mosquitoes?" Chugu said, "These mosquitoes are corpse mosquitoes. They love to feed on corpses and drink human blood. Their mouths can spread viruses and cause persistent fevers. Many people in the community have died recently from diseases contracted by corpse mosquitoes, including heat stroke. It's so hot right now. It's their happiest time." Luo Qingtian looked at Chugu curiously and asked, "How do you know so much?" Chugu looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. "Because these corpse mosquitoes also appeared during the high temperatures last year. It seems they don't have them at the first base." Luo Qingtian thought about the mosquitoes at the first base. Besides the ones controlled by the undead, the others were also quite large, but not this large. Will these mosquitoes disappear on their own? Chugu shook his head. "We can only have psychics eliminate them. There's only this one wave, and once we kill them, they won't appear again. If they come back again, we have to wait until next year's high temperatures." Chugu suddenly looked at Luo Qingtian. "Sister Qingtian, do you have any way to get rid of these mosquitoes? Just kill enough of them. I can pay you with crystal cores." Hearing the mention of crystal cores, Luo Qingtian tilted his head and asked, "How many?" Chugu thought for a moment. "Kill 1,000, and I give you 10 third-level crystal cores. The more you kill, the more cores you get." Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. "All third level?" "Yes, all third level. But it depends on your skill, little sister." Chugu said this with a smug look on her face. Even with all the mosquitoes, even Luo Qingtian, Even the most skilled couldn't kill more than 1,000. Last year at Yuan Base, it took nearly 2 months to kill all of them. Luo Qingtian nodded. Okay. Don't forget what you said. How many mosquitoes do you think there are in the sky? Chugu looked up and saw. Probably over 10,000. Luo Qing, wrong, 13,250. I give you 10,000. Huh? Chugu stared at Luo Qingtian, bewildered, completely misunderstanding what he meant. Then she saw Luo Qingtian pull out something like a ball, little green, release a whirlwind and suck up all the mosquitoes. As soon as he finished speaking, a hurricane appeared in the sky, sucking in all the mosquitoes around it. The hurricane grew larger and larger, its suction increasing in force. Luo Qingtian's flying fire mysterious bow appeared in her hand, and she drew her arrow. Then the colorless hurricane instantly transformed into a massive ball of flame. The flame swirled in midair, illuminating the entire sky. 10 minutes later, the entire sky was clear of corpse mosquitoes. A few remained, but they were instantly annihilated by the sudden appearance of fire-based abilities. Luo Qingtian looked at Chugu, still stunned, and held out her hand, saying, "Where are the crystal cores?" Chugu finally came to her senses. "Sister, were there really that many mosquitoes just now?" Chugu felt like crying now. She had no idea Luo Qingtian could handle all the dead mosquitoes so quickly. She had originally made this deal with Luo Qingtian because she thought Luo Qingtian, with his skill, would only be able to handle 2,000 or 3,000 dead mosquitoes at most. But now it seemed she had underestimated Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes. "What? You want to shirk your responsibility?" Luo Qingtian exuded an intimidating aura. This made Chugu nervous. No. Sister Qingtian. You saw it last time. We only have so many crystal cores. I didn't know you could handle so many. This isn't our first deal. Don't you believe me? Chugu glanced at Weiwei, who immediately took out the remaining crystal cores. Sister Qingtian, these are all the crystal cores we have. How about I owe them? Chugu opened the bag containing the crystal cores. There were only a few dozen inside, some of them level 2. Luo Qingtian frowned and looked at Chugu unhappily. Chugu felt deeply embarrassed. Yesterday, she had traded her crystal cores for some points and some daily necessities. She had also used them to cultivate some relationships. Originally, she had thought she would wait until they had completely established stability at the second base before looking for crystal cores. Now, it seemed like she had no choice but to look. Luo Qingtian took all the crystal cores, took out a pen and paper, and handed them a box of ink to Chugu. Write an IOU. Chu Ji's mouth twitched at this, and Weiwei, standing behind him, immediately changed her expression. Luo Qingtian, you're going too far. Who do you think we are? Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at Weiwei, a hint of danger in his gaze. Chugu immediately took the pen and paper. I write. And Weiwei looked at Chugu aggrievedly, and Chugu shook his head. He stripped off his protective suit and quickly wrote the IOU. Sister Qingtian, this time is my fault. I return the remaining crystal cores to you within a month. Luo Qingtian took the IOU, his expression brightening. Okay. But you have to hurry, otherwise you might not get out later. After all, in a few days, even if they wanted to leave, it would be difficult. Luo Qingtian waved at Chugu and turned away. Chugu looked at Luo Qingtian, puzzled. But Luo Qingtian didn't even glance at her before leaving. Zhang Yuan returned shortly after Luo Qingtian left. He looked at Chugu and asked, "Who set off that fireball just now?" Chapter 201. Zhang Yuan had just been clearing out the corpse mosquitoes on the other side. Suddenly, a massive fireball appeared in midair, sweeping away all the surrounding corpse mosquitoes. A person possessing such incredible fire powers must be extraordinary. If he could win them over, it would be even easier for him to gain a foothold in the base. He first searched the surroundings. Unable to find the person who unleashed the fireball, he returned to ask Chugu. Chugu sighed and said, "Captain, now that the corpse mosquitoes have been dealt with, you should be free. Let's go out and get some crystal cores, shall we?" As Chugu spoke, he thought of what Luo Qingtian had said before he left. Could the weather change in a while? Zhang Yuan's face was filled with confusion. Get crystal cores? It's so hot these days. Isn't it suitable to go out? And Weiwei stepped forward and recounted everything that had just happened, solemnly telling Zhang Yuan about the IOU. Zhang Yuan fell silent. He hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to unleash the fireball, and he hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to show any mercy. He even forced Chugu to write an IOU. If he had already established himself at the base, perhaps he wouldn't have cared about Luo Qingtian's so-called IOU, but now he desperately needed to contribute something to solidify his position. He couldn't afford to offend someone like Luo Qingtian. He could only sigh. Well, the higher-ups gave us a month to deal with the corpse mosquitoes, and now they've been dealt with so quickly. Then let's go out and search for crystal cores in the remaining time. He never doubted Chu Ji's decisions. Now that he was owed something, he had no choice but to pay it back. In this scorching heat, others might not dare go out, but he did. His special ability is frost. Even if the weather gets hot, his teammates won't get heat stroke with him around. That night, Zhang Yuan and their 5-man team set off. At the first base, He Xiao and Shen Yunren returned to the Huan residential complex. It had been incredibly hot these past few days, and the water and electricity bills within the first ring road were incredibly expensive. It was then that the two of them truly experienced the high cost of daily necessities. Thankfully, Luo Qingtian had filled the massive rooftop water tank before leaving, so the two of them could live comfortably in the house. Just then, the doorbell rang. He Xiao checked the security camera and frowned, saying, "Why is he here?" Shen Yunren emerged from the bathroom and asked curiously, "Who's here?" He Xiao showed Shen Yunren his phone. Seeing Hu Zheng on the video, Shen Yunren suddenly covered his mouth. "Why is he here?" He Xiao shook his head. "Don't make a sound. Qinghua, the 3-layer door here is specially made. Even a cannon can't blow it open. Just keep quiet." The doorbell continued to ring. The two of them sat quietly on the sofa, neither of them speaking, just watching the scene on their phones. Hu Zheng was irritated. The persistent high temperatures in the first ring city had caused many devices to malfunction. Even he, the base commander, had been suffering from the weather these past few days. So he thought of Luo Qingtian's home, used his secret technique to ask for her address, and came over. He had someone investigate and found that although Luo Qingtian was gone, someone was still living there. He finally put aside his pride as base commander and decided to come over to see if he could stay. However, he hadn't expected to wait so long, and no one even opened the door. The hallway was like a steamer. He waited for a while, and the sweat kept pouring down his body. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore, and had to leave in frustration. He Xiao and Shen Yunren watched Hu Zheng leave through the camera lens, both breathing a sigh of relief. They stood by the window, carefully observing Hu Zheng. After seeing him exit Building 2 and angrily get into his car, they slid to the ground helplessly. "Yuran, we should stay home for the next few days. I think Hu Zheng has his eyes on the house," He Xiao said seriously. Shen Yunren nodded. "I know. I call Commander D to discuss this later. I have a feeling Hu Zheng won't give up so easily." 3 days later, a light rain began to fall, a steady drizzle that washed away the 7-day high fever. Many people excitedly left their homes to catch the rainwater. However, as they danced in the rain, they noticed that wherever the water hit, a bloody hole appeared. "Oh no! It's acid rain. Quick, hide inside," but people discovered it too late. Many had already ingested the acid rain. Their bodies began to corrode from the inside out, eventually dissolving completely in the acid rain. Whether it was the first or second base, this acid rain had caused heavy losses. Luo Qingtian stood by the window, watching the falling acid rain, his expression shrouded in mystery. "Is it about to begin? In my previous life, during the second hot season, there had been an acid rain. It was also from this acid rain that the entire Earth's plant life underwent a second major mutation. Their strength and abilities had significantly advanced. And this was the day Luo Qingtian had been waiting for. As plants and animals advance, the energy of their crystal cores also increases significantly. After the acid rain, many plants and animals didn't awaken quickly. Hunting while they were still dormant and absorbing the energy was the best time. Furthermore, as the acid rain corroded the earth, some rare minerals were also exposed. Before long, all weapons on the market would be replaced by those ores. Acid rain continued for 2 days straight. On the 3rd day, the acid rain finally stopped. But the entire base was bleak. Many survivors were wiped out by the acid rain. The base, originally home to tens of thousands of people, lost a third of its survivors within 3 days. The base was filled with wailing. Luo Qingtian opened the door and walked out of the corridor. Xiao Lu transformed into large green wings, carrying Luo Qingtian away into the distance. The world after the rain was vibrant. It was a pity that beneath this vibrant life lay a thick layer of murderous intent. Luo Qingtian looked at the vast forest that had suddenly appeared around the second base, and couldn't help but sigh at nature's preference for flora and fauna. 3 days ago, this place was a flat, open space. In just 3 days, it was surrounded by a variety of plants. and these plants were gradually extending to the entrance of the second base. In a few days, the entire second base would be overrun by these plants. Luo Qingtian flew through the sky, heading straight for the newly emerged forest. The dense branches of the forest obscured the entire sky. As Luo Qingtian entered the forest, a cool breeze filled the air. The ground beneath his feet was an unusual shade of green. But Luo Qingtian didn't care. The more newly appeared the forest was, the more it proved that the ore he was looking for lay beneath the ground. Luo Qingtian retrieved a chisel from his space and began searching the forest. Chapter 202. As Luo Qingtian searched the forest, the entire area shook. Vines continuously stretched out, attempting to entangle Luo Qingtian's feet. Luo Qingtian didn't tolerate this. Whenever a vine reached out, Luo Qingtian would simply slash it with his chisel, severing it directly. The moment the green vines were severed, thick green juice gushed out, shooting directly into Luo Qingtian's face. The small green vines transformed into a barrier, blocking Luo Qingtian's path. Then fog began to rise throughout the forest, completely obscuring Luo Qingtian's vision. Luo Qingtian didn't care. Her third skill remained activated, allowing her to clearly see everything around her. Then she saw the surrounding trees rapidly shifting positions, completely blocking her entrance to the forest. Then the vines began to entangle, eventually converging into a swarm of humanoid monsters that charged straight at Luo Qingtian. Little Green, wings. With that, Little Green transformed into large green wings and leaped onto Luo Qingtian's back, carrying him skyward. As Luo Qingtian took flight, the vines extended their blades, attacking him. Some vines even attempted to entangle Luo Qingtian, dragging him to the ground. Luo Qingtian instantly switched to a bone knife, severing all the attacking vines. Green venom continuously sprayed at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian wasn't afraid of venom, but the green liquid was awful. Little Green, transformed into wings, couldn't protect her. She could only direct Little Green to avoid the spray of green liquid as best she could. But as more and more vines were severed, the liquid grew in volume, and Luo Qingtian's clothes were corroded by the green liquid. Luo Qingtian's expression changed as she watched her newly changed clothes, now tattered and corroded, utterly tattered. Dare you destroy my clothes? I never let you go. Luo Qingtian's face darkened. Switching to the flying fire mysterious bow, she immediately unleashed a shower of meteors and fire at the forest. Because Luo Qingtian's 3-arrow salvo was now level 30, the arrows were like pillars of fire, making her shower resemble a shower of falling meteors. They slammed into the forest below. The rain of fire immediately erupted in a blazing fire. Luo Qingtian's skills also pounded the ground, creating large craters. The trees attacking Luo Qingtian no longer bothered to attack him, pulling themselves out of the ground and dodging to the sides. Luo Qingtian, soaring in midair, watched this scene with a mixture of amusement and amazement. It was the first time she had ever seen fully formed trees pull themselves out of the ground, then, like humans, weave 2 legs and run. When they moved away from the flames, they used their roots to dig holes in the same spot and planted themselves in them. Watching this comical scene, Luo Qingtian felt like she was watching a real-life cartoon. The rain of fire ended, and the flames in the forest began to fade. Luo Qingtian switched her weapon to the Amos Icebow, intending to try to unleash a water arrow. After her last major upgrade, she had been given a 3-shot water arrow, but she hadn't used it yet. But the Amos Icebow only fired ice arrows. Luo Qingtian sighed. It seemed that if she wanted to unleash a water arrow, she would have to wait for the chip to give her a water attribute arrow. Thankfully, her ice arrows fired, and the remaining flames were extinguished by Luo Qingtian. She then directed the little green creature to fall to the ground again. This time, as Luo Qingtian landed, all the trees retreated to the sides, intentionally or unintentionally. Bare green earth was exposed. Luo Qingtian took out her chisel and began searching the ground for the ore she was looking for. To find the ore, she had to find a patch of yellow earth amidst the green. Luo Qingtian maximized her third skill. Finally, she found the yellow tint she was looking for in the forest. However, above the yellow earth stood a massive mutant tree, its branches and leaves surrounding it. It practically covered the entire yellow earth. If it weren't for her mental perception, it would have been difficult to detect the yellow earth. Luo Qingtian, chisel in hand, quickly leaped in front of the giant tree. Make way. Luo Qingtian touched the tree's branches with the chisel, and a vine shot out. Luo Qingtian didn't hesitate, switching her chisel to a bone knife and hacking at the vines and branches in front of her. The giant tree, finally frightened by being chopped down, simply pulled itself out, moving to the side with small steps. TSK, what a toast! Luo Qingtian took out his chisel and began diligently chipping away at the ground. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Qingtian had dug a hole nearly a meter tall. Feeling the chisel hit resistance under his feet, Luo Qingtian felt a surge of joy. It looked like he found something. Luo Qingtian quickened his pace. He began chipping away at the edge of the ore. Half an hour later, Luo Qingtian finally saw the ore's true form. It was about the size of a small wash basin. It looked like a broken piece of yellow stone, unremarkable from a distance. But its hardness surpassed any metal found before the apocalypse. In his previous life, during the middle of the apocalypse, a method for forging this metal was discovered, allowing it to be refined into cold weapons. People later discovered that weapons made from this ore could easily slash zombies. Many psychics began to form groups to mine this ore, refining it into weapons to fight zombies. The survivors later named this stone Golden Refining Stone. Although it wasn't gold, its value in this cannibalistic apocalypse had long surpassed that of gold. No one knew how this ore appeared. Luo Qingtian only remembered that it appeared after an acid rain. This object appeared in the dense jungle, and because its color resembled the earth, all one had to do to find it was a hint of yellow. In his previous life, Luo Qingtian dreamed of a weapon made from golden refining stone to fight zombies. Back then, Chen Hao also tried to find a way to obtain the golden refining stone, but unfortunately, the first base was no longer under Di Jiang. No one looked down on Chen Hao, and even less so on her. Even until their deaths, neither of them had obtained the golden refining stone weapon. Luo Qingtian tossed the golden refining stone into the space and sighed deeply. He must make a weapon suitable for himself in this life, and then make one for Chen Hao, thus repaying his debt from his previous life. I wonder what the situation is like at the first base now. Chen Hao must be getting along well with his family now. Recovering from his composure, Luo Qingtian stood up and continued his search through the woods. Because of Luo Qingtian's fortitude, all the trees became unusually docile as he walked through the forest again. By the time he had traversed the entire forest, Luo Qingtian had found 4 or 5 more golden refining stones. Chapter 203. Di Jiang and his comrades emerged from Qiyang base. This time, there were some unfamiliar faces among their ranks. Di Jiang, what's going on? Didn't they say there were some terrifying tribes here? We've been trapped here for 2 days, and we haven't seen the undead you mentioned. A man who looked like an officer looked at Di Jiang. Di Jiang shook his head. I don't know. I wonder if it's the acid rain that caused the undead to disappear altogether. I saw this place myself. There were thousands of them gathered here. Di Jiang said this and looked at Chen Hao beside him. Chen Hao's face was pale. He opened his mouth to speak, but a sharp pain in his brain made him sweat profusely. Brother, wait a minute. The acid rain these past 2 days has mutated all the plants around here. Maybe the undead are just trying to escape the acid rain. Di Hai thought about it and agreed. Well, that's possible. After all, as you said, the undead have clearly developed intelligence that rivals that of humans. Allowing such creatures to exist would only pose a grave threat to human survival. After speaking with Di Hai, Di Jiang led Chen Hao out of the room. The two walked into another room. Di Jiang whispered, "What happened? What did you see?" Chen Hao pursed his lips. He didn't know how to tell Di Jiang. Just now, he had seen Luo Qingtian destroying the base again. This time, the image was clearer than before. Luo Qingtian held a platinum-colored spear in her hand, with a pair of huge green wings behind her. Beside her was an enlarged sphere, probably little green. Dabai, standing beside him, fiercely charged at the first base's men. She watched as Luo Qingtian, like a figure from a myth, destroyed the first base. He also destroyed the government building and injured Di Jiang. In the end, they could only stand with Di Jiang and watch as Luo Qingtian ripped the first base apart, piece by piece. He looked at Di Jiang with red eyes, his face filled with an unusually sad expression. He truly didn't believe Luo Qingtian would do this, but he had seen the scene countless times. Never before had it been as clear as today. Watching Chen Hao like this, Di Jiang grew increasingly worried. What did you see? It doesn't matter, even if you saw my death. As a soldier, to die defending our country, to die defending our lives, is an honor. I live to protect our country, I die for the soul of our nation. I will never regret it. At this point, Chen Hao couldn't help but recount what he had witnessed. Di Jiang's brow furrowed as he listened to Chen Hao's story. He didn't believe Luo Qingtian would harm the first base for no reason. He also didn't believe Luo Qingtian would harm him for no reason. He felt he knew Luo Qingtian well. She was a very principled person with a bottom line. unless someone crossed her line. When Di Jiang thought of this, he instantly thought of Shen Yunran and Yi Xiao. Could something have happened to these two at the base? He hadn't contacted Shen Yunran and the others in the few days since he left. He immediately took out the phone Yi Xiao had made to contact them. Chen Hao, who was standing beside him, continued, "Boss, the undead in this base should be gone. I just saw the entire undead race reduced to bones." Di Jiang put down his phone and looked at Chen Hao seriously. "Are you sure? Are all these undead reduced to bones?" Chen Hao shook his head, "Not sure. I just saw the undead inexplicably transformed into bones. There will be more that slip through the net later." As soon as he finished speaking, the windows in the corridor, they were shattered, and then a black smoke stretched towards them as if it had eyes. Di Jiang's lightning blade reappeared in his hand, and 2 bolts of electricity shot out, dispersing the black mist. The black mist faded, and Di Jiang, lightning blade in hand, quickly rushed to the window and looked outside. He saw an undead in midair, its bony wings flapping, looking down at him. As they stared at each other, the black smoke condensed into physical arrows that was towards Di Jiang. At this moment, Di Hai also rushed over. Upon seeing the undead, he quickly signaled to the surrounding area. Instantly, everyone stood against the undead. The battle was imminent. Di Jiang was the first to charge forward, grabbing the window railing with one hand, and using the momentum to launch himself upward. He was towards the undead in the air, delivering a powerful punch to the undead's head and shoulder. The undead fell, stabilizing himself in midair before slamming down hard onto Di Jiang's body. Xiao Huyu's vines quickly extended as he watched Di Jiang fall to the ground, grabbing Di Jiang's ankles the instant he touched the ground and pulling him back. Di Hai then fired 2 icicles into the air, striking the undead's wings. The wings struck were instantly frozen. The undead plummeted toward the ground. Di Jiang adjusted his posture and quickly leaped toward the ground. Upon witnessing this, the other psychics followed Di Jiang in. Soon, a group surrounded the undead. Luo Qingtian emerged from the forest in high spirits. It was gradually getting dark. Luo Qingtian soared into the air and began searching for a way back. Just as he was about to return, the sound of a car engine reached him, and not far away, a swarm of zombies. A zombie tide? Luo Qingtian frowned at the zombies nearby. Logically, the zombies hadn't yet fully evolved, so how could there be such a massive zombie tide? But judging by the direction of the jeep, it seemed it was heading for the forest ahead. And she knew everyone in the car. In the car, Chugu nervously watched the zombies approaching behind her. Suddenly, she saw the forest appearing ahead. It practically surrounded the entire second base. Chugu was shocked. Was this why Luo Qing couldn't leave the house for the next few days? At that moment, a speed-type zombie sprinted up, scratching the back of the car with its long nails. A massive gash immediately ripped through the car. And Wei Wei screamed in terror, driving the zombies behind her even more frantic. "Sister Chu, what should we do? The zombies are chasing us." Chu Gu looked at the forest before him and said to Zhang Yuan, "Yuan, we have no other way out now. We don't know what awaits us, but at least we still have a chance of survival. Let's go into the forest." But just as he finished speaking, the zombie that had ripped through the car rushed in front of them, blocking their path. Then the zombie's body turned metallic, as if waiting for their car to crash into it. But Zhang Yuan was accelerating, unable to stop. "It's over. We're going to crash." Chapter 204. Luo Qingtian was watching this scene from midair, about to leave, when he suddenly heard Chu Ji's voice from the car. "We put so much effort into acquiring so many crystal cores, but we didn't expect this to be the outcome. It would be better if we weren't greedy." They encountered a swarm of zombies, just as the acid rain began to fall. They had initially thought they were doomed, but the zombies, upon contact with the acid rain, ceased their attacks. Each of them looked up at the sky, as if awaiting the baptism of the acid rain. Han Fei possessed metal-related abilities, and to survive, the others hid beneath Han Fei's metal wall for 3 days. Though they hid within the metal enclosure during these 3 days, they still managed to kill quite a few zombies. Especially after the acid rain stopped, they noticed the zombies were still motionless, standing still. They took the opportunity to kill many more zombies. If they had stopped earlier, perhaps they would have escaped the zombie swarm's pursuit. But Chugu desperately wanted the crystal cores. She figured the more crystal cores she had, the more Luo Qingtian would be able to strike, and the more secure their position in the second base would be. She thought of Luo Qingtian. If she didn't leave within the next few days, it would be difficult to leave later. So, for the first time, she made a bold decision. As long as the zombies didn't wake up, they would stay and continue killing them. After they had killed hundreds of zombies, the entire horde awoke, forcing them to return to their car and flee frantically. But they hadn't expected the awakened zombies to be significantly stronger and faster than before, chasing them closely all the way to the base. Looking at the zombies not far away, Chugu was filled with regret. Just when they thought they were about to die together with the zombies on the other side, a pillar of fire suddenly burst out, incinerating the zombies into dust. Their car successfully entered the forest, but the dense trees made driving impossible. Zhang Yuan stopped the car, and the others quickly got out. "Have you collected enough crystal cores?" Overhead, Luo Qingtian's voice rang out. The others looked up and saw Luo Qingtian leaping down from the sky, a pair of large green wings on his back. They exchanged glances. Chugu instantly understood what was going on. "Sister Qingtian, were you the one who killed those zombies just now?" Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. "What else do you think? Have you filled up the crystal cores you owe me?" Luo Qingtian's experience bar hadn't moved in a long time, and she desperately needed crystal cores to level up. Chugu nodded. "Enough, enough. We're just being chased by zombies now. Let's wait until we're out of danger." Several people started to run, but Luo Qingtian remained calm, her eyes aglow as she stared at the zombies running behind her. Chugu ran a few steps, then turned back to Luo Qingtian. Seeing the large pair of wings behind her, she swallowed and said, "Sister Qingtian, can you help us escape? If we can get back to base safely, I give you 10 more level 3 crystal cores." Luo Qingtian frowned. "Is that all your lives are worth? Do you think I'm a fool?" Chugu also felt that this was taking advantage of Luo Qingtian, which was truly unfair. After a moment's thought, she said, "How about we had 10 level 4 crystal cores?" Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes, and her wings fluttered behind her. "Actually, I can wait until you're dead, and then take my share." After saying this, everyone's faces changed. Zhang Yuan grabbed Chuji's hand and said, "Let's go. Don't ask her for anything. She's not worth it." Chugu pushed Zhang Yuan aside and continued, "In addition to returning what you received, I give you 23rd level crystal cores, 10 4th level crystal cores, and 1 5th level crystal core. That's the limit, Sister Qingtian." By the time Chugu finished speaking, the zombies had already reached the edge of the forest, only 100 meters away from catching up. Luo Qingtian finally nodded, "All right. Drive forward." Zhang Yuan looked at the crisscrossing trees, puzzled. How could they drive in such a place? But Chugu pulled Zhang Yuan into the car anyway. Luo Qingtian's flying fire bow instantly appeared in her hand, and she drew her arrow. It shot directly towards the gate of the second base. The mutant trees in the forest, seeing Luo Qingtian's flaming arrow, pulled their roots from the ground. They weaved their way to the sides, dodging like short legs. Soon, a wide road opened up in the center of the forest. Zhang Yuan stared at the scene before him in shock. "Hurry up and drive," Chugu reminded Zhang Yuan, bringing him back to his senses. Luo Qingtian's lips curled slightly, as she looked at the zombies charging in from the opposite direction. "My experience cards, I'm here." Ha ha ha. With that, Luo Qingtian drew her bow and fired. 9 arrows, carrying sky-high flames, blazed straight into the zombie horde. The flames instantly incinerated a zombie upon impact, and the zombies behind them were instantly reduced to dust, just like the ones in front. After the last zombie was consumed, the final force of the arrows produced a loud explosion. Blast the surrounding zombies to pieces. Chugu had been observing Luo Qingtian behind her since the car started moving normally. After seeing the flaming arrows fired by Luo Qingtian, she felt as if her concept had been shattered. So, could fire powers be used like this? And Luo Qingtian was taking on an entire zombie horde alone. Just how terrifying was he? Han Fei, and Wei Wei, and Gu Yugang also witnessed this scene. They truly felt that Luo Qingtian was not human. Now they finally understood why Chugu always wanted to get closer to Luo Qingtian. This man was simply perverted, so perverted that it made people shudder. And Wei Wei had initially felt a little resentful of Chugu. But now she felt that Chugu was the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. "Sister Chu, thanks to you this time, otherwise we would have perished in the zombie horde." Chugu shook her head. "I'm too greedy, but at least we all survived." Gradually, Luo Qingtian drifted further and further away from them, and they finally left the forest. Just as they emerged, the mutant trees quickly returned to their positions, as if they hadn't moved at all. Not long after leaving the forest, they saw the base gate not far ahead. Only then did the others breathe a sigh of relief, while Luo Qingtian was still brimming with excitement. She lost count of how many zombies she had killed. Halfway through, she switched from the flying fire mysterious bow to the Amos ice bow. She also transformed Little Green into a seaweed ball. She released Big White from the space. With this ball, the man and the tiger excitedly charged towards the zombie horde ahead. The zombie horde was like a pot of boiling water, scattered in all directions. Chapter 205. The running zombies now sensed the terrifying and powerful presence of the three creatures. They had originally intended to continue charging, but now they all turned and fled. Had these zombies actually developed intelligence? Luo Qingtian leaped onto Dubai. Little Green shrank and leaped onto Luo Qingtian. Then, she transformed into a young girl riding a white tiger, chasing after the horde of zombies. After catching up, Luo Qingtian threw Little Green forward. Stop them. If you run, I won't let you soak in the river tonight. Little Green grew larger in midair and landed heavily among the zombies. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to draw his bow and shoot arrows, freezing all the zombies he could see. Luo Qingtian jumped off Dubai, took out his bone knife, and began diligently hacking at the zombies. Little Green transformed into a seaweed ball, extending thousands of tentacles to capture zombies, dropping any caught zombies directly into its mouth. In a short while, Luo Qingtian and the other two had wiped out the zombie horde, leaving several high-level zombies desperately running forward. Luo Qingtian collected all the zombies scattered on the ground into his space. He flipped over and jumped onto Dubai's back. Dubai, catch up! Luo Qingtian rode on Dubai's back, following closely behind the zombies. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Qingtian followed the zombies to the ruins of a city. As he entered the city, he could clearly see the roadside sign that read Mountain City Qinghe Road. Had he reached the abandoned mountain city? Luo Qingtian didn't stop, riding on Dubai's back and continuing to run forward. The zombies ahead of him, after entering the mountain city, ran directly into an alley. Little Green, Wings, as Luo Qingtian finished speaking, Little Green instantly transformed into wings and clung to Luo Qingtian's back. Luo Qingtian folded up Big White and soared into the air, chasing the high-level zombies. Rushing into the alley, Luo Qingtian discovered it was densely packed with zombies. The closest zombie was a female zombie with half her face missing. As Luo Qingtian charged, the female zombie slowly turned her head toward Luo Qingtian. The decayed face revealed the white bones, and even the flesh on her face had dried out from the decay, giving it an extremely hideous appearance. Luo Qingtian reflexively took a large step back. Some of the zombies stood still, apparently still evolving. Others were spinning back and forth, seemingly unable to find a way out of the alley. Luo Qingtian's arrival caused all the zombies to turn in unison, even those that had been standing still, evolving, turning their heads in his direction. Luo Qingtian immediately switched his weapon to a bone knife, and the next moment, the zombies rushed towards him. Little Green transformed back into a seaweed ball and clung to Luo Qingtian's shoulder. One by one, they charged into the zombie horde and engaged in a frenzied fight. Little Green acted like a green guard. Any attack that could harm Luo Qingtian would be quickly blocked by hundreds of tentacles. Luo Qingtian, holding the bone knife, slashed at the oncoming zombies. Luo Qingtian's strikes were swift, accurate, and fierce. Zombie heads flew everywhere, and soon the entire alley was cleared of zombies. Little Green jumped down and began to mow down the zombies on the ground. Even after eating, he didn't forget to spit out all the crystal cores. Luo Qingtian took a quick look and found that most of the zombie cores were level 4 or 5. They were completely different from the two zombies she had just been chasing. The acid rain had significantly boosted the zombies' abilities and strength. This meant that even with her third ability activated, she hadn't been able to clearly see the true level of the two high-level zombies running. After clearing out the zombies, Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu took off and landed on a nearby house. The entire city was filled with walking zombies, and many, having heard Luo Qingtian's fighting, hurriedly ran towards Luo Qingtian with their hands outstretched. Luo Qingtian observed carefully, and found that the zombies running towards her weren't the ones she had been chasing. She had no choice but to have Xiaolu transform into wings and carry her up again to search. The further into the city they went, the more zombies there were. Luo Qingtian kept her third ability activated. She checked each of the zombies one by one. He discovered that these zombies were generally level 4, 5, and 6. The zombie he had been chasing wasn't there either. It seemed the acid rain had significantly increased the zombie population's level. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to fly forward, he suddenly spotted a blue figure among the zombies. Luo Qingtian was remarkably familiar with this blue figure. The zombie, dressed in a blue pigeon outfit, was one of the two he had been chasing. The zombie, hiding in the crowd, moved cautiously, as if he knew Luo Qingtian was looking for him. After confirming the blue figure's presence, Luo Qingtian suddenly landed and punched the zombie in the head. Luo Qingtian sent the zombie flying far away, and soon the surrounding zombies gathered around. Luo Qingtian swung his bone knife as he charged at the blue figure. The zombie, frightened, quickly retreated, putting some distance between him and Luo Qingtian. Suddenly, the zombie howled to the sky. Ah! Then the surrounding zombies erupted in a riot, and Luo Qingtian leaped to her feet. Looking around, she was surprised to find half the town's zombies rushing towards her. Can you control zombies? Luo Qingtian's words were questioning, but her expression was filled with conviction. Luo Qingtian now knew for sure what the zombie before her was. An acid rain had created 2 zombie kings. Luo Qingtian's eyes were filled with excitement. She gripped the bone knife tightly and charged towards the zombie king. The zombie king tried to escape, but Luo Qingtian gave him no chance. With a few leaps, he was in front of the zombie king. The white blade slashed straight at the zombie king's head, but the zombie king scrambled to avoid Luo Qingtian's blow. It awkwardly distanced itself from Luo Qingtian again, then waved behind him. Then, the broken and fallen telephone poles suddenly flew up, flying towards Luo Qingtian's face. Or was it a control system? Luo Qingtian took 2 leaps, avoiding the impact of the poles. With a quick roll, he quickly transformed the bone knife in his hand into a flying fire bow. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and released his arrow. Fusion. 3 flaming arrows instantly merged into one, sending a massive column of fire hurtling towards the zombie's face. Then, the zombie king was sent flying by the flames. The zombie king's body slammed heavily against the wall behind him, his arm also burned by Luo Qingtian's arrow. Luo Qingtian was surprised. It was the first time he used this skill, but he didn't expect that the zombie king in front of him was not completely burned by him. Chapter 206. Luo Qingtian sighed inwardly. As expected of a zombie king, his body is so tough. I wonder if he can create a weapon specifically for fighting zombies. At this thought, Luo Qingtian's gaze towards the zombie king lit up. The zombie king's eyes flashed with fear as he watched Luo Qingtian's gaze. He screamed at the ground. The next moment, his burned arm began to heal at a visible speed. Seeing this, Luo Qingtian was somewhat surprised. Aren't there many zombie kings like this? Luo Qingtian drew his flying fire mystic bow again and fired an arrow. Seeing this, the zombie king took off running while his other arm was still healing. Xiao Lu had left Luo Qingtian at this time and was chasing the zombies in the city. Luo Qingtian saw the zombie king fleeing and shouted, "Wings!" Xiao Lu immediately rushed back to Luo Qingtian's side, transforming into wings and chasing the zombie king. Luo Qingtian soared into the air, the flying fire mystic bow reappearing in her hand, and she soared. Draw the bow and shoot. Fusion. 3 arrows shot out again, merging into one as they flew towards the running zombie king ahead, striking the zombie king in the back. The zombie king's body was pierced, and he fell heavily to the ground, rolling several times. Luo Qingtian finally landed. A bone knife appeared in his hand. Luo Qingtian stepped forward and slashed with the knife. Luo Qingtian chopped off the zombie king's head with a fierce blow. But at the same time, a crack also appeared on Luo Qingtian's bone knife. Luo Qingtian looked at her bone knife with regret. She had only used this knife a few times, and it was already broken. While the bone knife was still intact, she chopped off the zombie king's head, and found the zombie crystal core she was looking for. Luo Qingtian held a red gold crystal core the size of an adult's fist. I wonder what my next skill will be like. Luo Qingtian washed the dirt on his hands with mineral water, washing off the crystal core until it was completely clean. Only then did he place it back into his space. Unbeknownst to Luo Qingtian, in the very center of the mountain city's central square, atop a tower completely out of his range, was a female zombie king in a white dress watching the scene from afar. She watched with wide eyes as Luo Qingtian chopped off the male zombie king's head, bit by bit, and extracted the crystal core. Suddenly, Luo Qingtian turned to look in the direction of the female zombie king. The tower was empty, nothing at all. Was I mistaken? Luo Qingtian kicked the zombie king's corpse to Xiaolu, who grew larger and devoured the zombie king's body in one gulp. Then a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. After defeating the zombie king, Luo Qingtian charged into the zombie horde once again, chopping them down. Atop the tower, the female zombie king watched as Luo Qingtian left her body untouched. She was on the verge of a rage. She clutched the railings of the TV tower tightly with both hands. Unconsciously, the entire tower was corroded. Luo Qingtian was still engaged in a frenzy of combat with the zombies, oblivious to the distant tower's condition, until a loud noise rang out. Luo Qingtian looked in the direction of the sound and saw the tower in the distance, like a melting iceberg, slowly collapsing toward the ground. Luo Qingtian frowned. How could the tower collapse without any zombies even ascending? Or was there some new, supernatural zombie over there? The tower's collapse was bizarre. But the tower's distance was completely beyond his perception. After mowing down the surrounding zombies, Luo Qingtian transformed Little Green into wings again and flew toward the TV tower. The female zombie king finally realized what she had done. She looked up at Luo Qingtian in the sky and mentally summoned a large number of zombies to run towards her. Luo Qingtian also noticed this, becoming even more certain that something was amiss around the TV tower. She thought of the female zombie she hadn't been able to capture. Could that female zombie also be a zombie king? In her previous life, she had never heard of two zombie kings in a single zombie swarm. With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtian activated her mental perception to its maximum. Then she searched for the female zombie among the running zombies. As Luo Qingtian flew towards her, the female zombie king hid herself and ran in the opposite direction of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian flew to the ruins of the TV tower, searching for the female zombie. The moment she landed, the surrounding zombies went wild, charging in their direction. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to take flight, a speed zombie suddenly charged directly at her face, its maw wide open, aiming for her neck. Luo Qingtian raised her bone knife to block. The zombie bit down on the blade, leaving several more cracks than before. Xiaolu, now transformed back into a seaweed ball, extended its tentacles, and fiercely sent the speed zombie flying. Luo Qingtian looked at her increasingly cracked bone knife with a painful look. Swinging the bone knife, she slashed at the charging zombies. More and more zombies were around, each one in a frenzy, utterly devoid of reason or thought. It seemed their sole target was Luo Qingtian before them. Luo Qingtian noticed this too. These zombies were not only frantic, but also much stronger than before, making it impossible for her to distance herself and take flight several times. Luo Qingtian speculated that if these zombies were controlled by a zombie king, then the female zombie king was likely nearby. Luo Qingtian didn't rush to leave, but fought fiercely against the zombies. She kept her third ability active, trying to locate the female zombie king. But the female zombie king remained hidden beyond Luo Qingtian's range. She possessed 3 special abilities, one of which was telepathy. She was almost identical to Luo Qingtian. When Luo Qingtian activated her third ability, she could clearly sense that she was being observed. But Luo Qingtian was unaware of this situation. She slashed at the zombies charging at her again and again. Xiaolu had now grown larger, helping Luo Qingtian slash at the zombies. They tirelessly slashed at the zombies, one man and one ball at a time. They had already lost count of how many waves they had slain. In the distance, the female zombie king, after watching Luo Qingtian slay another wave of zombies, closed her eyes and continued to summon zombies. Zombies from dozens of miles around surged toward the Mountain City TV tower. The death of the male zombie king had instilled in this female zombie king a deep hatred for Luo Qingtian. Now, her only thought was to summon all the zombies around her to devour Luo Qingtian. She didn't believe Luo Qingtian could escape from such a swarm of zombies. And indeed, Luo Qingtian hadn't escaped. With the powerful search power of her third skill, she was now certain. The female zombie king must be standing somewhere beyond her range. Chapter 207. Luo Qingtian began to carefully survey his surroundings. The further he went, the more abandoned office buildings he saw. That side, with its chaotic mix of buildings, was the most accessible hiding spot. Luo Qingtian began to slowly incline forward. The zombies around him seemed to notice this, charging even more frantically towards him. Luo Qingtian was now even more certain that the female zombie king was just ahead, and that she was the one controlling these frenzied zombies. Luo Qingtian's blade swung faster and faster, and suddenly she leaped high. Xiaolu followed suit. As Luo Qingtian leaped midair, Xiaolu latched onto Luo Qingtian's back. It transformed into wings, carrying Luo Qingtian into flight. The zombies on the ground howled at him. A few even took to the air. The surrounding gravel and construction debris seemed to have eyes, flying towards Luo Qingtian. After transforming into wings, Little Green could no longer protect her. After dodging for a moment, she had no choice but to fall to the ground again. Upon landing, the surrounding zombies rushed at her like crazy. Luo Qingtian leaped high, the flying fire bow reappearing in her hand. She unleashed a shower of meteor fire at the ground. The massive pillars of fire, like flaming meteorites, slammed heavily onto the surrounding zombies. At this point, zombies within a 10-mile radius rushed toward Luo Qingtian. Little Green, this time transformed into a seaweed ball, carried Luo Qingtian into the air. Luo Qingtian's gaze was sharp, and he unleashed 2 consecutive showers of meteor fire at the zombies on the ground. The zombie population was dwindling at a visible rate. In the office building at the far end of the square, in front of the dilapidated floor-to-ceiling window, Luo Qingtian caught sight of a figure suddenly moving. Found it! Luo Qingtian's voice was deep. She jumped off Little Green and sprinted towards the office building. She was so fast that even Luo Qingtian herself was surprised. Little Green followed closely behind him. As Luo Qingtian leaped into the sky, Little Green transformed into wings again and clung to his back. As he reached a high point, it flapped its wings and flew higher. While in midair, Luo Qingtian kept her eye on the office building. Suddenly, she noticed that the zombie she was looking for was turning and running towards the corridor entrance. Luo Qingtian broke through the glass and rushed into the office building, chasing the zombie. The female zombie was now running down the corridor. Although a zombie, she was incredibly agile and didn't look like a dead human at all. Luo Qingtian followed closely behind, secretly amazed. Have speed-type zombies evolved so nimbly these days? Or is this only true of the Zombie King? Luo Qingtian quickened his pace and looked down the hallway. The female Zombie King was already 4 floors ahead of him. Luo Qingtian grasped the railing and leaped down. As he landed on the same floor as the female Zombie King, Luo Qingtian's vine shot out. They wrapped around the handrail on that floor. She used the momentum to leap to that floor. The female Zombie King, watching Luo Qingtian chase her, sprinted into the office building, intending to jump out the window. Luo Qingtian's vine shot out. They wrapped around the running Zombie King in front of him. Little Green, catch her! Luo Qingtian shouted. Little Green's tentacles quickly reached out towards the female Zombie King. The Zombie King froze and began to struggle. Luo Qingtian's bone knife reappeared, and she rushed forward, raising it high. She chopped down towards the female Zombie King's head. The female Zombie King raised her hand to block her own head. Then Luo Qingtian's knife chopped off its arm. Then the knife shattered. Luo Qingtian stared at the shattered knife in shock, then pulled out her spider leg. Just as she was about to strike the female Zombie King again, the female Zombie King's body suddenly transformed into a pool of water, disappearing from the entanglement of Xiaolu in her vines. Then the pool of water transformed into a humanoid form again. Luo Qingtian's vine shot towards the female Zombie King again. But the female Zombie King vanished right before Luo Qingtian's eyes. Luo Qingtian's third ability remained active, but the female Zombie King's location was completely lost on the minimap. Could it be that, like that transformation ability, it had changed its form and escaped? Luo Qingtian carefully observed her surroundings. This time, she didn't rely on the minimap, but instead used her eyes to search. Then Luo Qingtian released Dabai. She asked Dabai to accompany her in the search. Dabai suddenly rushed forward, nearing a table. Dabai bit the air in front of him. But before Dabai could bite, he was kicked away. The next moment, the female Zombie King appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him. Bang! The window shattered, and the female Zombie King jumped out with it. Luo Qingtian cursed inwardly. How could it have an invisibility skill? Luo Qingtian retracted Dabai, made Xiaolu transform into wings, and then jumped out of the floor-to-ceiling window to chase the zombie. But this time, after chasing her out, the female Zombie King had long since vanished. Luo Qingtian circled the area several times, but couldn't find her. Downstairs in the office building, a large number of zombies were already rushing towards them, following the sound. Luo Qingtian had killed countless zombies today, even unleashing several meteor showers. At this moment, she felt fatigue coming over her. She almost fell asleep, but fortunately, her wings were those of Xiaolu, supporting her flight out of the mountain city. After leaving the mountain city, the zombies that had been following Luo Qingtian on the ground retreated back into the city, having lost their target. The female Zombie King reappeared in the office building after Luo Qingtian left the city. She picked up her own arm, which Luo Qingtian had severed, and placed it on her body. Gradually, her lost arm perfectly merged with her body. It was as if her arm had never been severed in the first place. She stood by the window, watching Luo Qingtian's departure, a hint of hatred in her eyes. Her grayish-blue skin was covered in cracks. At this moment, they were slowly healing. The bloodshot in her eyes was also gradually fading. As she watched her hands gradually become more flexible, she opened her mouth and tried to speak. "Hello? Is anyone there?" A hoarse, low voice emanated from her mouth. It sounded strange, human-like, yet also mechanical. Not long after Luo Qingtian left the mountain city, she forced herself to enter the space. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt as if the space had changed again. She couldn't put her finger on it. She was exhausted and sleepy, so she didn't bother going upstairs. She lay on the ground and slept soundly. Xiaolu then carefully lifted Luo Qingtian up. She took Luo Qingtian back to the river, found the spot where they often bathed together, and dropped him in. Chapter 208. Dabai, as usual, ran to Luo Qingtian's side, supporting her and preventing her from choking on the water. Luo Qingtian slept soundly. She didn't open her eyes until the morning of the third day. Dabai watched Luo Qingtian open her eyes, and gently licked her face with his tongue. Luo Qingtian knew Dabai was worried about her, so she reached out and gently touched Dabai's head. Dabai is so kind. You stayed with me in the water for so long. Luo Qingtian looked towards the room and almost sat back in the water when she saw her duplex clearly. Her two-story house had now become 3. And there were fences around it, giving it the appearance of a single-family villa. Luo Qingtian looked at her unfamiliar little house and quickly rushed over. She ran to the door and carefully opened it. First, she poked her head in to look around, to make sure no one else was inside her house. Only then did Luo Qingtian confidently walk through the door. She activated her third skill and carefully surveyed her small building. The first and second floors hadn't changed much, save for a few new rooms. When she reached the third floor, Luo Qingtian discovered it was actually a workshop. It was filled with parts she couldn't understand, even the computer her parents had left her. Luo Qingtian walked over to the computer and examined it. It was still the same computer, unchanged. Luo Qingtian walked around the third floor again, still unable to understand what was inside, and finally left. She thought about the earth fragments she had found a few days ago. Could it have been absorbed? But she still didn't hear the upgrade sound in her mind. Luo Qingtian thought to herself and jumped from the balcony. She then looked at the earth fragments lying on the ground. Just as she had expected, half of them had already disappeared. This meant that the space hadn't completely absorbed the fragments yet. Luo Qingtian reached out and stroked her arm. The experience bar on her arm seemed to have only 1/10 left to level up. Once the fragments are completely absorbed, I can level up again. Now that she thought about it, she hadn't upgraded her skills since defeating the undead. This time, fighting the zombie king, she felt she was still not strong enough. To navigate this apocalypse with complete freedom, she had to become stronger and stronger. Luo Qingtian then checked her life skills again. She was pleasantly surprised to see the smelting icon light up. Her weapon had just shattered. This life skill had given her such a big surprise. It was like someone handing her a pillow when she was sleepy. Luo Qingtian quickly took out the golden refining stone and the bone spike. She clicked the smelting icon, and the smelting table reappeared before Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian dropped the bone spur into the smelting table, along with 2 gold refining stones. The next moment, the smelting table began to operate. 10 minutes later, the icon in front of the smelting table lit up. Luo Qingtian began to select a weapon style. This time, she chose the Tangdao style. A few minutes later, a white bone knife gleaming with golden light appeared on the smelting table. This time, the bone knife was much longer than the previous one. Although white, it shone with a faint golden light. After the bone knife was smelted, the smelting icon turned gray again. Luo Qingtian excitedly picked up the bone knife and swung it twice. The sharp sound of it piercing the air resounded, signaling the weapon's sharpness. Luo Qingtian was truly thrilled. She couldn't wait to exit the dimension with her weapon in hand and, along with Xiaolu, fought her way back to the mountain city. This time, the zombies were significantly more numerous than before. Luo Qingtian knew that the female zombie king had guessed he would return for revenge, so she had once again gathered all the nearby zombies. But he wasn't here to fight her this time. He was testing his knife. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian landed and charged towards the zombies. Luo Qingtian slashed at the zombies with relentless slashing. Xiaolu carefully protected Luo Qingtian from behind. After a fierce battle, Luo Qingtian was extremely pleased with his bone knife. After dispatching this wave of zombies, Luo Qingtian cleaned up the battlefield and flew towards the second base with Xiaolu. At Chaoyang base, Di Jiang and Di Hai lay powerless on the ground. For some unknown reason, this undead seemed even more powerful than any they had seen before. God knows how they had annihilated that undead. They only discovered its weakness at nightfall. Thinking of Luo Qingtian's battle with the undead, Di Jiang felt a sense of loss. Every time Luo Qingtian fought the undead, he relied on his own strength. It was then that he clearly saw the gap between himself and Luo Qingtian. He stood up and walked towards the undead corpse on the ground. He punched the undead in the head. As expected, the undead's head contained 2 crystal cores, a power core and a dark core. The power-type crystal core didn't react in Dijiang's hand, but the darkness-type crystal core was absorbed the moment it touched Dijiang's palm. A surge of power flowed into Dijiang's body. Dijiang looked at the black mist emerging from his hand, his lips curled up. It seems he's gained another superpower. At the second base, Chu Ge knocked on Luo Qingtian's door for the umpteenth time. But it seemed Luo Qingtian never returned. And Wei Wei, standing behind him, looked at Chu Ge and said, "Sister Chu, do you think Luo Qingtian was eaten by zombies?" At that time, Luo Qingtian was facing a horde of zombies, 2 of which were particularly powerful. No matter how powerful Luo Qingtian was, she couldn't escape the pursuit of those 2 zombies, right? Chu Ge turned to look at Wei Wei. "Don't talk nonsense. You've seen her strength. She'd be fine. Maybe she hasn't come back yet. Let's go back." Chu Ge pulled Wei Wei out of the corridor. They only taken a few steps when they saw a figure leap down from midair. The 2 were startled. Then they saw Luo Qingtian, unharmed. "Why are you here?" Luo Qingtian stared at them expressionlessly. Chu Ge smiled immediately upon seeing Luo Qingtian. "Sister Qingtian, we're here to give you a crystal core." Chu Ge shook the bag in his hand. Luo Qingtian's expression softened slightly, and she reached for the bag. "Not bad, you're indeed trustworthy. I'm going back." Luo Qingtian turned and was about to leave. Chu Ge stepped forward and said, "Sister Qingtian, wait a moment." Luo Qingtian paused to open the door and looked at Chu Ge. "Anything else?" Chu Ge thought for a moment and said, "The base commander has given us another mission. Yesterday, we received calls for help from several small bases. They wanted to bring food to our second base." Chapter 209. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at Chu Ge. "So?" Chu Ge laughed dryly. "Sister Qingtian, I heard you came to the second base looking for someone. Why don't you join us on this rescue mission? After we rescue them, I can ask the captain to apply for base-wide access for you. You then be able to access the information of every survivor in our base, and maybe even find the person you're looking for during the rescue operation." Chu Ge was completely nervous after saying this. The implication was like trying to get something for nothing. Luo Qingtian stood there, thinking. She really wanted to see the survivors' data, but she had a feeling her parents wouldn't be in a place like this. The fact that they left such a precious chip to her meant they had the means to survive the apocalypse. But Luo Qingtian still didn't want to give up any possible opportunity. She glanced up at Chu Ge. "Okay, I go with you, but I'm a spontaneous person. Don't restrict me with your so-called rules. Otherwise, I leave right then and there." Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Chu Ge breathed a sigh of relief. He was filled with ecstasy. "That's great. Don't worry, our captain actually respects you. Just let this ancestor go with me. Who dares to use their authority to pressure her? Isn't that courting death? When do we leave?" Chu Ge suppressed her excitement and said, "In 2 days. In 2 days I come pick you up personally, okay?" Chu Ji's voice was soft and flattering. Luo Qingtian nodded, opened the door, and walked in. Watching Luo Qingtian enter, Chu Ge breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. Let's go! Let's go back and tell everyone this good news." And Wei Wei followed Chu Ge with an unhappy look on her face. "Sister Chu, do we really have to try to curry favor with Luo Qingtian? Even if she's incredibly powerful, she can't compare to all of us combined, right?" Chu Ge glanced behind her. Fortunately, Luo Qingtian had already entered the room. She glanced at Wei Wei and said sternly, "Wei Wei, you have to learn to recognize the strengths of others. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, every bit of strength we possess equals a greater chance of survival. I hope you can adjust your mindset. Don't get into conflict with Luo Qingtian." After this acid rain, the psychic's abilities advanced. After their group returned, everyone's abilities had increased. And Wei Wei's space was now the size of 2 football fields. And Wei Wei wondered if Luo Qingtian's strength that day might have been a result of the acid rain. This assumption made her feel a little elated. But Chu Ge was clearly much more sober than Wei Wei. After returning to the second base, her abilities had also improved. She could now determine the truthfulness of someone's words without physical contact. She could even discern the person's ability level. However, when facing Luo Qingtian, she found she still couldn't sense anything. Her intuition told her that Luo Qingtian was even more powerful than she had imagined or seen. Nowadays, plants and animals even zombies, have mutated. Human survival has become more difficult than before. If one wanted to survive, clinging to Luo Qingtian's thighs was the best option. And Wei Wei didn't understand, but back at Yuan base, Chu Ji's words had always been spot on. Although she felt uneasy, she nodded in agreement. Luo Qingtian had been waiting for his skills to level up for the past few days, but after 2 days, he still hadn't heard the sound. Luo Qingtian felt a little disappointed, but he still braced himself and prepared to leave. A short while later, there was a knock at the door. Luo Qingtian shouldered his backpack and left. There were 2 cars and 8 people on this trip. In addition to Zhang Yuan's 5 companions, Luo Qingtian and the base had recruited 2 new teammates. One, Yi Qianyi, was a water-type psychic, and the other, Xian Nantian, was an earth-type psychic. These 2 psychics were originally part of the civil engineering team, but after the acid rain, they went out on a mission and their teammates all perished in the newly formed dense forest outside. Thankfully, they fought tooth and nail to find a way out of the forest. They returned to the second base. Zhang Yuan placed Luo Qingtian and the other 2 in a separate car and asked Han Fei to drive. He was in the same car with Chu Ge and Wei Wei and Ge Yu Gang. The 2 cars drove out of the second base. Outside, massive trees and vines practically surrounded the entire base. Zhang Yuan drove straight into the forest ahead. At that moment, from Luo Qingtian's car, Zhang Yuan called out, Han Fei, drive ahead. Have Yi Qianyi point out the road they took last time to escape. Han Fei picked up the intercom and said, got it, Captain. I'm accelerating now. Han Fei stepped on the accelerator and looked at Yi Qianyi in the passenger seat. Yi Qianyi, tell me about the road you took last time to escape. We'd be crossing the forest soon. Han Fei remembered the scene of their last escape. Luo Qingtian had shown them the way back then. He glanced discreetly through the rearview mirror at Luo Qingtian, who was staring out the window from the back seat. He didn't look like he was going to clear the way for them. If Yi Qianyi's route was safe, then they could travel normally even without Luo Qingtian. Under Yi Qianyi's guidance, the group quickly reached a dark path, the only one in the entire forest barren of vegetation. It was as if the surrounding vines and plants were afraid of it. The other trees stayed away from it. Yi Qianyi pointed at the path and said, Xian Nantian and I returned from here. Han Fei looked at the path ahead, which was just wide enough for their car. He held the steering wheel and carefully entered the dark road. Zhang Yuan followed closely behind. The 2 cars drove smoothly on the dark road. Perhaps because the road was so dark, the light gradually dimmed, and as they drove forward, even the speed of the car slowed down. Yi Qianyi said proudly, we've been walking for so long, and there haven't been any mutant plants attacking us. This proves this route is safe. Brother Han Fei, after this mission is over, let's report this route. Han Fei nodded, his expression unusually serious. His car hadn't been able to accelerate since a while ago. He even wondered if there was something wrong with it. Luo Qingtian had obviously noticed this too. She slowly lowered the window and looked out. Just as Luo Qingtian looked out, the car suddenly accelerated. It hurtled forward like a rocket. If Luo Qingtian hadn't reacted quickly, she would have definitely gotten a bump on her head. Chapter 210. Yi Qianyi steadied herself by the handrail and looked back, just in time to see Luo Qingtian opening the window. She immediately shouted, Luo Qingtian, close the window. How could you possibly lack common sense? Luo Qingtian glanced at Yi Qianyi in surprise. Why? Yi Qianyi pointed at the trees nearby and said, these trees are all intelligent. If they sense your presence, they might attack you. Luo Qingtian feigned ignorance and said, attacking me? But it doesn't seem like anything's happening right now. Unless these trees are desperate. I just want to cut down some trees to study, Luo Qingtian thought, looking at the mutated trees around him with curiosity. I wonder if these mutated trees have noticed Luo Qingtian's intentions. They all pulled out their roots, braided themselves into short legs, and quickly retreated to both sides. In a short while, the path widened. Seeing this, Yi Qianyi grew even more elated. It seems this road is indeed what these trees fear the most. We can all go through here from now on. Yi Qianyi glanced back at Luo Qingtian as she spoke. You're lucky. But you better obey orders from now on. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Luo Qingtian rolled his eyes inwardly. No matter how he looked at it, he felt like Yi Qianyi was mentally ill. She pulled out a water cup from her space, filled with juice and ice. She took 2 sips, rolled down the car window, leaned back in the back seat, and closed her eyes for a nap. Han Fei's car continued to drive steadily along the road, completely unaffected by the 2 men. But the cars behind them were unnerved. Especially Zhang Yuan. As they drove onto this road, they witnessed tiny tentacles emerging from the black ground. They clung to Han Fei's wheels, attempting to stop his car. Even his car was experiencing this inability to accelerate. But just as Luo Qingtian opened the window and stuck his head out, both the tentacles and the trees retreated rapidly, as if confronted by a plague. The tentacles also swiftly retreated underground. Zhang Yuan couldn't believe such a coincidence. Thinking back to the day when Luo Qingtian had cleared the way with his fire bow, he was even more convinced that the mutant trees had been frightened by Luo Qingtian's attack. 10 minutes later, both cars had exited the forest. They raced towards their destination together. Along the way, they encountered several areas overgrown with vegetation, but both vehicles deliberately took longer detours to avoid trouble. The journey had been relatively smooth. That afternoon, following the markings on the map, they finally found the base they were looking for. It wasn't really a base though, more like a village with a sentry post inside. Atop a tall building sat a small, narrow house. A high red wall surrounded the entire village. At the center of the wall was a gate, now tightly shut. Screams could be heard from within. The group drove up to the gate. Then, hearing the screams and cries for help, Zhang Yuan quickly got out and began knocking on the door. "Open up. We're the second base rescue team." Zhang Yuan finished. Then, a cry for help came from inside. "Help! Help! Someone, come quickly!" "Ah!" The noise inside grew louder, and there seemed to be the sound of people running, their footsteps chaotic and disorganized, probably fleeing. Luo Qingtian's third skill remained active, and she could clearly see that the entire village was now infested with rats. Huge rats were swarming, chasing and biting the survivors. "Hurry in, something's wrong inside." Luo Qingtian was about to open the door, but Yi Qianni stopped her, saying, "Do you have any common sense? You never been on a mission before, right? There must be a lot of zombies chasing people in this situation. If we rush in, we only attract their attention. Captain, we should take a long-term approach in this situation." Yi Qianni said the latter part while looking at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan had actually imagined the scene inside, but he was there to rescue people after all. If we didn't save anyone and let them die from the zombies, then this mission would be a failure. Before he could say anything, Luo Qingtian kicked the heavy door in front of him away. "I don't have time for you to discuss things. They're just a bunch of rats. Why should you bother me so much?" These rats are Luo Qingtian's experience. She is desperate to level up. "Luo Qingtian, you..." Yi Qianni was about to lose her temper when she saw the scene before her. So frightened she screamed, "What is all this?" Bone littered the ground, and giant rats, nearly a meter tall, were surrounding and gnawing at a person. The entire village road was filled with rats chasing after the survivors. When the group appeared, many of the rats noticed them. Then, from behind the house and the trees, a swarm of black rats burst out of the house, charging in their direction. Yi Qianni gritted her teeth. "It's all your fault. How can we fight so many rats?" Luo Qingtian's hand suddenly materialized. "Now I understand why you're still standing here safely despite all your teammates being killed. I hope Team Yuan is lucky and survives." Luo Qingtian rushed directly towards the swarm of rats. Behind him, Yi Qianni cursed. "Luo Qingtian, what do you mean? You're just an outsider. What right do you have to criticize me?" But Luo Qingtian didn't bother to pay her any attention. She had only come today to rescue people and inquire about her parents. She didn't have time to get tangled up with insignificant people. Zhang Yuan frowned and glanced at Yi Qianni. A layer of frost armor instantly condensed around his body, and a frost spear also condensed in his hand. He rushed forward, following Luo Qingtian, followed by Han Fei. Guyu Gang followed behind. And Wei Wei immediately pulled out 4 pistols from her space. She handed 2 to Chu Gu and took 2 herself. The 2 of them swiftly charged into the battle. Although their powers weren't enough to fight, their agility and ferocity rivaled those of the psychics fighting before them. Xia Nantian touched Yi Qianni's shoulder and said, "Let's go fight too. We're a new team, after all. Don't let your relationships get too strained with the other members." Yi Qianni gritted her teeth. "I was just expressing my opinion. Besides, I'm only a water element, not very powerful." Xia Nantian shook his head, condensing earth element armor around him. He swung his fist and charged at the giant black rat in front of him. Yi Qianni watched as everyone around her began to fight, but she remained standing. She carefully dodged the rat's attacks, when suddenly a black rat opened its mouth wide and bit her. "Ah!"